You're watching Hutch's Weather, live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
And hello, everybody. It's meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you on this Tuesday evening. A severe weather risk across much of the nation's midsection. Your model guidance and forecast streaming across the back of the video that you see behind me. Up top is a look at the aerial coverage of the tornado watch. All of the high plains from the Dakotas into portions of Nebraska up there in red. That is at areas that have a tornado watch, meaning the ingredients are there for some severe weather as we go through your evening. And here is what we have for you. As we go through the night tonight, I will continue to bring you coverage of what's going on right here from my home base in Fargo, Moorhead, Minnesota. If you're new to the channel, thanks for watching, and I do appreciate you. I've been forecasting weather like this here in the Northern Plains for the better part of 30 years as a chief meteorologist on broadcast television. We have severe thunderstorms in parts of the central and western parts of North Dakota, extending back into northwest South Dakota right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings right now in yellow. We'll get to those in a moment. Also, all the way down south into Kansas, we have a thunderstorm watch. We have a number of severe thunderstorms there. Twisting and spinning in the lower levels of the atmosphere means strong tornadoes will be possible. What we're going to do in this update, number one, this is a two-way street. You're welcome to drop a comment. Let me know where you're watching from. Also, do me a favor and let me know your area of concern. I'll keep you posted. But my focus is on the Northern Plains right out front, just to let you know. Been forecasting weather here for 30 years, and I'd love to have you on board again. Thanks so very much for giving my video a like. If you like the content here, just let me know. And if you'd like to see something in particular, if I catch it, I will stop, pause, and answer questions on the live stream as we go through the evening tonight. So let's get started with what's going on in the great state of North Dakota. Here we do have a severe thunderstorm cluster working its way up to areas that were hit the other day. Beulah getting whacked with terrible winds at Beulah Bay on Lake Sakakawea. And there's a severe thunderstorm that has produced 1 1/2 inch diameter hail in that area. Now, these early thunderstorms are in an environment where the atmosphere near the ground here is a little less humid. It's not as muggy there. Dew points are in the 50s and some areas 40s out to the west. That means higher based thunderstorms. Higher based thunderstorms are more capable oftentimes of producing big time hail, gusty straight line winds, and lightning. Now, as these storms drift off to the east, there's still a risk of some tornadoes. There's a tornado watch for Newtown, for Mandaree, for Halliday. But the main risk as these get going is going to be that hail and the gusty straight line winds. But as things evolve and it moves into the higher energy air to the east, things will really take off. Again, spin is available to these storms as we go through. We'll cover them. These are converging on Riverdale and the southern reaches of Lake Sakakawea. Here's Cole Harbor. These storms are moving towards you, Garrison, straight down to areas west of Riverdale. The blue on Hutch's map here indicates hail cores with these cells. Big time hail making its way through the region right now. Now, as we take a look at this radar, we'll go ahead and turn on some of the cells. And this is the National Weather Service Doppler radar tracking the motion, speed, and hail indications on storms that are hailing. 2-inch hail potential from this storm heading right into Riverdale. Here you see the cone of uncertainty. We are used to using that term when it comes to hurricane warnings along the area and where things are impacting. And again, we're expecting this storm to follow along the middle of this cone, but it could deviate just a little bit. So in Riverdale, that big-time hail-producing thunderstorm is making its way towards you. Let's track this cell as it's working its way to the north and east, but before I do that, I do want to take a gander at the warning for this storm and see the speed of motion that we have. Generally, we're expecting 70-mile-per-hour gusts, 1.5-inch diameter hail. It's moving northeast at a pretty good clip, folks, 49 miles per hour, and that means business. It will not take long to get into the Riverdale area. Let's go ahead. Whoopsies. Got a little carried away with my drawing there. Let's go to the front or the leading edge of the hail core so you get a little bit of a heads up. Moving at some 49 miles per hour or so. We'll put this up at around 51, 52. We'll put this storm in the Riverdale area by 6:24. So you have just a minute or two on the areas north of Riverdale, as it's going to definitely be moving into your area just a little bit first. On towards Benedict by 6:55. This is on the other side, but on Lake Sakakawea, get out of RVs, get out of mobile homes, get out of manufactured homes, get out of campers, tents, you name it, and get to sturdy structure now as this storm is going to approach the south shore of Lake Sakakawea, the north shore near Garrison, and here we got a 1-inch core right over you now as we'll analyze that particular thunderstorm cell as it's working its way off to the northeast as well. Now, do look at this Hazen area. Beulah and Hazen Bays just north here as you go through, but Beulah in the community reporting that 1.5-inch diameter hail. These cells are capable here. If you take a look, we do have a hail producer here, but some 1-inch diameter hail, a little bit of spin out here, and here we have basically a rotating storm, a tornado vortex signature starting to show up, showing you on tail end Charlie, we call this, the south side of the storm. There is some spin in that there cloud, and that is a dangerous storm. Now, if we look at the warning for this particular aerial coverage of storms, the severe thunderstorm warning is basically until 7 o'clock tonight. 60-mile-per-hour gusts, hail size 1.5-inch, and we're talking about a 60-mile-per-hour movement of that storm. This hail core, this one thunderstorm cell on the far south side, moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour and heading in that general direction. These are some of the communities that will be in the path of these cells as they make their way through. So you can see right here in Hazen, North Dakota on Highway 200, that cell is making its way right towards you. That hail core, with one hail core right here, just on and over the highway now. Remembering that the National Weather Service Doppler radar beam goes up at an angle. And the farther we get away from Bismarck, North Dakota, the higher off the ground that beam is. Now, as those beams get a little bit higher and higher off the ground, that's something we'll be paying attention to as we go through the evening hours tonight. Pardon me while I load up a scene here so I can take a look at some data for you. Pardon me. Okay, all right. So now as we go ahead and look at this, a cluster of storms moving toward the Hazen area right now, and it's going to be moving up in the general direction of the south shores of Lake Sakakawea that already saw movement of storms through the area moving in that northeasterly direction. So here we go. Let's track this little cluster up here moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. That's a really fast clip. And this is just that northern section of this storm that I'm tracking. And here we go. So as we pop this up at close to 60 miles per hour of movement, I want you to think of something. A storm that's moving at 60, if it burps out a gust of wind ahead of it, and if the storm is moving at 60 and it causes wind to blow out of it, it's going to be in excess of 60 miles per hour. So I'm thinking these storms may be capable even greater than 70 mile per hour winds as we head our way into the next 20 to 40 minutes or so. Hazen, 623, Pick City, 640. Riverdale on towards 642, so about the same time as Pick City. We also are seeing another marker here of some shear, and it's time to start looking at that as well. So the leading edge of these storms heading over the Lake Sakakawea area are numerous. I will go through and try to cover these to the best of my ability. Let's take a look at this new marker that we have here. It's a tornado vortex signature that shows up. And what we're talking about is some pretty stout rotation and spin in that storm. And the base height is less than 6,000 feet out there. So 6,000 feet, that's not too far off the ground with these cloud levels being a little bit elevated there. So that twisting part of the storm is not far from you folks in Underwood. Does not necessarily mean a tornado is on the ground, but let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity data here. Now, this SRV, what's it stand for? Storm relative velocity. That tells us what the storm is doing inside, the winds inside the storm relative to the movement of the storm. So it either adds to or subtracts out that storm movement as we go through. Remembering that the radar is in Bismarck, North Dakota. This is motion towards Bismarck, North Dakota. That's down by Hutch's kneecaps and below. As you go up here, you got Riverdale. That wind is moving away. Now that would be clockwise spin in that particular cluster of the storm right there. And likewise, we see some of that right over here with motion towards and away. So this would be counterclockwise shear or spin. So these are a couple of different areas of spin in different areas of the storm. Now, since these storms are moving in this general direction, we do have some wind alerts here to let you know about gusts that have been reported. Motion away from Bismarck, motion towards Bismarck, and this is the leading edge of the storm as it's going through. This is air moving into the thunderstorm cluster as it's approaching the area of Riverdale and Cole Harbor. This is air up at the cloud level that's blowing out and away. Let's see what some of these wind gust reports are. 75 miles per hour, 3 miles south-southeast of Garrison just moments ago. Now, as we go into Garrison and take a look at that measurement, here you go. We got a 60 mile per hour gust. This is from the emergency manager out there as we look into the McLean County District. Emergency manager did call in sheets of rain and pea-sized hail that's driven at 60 miles per hour. Now, let me just speak a word about this. If you have pea-sized hail ripping in winds of 60 miles per hour to 80 miles per hour in this area here, that's very damaging. It is severe damage to crops because that hail is wind driven, okay? It doesn't have to be 1-inch diameter hail to cause damage to gardens and crops. So that's what's going on there. Another wind report out here as we look up over the area here of Emmett. So this is 5 miles northwest of Emmett in McLean County. We have a wind gust of 58 miles per hour, and that was measured 13 miles northwest of the Garrison end-on site, or the Garrison end-on site is where we're measuring that. So there are some of the early wind reports. Golden Valley area, Dodge, Halliday, seeing gusts up to 62 miles per hour out there. And that's located 5 miles north at the Halliday location for Endon. If you're in the northwest quadrant of the state, here's a look at the radar data for this severe thunderstorm warning. You had a tornado not too far from these parts that was working its way across the border the other night just behind me. And anyways, this one has produced some hail, 1.5-inch diameter hail possible from this cell. It's moving right over the highway corridor right now. So it's between Wild Rose and Grenora. And again, 1.5-inch diameter hail and some 60 mile per hour gusts with this thunderstorm. It looks tiny, but you got to remember this beam is very high by the time it gets all the way out there and up into the areas of this part of the storm. So keep that in mind. Pardon me while I pull up some more information. Thanks for joining. Let's see if we have a couple questions here. I will zoom back out on this as we'll keep our eyes on the skies here, noticing that down into Grant County, Carson, and down to Grant County, these storms moving in this northeasterly direction will be taking aim on Bismarck in the future. So we'll keep our eyes on the capital city here. And just off to the east of Lemon, South Dakota, as making its way toward the North Dakota border, there is another severe cell. Right now, we have no tornado warnings in effect, but we'll keep our eyes on that. Thanks, everybody. Let's check out a few of you on my channel right now on YouTube. If you're new to the channel, welcome. My name is Hutch Johnson. For the past 30 years, I've been a chief meteorologist and broadcast television, and now I'm streaming live with my own company called Hutch's Weather, oddly enough. So please consider subscribing to my channel here on YouTube, and you can watch me on your big screen TV right now and take advantage of the full HDI screen and view that you'll have here. So we'll try to get the best quality of content out to you. And again, if you're joining me on my Facebook channel, thank you very, very much. I do appreciate the likes, the follows, and the shares tonight as we get going. Now, I got a lot of questions to go through, so I'm going to do my very best. Let's start with a couple right here. Thanks, Hutch. Looking like it's going to be a heavy metal night. Indeed, it is going to be a chugging night. These storms are going to be producing strong to severe weather, possibly into the overnight. These are heading right up into Manitoba. Remember last night, if you were with me, we talked about waves of storms. One wave moving to the north and east, more forming here and moving off to the east, and then late at night, these lines kind of congeal into a linear system that moves through. The difference is overnight tonight, we will have a chance at some dangerous and damaging wind gusts and sizable hail right up into and through the Red River Valley of North Dakota, Fargo, Grand Forks, Sisseton, as well as you folks in Aberdeen and Lakes Country. Some of these storms will likely survive beyond the midnight hour with even a tornado threat. Will they be as strong? It doesn't look like the risk of these strong tornadoes is as high as that, but we'll keep our eyes on. It's going to be a busy night. I'm here for the duration as well. Thank you very much for that. It looks like at home with Carmen. Good to see you out there. Hutch's Weather is the place to go for all modes of weather. Thank you so kindly for your support out there. I do really appreciate it, Carmen. That says That Kid 21. Hi, Hutch. I'm in Velva, North Dakota. Anything here? Yeah, you do have some storms, but not yet. So you guys are located right here. And I got to tell you what, there's some mean storms rocking their way towards you. And you are close to where that warning is in place right now. So keep that in mind if you happen to be in and around the Velva area. Pardon me while I squint and look at my screen. Mine isn't as big as your big screen at home here. It's pretty big, though. Let's take a look. There's Velva just outside the warning, Sawyer, and these are moving through Max. Max was ripped by some serious winds in that area approaching 90 miles per hour the other night. And here we go with some mean big. See this little ring that's showing up here? There's a little clutter in the data. That's because this radar beam is going through a lot of towering thunderstorms with mean nastiness in it. We do have a hail core moving towards Max, and we told you about this Garrison gust. Now, I'll have to move up just a little bit so you can see the Garrison gust, 60 miles per hour or more as they work their way to the north and east in your general direction of Velva, North Dakota. So Minot, Ward County, you are in this, as are your neighbors just off to the east in the western reaches of your neighboring county to the east. Now, we do have Washburn in the McLean County area, Turtle Lake up here, Mercer, Garrison getting rocked right now by some big-time winds out there. I'm going right to cameras, so let's take a look around the region and see what these storms are looking like. And again, I will get back to questions as I can. These help us see what's going on, and so can you by partaking on my new weather app, Hutch's Weather. Search Hutch's Weather in your app store today. This is an exclusive app made by me for you by your requests. What do you want? We put it together, and you have an app here that's going to give you alerts to things like twisting storms. If we see these twisting storms in the area, sometimes we can get you an alert even before a tornado warning is issued. So keep that in mind, and please download it and let others know if you've already got the app, how much you like it and what works good for you. Here's the Garrison area. We're going right to that camera right now. Let's take a peekaboo and see what's going on, Pick City, and see what's going through. Now you're looking off to the west, so we're seeing the low updraft portion of these particular thunderstorm cells, and behind me we're starting to lose that view, but there's an inflow tail. You see that little guy right there? So we do have some mean storms ripping through the pastures. Wow, nice green crops there. That's some beans? Let me know. All right, that's a look from that particular vantage point. Let's get up in the Minot area, or Sawyer. Let's go to Sawyer and look off to the west, see what we got. This is a westerly view, darkening skies there, and dry roads and prairies right now, so not quite in that ballpark yet. Now let's go north and let's go to Max. This is what's on the doorstep, Max. We're looking west. Look at this. We got the updraft part of the storm where we can see the daylight through it. These low clouds down here could be scud, but I can't see the whole scud. I'm looking close. Nope, that I just can't tell or guess what's beyond that, but it's moving into the Max area here. Thanks to my friends at the NDON site. North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network is the network of cameras here that helps me keep my eyes on the skies here. We do have a downdraft zone here with some heavy rain as you look off to the west of Max. And these storms, again, are moving northeasterly in your general direction. Now let's get up into this area of Zap and also Mercer and also Beulah and check it out. Now, here we got these low cloud bases. I do want to point out the air out west is a little drier. And so these cloud bases are higher than what I expect to happen as these storms rip into the very humid air that's going on out in parts of the central Dakotas tonight. Now, you are in almost central North Dakota, so it's not going to be a picnic there either. How about Hazen right now? And there is a look at the thunderstorm in the distance. What view? It doesn't tell me on this one what direction the camera is pointed. That might be a feature that's only available on some of the cameras. So certainly not looking into the teeth of the big giant storm out here. Here's Oliver County and center right now as you take a look at the dark, ominous skies. Higher cloud bases out there. Let me explain this and then we'll get to more of your questions. Okay, so as we look at the storms, we continue with severe thunderstorm warnings across the region. No tornado warnings as of yet. That's the blessing. But we're keeping our eyes on the skies. And as I mentioned last night and as I mentioned today, as these storms get into the central part of the state here, we'll start to see them tap into the really humid air, which adds to the wildness of the atmosphere, the instability of the atmosphere. Here, pardon me while I'm peeking at my camera here. All right. Okay, so there's what we have going on right now. I do want to take a second and point out that across the area on temperatures, this is what we're looking at. Air temperatures are ripping hot out here in central. Now, it just warmed up in Bismarck, 90 degrees up there. Look at the rain-cooled air that's making its way through parts of western North Dakota, 75, and Glendive, Glasgow, 70. Now, it's 91 in Jamestown as you go down towards Oaks. Fargo, Moorhead, Grand Forks, all ripping hot today in the 90s, gusty south winds, and it's transporting moisture. Now, how do we measure moisture? We can look at relative humidity, but an even more gooder measurement of moisture is that dew point temperature. This is a temperature we have to cool the air to for it to start making a cloud. Now that means in Fargo, we only have to cool this air 20 degrees from 90, that's where it is now, to 70 degrees to make a cloud. Out to the west, we have dew points in the 60s with a temperature 90. So we have to cool the air 30 degrees in Bismarck. Now this is still juicy air, but not as juicy. So this is going to be higher cloud bases. Really bone dry out here in northwest parts of South Dakota for Buffalo. 45 for a dew point temperature means that you can lick the ground and you're going to get nothing but a dusty tongue out there. That thing is really dry. So now this is not conducive to heavy rain. What does this mean? Humid air like this is air you can wear. It's sticky out there. You get out of the shower in the morning and it feels like you haven't dried off. 72 in Hallock, 70. And this is with winds gusting over 30 miles per hour. So we have a core, a tongue of moist air rocking its way up into the Red River Valley now. And look at this. It's making its way all the way up towards Winnipeg, heading into our evening hours. 70-degree dew point for you, Harvey. Harvey has a 70-degree dew point. Devil's Lake, 64 degrees. Now, that means what if we start lifting a parcel or chunk of air, if we lift a chunk of air from the ground because it gets heated and hot air wants to rise, it starts rising. We only have to rise, expand, and cool the air 20 degrees in Fargo, whereas we have to cool it a lot more in dew points in the 40s and 50s. The point is, as these storms rock into this moist flow and that inflow, and if that inflow at lower levels of the atmosphere starts increasing in its speed, then we're going to have problems as we go into the eastern part of the state. And this is what will give us the chance for severe weather after midnight. Fargo, Grand Forks, and across the river, because there will be a south wind all night long. If you've ever wondered why and how storms can continue to percolate even though the sun is gone for the day. Normally, 2 o'clock is our prime time, and as we get to 10, those storms start shutting down because we lose that heating of the sun that gets these parcels of air rising up into the sky. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Let's see if I got a couple more. That kid, thanks for watching from Velva. I appreciate that very much. Skronk Jappelson, good to have you. The Tornado of Souls may ride the lightning tonight. Very clever, Mr. Megadeth and Metallica. I know a little bit about those 80s bands myself. All right, so we'll be watching that. What's up, Hutch's Weather? Deb, good to have you on board, and I appreciate you watching very much. Looking for Evan. That man says watching from Newfoundland. Looks like it might be a rough night here for Newfoundland, and for parts of western Minnesota it will be quite late, but hang in there. You can go away, but I guarantee you, as long as I don't lose power or something blows my computer system away here, I will be on streaming for you. And if that happens, I'll grab my cellular device and stream from that to keep you informed to the best of my ability. And having done it for 30 years, it's what I do. So thank you for watching. Thank you all for your trust. Let's go. Miranda. Does it say Miranda and Glenn? There we go. Couldn't imagine doing this without Hutch. We appreciate you, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much for everything. Lincoln, North Dakota. Hutch's old hometown, back when I was working in Bismarck for the better part of a decade, covering on this date, a Saturday afternoon. There was a hailstorm of all hailstorms. $250,000 in damage to lots of cars, homes, roofs. Unbelievable. Hail all the way up to the underpasses for the railroad bridges right in downtown Bismarck, North Dakota, and on the south side. And that hail stuck around for at least 3 days, maybe even more in some places. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you, Bismarck. Thank you much. Thanks for the kind words, Cedar Fox. I appreciate it. Says best meteorologist. I'll read that one out loud. I like that, but I don't take it lightly. I do my very best every day to try to bring you what I can. All right, says J8450. Hutch, I'm in Devil's Lake, and I'm cooked. Thanks for streaming. You bet. And it's hot. It's humid, as you can see. And there's a feels like temperature out here too that I can maybe put up for you as we go through. Let's see if I can get that wind chill heat index. There we go. That's called the heat index. And we're taking a look at that while it loads up. Bum-ba-dum. It's still thinking. It's calculating. It's still calculating. I don't know if it's going to be able to calculate. Okay, I'll get that later. It's not that big of a deal. I really want to interact with you and keep you abreast of what's going on. Again, Minot storms are approaching you. We'll have that for you. Bismarck, there's a storm just southwest of you. We're going to keep you up to date with what's going on there as well. Now let's go back to our single site radar data out here out in western North Dakota, and let's get on with it. And now we do have those storms again, all severe, all punching right into the south side of Minot right now. We should be able to have a pretty good view of this, but I do want to look at the radar, what's moving into Minot from the Deering radar site. Let's go. Now, this is going to be a very close radar, meaning we're going to be looking at the lowest scan possible near the ground, okay, because it's so close to the radar site. This is showing a whole bunch of cells. This is not one thunderstorm, folks. This is one updraft here with a hail core, another updraft here with a hail core, another updraft here with a hail core. These could be maturing storms where the hail's growing, or they could be on the end of their life cycle storms where the hail is dropping out of them. Another storm, another storm. You get the picture. There's like 10 thunderstorms between Minot and Max right now. And in this area, there's going to be places that get missed. This looks like a solid line of rain. Why did I get missed? Here is why. You're looking at raindrops up in the cloud that the radar sees. They could be in an updraft and they don't fall maybe in this place, and they don't fall maybe in this place right here, but they're there. Maybe you have hail and it's blue over you between Max and Benedict. Maybe the radar is seeing the hail in the sky and it hasn't started falling out yet. That's why it can be so variable, and that's why I know you grumble and throw bricks at the TV to those TV meteorologists like Hutch and say, you don't know what you're talking about. I want to be clear. I have time to articulate, and that's what makes Hutch's weather different than sometimes watching. When I was in broadcast meteorology, I had X number of seconds to get the message across, and now it's all dictated by you. Minot, you got a risk for some strong thunderstorms. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, 1.5-inch hail. The wind threat has been observed, by the way, and the hail is an estimate from the Doppler radar. This is a huge area of warning. Look at this big old box from Deering, Carpio, all the way out to Stanley, Berthold, all the way to McCody and Partial. That's a huge box. Not every town in this area is going to get hit, but if you're up by McCody, just to the north of you on 23 here, we got a hail core. This, once it starts dropping out of the sky, could mean business out there as it works its way through your particular area, so keep that in mind. We also want to go ahead and take a little look at the stream or the loop, a short loop, so you can get a feel for the movement. It's moving right into Dodge, and Dodge is Minot. So on the south side of Minot, as Highway 2 goes out of town here, that's where it's going to move in first, then it'll get into the Souris River Valley here. As it moves on, you got big time heavy rain moving through. Max, Benedict, it's moving towards you. These are some pretty good hailers here. There's probably a better chance at the 1.5-inch hail near Max, just to the north and west, south and east of Max here on the highway out towards Benedict, and that's what that looks like. Just moving through Garrison, we had a little bit of what looked like a hail core, but probably the largest hail core in this cluster is moving through the area of McCody right now, and it's moving off to the north parts and heading off towards Berthold. Now on Lake Sakakawea, you can see the other end of it. We do have stout thunderstorms right here. Another one that's been forming over Halliday with a brand new warning out for this storm right here. And it's, boom, popping its way right up to the south shores of the big lake there. So again, if you happen to be camping, get out of a camper. The wind from these storms being upwards of 70 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour tonight. We're talking about trees snapping, falling on people's campers blowing over. The wind, by the way, from these storms will be coming at you the direction they're blowing. So in all likelihood, if you get a gust of wind, straight line winds, these winds will come from the southwest and blow toward the northeast. If you are in the path of these storms here, you see the individual thunderstorm cells are moving southwest to northeast. So the same thing applies. Just moving out of Pick City, it looks like we've got a hail core measurement there. Let's go ahead and take a gander at what size hail. It was 9/10 of an inch, and that's what we call nickel-sized hail, or 0.88 inches. So that's what moved through the Pick City area moments ago, and that's heading up into the area of Velva. So if you were watching from Velva, that's your answer to your question. It does look like we have some pretty wild weather in store for you folks as we go through your evening tonight. Let me put this high. Pardon me, I'm still adjusting my my screens here to give you the very best coverage that I can. And thank you so much for your gifts, everybody. Your gifts and support of Hutch's Weather help keep Hutch's Weather going and growing. I'm telling you what, we're doing some good things here with Hutch's Weather. Having my own weather app, I couldn't be more proud, and a new website as well that was launched. You can always get weather information on those platforms. Okay, with your questions, let's go back to those. I believe I left off down here with FJ. Do you believe steel will get supercells? Yes, there's a reasonable chance. You're right in the middle of the whole basket of severe weather risk. You're in the middle of the basket of what's going on right now with regards to the outbreak of storms. Now, if you see right now, it looks a little bit quieter down here than this cluster up here. The timing with each of these different clusters is going to be a little different. And I do have a video on my channels here that you can take a look at on another device. So you can watch this live on your YouTube big screen TV, and then you can have your hand here and say, oh, there's Hutch's forecast video. We will take timeouts from time to time to go over forecast data as well. So right now, the strongest cell is tail hook Charlie, way down at the end of the whip. Those are the areas we could get the big spinners, by the way. Oftentimes in a cluster or mess like this, they can get embedded with rain, and you're in between multiple thunderstorm cells here. They can be harder for meteorologists like good old Hutch here to predict or even see. New warning for you folks up in that area of Crosby, it looks like. Boom, right there. As this one's exiting near Westby, it became severe. Look at it. Hail core aplenty just in that particular area. So a new thunderstorm warning was issued for that particular area for that storm that's exiting up in that general vicinity of Esteban. So that's what's going on there. More questions, more comments. So yes, I do believe that the steel area, if you look at you right here in Kidder County, and I'm not a Kidderan, it could be serious business by the time the storm moves here. I do want to point out again, multiple times, I'll do it tonight, not every community is going to get gully washed or whacked or smacked with severe weather tonight. But we want you on your toes, and we want you staying informed. If storms approach your area and you're hearing the rumbles of thunder, tonight's the night that you want to take a moment, stop, check with Hutch's stream. You can go away, enjoy your evening. You hear the thunder? Come back. I'm here. I'll let you know what's going on. Got it? Is it a deal? I hope so, because that's what makes this unique. I can answer your questions. When I was on TV, I could look at you all day through the box and not hear a word you were saying. And sometimes that's not bad, and sometimes I miss it. And I love talking to you. So thanks. All right, Cedar Fox, thank you. FJ, thank you. Looking at worried for the Devil's Lake to Jamestown area. And if that's a question or a statement, we're all worried about Devil's Lake to Jamestown. Notice that this watch box for tornadoes is not in effect there as I turn on another fill light here. So we do have the risk of severe weather later tonight. I'm telling you, we have a risk of very stout thunderstorms. And if you live in Iowa, I cover Iowa, parts of Iowa, I cover South Dakota as well. We're going to be having a risk of severe weather developing down here in parts of southern South Dakota tonight, moving into Iowa with all modes of severe weather possible in the wee hours of the night. I'll be here to cover the skies for you because it's what I do. All right, let's see what we got going on here. What's the likelihood for the FM area? All right, let's get to a forecast discussion here and see if I can help a few of you out right quick. For that, we're going to sneak over to a few graphics. Let's talk about severe weather risk right now, and we'll go with that. Number one to know about is because those dew points that we just talked about are so high, we're going to have a lot of moisture in the air. A lot of moisture in the air can dump a heck of a lot of rain. So we're going to have rainfall amounts that we don't typically see here in the drier northern plains, where Rugby, North Dakota is as far away from an ocean as you can possibly get on this continent. So because of that, we're going to have some areas with 2+ inches of rain and even 4+ inches of rain. Likewise, what I've been talking about, not everybody in this pink area is going to get 2 inches of rain. There's a range here. Some of you will get missed completely like I did the other night. I went out after all the rain and thunderstorms, danced around the Fargo area, and here at my home base broadcast center and home studios in Moorhead, Minnesota, I had 0.2 0.02 inches of rain. That's 2/100ths of an inch. That was it. So even though this looks like a good night for Fargo, Grand Forks, Crookston, all the way out towards you folks in Bemidji, Park Rapids, Wadena, Fergus Falls, how about Detroit Lakes? How about you folks down here as you get out towards Morris, Benson, Grant County, Douglas County, whoa, straight down to the I-90 corridor. This is only until Wednesday morning at 6. And we will have more storms forming down here as we go through the morning. There will be spots that get missed in between. That's the point. Big time heavy rain. 4 inches of rain can produce some flash flooding, so we'll keep our eyes on that. But as dry as we have been, I'll take it. This is your severe risk for this Tuesday. Numerous severe in the yellow area. It's called an enhanced risk area. A few tornadoes, and in parentheses, some could be strong. What is strong? EF2 is strong, and that's where we could be at. We could see a few of those. I'm not saying everybody in this is going to see one, but that is it. We'll go through the details. Hail up to 3 inches in diameter. We might see an outlier there, might be a little more, and many will get smaller size, like the pea-size hail driven by 60-mile-per-hour winds we just heard of out west. Gusts to 90 miles per hour. Now, the slight risk area, that means less numerous of severe chances. The risk is a little bit lower, but some of these areas still have a risk for a few tornadoes and maybe even some strong ones in the far western fringes. And also we do have that risk for the gusts lasting into the overnight. And one change that's happened today is we've included, and we've drawn this line to include more of you in northwest Iowa. So keep that in mind, Spencer, as we're working our way into the evening tonight, southern Minnesota as well. Now, when we continue to venture on a little closer, you can see the communities that are in the enhanced area. That's where the highest risk of severe is. We'll say numerous severe storms will be likely. It's already happening. Dickinson to Williston, we have a few severe thunderstorms out there. I expect that to be the case. So we'll call it several severe in the yellow. That does include Lake of the Woods County, you folks in Koochiching, all the way down to Sauk Center, Wadena County, and right down towards Mankato, Wilmer. Also out towards St. Cloud and the western fringes of the metro area. So watch out if you happen to be in those particular communities, as people are trying to get a hold of Hutch here apparently. So pardon me. As we take a look at the green spot behind me, this is where we call storms in these areas will flirt with severe criteria, but it's not expected to be widespread. So we'll call it a spotty severe, cannot be ruled out from the eastern metro through Hudson, Eau Claire, Ladysmith, all the way out towards Superior and Ashland, and the Apostle Islands is in a green area, and that green area is called garden variety ordinary thunderstorms that are not expected to be severe for your particular area. That defines all of those categories for you. Now we're looking at the tornado risk area. So this blob here, that's where the greatest risk in the northern plains of tornadoes will be, all the way from Grand Island, Nebraska, and the I-70 corridor there, I-80 rather, as you go through Nebraska, I-29 corridor, all the way down to Omaha, Nebraska, and straight up to the international border. There is a risk of severe weather, obviously, for our neighbors in southern Manitoba as well. The yellow is the area of the greatest risk of tornadoes tonight. It includes you in Minot. It includes Bismarck, it includes Jamestown, Valley City, Devils Lake, Rolla, Rugby, Cavalier, Langdon, Valhalla, and also Grand Forks and Fargo. Now notice, this has been scooched over ever so slightly into western Minnesota. So the greatest risk of tornadoes is still possible here, and the storms will not get here till likely midnight. That's just a hint. Nocturnal storms could be tornadic tonight. The 5% risk area also has a risk of some tornadoes. That goes right into Lakes Country. So whether you're in Polk County, all the way up in towards areas near the area near Bemidji, straight down into the area near Park Rapids, and down into the southwestern corner of Minnesota and northern parts of Iowa, anywhere in this hatched area, you see the grid that's on here, is where we might see some strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater. And that does include Fargo, and it does include Detroit Lakes. It does include Fergus Falls. It doesn't mean, folks, that it's going to happen, but it is a possibility. The ingredients are going to be there tonight. So I hope that helps you understand what Hutch's graphic is here and what it means. Now, when we look at the risk for hail tonight, the greatest risk is in North Dakota, central South Dakota, north central parts of Nebraska. However, we may see very large hail to 3 inches last into the night and push its way into western Minnesota and western Iowa as well. So anywhere that's hatched, that's where the big hail could be possible. 3-inch hail possible in this hatched area here, but the greatest risk will be 30% of the area. 30% of the area will see large hail within about 50 miles of a point. So that gives you an idea of just how numerous these thunderstorms could be that produce the big hail. When you get into the yellow area, we're talking closer to a 15% in the yellow area risk of severe weather. That includes the 3-inch diameter hail. And that's an explanation of that. Thank you. If you like what I'm saying here and it's making sense to you, drop it in the comments. Let me know. All right. Now, when we take a look at the wind threat tonight, we could be talking about a big burper. What does Hutch mean by a big burper? That's a storm that's going to really blow. And I mean straight line wind blow. The pink area has the greatest chance at seeing gusty straight line wind damage tonight. 45% chance. That does include Grand Forks, Hallock. It does include you folks out there not far from Karlstad, the Devil's Lake Basin, all the way along Highway 2 to the international border through Minot, Bismarck, all the way down through Wishick, Ashley, Napoleon, and Oaks, all the way in towards you folks in Enderlin and straight south. We do have a 30% risk surrounding it, and that's surrounded by a 15% risk of gusts to 90 miles per hour. I was typing fast. I was working hard. Sorry about that. Now, as you take a look, the wind risk and high wind risk with gusts to 90 miles per hour are possible in parts of northwestern Iowa, include Sioux Falls, Omaha, and just into the western fringes near Rogers and all of you fine folks in the Twin Cities down towards Rochester. And we're looking at areas down there. As we go south of the Twin Cities on I-35, Brainerd Lakes area, you're included. All of Lakes area here in central Minnesota is included in that risk, and that does mean Bemidji, you are on the call again, and Hutch will be here for you if those windy bags blow their way towards you. Now let's take a look at what's going on. Once again, this is the severe weather risk. That was kind of a repeat all the way down to parts of West Kansas as we go through tonight. Even the panhandle of Oklahoma seeing a chance of storms. And again, I'm going to focus my efforts tonight on the northern plains. That's the home base for me, and I really appreciate your trust. That's where my experience is. That's where I feel like I have the most to offer you with our varying climate locally elsewhere. This is Wednesday's risk. So as we go through tomorrow, everywhere from the Red River Valley in North Dakota and Minnesota has a risk of severe weather. Yellow being slight, enhanced here from Minneapolis to Duluth. So it's another day of severe weather from the Red River Valley and western parts of North Dakota and Minnesota. All the way out into parts of Wisconsin, most of Wisconsin, Green Bay, Milwaukee might be spared a little bit, but you're in it. And then as you look up to Duluth and the south shore of Lake Superior, right into the Chicagoland area is where that risk slides tomorrow. We do have a risk for some pretty good rainfall potential. We went over that. Let's get back to our storms and just double check that things are looking okie dokie. And questions as we get started. Pardon me, I got a drink of some lemon water here. Numerous hail reports now coming in northwest parts of North Dakota. A number of storms are blossoming through Sioux County, Grant County, southwest of the Bismarck-Mandan area. So it's looking like an increased likelihood that Bismarck gets hit by severe weather, I believe on the anniversary of June 9th. And I just can't remember the year. Was that I can't remember the year. Was that 2005? It was something like that. May have been 2001. At any rate, it was a long time ago. Hutch was there working, covering a huge hailstorm out there. Here's your radar. Okay, so as you take a look, we have a cluster of storms, numerous storms moving into Minot. Now it's starting to take a backward C shape to the whole cluster of storms, meaning this cluster of storms is becoming organized. When a number of storms, like a dozen, 2 dozen storms start organizing, their outflows interact with each other and they help support each other into the hours of the night. And that can be called a mesoscale convective system. So this MCS looks like it's organizing and it's taking on a shape here of a low pressure system. So the outflow becomes the cold front extending from the area of low pressure. So keep that in mind. So these storms can create their own weather and actually create more storms as rain-cooled air is blasted out into the hot, humid air in advance of the storm, and that can cause them to have more energy and last longer into the night. Let's take a look at some of these northwest North Dakota hail reports down here. Let's see. This is the one that prompted the warning in all likelihood. The little yellow ball you see here was 1 3/4 inch hail from a train spotter out there. Mostly small, but a few golf balls out there. Yikes, that's no fun, Fortuna. Thank you for your report. Appreciate it. 1 3/4 inch hail. Most of that hail is now out of Fortuna, but look at this. You kind of see that this storm here was that's an updraft that formed right over Fortuna, and it's now slowly lifting up to the north into parts of southern Canada here as we look out towards Saskatchewan. But that's also another storm just blossoming and forming right over the top of the border here. Most of the severe weather now out of the county, although we have a brand new cell that's going to shave off to the left side of Fortuna in the next few minutes. And again, this warning has been shaved off a little bit on the south side now, as you can see with the latest warning right there. So they shaved off the south side. Observed 1 3/4 inch, and there is a considerable damage threat from the hail from this storm as it works its way up into parts of southern Saskatchewan. Wild Rose, look at this. Moving towards Noonan is a big-time hail core on the Highway 5 corridor. This one right here, the hail core itself is moving off to the east with the whole storm moving on the north side. So we've got those south winds and southeast winds fueling into this storm, and that's creating a very powerful updraft right here that's creating a hail core. And that hail core above the ground is growing and growing, and it's moving in the general direction of Noonan. Now, because it's showing this propensity to move this way, it may just move very close to the south side of Noonan and on Highway 2 and head into that Columbus area outside of the warned area. That would be a concern as well. So as we take a look here on the west side, now you're looking up north and west of the Newtown area on the good old Missouri River Valley here and Lake Sakakawia's far extent out here. We have a strong cell there with some hail moving out in kind of in no man's land, but it is heading in the general direction of you folks in Ross and Stanley. It's going to be passing to the west of you as it moves to the north and east as well. Now, in Minot, here's what's going on. I'd love to have your reports. You can upload your photos to hutchesweather.com. It looks like some hail made its way over town. This tornado warning, we have a new tornado warning right now that has been issued. I'm going to stop this. So here we go. This includes Sawyer and Velva. Velva, I know I had a viewer there. Sawyer, Surrey, Granville, Deering, and the radar site all in the path of a tornado warning right in here. This is radar data, so it's showing me raindrops and hailstones. I don't see a classic hook shape on this. There's a little notch right in here. Let's take a look at the velocity data and see what we can see from the Deering radar. The Deering radar is located right here where you see the cone of silence, where the radar has no data in there. Looking down this way, we do have some areas of shear along the leading edge. Right here is where we do have some reds, right immediately next to some greens. Let's see if this is a tornado that's been spotted. It's a radar indicated tornado, so we don't have confirmation of one on the ground, but now is the time in Velva, Sawyer, Surrey to seek shelter immediately. Get out of campers, get out of tents, get out of the porta potty, get out of manufactured mobile homes and seek shelter in a more sturdy structure. This is moving north at 55 miles per hour as we take a look at that warning that's been issued by the National Weather Service. So again, if I zoom in really close, I might be able to see some of the area here. I'm going to take a look at a couple of other high resolution radar products here and see what we got. We do have that area. This is looking at how the targets that the radar hits are different in their horizontal and vertical orientation. And if we have a perfectly round hailstone, then the differences are 0 between these two different oriented beams. But if we do have, say, a pancaked raindrop or, say, debris in the air, you're going to get wildly different reflectivity values in certain areas. This is target difference. The differences are high. That's what you would expect in a very windy and turbulent atmosphere out here. So we have high differences in the targets right down here in the south central part of the warned area. And then that is where we are seeing a little bit of a lowering as well of the similarity of targets. So there's a little confirmation that south of Sawyer here, there was some possible spinning in that storm. So here again is a look at straight velocity. This is the radar in Deering. It's going to get a very good look at the winds because those winds will be blowing right towards it. Remember I was saying the gusts would come from the southwest to northeast. So let's take a look at the speed of the velocity of these winds that the radar is picking up in the Sawyer area. So I did see what I thought was a 50 or 82. There's some incoming in green. Incoming velocities there, outgoing here, and boom, 20s. That's not what I'd expect. But remember, the storm's moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So the outgoing winds can be affected because the whole storm is moving towards you. Now we'll look at the storm relative velocities here. And what we see with regards to that is where the leading edge of the wind here is interacting with some outflow. Here is some flow towards the radar, and we do have some shear in this general vicinity right here. So dangerous situation showing up right here on the radar screen. Let's go ahead and time this into your area here. We'll take it along the leading edge of the thunderstorm right now. So we'll go back to this view, what we're all normally used to looking at. In Surrey, the leading edge of the storm is here. The rotating part of the storm is here where this little arrowhead is, and it's working its way through. I am going to turn on the TVS cell here really quick and show you, see if that's still lighting up. There we go. Okay, so this takes a second to populate here. I'm just kind of looking, double checking my numbers and my math. And now let's see here. Okay, so we got a couple of cells showing up. It's still calculating. I want to look at this. Okay. Northeast 55. Okay, let's track this into our communities right now. Here's the leading edge of the tornado warned cluster of cells, and it'll be along this leading edge where we likely do have that risk for tornadoes, and it's moving off to the northeast at a clip of about 55 miles per hour. We're going to put it at closer to 60 because it takes a period of time for the scans to take hold. There's a lot of information on the screen here, but what I want to boil it down to is I draw this leading edge of the storm with the embedded tornado moving north. It's moving towards Granville. It will be in Granville by 7:14. If you happen to be in Velva, Sawyer, if you happen to be in the Minot area, you should be seeking shelter in an interior room. The warning does not include Minot, but these are the areas that it is including. So Surrey, Sawyer, you need to be in your tornado safe areas. The threat is still in your area right now. And as we look out towards Velva, that is another area we need to be watching for. So these areas, the storm is over you, imminent tornado threat right now. If you are endearing to Granville or anywhere here on the Highway 2 corridor, please seek shelter. Now get to the lowest floor that you can possibly get to. If you do have a basement, that's the best. You're down below the level of all the flying debris that a tornado can kick up. That gives you the best chance at surviving tornadoes. Now, if you're like Hutch and the studio has windows next to you, you want to get into a window-free area, putting as many walls between you and the tornado as you can, putting as many walls between you and the debris as you can. You need to be getting out of mobile homes, manufactured homes, or any structure that is not securely attached to the foundation. So that means any vehicle, any RV, any camper, anything like that whatsoever. Get out of those and get into a sturdy structure as this system approaches. Again, moving northeast towards Granville and Deering in the near future is a tornado warning. That's our first tornado warning of the night. We're going to take a look at this and see what we can see from our DOT cameras and the like in the area. Why not? Because they're a tool and a resource in North Dakota. So as we take a look at this now, what we're going to take a peek for is Minot area and off to the west. So let's look on the east side of town at what's coming. There might be a view here. Oh, there it was. We do have a view of some, you can kind of see it's kind of overexposed here, but we definitely have some very bright low cloud base right over here as we have some windy storms pushing their way in. Look at the trees bowing down. This is again on the far east side of Minot on Highway 2 as you're coming into town. Those trees are blowing out of the storm and towards the city and community of Minot right now. And that's what we're seeing from that perspective. Let's go down to this one here. This is on Highway 2, a little bit farther out of town. Again, you cannot see very far with the heavy rain that's coming down with this storm right now. We're not going to be able to view into the storm from that perspective. So now let's get back over to the other side of the storm. I do have a report here of a 72 mile per hour wind just to the southwest of Sawyer. 72 mile per hour wind gust measured just off to the southwest of Sawyer. This was just now at 6:50 or so. So please keep that in mind. Now this is the area that the storm has moved through, and now you're looking on the back side of the storm. You can kind of see the structure that the clouds have. There is the lowering base of that cloud right there. It looks like to me that is just above the ground surface there. So that's what's moving its way northward into the areas of Velva right now, heading towards Deering and Granville as it's moved out of that particular area. So those are the cameras I do have available on that side of Minot. Let's go to the north side of Minot. Oh my goodness, look at that. That there is a worm drowner right there. That thing is coming down hard and fast, and that I'm not seeing any hailstones on that road surface yet, but it's a downpour, a gully washer. pressure, a frog strangler working its way out toward the base out there right now on the north side of Minot. You are in a severe thunderstorm up there, and it's been raining for some time. So Highway 83 North getting inundated with some very, very heavy rain. We can maybe look at the sky and cluster of storms from the west, and this is what we're seeing here if we can get a view to the west. We're not seeing much but road there, but that's what these cameras are made for, so that's what's going on there. And now let's take a look at what's going on with the cluster of storms moving in towards the partial area. Palermo, let's see. All right, so here we go. I don't have a camera exactly in the right spot, but here's the Forebears Bridge. And oh my goodness, look at this. This is an updraft part of the storm. You can see the daylight behind it and all downdraft behind the terrain out there as something wicked comes this way, as they would say. A lot of little towers building up outside the overpass of the Missouri River there as it's being dammed up, and there's some stormy clouds on that side of the storm. All right, down to the south, getting down in the general vicinity of you folks in and around Pick City and Garrison. Those storms are moving out of this area right now, and this is what it looks like as you take a look at the big lake. Here is some low clouds out there. Again, a tornado warning is in effect. If you happen to be in Velva or parts of near Granville, seek shelter in that interior room right now away from the windows. We have another tornado warning out near Crosby and in Noonan. So that storm that we were talking about near Noonan has also become tornadic, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning in the area as well. We're going to get back to that radar right now. Here we go. It's getting very busy, folks. I'm going to do my best to cover these multiple storms. And again, I'll try to get to questions in between while I can. Here is a look at this storm. It's moving into close to Noonan. That hail core is moving this way. Do you see this little bite taken out of the storm on that side? Let's look at the velocity on that. This is farther away from the radar site. This is Deering. Red. Wind blowing away from Deering here. Boom. Wind blowing towards Deering here. So in this zone right here, we have the chance for that tornado right here where the arrowhead is. That's the tornado, and it's moving up to the north and east. And it's heading towards Columbus. It's heading towards Portal. It's going to be very, very close to Noonan. If you're in anywhere on Highway 5, just off to the east of Crosby, please be seeking shelter in your tornado shelter. Look at the hail size. We're talking nearly baseball-sized hail. Do not stand outside even with the helmet and bat because we got a tornado warning out here. We have a north-northeast motion at 25 miles per hour. We know where the center of that storm is. We're going to go ahead and draw the rotating part of the storm here. Okay, we're going to take this area, this whole area, and we're going to move it northeast. And it says it's moving at 25 miles per hour. That's a lot slower than many of these other storms across the area. This tornadic thunderstorm is going to be in Noonan now. It says 23. That's when the rotating part, but the hail core is just shaving the south side of town, and it's moving towards Columbus and will be near you by 7:37. These times are all Central Daylight Time, since that's where Hutch's home base clock is set up at. So please keep that in mind if you happen to be out there in areas where we do have some mountain time viewers out there. 1-inch magnitude hail in south of Crosby reported here, the Westby area, 1 3/4 inch diameter hail. So in and around Noonan to Columbus, Lignite, Portal, all of these areas very close to what we have going on now. I'm going to take another look at some cameras and see if we can see anything in this particular area. We'll start with the DOT cameras that we were just looking at, and I will go ahead and take a look at the corner of the state and see if we can see that. Let's look from the south, see if we got the dark skies for sure. A little bit away. This is Columbus, and this is what's heading towards you. So there is a lowering of the cloud base, folks. So if you draw a circle right around this, see the rain? We can't see sunlight behind this. That's rain way out beside it. But this is what's called a wall cloud. That is a lowering of the cloud base. The air and the pressure there is lower. So the cloud forms lower to the ground there. So when you see a flat base of a thunderstorm like this and you see it pooching down, that is a wall cloud. If that wall cloud is rotating, which we saw rotation on the radar, if that rotation or that cloud is rotating, wall clouds are where most tornadoes come from. Now notice we have a lowering of this cloud base back here. Storms can cycle and form where one wall cloud kind of gives up, another one can form on the backside here. Here you have scary looking clouds underneath that base. This is taken from the view of Columbus, North Dakota, right near the international border. Highway 5. As you look off to the distance, you can see this storm again. So you're looking back toward the storm that's in the Noonan area right now with its clouds scraping the ground. Let's take a look at what we have going on from, let's see if we can see it all the way from here. Fortuna. Okay, nope, we're seeing a lot of shots of the ground there. So thank you very much for all of your information on these storms. Let me go ahead and take a look at that again. If you're in Noonan, Columbus area of northwest parts of North Dakota, you should be seeking shelter right now. We have a tornado warning for the storm that is in your area at this particular time. We will take a quick peek at our friends Endon sites here and see what we can see from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. It's got pretty dense period of cameras here. Take a look, looking northwest. This is Columbus right here. We got dark skies. This is a rain-free base. You can kind of see that there's rain falling behind it or more clouds, but that's where we have an updraft right there. So you're looking at the storm that's moving towards you, but this is kind of looking to the northwest of Columbus. I'm not sure exactly where this site is, but from the site near Columbus, we're looking into the northwesterly direction and we're seeing this particular storm. And looking at the radar, this would be the storm that we're watching with the tornado warning on it. So that's a very good view there. Let's see, I don't have any other views on this particular camera. So let's bop over to this one. That's Noonan. Let's look at the Noonan camera. Here we go. We definitely do have a lot of rain and hail, and we do have the what looks like white back here. So a lot of times when we get hail falling out, has a different color being reflected by the sunlight out there. It can be a lot brighter sometimes. So keep that in mind. We may have that pretty good hail core with the near 3-inch diameter hail potential moving right just south of Noonan now. And we continue with the coverage now of tornado warnings in north central parts of North Dakota, near Minot, North Dakota, Surrey, North Dakota, as well as Noonan and Columbus, North Dakota at this time. Back to the radar site we go. And again, if you are in these areas, please seek shelter in that interior room. And kids, if you're watching Hutch here, thanks for watching. If you're in these areas, just get to your family's safe room. And again, this storm is on the doorstep of Columbus. There's a little bit of time left before it gets to you. If you are in Columbus, please be aware a tornadic storm is heading in your general direction. 7:37 is when it is expected to arrive in your area. It's 7:16. You have time to make sure that you get down to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. You want to get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes, trailer houses, campers, and the like, and get into a more sturdy structure. And then get to the lowest floor possible and put as many walls between you and the flying debris as you can. So you have time to do that now in Columbus, but not a lot. So take action, and now is the time to take action. Here is our couplet, the velocity couplet. We're looking from the radar site in Deering, North Dakota. And that is the shear and the spin on the storm right there. It's just south of Noonan. How far south, you say? I'll try to get a linear measurement for you. So here's Noonan, pardon me. And it's 6 miles just southeast of Noonan now, and it's making its directional movement right in the general direction of Columbus. This does, though, if I go ahead and loop it, I have this sneaking suspicion that that part of the storm might be moving due east. Let's take a look. So it's moving very slowly north. So Columbus, yeah, you can kind of see the movement of this area of spin and shear is moving from here, where we first saw it, and now it's up to here. Okay, so that's definitely moving in a northeasterly direction, 25-ish miles per hour, and that is a dangerous situation there. Again, please seek shelter in an interior room. Stay away from the windows. If you're in the basement, get away from the windows. It's also not a bad idea to consider getting underneath things like a stairwell or a desk that offer some additional support should something come crashing into the house. All right, checking in on the tornado warning here. Let's get a big view so I'm not missing anything. Bismarck area, Grant County, Morton County, and Sioux County under severe thunderstorm warning. Now we're going to check in on this tornado warned storm moving right toward the Deering radar site right now. Here's the radar site, by the way, that we're using to gather the data. This is very strong outflow from these thunderstorms making their way in. Very gusty gusty winds. Those winds could exceed 70 miles per hour. Here's our rotating part of the storm. It too is racing its way through Granville right now and Deering right now. Those storms are severe, and we do have a tornado warning in effect for this particular line of storms. This radar is so close to the activity now, if I pause it, it's going to be looking at the very base of the clouds. So it's in a perfect position to see what we need to see. What we are looking for here for a classic radar signature would be some very bright reds next to some bright greens. We have plenty of bright greens in here, and with storm relative velocity, we should be able to see a little bit more of a clear signature, but we're seeing an ugly spot here, and we're seeing another little period of rotation or area of rotation here, possibly on the backside of the storm down here. We could have some rotation. So this entire area has a few different areas where we could be seeing some shear or spin in the clouds. And this area is also another one that's just off to the east of Granville. I'll take a look at a couple cameras here for you folks to show you what we can see if we can be helpful or get some confirmation. Looking at the National Weather Service stuff that you'll be seeing on the crawl, though, showing that the north movement at 55 miles per hour, it's a fast mover. It's still a radar indicated tornado. So with this one, again, I'd like to say this, you need to stay in your warned area, but it doesn't look like a clear indication. Maybe the strongest rotation right here on the edge of the storm right there, warning. So it's on the edge of the storm warning. Now out to take a peek at some cameras real quickly. Let's go back to the end-on sites here and let's see what we got going on. And we will go ahead and pop into the area pretty close to, let's see if we can get to the Granville Towner area and near Deering. So let's take a look. Upham would be good too. Thanks for your patience with me, because I've got 17 computer screens and windows with me, and I get to do all my own switching, all my own mic work. I hope everything is sounding good and you're hearing good. And again, if you're just joining me, my name is Hutch Johnson. I've been a meteorologist covering the weather up here in the Northern Plains for the better part of 30 years. This is a look to the west of Bantry at the line of storms that's blowing out. We got low skies, but look at the huge amounts of rain showing up on the backside of that storm as well. Here's an updraft part of a new storm that's starting to form. That's Bantry on the north side of the tornado warned storm heading in that general direction. Looking at this from Max Bass, okay, we can't see much there. We do see a snowfall measuring stick. That's good. Let's go out to Sawyer here. Now we can see that we've got a downburst of rain, and I want to point this little feature out right here. We see rain moving through. The rain cools the air as it's falling out of the cloud. Rain evaporates, cooling the air, and it gets denser, heavier, and it falls faster and faster. It hits the ground, it starts spreading out, and this is called a rain foot. So this indicates there's gusty winds along the leading edge of that rain foot right there. Sometimes, if it curls back up, we call those microbursts. So we can get very, very rapid outbursts from these thunderstorms, downbursts, if you will, of energy, and that wind hits the ground and spreads out in all different directions. So a pretty good example there as we take a look from the Minot area. Oh my goodness, look at the rain standing in the field. And here is the edge of a supercell thunderstorm you can see back here. So we've got some of you are likely seeing mammatus clouds, some swirling in the clouds up here as this area of rotation is working its way through. Look how low that appears to be to the ground as the earth might be spinning away from us there a little bit. But in any way, that big, huge, massive supercell storm that we're looking at from Minot's view here, and we're looking west of Minot, then that is a supercell thunderstorm with a very, very low base attached to it. As you look west of Minot, the tornado warning there's the Minot station we just looked at. We were looking west, and right here and moving that way is the area of the tornado. Again, this is the Sawyer view, but this is looking to the east, so in the opposite direction of some of this thunderstorm's activity. That's one of the things that happens. We cannot control where all of these cameras are pointed, obviously, but we can sure take a look, and they offer valuable insight into where the downdraft is, where the updraft is. I don't have a lot of cameras to show you here. Let's look from the base again. Then we got the low-hanging clouds, the heavy rain that's moved through, and look at all these little scud clouds on the backside, almost touching the ground there as you look out at the base. This is another view across the Highway 83 corridor, inundated with torrential rain making its way through that area, and that's what I have to offer with regards to that. Now let's go back to a few of your questions, and we'll take a look at the storm cells moving in the general direction of Bismarck-Mandan right now. Here is a severe thunderstorm warning. I'll get this back on regular view so you can see. You're probably able to see this. And if you are in the areas near Mandan and Fort Lincoln, you're probably hearing the rumbles of thunder right now. A northeast movement at 44 miles per hour, 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour gusts are the estimates from the National Weather Service. So moving northeast at 44 miles per hour. You can take a look at this little arrowhead. Here's the cluster of activity, and it's moving right in the general direction of Bismarck, Mandan, Lincoln, Menoken, and you folks in all of the eastern reaches of Burleigh County. And if you happen to be out here and you're talking just on the edge of town as you drop into the Bismarck, Mandan area right here, as you turn that corner, that is where you start going downhill. There are terrain impacts that can impact storms of this magnitude or whatnot. So as that storm drops down and into the Bismarck-Mandan Valley, you may not be able to see from Mandan this cloud. If you're on the lower side of town, it's over on the other side of the hill, but it is a brewing and it is a coming your way. This part of the storm, not particularly severe. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. The warning is for this bad boy right here, getting ready to cross over the flasher area right now and points just off to the east. So that is where we do have a hail core. I need to turn on the Bismarck radar. It's a heck of a lot closer than the Minot one to see in more detail of the hail core. So we do have a hail core heading towards Mandan right now. It'll be on the west side of Mandan, the way it looks right now. An outflow boundary here. We do have another few thunderstorm cells that are all kind of attached together and training, all moving in a more northeasterly direction. We'll let this loop and load up while I'm speaking of it right now. This gives us an idea of where the hail core is here. There's an outflow boundary right here. You see that faint green thing? That is a burp of wind coming out of the storm and blowing out ahead of it. So these storms are traveling off to the east, if you see, right? But it's also expanding. So the individual cells look like they're moving this direction, northeast, with that arrow right there, okay? So the storms are moving northeasterly, but the whole line is moving easterly. If you are in Selfridge, if you are in the Solon area, heading your way, if you are in the 1804, 1806 highway corridors here of the Missouri River Valley, south of Bismarck and Mandan, get out of the campers and be prepared for some gusty winds. Here is what the warning is for. We went over this moments ago, but 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail possible from this line of cells. And because the radar is fairly close, we should be able to get a good measurement of the velocities coming out of the storm. I'm going to take a quick peek at this. And you know what? Since I don't take a break and run a commercial and come back here, I am just basically analyzing stuff in real time in front of you. So approaching Bismarck, Mandan, we have some measured velocities from the Doppler radar here that are on the order of 40 to 50 miles per hour with pockets that'll be higher. Remembering that that radar site is coming down out of the valley and it's trying to look over the top of some of the terrain there on the west side of the Missouri River Valley where it rises up and over. So we could be getting a little bit of blockage there. But we do have these winds blowing out from the storm. You can still see the outflow boundary right here, and that is caused by winds blowing this way. So westerly winds are being made by this storm, and the radar is measuring the component that's going northwesterly. So the values you see here need to be increased substantially because of mainly by the angle that it's making with the actual wind speeds coming out of the storm. So suffice it to say, we'll see some spots getting 60 mile per hour gusts from this. And as we look at this one for rotation here, look at this. Looks like we got a little twisty of a thunderstorm warning there in parts of South Dakota there on the South Dakota side of the river. So as we go down here, McIntosh, you have yourself a severe thunderstorm warning just for you. And it's likely because we got some 3/4 inch diameter hail from a cell starting up out there. That warning is in effect until 7:15. So just a little bit of worry in that part of South Dakota because of that particular storm cell. So that's what's moving its way towards the Bismarck-Mandan area. We see the outflow boundary as the thunderstorms themselves. We're seeing wind blowing toward the radar in green, away from the radar in red. So we do have some shear or spin on this storm that's moving through the flash area, but it's very weak and unorganized. Doesn't mean there's a tornado, but these storms are in a spinning or sheared environment, so we'll keep our eyes on that. And now I'm going to see, we still have our active tornado warnings for our northern counties. I'm going to pull this back up on the the Deering radar, and we'll see that well, now this is taking on an interesting thing here. So you got wind blowing in towards the Deering radar here. Here it's blowing away. So we got a unidirectional wind from the northwest out there now as the storm is working its way through. As we get a little higher in the sky, the wind changes direction and blows this way. That's called shear in the environment, and we're able to see that on the radar display here. Here is the tornado warned part of the storm right there. Boom, they just updated the warning now. So in real time here, the threat is gone. Granville, Deering, you can get out of your shelter areas in Surrey as well. The rotating part of the storm is now up here. We still have some wind threat up here. There is a tornado warning. We have rapidly moving wind toward the radar here and away from the radar here, but the main shear event is right over here, and that is going to be between Upham and Towner here as we look across the Highway 14 corridor in parts of north central North Dakota right now. That's all that's left of the tornado warning right now. Also, we could see some 1-inch hail with that cell. It's moving north at 56 miles per hour. So that is a look at the area of concern there. Now, if we go ahead and draw and time for you out ahead of the storm, as this area of rotation and shear, which is located essentially right in here. How come it's not following me anymore? My apologies. My crayon isn't working so good. Now remember, 56 miles per hour is pretty fast, so this one's racing to the north and east. If the rotation continues, it will be in the Upham area by about 7:38, 7:50, Gardena, as well as Bottineau by 8 p.m. We'll keep our eyes on this for you, but prepare in these areas for windy, severe thunderstorms and the possibility in a tornado watch that we could see tornado tonight. We do have an active tornado warning continuing. Look at this, Columbus. See how bright these are? These are stronger winds being picked up, movement toward the radar and then movement away from the radar. They're probably stronger because the radar is looking higher up in the sky, but nonetheless, that's where the rotating part is at that level of the atmosphere. So keep in mind, right on the Highway 5 corridor, the shear or the spin is moving right here, right now. If you are in Columbus, you need to be seeking shelter from this storm. Again, getting out of mobile homes, manufactured homes, and vehicles. And look at that, we're getting even some stronger shear now showing up at this. Outgoing winds at 120 miles per hour. So that's measuring outgoing winds at 120 miles per hour next to ingoing winds at 20 miles per hour. That's a lot of spin right there. And that could definitely be, that could be tornadoing right now. Let's take a look at what's going on. Here is correlation coefficient. This blue area here looks like it could be, this could be a tornado signature right here because we have a lower target similarity, meaning debris can create that blue. It is exactly where the rotation is in and over Columbus now. And then we should see red here. And yes, we do have some red showing that we could have some target with different reflectivities between a horizontally oriented beam and a vertically oriented beam. So with that said, there are some indications here that we could have a debris signature with this very close to Larson to Columbus. So if you're in these areas, I'm really concerned about this at the intersection of Highway 40 with the intersection of Highway 5, right there in northwest parts of North Dakota. I am going to pop up a camera view of this if I can at all and see if we can focus on what we're seeing with this storm right now. So as we go up into the northwest parts, here's Crosby right now. And as we take a look, we can see we're looking to the west, northwest here with the sun getting a little lower in the sky. We got a low cloud base out here. This is 7 miles south of Crosby and we're looking west. So that means the main event is up here. If we're 7 miles south of Crosby, we would like to be looking north with this camera. So unfortunately, that one may not be giving us a view of the possible tornado. Let's see if we can find a view from Columbus. Noonan might help. Okay, let's go right into Columbus. Here it is. So we definitely have some jagged clouds out here associated with this storm. Look how low everything is right here, folks, as we're taking a look at this tower. We're looking in a northwesterly direction right now. This is from the Columbus view. Columbus area is showing that the rotation is very tight right over. These clouds could be from what's called a rear flank downdraft where the wind is blowing out. And as that wind blows out and it's cooled by the rain that evaporates, it makes this little low cloud called a roll cloud or scud. See how this one here, this is a good example of a scud cloud. It's not attached to the parent thunderstorm at all. Those are often caused by rising pools of air that get forced up as this cold, dense air comes towards Hutch here, and then the warm air starts rising into the thunderstorm. It starts creating a new cloud. And that's how some of these supercell storms can continue. So this would be lovely to see behind the tower over here, but that might be the best view of this very dangerous storm that could be showing a tornado vortex signature on it right now. And in fact, we're now looking back at the single site radar data just north of Larson. So I put this up for you so we can look together. I'm sorry about that. Let's see what we got. Hail core plenty just north of Larson. Shear on this part of the storm, and a lot of shear at that taking place right there for the tornado warned storm. Let's see if we got any more information from the National Weather Service office here. Okay, it's still a radar indicated tornado. I don't assume that we have any chasers up in that area, but if you do have information on this storm, let me know. I hear a lot of dinging coming in. Thank you so much. I'm going to go down to the most recent input. Zach, thank you so much for sending stars. Kelly, thank you very much. Done. Might be in your spam since we aren't Facebook friends. I don't know, and I'm sorry. What's going on there? Yes, please. Yes, I took a screenshot a little bit ago if you want me to PM you. So is Fargo still at risk? Yes, Fargo is at risk. This is an answer to Samantha Christensen. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your trust. It's going to be late. We're talking on the order of midnight for us, maybe 1 a.m. So that's that. Grand Forks, yes, we'll go over your forecast. Dickinson in any of this? Dickinson was on the docket to see the development of the storms. Now it's moved off to the east of you. You are almost done with your risk in Dickinson, in Killdeer, and in Williston as this moves off to the east. So this is the main event going on right now. Bismarck, it's getting close to you. We'll be watching that. The whole Missouri River Valley, for anyone that happens to be out and about in that particular area tonight, please get out of your campers, folks. This line is going to be capable of not only a tornado, but also capable of straight line wind gusts that could exceed 60 miles per hour. It looks like the toughest and meanest part of this storm, located right here, will be clipping the south side of town. So Lincoln and the University of Mary on the south side of town right here, that place gets rocked with winds because the winds coming out of this storm moving northeast like that, going to head up that Missouri River Valley and straight up the hill. That could be pretty mean. So we'll keep our eyes on that as well. A smattering of developing thunderstorms here. A wind observation from this tornadic warned storm here of 68 miles per hour in Denby. That was 8 miles northwest of Denby. That was measured at 719 just moments ago. Stanley, we want to help you do things right, Stanley. And it looks like we've got ourselves some strong thunderstorms. Palermo seeing one cell working its way through with some hail. And again, we do have the Stanley area right here. This is a cluster, and that cluster is making its way to the north and east. So this Ross area storm is going to be pushing into Stanley shortly. I will be checking a lot of these storms as I cover them for shear. And yes, there is some spin and shear with this storm, but it's very high in the cloud. These are so far away from the storms from the radar endearing that it gets a little bit harder to read. So this is motion toward the radar. This is motion away, but the winds from this are blowing this way across the radar beam. All that said means that I can't trust this to give me a good, reliable view of the wind speed. But what I can see is we do have some areas of bright winds blowing towards Deering, and then up here some winds blowing away. Not very strong, but there are some. This storm has got shear. This area here has shear, but it's backwards, okay? So you got wind blowing toward the radar here, and now we've got this clockwise shear. That's not impossible to see a clockwise oriented funnel or tornado. That does happen from time to time. There's shear on this side of the storm and more on that side of the storm as well. So we'll keep you posted on that, but right now that main threat for the Stanley, Palermo area is going to be some big hail and 60 mile per hour winds. We're talking about 1.25 inch hail as it moves at 28 miles per hour. So I'll pop up an estimate for you. And whoop. There we go. All right. So here we go. This is the leading edge of the hail core. I'm drawing it in the red areas or pink areas here. And oh, my crayon didn't move fast enough for my computer. We got to get a better crayon. There we go. maybe not as accurate. But again, as we take a look at the movement of this storm, we're looking at Stanley 742, so now it's going to be making its way in. This hail core is punching in just a couple minutes, but you have the rain heading overhead. Again, just because it's showing red over Stanley doesn't mean it's raining hard in Stanley right now. This is high above the ground. The radar is seeing raindrops. So there may be a difference in timing based on the distance from the radar here. Ross is showing a hail core well above the ground over you. Is it hailing there? I'm not sure, but there's a hail core right over you. And as it moves into Stanley, it could be falling out. We have another hail core over here. Storm will be near Kenmare by 8:23. That's long enough where we'll keep you posted on that risk as we continue through our coverage here live. You're watching Hutch's Weather. If you're just watching and just tuning in, I'm a meteorologist who's been a chief meteorologist in broadcast television for the better part of 30 years, covering weather mainly in the northern plains and central plains over my career as a chief meteorologist. And now I'm streaming for you on all of my channels. So thank you so very much for your support. Thank you for taking the time to hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. I really do appreciate it. And if you happen to be tuning in on my Facebook feed, I really appreciate all of you who hit the follow button. And that really does help. Share, tag a friend. Let's go with some more comments here that we have going on. Looks great and sounds great, Hutch. Thanks, Lee. Appreciate that. Looks like the FM air expected to get hit. Let's talk forecast. What is Osnabrück getting? When's it going to hit Fargo? Thank you for your question, Christy. Tammy, thank you for your question about Osnabrück. And Becky, thanks for your comment, checking to see what kind of night it will be. All right, let's go ahead and get to some of those comments and questions here in the midst of a tornado possibly on the ground with what looked like to me to be some debris confirmation of a possible tornado on the ground as that storm was making its way in towards you folks right there just off toward the Columbus area. Hail just to the north of you. Here's now the area that has, see, it has this little hook shape to it there. That's the area of rotation right now, but still it could be leaning back. And again, this area, Columbus all up to Portal here is where we want to be watching for that risk of a tornado right now. So that's what's going on out there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, everybody, I appreciate you watching. Let's get to some questions here. Berthold, Monkey wants to know. Evan the Man wants to know. Have the app. It's very easy to use compared to other apps. Thank you for your feedback. Evan the Man, I appreciate it very much. Monkey says, what about Brooklyn, North Dakota? It's really dark here and I'm getting scared. Monkey, thank you very much. What is the safest route from Minneapolis to Fargo tonight at 11? I'm going to tell you this. By the time you get here, I know that drive very well. It's 3.5 hours between the Twin Cities and the Fargo Moorhead area. You will be driving through the potential for some storms. So as far as a route goes, it's a solid, or could be not a completely solid wall of thunderstorms, but a fairly solid wall of thunderstorms from the international border all the way into Iowa, across the I-90 corridor. So I'm going to say that any way you go, you could be dealing with severe weather. Have me on your app, have me streaming while you're not watching it while you're driving, but listening to it. And if anything's severe or looking threatening ahead, pull over, find shelter, and make sure you're aware of what's going on. That's the only thing I can tell you there. It's important to stay informed. Gone Fishing says Dominator is leaving that storm, and I had heard him plug Devil's Lake into his GPS. So he's heading west, or east, young man, pardon me. Hey, Hutch, I'm in Castleton. Seen a couple radars showing the storm might move north of us here. Any truth to that? Okay, Castleton, we'll talk about that as well in the forecast section. Coming right up, Gone Fishing, thanks so much. Watching the stream in Devil's Lake. Ace Jack says, my third great-grandfather was here for the EF4 in Grand Forks in the late 1800s. And it's amazing how you can see the storms as they progress. Thank you very much. That's quite the story. I can imagine being with my grandparents as storms roll. We got a new tornado warning now for this storm right here. It's been they've scissored it in and included Lignite and Flaxton because of its slow drifting off to the east, and also the potential for a redevelopment of something on the south side of this Columbus cell right here. Let me take a look at this and see if there's any information with regards from what the weather says. It's still a radar indicated tornado with some near baseball-sized hail potential, folks, as it works its way north of town. Again, radar indicated, max hail size 2.5 inches. Tornado tornado warning now for Lignite, Portal, Flasher, and this warning is in effect until 8:30 tonight, as that storm is moving a little slower than some of the rest of them. Stanley, still a thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning looks to be expiring soon here as we look into this storm at 7:45. The rotating part of the storm is likely right here and likely could have another brother right over there. Let's check those for some spin and shear, shall we? And then let's take a look at the forecast as we go through too. So here we go. Okay, so here's our radar site as we take a look at the Deering radar. And again, the beam is going to go out this way from the Deering radar. And what we're looking for is where the rotation is. Now, we do have green moving toward the radar, red's moving away from the radar. So there might be some shear still left in this particular area. So heed the warning for the next 4 minutes if you're north of Granville. But if you're in Glenburn and Upham, we'll take a look at this. This does not look as well organized as it once was. I'll say that, but let's see if the Weather Service agrees. So as far as that goes, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here for this area of yellow. This is until, well, for the next minute, for a storm moving northeast at 50, tornadoes possible, 1-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible from that cell as it works its way off to the north and east. Here you can actually see the outflow boundary of that 70-mile-per-hour storm. Collapsing, wind blowing out, that warning just canceled. The tornado warning just canceled. We'll see what's left of it as we go through. The hottest part of wind blowing away is heading right into Botno right now. Let's check in on our Botno friends here and see what we got going on for Souris, for Kramer, for Gardena, Willow City, Newburgh, and Upham. Here is a look at the warning. It's in effect till 8:30. It's 1-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, all radar indicated, and a considerable damage threat. It says tornado possible. Let's start with the tornado possible part of it. We're looking from the Deering radar site. We have wind blowing toward the radar in green. Here it is. So the wind is blowing this way from the storms, kind of in the general direction of this little arrow right here. And the wind is blowing away in other places. Here we do have some shear showing up where we have some greens and reds next to each other, not far from max bass. That would be a concern in that area. And here we have already some big time blowing winds to the north. So you're going to have those winds coming at you from the south as you look into places like Botno and Souris. And now I'm looking at the velocity speeds, and it has the winds blowing toward the radar here. That's a mighty interesting. It looks like it went backwards. So at any rate, let's take a closer look at this. Max bass still does have some areas of spin and shear in the area not far from you. And we're also, since we're looking from the Deering radar, seeing the Newburgh area having some velocities moving away. This is the leading edge of some wind that's blowing toward the radar. And then again, if we look out towards Upham, we do have some stout winds there. So here is the Mayville radar. This wind in green is blowing towards you, and what's moving towards Botno is moving away. So that leading edge of the storm that's right here moving towards Botno is what we're watching. Let's take a look at the radar data, and you can see maybe some hail core right in here with that 1 to 1 1/4 inch diameter hail heading right up into West Hope, just off to the east of Botno for now. So that is blasting that way, heading right toward the border. That part of the cell is moving northward, it looked like with scan to scan look. And then Towner, you have something moving in towards you from the other side. This area here is inundated with rain. Look at the increase and uptick in lightning activity near Upham as well. With the storm. Sometimes a real strong updraft will support an increase in hail activity. When we see positive strokes as well, that does tend to give us an indication. We'll be watching for those. But Towner, you got a strong cluster of thunderstorms rolling their way into town. Again, big time hail. It's moving north at 54 miles per hour. That's what's going on in and around the Botno County area. Let me give you guys in West Hope, it's just right on your doorstep right now. But as we take a look at this, moving at a very fast clip of 54 miles per hour, puts it in Souris by 7:52. So just shortly, Landa, and then on towards West Hope here by 7:54. But you're going to get some rain and hail potential even before that particular time frame. So that is a look at what's going on. Plentywood, Montana. Hi, relatives. Got family up here in Plentywood. We have a severe thunderstorm warning north of Medicine Lake. This is north of Brockton and Culbertson right now in the northeasternmost quadrant of Montana. And as you take a look at that little hailer there, the National Weather Service in Glasgow says that we could have some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts from that cell. It's moving north. It's moving at 36 miles per hour. So if you happen to be in or around the area near Plentywood, it's going to be moving right towards you. And again, moving at 36 miles per hour, we'll put it at 40. It should be near Plentywood here by 7:59. So you have a little bit of time to batten down the hatches for gusty wind and hail potential from that storm as it moves off to the north. Right now, it looks like one little weather wiggle out there, one little thunderstorm. Let's see what Glasgow's radar sees. It is a little closer, by the way. And it's showing the one major thunderstorm core here heading right up the highway, Highway 12 from Freud, moving into Plentywood right now. So keep that in mind on the Highway 5 intersection there with Highway 16, rather, not 12. My eyes failed me again. My apologies. So northeast Montana still seeing some activity. Here's a look at the active storms moving into the Bismarck-Mandan area now. Let's go ahead and cover those for you viewers. Thanks for joining. Are you someone that remembers me from covering the weather in Bismarck for many, many years? Let me know if you do. I'd be happy to hear from you. We have the storm that's mainly focused its most intense activity right here south of Bismarck. So if you are on the river valley here and camping, get out of your campers. Moving into Cannonball, you see this little fair green colored thing here. That's an outflow. That's a burp of cold, dense air pushing out from the west. So you're going to have gusty west winds as this storm makes its way through. In the Lincoln area, which is where the radar is by at the airport area here, this storm looks like it's moving to the northeast to me. So we'll go ahead and double check that and see as it scans in. Yeah, so this is going to shave South Mandan and Fort Lincoln. It's going to push into places like Lincoln, North Dakota here. Minokan has a good chance at seeing this hail core come through. And the expressway in Bismarck will see this one first. So if you happen to be in these areas, and we mentioned in the last update, there's Lincoln, North Dakota. You go south of Lincoln, you get out here, it's the University of Mary, and that area is going to get hit by the brunt of gusty wind and also the potential for some sizable hail from that cell as it's moving off to the northeast. The latest update says it's moving northeast at 46 miles per hour. That's a heck of a clip. Think of a 46 mile per hour car and then throwing winds at you. And if the wind gusts at 30, you add 30 to 40, we could see some 70 mile per hour gusts, and that's not going to be exaggerating. That's the truth. So as we take a look at what the radar is measuring from the low level of the storm here, as far as our threats, I'm first going to turn on a look at some of the cell data that it's seeing with regards to the types of activity. So we got ourselves a hail core that's working its way right towards Lincoln, right towards South Bismarck and the expressway here on the south, and particularly the southeast side of town as you go toward the penitentiary there. As we go down in towards Lincoln, there is the hail core. Let's go ahead and pause that now, and you can see it's making a beeline for Lincoln. That's where the cone is focused for this hail core right now as it's working its way in. Looking at that hail core that it's detecting, the maximum hail size is upwards of around 3/4 of an inch. So hail size, not the main problem. Storm speed, 48 miles per hour. That's the problem. And you throw a burp or gust of wind in with that as that hail is collapsing out of the storm, and we can get some ripping winds from the southwest moving towards Lincoln, South Bismarck. If you're in Minokan, there's a good chance of that. I think it's the Apple River Valley, is that right? That's what's going on down there. And then as we take a look, we got another hail core out here south of Solon heading towards Cannonball. You already have this roll cloud working its way towards you. That's blowing in your general direction. Again, if you're camping anywhere on the 1804 or 1806 corridors, these highways that parallel the river, thanks to our friends Clark and Lewis, there is the area that they were exploring many years ago. And now we do have a storm heading right into that area. So if you're camping down here, get out of your camper, get out of your tent. We could have some very serious wind gust potential with the storm. I'm not seeing any measurements as of yet from this particular area. We did get a hail measurement of 3/4 of an inch as we went down towards McIntosh from the cell. So not huge or ginormous hail from this particular cell right now. Be prepared in Lincoln. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about what's going on out there. Now let's go ahead and check in on some of your comments. I got to get to the forecast here sometime soon. Thief River Falls, Minnesota, Hutch, sir. Thank you very much, Kevin. It's good to see you on board. Thanks for watching. What app is everyone watching? Lisa, I'm going to put a link in here to my app, and I want you to go to my website, hutchesweather.com/weather-app. I'm putting a link in here. Anyone interested, click on that link while you're watching, of course. Open a new window. You don't want to go away from the coverage, and you're going to get my brand new app that has alerts to approaching lightning. If lightning's within 15 miles of you and approaching, if you're in Bismarck now, it should be giving you an alert. Hey, we got lightning approaching. Oh, we got heavy hail and rain moving towards. Oh, we got a twisting storm. It's exclusive. It's the only app in the region that's going to give you an alert to a twisting storm sometimes before a warning is issued. So keep that in mind. Mackenzie, 20-ish east of Bismarck, likelihood of large hail, especially tornado. Do I need to let my horses to pasture to get away? You know, that's a really good question, Savannah. Thank you very much for your question. And I too have parents who we raised, and they still raise horses, and they're Appaloosas, as a matter of fact. And that's a good question. Here's the thing. If you're in this area and the storm is approaching, we're talking gusty winds. So if they're in a barn with openings on it, 70-mile-per-hour winds can cause damage to that building. So you got to make sure if they're inside any building at all that it's closed up. They may have a better chance if they're let out, as a matter of fact, but I don't know that I'm worried too much about a tornado along this leading edge of this storm at this particular time. I'm not seeing strong rotation. I'm not getting any markers showing me that we have tight rotation embedded in the storm. There are some little widgets here. They're fairly weak. They're nondescript. In other words, the Weather Service doesn't have a tornado, and I'm not seeing a signature of a strong tornado yet in this line. So be that as it may, gusty winds over 60 miles per hour can cause damage to outbuildings. So I let you make the call, and thank you for watching. Thank you for your trust. It's taken very seriously, and thank you for your question as well. Okay, thank you, Lalive. I can't read this very good. I live for PTV and gorillas. Thank you very much. Savannah, you're very welcome. Did the storm fizzle out for the Devil's Lake area? No. If you are watching from Jamestown, Valley City, Wishick, Ashley, Napoleon, Steele, Wimbledon, Valley City, Fargo, Moorhead, Grand Forks, Minnesota, this storm is not done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch details here. We're going to look up here. We got an active tornado warning, by the way, that continues for our friends up here in Lignite and Portal. The rotating part of that storm, you can even see it from the Bismarck radar way, way, way away. The tops of this cloud showing very, very, very organized spin and shear and rotation. Wind toward the radar in Bismarck, wind away. So even the top of this storm is just spinning like a top out there as it's working its way through. If we go to the Deering radar out here, we'll see if we can see, where'd you go, Deering? There we go. Okay. See if we still see the rotation on that in a similar place. It's not as strong, but it's definitely there in the lower part of the atmosphere. So this storm is mainly crossing into parts of southern Saskatchewan, southern Manitoba soon. So that's something to keep in mind for your area. And now the forecast. I need to go away from that. You want to watch it? Okay, let's watch it together. I'm loading up a forecast model. I'm going to get the next one up. Nope, I'm going to do it this way. Changing my mind in real time, okay, because that's what I do. I have a lot of tools here, and it's sometimes fun to just pick out the one that I do in real time. I don't take an hour and a half and put together a graphic that looks all fancy pants for TV. I'm going to show you the real model in real time when it's coming out so we can take a look at this together. All right, here we go. This is the rapid refresh model. It has an update every hour. It can be good. It can be very, very bad. It can change its mind every single hour. Just think of that. This model run is just coming in, so I'm going to go back to the last one. This is a good one, though. The one just coming in is from the weather balloon launch that happened at 7 o'clock. So when that happened at 7 o'clock, what time are we looking at now? I'm looking for my clock. It's 7:57. It takes about an hour for the weather balloon to go up about 10 miles up in the atmosphere. The balloon pops. And once that happens, we take those measurements of wind, humidity, pressure, temperature, all of it. And then we put it into our models and we say, go, and we hit the go button, okay? Here is a look at the last model run. It has a line of storms approaching the Bismarck area, some more in South Dakota, and a lot going on up there along the Minot area heading up into Botno. That seems to be pretty good. I'll need to be reminded here of what the radar is showing in South Dakota. So I'm going to take a look and see if this is off to a good start in South Dakota right now. We do have a couple of storms that are severe in South Dakota, so while that loads up, we'll go ahead and cover those for my South Dakota friends as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at this model run and show you about the timing of these storms, remembering that this is just one model and I don't necessarily agree with this outcome just yet. This has them moving. By the time we get to 10 o'clock, we'll stop it here. 10 o'clock, Devil's Lake Basin, 10 o'clock storms rocking their way into places like Brandon and through Brandon towards Winkler and Winnipeg. As you go down here, we got the cold front axis here and another burst of cold air on the backside. This trough of low pressures where the storms will be going from. Not every town is going to get a storm. Isolated thunderstorms is how these lines set up. It just looks like a solid wall on the radar all the way into Nebraska, which is where we had our discussion of the slight to moderate and even slight to enhanced risk of severe weather is right here. So this is 10 o'clock at night. It has not even gotten into Jamestown yet. It's getting close. And Devil's Lake. Now, this will move into the Cheyenne River Valley as we look at Valley City and you folks in here along the Highway 200 corridor as we go to 11. And here is the midnight hour. After midnight, nothing good happens. I am seeing a bow echo shape here. That means gusty wind will be one primary concern. Still very high, 60 to 80 miles per hour, maybe 90 miles per hour, moving through Winnipeg and heading on up toward the areas near Kitson County, Roseau County, Lake of the Woods County, and it's on its way through and in towards the air base right there. Okay, so we're talking midnight. Fargo, the line lags a little bit. This may or may not be exactly how it lines up, but close to midnight is when those storms will be approaching the Fargo area. Just to give you an idea, moving through Valley City and heading to Fargo at midnight, according to this model run here. Big time storm development and enhancement right here going on. This is kind of interesting to look at, but we got a closed off area, low pressure developing there. Energy in the upper levels of the atmosphere is going to be moving in at this hour of the night, midnight, and these storms fire off. This is why I was worried last night about what was going on in parts of northwest Iowa. Those storms look like they're going to race right into the I-94 corridor for those of you asking to travel between Minneapolis and Fargo. This is now looking at 2 a.m. So the storms will be out of Fargo and making their way in towards places along your route. Clearwater, all the way up into you folks out there in St. Cloud, Alexandria, and then off over here into Lakes Country near Fergus Falls. So that's where this bowing line segment, it will be blowing winds coming from the west and southwest, pushing right up into the Brainerd Lakes area. Here we got Becker County as the storms leap out of the Red River Valley. They go up the hill up into Hawley there, and sometimes that can give them a little bit of extra lift as they're going up that hill, and we'll see what happens to those storms there. Now, as we go through the overnight hours, they continue to rumble through central Minnesota. This is where the Red Lakes area will have a chance. If you're in Badette, you have a chance. As we go into the 9s, that's 4 a.m. And now these storms are racing over the highway or Interstate 35 corridor north of the Twin Cities, between the Twin Cities, Duluth, and western parts of Wisconsin. And now we're at 6 a.m. and things are quiet across most of Minnesota. Some passing showers on the west side. Once your winds become westerly on the backside of the system, then your severe risk is all but gone, but we could have passing clouds and showers. I hope that answers your questions with regards to the forecast as far as that goes for now. So we've gone over a couple different forecast graphics, but this kind of spells it out for you. Now let's take a look at one other model together and see if it's starting out a little bit better. For a reminder, I will put up the radar here and show you what the real radar looks like. And what meteorologists do is we say, okay, we've got a tornado watch all the way through the central Dakotas now. Remember, Dickinson was asking me, the watch has just been X'd for you. You're out of it now. The risk for a tornado is not there. Pardon me. The risk for a severe thunderstorm is really not very likely now as we have drier air pushing in from the west. The main event is taking place along the Highway 5 corridor, straight down the Highway 83 corridor, right into Bismarck-Mandan right now, heading in towards the area near Pierre, just off to the west. As you go off the I-90 corridor in southern parts of South Dakota, a severe line of thunderstorms is blowing through that area. And a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas north of Mobridge near Lake Oahe. So I'll go over that here in a minute. What I wanted to point out is that we have a solid line of storms as we approach now 8 o'clock, and it's moving right through the central Dakotas, Minot, Bismarck, and heading in toward the Pierre area. Is there a model that shows that? Let's go ahead and take a look together. So now we go back together to the model and see if we have a good model, one that's really going to show where this storm is setting up. Where is it close to what reality is right now is what I'm asking. So now I'm going to go back and we're going to take a look at this model from earlier is a North American model, and this one does tend to overblow the aerial coverage and intensity of storms. But we see here that those storms are moving through the Bismarck area and a cluster up here, really doing a pretty good job of the northern cluster and the southern cluster with a little gap in between. Also, we have the riders along the I-90 corridor down to the south, not quite as filled up as what we're seeing out there. And this is the 6 p.m. time frame, and here we go. This is the 10 p.m. time frame. So we'll back up to about 8, and here we go. That's not a bad location for what we're seeing going on right now. As we looked at the radar together, we've got a cluster moving up into Manitoba. We got a cluster that's moving its way along Bismarck and Point South with a gap in between, and then a little bit moving in towards Pier and south of Pier. This is a backward C shape if I've ever seen one. How about you? Here we have this wind potential with this that's going right along Interstate 94. There's Kidder County if you're asking about steel. Here is about that, area in and around Stutzman County, Medina, Tappan, Cleveland, Jamestown, going right over the top of you in Crystal Springs. Here we have the storms kind of slowing down, but filling in a pretty solid line all the way up to Brandon, Manitoba, and heading towards Winnipeg. Here we go, Devil's Lake. Your chance comes in as we cross into the midnight hour. It's already through the Red River Valley. So this one's a little faster with the northern fringe, and the midnight hour, it's moving into Fargo. So we've said since yesterday that's the best chance, and here we go as we turn our page and attention out towards you folks in the I-29 corridor, Aberdeen, Mobridge, our neighbors up in Ross Holt here will see this. We got a backward C shape, but look at this, darker reds down here. Why? We'll have a little bit of energy in the upper levels of the atmosphere developing a closed off low moving through the area, and that's going to enhance that area. Also, these storms will be moving into those dew points that are in the 70s. When they move into dew points in the 70s, and if we get a low-level jet stream that forms just off the ground that's blowing into these storms in the dark hours, they can last all night if they have that low-level jet. And that's what they look like they will have. A solid line of storms for everyone. Not every city is going to see them. A chance of everyone seeing storms is going to be, it looks like a solid wall of rain. No. We're going to have communities that get a little or nothing, and then we'll have communities that get quite a bit as these storms move through. A lot of humidity in the air out here as it moves through. As we go through the 2 a.m. time frame, we're talking about Detroit Lakes. We're talking about Pelican Rapids. We're talking about Perham. We're talking about you folks in Wadena as we cross in to the 3 a.m. time frame. So if you're in Bluffton, Wadena, the Highway 10 corridor, as you go out towards Little Falls, and look at this, looks like a little acceleration of an outflow boundary right there taking over, blasting through Minnesota before we even get to daybreak out there, blasting into and through the Twin Cities. Meanwhile, a little lag to this as it gets cut off. If this happens, if this races out ahead of it, this cluster of activity here gets cut off from its moisture supply. The south winds with the moist air fuel these storms, and that cuts off some of the supply to those for the overnight hours, and they could dissipate. Look at that. So that's what's going on there. That model makes sense to Hutch. Both models are pretty good in their timing of where the storms are going to be. They look a little different, but that gives us an idea that this is an all-night situation, and we'll be here for you. So thank you for your questions. Let's go back to our review of the storms as we take a look at the radar again. I do want to touch for you folks in South Dakota what's going on.
Hello, friends.
I hit the wrong button. I do want to touch what's going on in South Dakota. Let's boom the map down here, south of Pier, along the I-90 corridor. We're talking out to the west of Murdo, out by Kadoka, as well as straight down towards Walby and heading in towards and through Martin right now. Severe thunderstorms that are racing pretty quickly off to the east, so it won't take long for them to get to White River, Rosebud, and these areas. The National Weather Service says this cluster of storms right here is making its way off to the east at 36 miles per hour. We have 60 mile per hour gust as the main threat from those storms right now. So that's what's going on. We have 60 mile per hour gusts heading along and south of the Interstate 90 out of Waldrug out there on the Interstate 90. And here are some wind reports. 54 miles per hour right on the interstate there at Cactus Flat. That's a sharp sharp one. 66 mile per hour gust measured out there at Ottumwa, 10 miles to the west-southwest of Ottumwa, as a matter of fact. Here's Kyle. Kyle said that my hair blew 50 miles per hour seemed to be about what we got there on the mesonet measurement there. So a lot of these gusts are about 50 to 60 miles per hour with the storms that are moving in towards areas toward Murdo and Point South. Here is a bowing segment. This storm has a backwards C shape to it right here. And there we have some hail, and there we have some wind gust reports. The wind gust report was of 50 miles per hour that was measured by the DOT. Here's another one, 66 miles per hour, 10 miles west-southwest of Ottumwa. And then we did have the Phillip area hail core that made its way through. That's heading right towards Pier. As you go toward the Lake Oahe corridor north of Pier 2, please keep in mind, if you're camping out there, you may want to watch these closely. Right now, there's no warnings for any of these storms. We are in a tornado watch in these areas. And I do believe that the models, as we just looked at them together, are showing that low pressure system kind of taking shape and developing, and that energy in the atmosphere increasing. And our chance for tornadoes does last. Your tornado watch in South Dakota is in effect until midnight. 3-inch hail, 85 mile per hour gusts will be possible from these storms. These storms have cloud tops that are pretty amazing as well. Let's take a look at where the highest ones are. Oftentimes those tallest and highest cloud tops can be capable of supporting the largest hail. It's obviously tying itself to the data in North Dakota right now, and that's because that's where the single site radar is out there, and it's basing it off of the radar information from the Deering radar. So moving up towards Rugby, the tallest cloud right now, we do have a tornado that was reported out here from a storm chaser. So a tornado was reported via social media by a storm chaser at 7:21 from that storm. Remember, Hutch was here and we were talking about that debris signature that was located with it. Look where it happened, 3 miles east of Noonan as it moved through. So that one was on the ground. That was a tornado, and that was right in the northwestern quadrant of North Dakota, east of Crosby, west of Lignite. There remains a tornado warning for this little area, but the tall part of the updraft part of the storm is right here. That's where the highest cloud top is with that particular storm. And as we asked the computer, hey, how high is that? That's a 50,000 footer up there. So that 50,000 foot rising pool of air causing a billowing cloud up in that area. That's now moving almost exclusively into southern parts of Canada. And I'll take a look for my Canadian viewers at what's going on there in a minute. Now, as we pull into the Bismarck radar a little closer, we'll get some better measurements from it as to the cloud top heights along the South Dakota border here. So we're looking at 30 to 40,000 foot cloud tops, not quite as stout or robust as what we're seeing. Cone of silence, can't really measure here, but we do have some cloud top heights estimated on the wing, northern Burleigh County, 38 to 40,000 feet from these clouds as well. Not as high as I think is possible with the storms tonight. Let's take a look at the dew point and the temperatures right now, because if we have, like we've been talking about, the temperature's been hot in Fargo, and Bismarck was at 90 earlier, now it's at 84. So we have temperatures of near 90 in the Red River Valley. We still have 90 up here in Valhalla in that area, 88 Watertown, 90 in Aberdeen. So this area here is not only hot, but the dew points are high. When we have dew points in the mid 60s to around 70, that area is very juicy. So let's take a look. Dew points are now drying out. They're in the 50s in Minot. So it's not unhumid, but it's not as high as it was. We have dew points down in the 40s in western South Dakota. That's going to cut off and kick that severe threat out for very quickly as that dry 40 dew point moves in. 70s here. So the storms in Bismarck are working with 60-degree dew point air. As they make their way off to the east, we will start tapping into some more of this moisture that is in the area out there as well. Now, I do want to take a look at some wind speeds off the ground here together, because I usually look at the weather maps at this time. And these are called, this is about 1,500 meters off the ground once this loads up. So the wind tends to travel exactly parallel to these lines here. These are lines of constant height, okay? And here we have the south winds. This is the south wind that is going to fuel humid air with dew points that are high into the storms as they exit Bismarck. Notice the strength of the south wind moving into Bismarck isn't quite there. It isn't as strong, which means that the engine that drives the moisture into the storm isn't quite as strong. So once these storms cross into this south flow, we're going to see them ingest some moisture that they haven't been yet. And we could indeed see even an increase in the strength of these storms. So that's a look at the 800 millibar level. Here's the winds at that level where they're the strongest from Bismarck to Fargo. So it's this south wind that's kicking up into these cells that will be drifting into this zone here very, very soon. Notice our south flow and winds down in South Dakota are not very strong, and that's why the support for your storms not quite as good. Now we can also look at the, let's see if I have relative humidity loaded. No, I don't. Let's look at the higher levels of the atmosphere. I can't do that on this, so I'll do it on this one. So what we're also looking at is the mid-levels of the atmosphere. So I'll pull that up on a model here. So bear with me while I do this. This says European guidance. I want to turn this over to this one. Okay, let's go to this. All right, so now what we're going to do is switch this over. We're going to look at some meteorological information here together. Thanks. I hope I'm not putting you to sleep. If you're enjoying the coverage, drop a comment in there. I'll try to get you your questions as we go to about 6:45. He said it would be in the highest risk with these storms in Fargo of tornadoes and hail up to 3 inches. Oh, so you're talking about something I said maybe. Yeah, and it does look like the midnight hour is going to be the greatest risk. We can evaluate all of that right now. We're going to take a look at the tornado risk in the overnight hours together now. We're going to take a look at the severe weather threat with what's going on as we go into the eastern third of North Dakota now, since it's moving through central North Dakota. That also includes South Dakota. And what about Minnesota, you say? So these are surface winds from the south. That's what we've been fighting all day. The temperatures have risen. It's very hot and very humid. That's what's going on right now. Now, as we take a look at this model, I want to look at upper air data here. And what I'm going to do is start looking at the jet stream level and see what this model says. I do want to pull up a model that's going to be more in. Okay, we'll go to this model. Pardon me while I adjust. Oh, this one doesn't show what I want. All right, we'll look at 500 millibar winds. Okay, so here we go. Now what you're looking at as we head into the evening hours is where the wind speeds are the strongest by colors. Those are the strong core. You might think of this as a mid-atmosphere jet stream, if you will. In the mid-levels of the atmosphere, as we're approaching the time frame right now on our Tuesday evening at dinner time and beyond, the strongest winds are pushing through. This is what helps support those storms as we go into the nighttime hours. Now, as we go through, the winds from the south will be feeding into the storm here right into the midnight hour right through the valley. So that is a look at that. That's not the jet stream level thing that I wanted to look at, but it does give me an idea that, remember those Iowa storms and southern Minnesota storms I talked about? We're going to have some energy moving into that area as we go into the midnight to 3-4 a.m. time frame, and that's what's going to support those storms. Now let's take a look at the other factors with regards to these storms and the severe weather threat, and we're going to look at the convective potential energy, but I do want to look at surface-based. So we have very humid air at the surface here. And as we go through the time frame, here is your evening forecast. We've been hot, we've been humid with dew points. So we have convective energy in our area right here, but that does not necessarily mean that we have storms here yet. So the storms are all the way out here and the convective energy is lying out ahead of it. Will it still be here by the time the storms arrive by midnight? You notice that our energy in the atmosphere wanes a little bit and goes away, and we do see more of it down here in southern Minnesota. So I'm saying that there is going to be some support for the storms, but the convective lift or rising motion may lower. This is going to decrease the hail potential with the storms as they move into parts of Minnesota in this part of Minnesota. Down here, it increases. So that could be a transition to the stronger storms in South Dakota and southern Minnesota than here in Fargo and Grand Forks for hail potential. We'll see if that pans out. But that's what it looks like to Old Hutch. Now let's see if we can look at the tornado parameter. The tornado parameter, we know we had a tornado up in and around Noonan in that area tonight. And there was some. This is called the significant tornado parameter, and that's for the potential for significant tornadoes. This model run, as we went through the day, shows that we have an increasing tornado probability now We're spinning the atmosphere as we go into parts of central and eastern South Dakota tonight, and then it explodes down here out of Nebraska and moving into northwest parts of Iowa. The storms are not in this area yet, but they are in this area, and there is some shear going on with the storms as they move through places like the Devil's Lake Basin, Grand Forks, Polk County, and into, well, Fargo, Moorhead. There's at least some significant tornado potential. But if you are down here, say south of Brown County and moving out towards Hamlin County and Roberts County and Marshall County in South Dakota, we do have an enhanced area of spin as the storms are moving through. So this helps us pinpoint areas of concern. This whole area is an area of concern. And the Storm Prediction Center pooched the risk of tornadoes out into western Minnesota for this reason. There is spin going to be in the atmosphere. Hail potential may fall off a bit in Grand Forks and Fargo as we head towards midnight, which is storm time. That's good, but we'll have to reassess as the storms are approaching. The hail potential goes up in parts of Nebraska, northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota. At the same time, the spin goes up. At the same time, the storms arrive in these particular areas. Heading into the overnight hours, notice the significant tornado parameter is not too akin to the cities until we get out into the, well, closer to daybreak time frame, 3, 4 o'clock. Remember, those storms were moving into that area at that time. So we could have the potential for a nocturnal tornado tonight or two, and they could be strong ones because the significant tornado parameter is pretty high in these particular areas. So we've looked at a lot of information. I'm going to go to a larger scale model now that's going to show me the jet stream winds where I want to look. So let me go to that here. Let me see if this one will do it. I'm just looking around. There we go. Okay, so now we're looking way up high where the jet airplanes fly. You're looking at the winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Now, this storm is working its way through. The winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere are from the southwest. We have south winds at the surface, so that's not a lot of turning. But if we get a low pressure center forming anywhere along this area here, that's going to cause a circulation around the low pressure system at the surface. And anywhere that wind starts going opposite of what's going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere, we get a rolling tube of air over the ground. So if you have a rolling tube of air over the ground here in the valley, and the thunderstorms come up and bend that rolling tube up, then that's a rotating updraft, and that can be the concern. So what I wanted to look at here, remember I said as we go into the late night hours, we're going to have an increase in energy move into this area. Here it comes. The winds die at the jet stream level up across northeast Montana, western North Dakota, and here comes this jet stream jet, very strong winds, over 50, 60, 70, 80 miles per hour in the upper levels of the atmosphere, blowing in the general direction of, boom, Minnesota, southern Minnesota, the Twin Cities, and Duluth. Now, in this particular area, we have what's called a jet streak or a jet core, and in that can enhance or deteriorate storm activity very quickly. So we have areas where we see right here, this area here has very strong winds next to slow winds. And if you look at that, that's causing counterclockwise rotation in the air here over Otter Tail County, Grant County. You go over here, you have very strong winds next to slow winds. And that causes clockwise circulation over this area. So these jet stream maximums can make a big role in the enhancement of storms in Iowa and southern Minnesota as we go through. To me, one of the better areas will be up here. And as you look into this area of the jet stream, down here, we do have some areas where we could see some spin that's in that counterclockwise direction. But here we get it in the, clockwise direction as well. So all in all, we have a little bit of divergence going on here, a little bit of divergence going on here because you have a very fast wind here and slower wind back here. So it's causing a diverging of the air at the upper levels, which can cause enhanced lift right here where things take off in parts of Iowa tonight. So that's one thing I wanted to show you and look at together. And one way a jet stream can help impact a storm, if we look at 900 millibar winds, 925 millibar winds as we go through the storm level, this is a little bit off the ground. And what we're looking for here is an increase in southerly flow as we go through the overnight. Do you see this peaking of wind here for Winnipeg as we cross through the dinner hour? That's going to really fuel storms into the dark hours as we go through. We have fairly stout winds. Boom, it picks up as we go toward the midnight hour. So as we go through 7 to 10 to midnight, these winds in the lower levels of the atmosphere really increase in speed. And if they're blowing moist air up our way, then we will absolutely have fuel for the storms that go through. And this makes Pedro unhappy, as you can hear clearly. So that's what we have going on with the upper level winds and the flow of moisture into the base of the thunderstorms. Let's take a look at the latest on our thunderstorms, and Hutch will be here covering these storms for you throughout the night. So don't forget to check back as they get into your neck of the woods. Single site radar data showing we do have one tornado confirmed in northwest North Dakota. We have these storms rolling out of the Bismarck area here, and let me go ahead and get up to the radar view here so we can all talk about the same thing together. So when we're looking at the radar site here, let's go to the Deering radar. We have West Hope seeing storms. We have the Bottineau area seeing storms. I gotta switch this radar view over. Here we go. Okay, so it should take just a second to load up as it's doing so. Here are the storms they've raced out of this area here near Bottineau. Thunderstorm, lightning, and a wind report in and around Bottineau. 62 mile per hour gust blew through. That's recorded by a end-on site 3 meters off the ground. Not too bad. Kenmore area, Stanley area, and Lignite area seeing more storms cluster through. This was a tornadic storm that made its way out of the Crosby area, out of the Columbus area, moving up to the north and to the east there. And now we have storms pushing in towards Harvey, Willow City, straight down towards Wing, Bismarck. Non-severe now. We talked about this. It's good. Good news, right? We don't have hail the size of baseballs going through this area right now. Down near the border, though, I wouldn't be surprised that the river entry or exit out of North Dakota into South Dakota here, right in Sioux County, that we could have a pretty strong thunderstorm cell right there heading into the southern part, not far from you folks in Fort Yates. Yep, there it is. So Fort Yates, just south of you. This puppy is kind of moving in this general direction towards Linton and Strasburg in Emmons County. So Sioux County, Emmons County probably have the greatest hail cores right now, and there's one just northwest of Hazelton that's pushing through as these storms go through. Now, as these storms advance over the next few hours, they'll go into the Devil's Lake Basin. By the time we get to around 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I should say, to the James River Valley. So we got an hour and a half to 2 hours before they get here. Once they start crossing into the eastern half to eastern third of North Dakota and South Dakota, they're in abundant moisture, and then later tonight, boom, at about the 10 to midnight hour, these storms are going to encounter a low-level jet that will be increasing, and that low-level jet will fuel these thunderstorms into the overnight hours into parts of Minnesota. So my concern is still here. It doesn't mean everybody's getting a storm. You could take precautions now, put your car in the garage and, tie down the lawn furniture and get nothing. You can hope for rain and get nothing, because in between these thunderstorm cells, we're seeing that it's not just a solid line of storms out here. We have individual thunderstorm cells. You're looking at these storms from radar up by Minot. And as we go farther from Minot, it looks like a bigger, longer, thicker line of storms, and everybody's getting rain. You're going to see me switch to this Bismarck radar, and now we'll be able to depict the individual thunderstorm cells where people are actually getting missed. So I get a lot of people saying storms always split around me. Well, here's a thunderstorm cell. Here's another one. 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 Each of these thunderstorm cells has an average diameter of about 10 miles. So keep that in mind. There's going to be communities in between these cells that get missed. Also, it looks like solid rain in this area, but some of these are thunderstorms that are just developing and being born with an updraft, and there's no rain falling out of them whatsoever, but it looks like it. So one of the biggest things that I've noticed in my career is that it's hard to explain this in a 2-minute weathercast on the boob tube. So keep that in mind. Grand Forks, we're looking at 11 to midnight for you. Thank you very much for your question out there, Tyler. Lala want smoke. I'm in Gerald, Texas. Hey, welcome from the Northland. I'm Hutch Johnson, and thanks for joining. I appreciate you checking in. Ellendale, Oaks area going to get any nasty? There is a chance, but it's going to be a little bit closer to between 10 and midnight for you folks down here in southeast North Dakota. And the storms, that even though they don't look all that stout right now out to the west, they are strong, and they're going to get a boost of energy as we go into the night. Let's see. How's Indiana? Says days of something. I think we have a conversation going on here. What about Minnesota? Future radar. We just went over that. So thank you very, very much, Lisa, for your question. I appreciate it very much. Let's see. We got everything going on here. A lot of conversations. I'm trying to pick out. What about Minot to max bass around 9? Thank you. So Minot to max bass around 9. Most of this activity is going to be exiting that region by the time we get to 9. We could have some passing thunder showers or showers on the backside, but the risk of severe goes way down as we head into that time frame. So keep that in mind. This Plentywood warning is for a storm that's moving this way. These warnings are for storms moving north and east. It will vacate this area as we go through. This will vacate the central part of the Dakotas, and that will leave western North Dakota with a quieter night with passing showers and rumbles of thunder. The risk of severe goes way, way down. The risk of severe as we go into the late night and overnight hours goes up. We got a renegade lightning strike right there, unless somebody's been grabbing my pencil and drawing lightnings on the map. What's going on over there? Hey, let's see what's going on, Cavalier. What do you got going on for us? Let's go ahead and turn the Mayville radar on. Oh my goodness, we got us a rumbler starting to form out here. Winnipeg, you're getting hit by a pretty good storm, and there is a good-sized storm north of Walhalla. So as you look at the Netchie area here, and you're looking at the river valley, woo, that's a big heater there with some big-time hail. What direction is it moving? Let's turn on the radar speed of motion here, and then we'll go to my other Canadian radar products. So these are all moving in a northeasterly direction as well with those upper level winds. So right now, Winnipeg, this storm is going to pass just off to the west of you, moving to the north. This one's doing the same thing. So if you're sitting over here in Estevan, behind me in Estevan, those storms are exiting your area. Then you get out over here, as we look in towards Winkler, we have a cell that's just starting to fire up near Cavalier, and that has a chance, Winkler, of giving you a wink as we head into the next little bit. Now, will they be severe? These look pretty strong to severe, but to actually look at that, I'm going to load up my other content over here with Canadian watches and warnings turned on. So allow me to do that real quickly. It won't take long. And then I got to turn off one more thing here, turning it off so we can see this a little easier. I've got the severe weather risk over the top of this. It looks kind of fugly. Okay, here we go. So this is what's going on for our neighbors in Canada. And in 3, 2, 1, let's see about going now. All right, so here we go. Now let's go. Okay, this is showing model data right now. So let's go to radar. Okay, so as we go up into the Winkler area, you got this storm that's moving to the north. The yellow, what's the yellow? In Canada, the yellow is Shazam. This is a tornado watch. So we have a tornado watch for Winnipeg, for Selkirk, as well as you folks in Portage la Prairie, as well as Winkler, all the way out into that Brandon, Manitoba area. We also have some red out here. What's the red? Well, we'll take a look. Special thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm watch. So as you get out a little bit farther to the west out there, it's a severe thunderstorm watch. The main risk for the tornadoes is in the areas of Manitoba as we head towards Brandon to the Winkler area and Winnipeg as we go through. So that's what's going on up there. We have a tornado watch in yellow surrounded by thunderstorm watches, including International Falls area north as you go out towards Dryden. And so here we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for Selkirk, north of Winnipeg, Brandon, north of Brandon, and off into almost the lower part of central Manitoba prairies right now. Number of thunderstorm warnings out here as we cross out of Manitoba and we get back out here into Saskatchewan, the Estevan area with some severe thunderstorm warnings, Weyburn with a severe thunderstorm warning, and as we go out towards Regina, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now for some big time thunderstorm activity working its way in. This says, pardon me while I lower this, that we have that impact level moderate, and it's a confidence that's very high that we'll be seeing severe thunderstorm activity out here at 726. The storms were severe. Environment Canada issued the warning. Heavy rain could cause flooding in the terrain that is out there as well. We are expecting the possibility for some significant high quarter-sized hail, very heavy rain, and damaging gusts up to, and then they left that part blank. So I'm at a loss, but I'm going to say that our gusts are going to be on the magnitude of, if we're looking at 60 mile per hour gusts here in the States to 70 mile per hour gusts in the States, these storms are in a very similar environment. So you're pushing 100 kilometers per hour, 90 kilometers per hour for some of these storms, I would say, would be pretty good guess there for you. So that's what's going on. Severe thunderstorms along this area. The red boxes here are that tornado watch. It's in effect for 3-inch hail, 85 mile per hour wind gusts. It's in effect until we get into the midnight time frame, and it's portions of central North Dakota, and it's in portions of western North Dakota. Many of western North Dakota counties have been lobbed off now as the drier air has been moving in, as we've been talking about. This severe weather works its way all the way, by the way, down into parts of well, look, Kansas right there, and it could be heading into Kansas City a little later tonight. Iowa, western Iowa, Des Moines, Nebraska, central Nebraska now. So basically, central Dakotas, central Nebraska, central Kansas, and then it starts trailing back off to the east. So that's your current situation right now. Good news, no active tornado warnings at this particular time. I'm going to click on the wrong button. There we go. Now I'm clicked on the right button. My eyes are getting a little buggy looking into the headlights over here. So, all right, take a look. Boom, Shaka and Laka. We got us a winter, not a winter storm warning, a severe thunderstorm warning for that little cluster of cells that I was talking about in and around Fort Yates. So that puppy did start barking. And when that puppy starts barking, we got to watch for hail and gusty winds in this area. It's moving out of Fort Yates, crossing over the Missouri River Valley into Emmons County. If you happen to be in Strasburg, it's heading in your general direction. It's moving a little bit to the northeast at this particular time. And again, this is at the extent of this radar. Let me switch over to the Bismarck area radar so we can get a closer view of what's going on here. Okay, so here is this mess. And I'll tell you what, we do have some shear going on here, some wind blowing out from the hail core that could be collapsing. When we start seeing that, it's more likely that the hail core is collapsing and falling down and pushing the storm out. We have an outflow boundary in Linton. You might be experiencing a west-southwest wind blowing in. That outflow from the thunderstorm is creating a new cloud out here. That's called a roll cloud. It kind of rolls out, ominous style looking as it works its way through. Let's take a look at the velocity in this storm and see if there's any concern for any shear or spin. And boy, we got a bad beam here, so that's going to be very hard to read. We might have to go back a scan. Let me see if I can go back a scan. Will you let me? Okay, let's see if it loads up. There we go. Well, I don't know what happened to the radar out there, but if you can see with me that in Bismarck, we got some kind of noise going on with the radar site there. I think it's glitching a little bit with thunderstorms moving through and causing some sort of beam error here. So I can't get a good measurement of the velocity on this storm out there. In other words, we're blind on that storm presently, but I can go back a few scans ago. Okay, so before it flaked out, I do see some little pockets of shear right here. And then these little pockets of shear way on the back side of the outflow boundary that's coming out on this side. So it doesn't look too organized for a tornado type situation in those areas. But if we take a closer look now at the latest warning from the National Weather Service for this particular storm, and I do want to go in just a little bit, it is moving off to the east and to the, well, east at 14 miles per hour. I'm going to say east-northeast at 14 miles per hour, 1.5-inch hail, 60 mile per hour gusts, 14 miles per hour. That's a creepy crawler. So now as we take a look at the leading edge of the hail core here, that's moving right along the 1804 corridor. Yeah, I'm going to go 20 miles per hour. I don't believe 14. Okay, now as we take a look at this, it's going to be in or near Strasburg by about 9:26, almost an hour away. So mainly rural parts of western and southern Emmons County as it's exiting the Sioux County area right now, heading through. So That's what we got going on there, and that is a quick update on our storms. Look at the outflow boundary that's getting kicked out by this storm, crossing the Kidder County border out of the Bismarck-Mandan area. We should be able to see the back side of the storm and the front side of the storm real quickly. And I think I'm getting messages here about storm activity, and I do want to see if I've got some uploads of photos from all of you. So let me go ahead and do that in real time here. While we're all working together. Thank you so very, very much. Oh boy, we've got a lot of photos. Hey, I know this one. Okay. Friends never let friends down. Thanks, Juan, for the pictures. I really hope you are doing great. Thank you so very much. We worked together when the hailstorm moved through Bismarck on our friend's wedding day, and I cannot remember the year for the life of me. I think it was 2001, but suffice it to say, that was a doozy. We're going to go to Hutch's website now. We're going to share you some photos that have been shared with me of these storms. Let's go. All right. If you're heading to hutchesweather.com, a couple of quick notes while I shamelessly self-promote. You can download my app. It's the only one with exclusive twisting storm alerts. And those can get to you before tornado warnings are issued on occasion. So please know that you're going to get something that nobody else has up here. It also alerts you to approaching lightning, hail, and rain. So get the app. Let me know what you think about it. And then this is also right from the app. You can upload the photos right from your device. Hutch's Weather. You search Hutch's Weather in your app store or go to hutchesweather.com. No apostrophe in my website, by the way. It's just HUTCS. I know it's not good grammar, but what do you do when you have an S in your name of your company? Hutch's Weather, and you go here and you hit download the app, and you'll have an app download link for Apple device or an Android device. And I'm really excited to have this app in board and on board for you. Now let's talk about these photos that have been uploaded right here, and let's take a look at some photos today. Here we go. Pardon me while I'm waiting to get things uploaded. Oh, we got quite a few of them. Okay, so this is Oberon Audie Swift capturing some skies that are dark, hot cloud formations. Really gusty winds across the area for today in our area. As we go to the Turtle Mountains, thank you so much, Audie. Check it out. Oh my goodness, these are Mammatus clouds, ominous. These are SLCs. S as in Sam, L as in Larry, C as in Carlos. SLCs are scary looking clouds. They're low, they're ominous, sometimes they're rolling, sometimes they take the shape of a funnel and they're spinning like this. As long as they're detached from that parent thunderstorm, they're not so bad. This is taken by Jamie Azure. I have a friend with the last name Azure. I wonder if he's related to Jamie out there. Thank you very much. Shared this picture, these clouds in the Belcourt area. Thank you so very, very much, Audie, for sharing your photo. Now, as we take a look at what's going on here, we have a photo from Jeremy, Bismarck, North Dakota. Oh my goodness, you're looking right on the river valley here. You got the dock, and this is from the pier in Bismarck facing Mandan. So west, 5:30, approaching nonsense. Look at the leading edge. Remember I was talking about those roll clouds from outflow? That's likely what you're seeing right there, okay? So as the outflow comes out, it pushes a cold air surge at the ground level, and then that forces the warm air in the area to rise and create that little buckaroo right there, and that's no fun. Jeremy, thank you. It's awesome to see my friends from the area in Bismarck, Mandan, uploading photos of the storms as they're making their way through. Jeremy also looking now southwest along the river into Mandan. There you can see the downdraft part of the storm. You see light coming through over here by the trees. You got light by the other trees. You got no light here. That's the heavy rain and the hail. And that moved up towards Bismarck from the southwest. Great orientation on that shot. Thanks, Jeremy, so very, very much. Now, as we take a look elsewhere, we do have this one in Steele, North Dakota. So as we head on into Kidder County, you got, again, the updraft part of the storm here. A little bit of a rain shaft there, but a heavier rain shaft where you can see no light over here. And you can see that there were a couple of areas of rain shafts here and here. Now, a rain shaft is nice when it makes its way all the way down to the ground. We have rainfall. The radar can maybe see that, but if it's up at an angle, you can see that the radar is oftentimes looking at the raindrops that are in the cloud. And that's why a radar can show rain over your area, but it might not be hitting the ground. All right, then we got these little jagged fingers out here. Sometimes if those are not attached to the parent thunderstorm, that would be called scud clouds. Those are caused by the same thing, cold air rushing out ahead of the storm, forcing air up, and as that humid air rises, it makes new clouds, and they roll along towards you. Sometimes you have fingers. It looks like they're going to bite you. And again, some of these storms have a little bit of a bite to them as we go through the night. Paul S., thank you so very, very much for sharing your photo. Now we get to Nelson County. We got to go up to Nelson County up there, and we're looking up high in the sky. Ann says, we are waiting for it. Look at that. So as you get into Nelson County on the Highway 2 corridor off to the west of Grand Forks, and they're looking off to the west, and they're indeed waiting for it. Now, there were some storms not far from you starting to form there a little bit ago that we were talking about. So maybe you're looking off to the north. I'm not certain. But thank you so very much. And this says storms coming through Bismarck, Steele County area. Now let's take a look at this one, Minokan. All right. This is from my friend Juan. Thank you, Juan, and take a look at this. Oh my goodness. You're checking out, see what we call these neat little lines that go around the outside of these supercell thunderstorms. Those are called striations, and it just shows that these storms, as they're moving through the area, they have their own spin to them, and they look like corkscrews, okay? Then coming out of the storm, you have all these fingers going down. Those are some of those scud clouds, or air being forced up into the cloud by the outflow from the thunderstorm as it's making its way through. So excellent shot here, Juan. Thank you for sharing. June 9th, 2026. And that is out in the Minokan area. If you're unfamiliar with that, it's just off to the east of the Bismarck-Mandan area. And thank you so much for taking the time to upload your photos. Now, we do have a Belcourt storm making its way through. We're in a tornado watch. We'll take a look and see if we see any velocity for you. Real-time analysis. I do want to switch over to my radar site that's a little bit closer to your action. And here we go. So thanks for your photos from in and around the Belcourt area. By the way, we are going to go ahead and put the radar back up here because I knuckleheaded myself and forgot to put it on there. Now, we got green, motion towards Deering and the radar near Minot. So that's green moving towards. You got red moving away. This is more of a rolling because remember, the beam goes up as you go farther away. So this is farther away, and this is closer to the radar. These winds are blowing away. So the lower level winds are blowing away. The upper level winds are blowing towards. That's a little bit of a rolling in the atmosphere above. So that is shear. That is shear that you're looking at. Not the tornadic kind of shear, but it is shear. A measured gust of wind from a private weather station, 60 miles per hour, 8 miles east-northeast of Botno at 7:59 as a storm blew through there. Now, the storm motion with this is moving off to the northeast. It's moving at 28 miles per hour, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Max gust expected from our friends at the National Weather Service. Hail threat. It says hail threat, radar indicated, but I don't see a size here. So we'll take it to the fact that it doesn't seem like they're expecting much in the way of hail size. Go back to the single site radar data here, and we see that the hail size, not too robust with the thunderstorm as it's moving into Belcourt. This one is moving off to the northeast. See the little arrowhead here? Moving up towards Belcourt and St. John right now, north of Roulette. And as you take out Dunseith here and see the backside of the storm there, that's where that one is sneaking on up into at this particular time. So that is a warning up there near the international border. The Kenmare area seeing a storm with a couple gusts reported out here, 63 miles per hour. 1 mile north-northeast of our friends in Bowbells. And here in Portal, we have 58 mile per hour gusts. Down in South Dakota, real quickly, the only thunderstorm as we cross the border here is crossing out of Sioux County, now almost exclusively in Emmons County, heading towards Strasburg. I think big hail with this storm system. There was some shear on the leading edge of it, but it's not moving fast. It's moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour. So that means abundant and heavy rainfall from that bad boy. Now, as we go into Pierre, there's absolutely no central South Dakota radars. There's one on this side. There's one on this side. Hutch gets to stretch once in a while he does the weather. So let's go to Rapid City side, see what we're seeing with this Pier storm. We talked about it moving in on Pier, a solid line of storms. Gettysburg, a storm line is moving towards you, non-severe at this time. Here is a severe cluster of cells working its way in towards the capital city. What is going on? Let's get into it. Here we have a pretty good hail core moving right along the Highway 34 corridor. It's moving off to the east. This little arrow right here showing it's moving off to the east. Here is Lake Oahe as it streams up toward the North Dakota border in the Mobridge area. Now, as you go up this way, this backward C shape to the hail core tells Hutch that there's some wind up there. Now, one of the features of a supercell thunderstorm or supercell cluster of thunderstorms is on the north side, the downdraft here, we get this little notch forming right here. And then we get this little notch forming right here. It's not a classic V notch, but it's kind of in the area, which means the southern side of the storm is going to be rotating in a counterclockwise direction, and the northern part of the thunderstorm is rotating opposite. Good bet that this one is a supercell thunderstorm as it's working its way through. Turning on the radar cell data, we'll take a look at that really quickly for you. And we do have a second to populate, if you don't mind, as we see the thunder and lightning do extend out of the box as the storms are intensifying a bit. So the radar from the area is tracking storms here, here, and here, and there is a what's called a mesocyclone. Remember I said the rotation before we even got to this? And this is depicting a mesocyclone here that's rotating counterclockwise. It does not mean a tornado is on the ground. What this is, folks, is a supercell, and supercells rotate. They rotate. Not all of them make tornadoes. A lot has to work out right for that. But we are in a tornado watch, and this is a dang strong storm and probably the best one on the radar right now with a chance of making a tornado because it has what's called a mesocyclone indicator there. It's a weaker one, but it is there. So this mesocyclone is a 5 index on that strength of 10, 28 knots of low-level rotation, and we do have a base height of that of 11,000 feet. That's high. That's the base height. Why is it so high? Because the radar beam, by the time we get that far away from Rapid City, is that high. So there's rotation in this cloud picked up way above the ground right now. Let's mosey on up and look at our storm relative velocity with this cell. Yes, there it is. So this cell has wind blowing towards Rapid City there, and it's blowing weakly away this way. But remember, the whole storm's moving this way. So this is the area of rotation that we're watching very, very closely. Now, what you do when you're this high off the ground, we can't get any information anywhere else. So you got to look at your tools that you have available. Hutch has a toolbox here, and I'm going to go into it. I'm going to dig deep. Geez, there's a 9/16 wrench. Oh, there's the pliers. Oh, I got a pair of side cutters here. Okay. Oh, we got the road cameras. Oh, wow, that's a really nice tool to have here. Let's take our road camera tool and go down to the capital city. Here we go. As we go into your area, what do we got going on? We got road construction, but what about a storm? Let's see if we can see into it. Here is the backside of the storm. We got wet pavement, folks, but not only that, we got some dark clouds, big time rain. By golly, that looks like hail covering the whole road. You got hail now. Now we got to get the plow out here. I don't think that's all just water. It's glistening in the light of the sun, but we got some hail, and these are so streaky looking that it's not just raindrops there. We're looking at hail, and I think it's on the road. So that hail core looks like it could mean business. This is taken from the Hayes area. Let's see if I have another view. I do not from that particular camera. Let's see if we can see it from the south here where it's 82. You're looking south from a camera south of the storm we want to see. Oh, ho, 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 Francois. Okay, let's take a look at this. We got green prairies out here, and we got this lowering cloud base right over here. So there is the storm that we're starting to see the evidence of. Let me see if I can move my camera view behind me here. I know this is going to look weird, but I'm just going to move it right here so I can make it look more bigger and see what's going on the left side of the screen here. Shazam! Oh, I just made it bigger. There we go. Oh, yes. Okay, so now you can see what Hutch was seeing. This is the Shelfie McShelferson cloud rolling out from the edge of the thunderstorm. It's a shelf cloud because it's attached to the parent thunderstorm. It would be a roll cloud if it's detached. We got light behind it, and this baby doesn't show any signs that it's dumping heavy rain in this particular view at this angle. What does that mean? That means this is a storm moving out, an updraft, and it's making new business out there. So we got a new business making storm. This is north of Vivian out there in South Dakota, and that DOT camera is helping us out a lot. Thanks for that view. Let me see if I've got another view of that storm from the same camera. I'm looking, as you see. Oh, I guess I should be looking over here, but that's probably the most goodest one right there. Okay, so we looked at the best view of that one. Now let's look at it from the other side as we go out here. Shazam. Let's see what we got. Okay, that's a pretty good looking storm view. Okay, so you're looking way off. I'm assuming we're looking west here. I can't see. Let me double check and see if it says. Well, I know we're looking west because I see sunshine behind the clouds. So there we go. We're using some scientific deduction here. This is a ways away from the storm by at least a good 20 miles or so, but you can see rain shafts heading down, and there's the rain-free base of the storm as it's working its way over the terrain there in central and southern parts of South Dakota. Pretty cool looking skies out there, if I might say so. Pierre, you got a rotating thunderstorm heading your way. Let's see if we can see it down here. This would be a view from the north. Let's see if we have a view. Let's see, this might be looking south. 24 miles north of Pierre, and if that's looking south, we're seeing a little bit of it on the edge. And that's all the view I got for right now. So we did look at some stuff there, and that was kind of cool, confirming what we're seeing. We got a big supercell storm with a shelf cloud heading right into Pierre. It does have some rotation, and the radar will show you that. I'll keep you posted on that storm. And
Hello,
again,
friends.
I appreciate all of the feedback you're giving
I'm
me.
Meteorologist
Let's go to
Hutch
the
Johnson
most recent
with
questions
Hutch's
we'll
weather.
have.
I'm proposing an idea.
I always click on the wrong thing there. Let's see. 444 Rosemary. Is it all passed by you now? Oh, okay. So you're asking another friend that. Let's see. 5 to 9 p.m. tomorrow, June 10th in Jamestown. What's the severe weather probability then? Not much. Most of the severe weather probability for you, Megan, Magnitude Sports. So Magnitude Sports, the severe weather risk is from the Red River Valley, Fargo, Grand Forks, and into Minnesota. We could get passing showers, and we could see a thunderstorm, but the chance of severe in Jamestown is quite low. Bemidji, North Dakota, risk. Rainy heck. Did I pronounce your name right? Rain heck. Well, let me tell you what. If we look at Bemidji, the models that we went through just a little bit earlier said storms move through the Bismarck area now, the Jamestown area as we cross into the next 10 o'clock time frame, and then they'll make their way into the Grand Forks to Fargo area very close to either side of midnight. Now, they continue on to the east as we go towards about 2 to 3 in the morning. Looks like a better chance for Bemidji. Some models have the storms kind of falling apart on the north side, but that will only happen if a storm cluster in Iowa forms, taking the moisture away from you. I think that all these storms moving through the Dakotas tonight do and will continue with a severe weather risk. Hutch has new information. I should have it say that, shouldn't I? Hutch, there's new information. Stutsman County. I know where that is. Let's go on up to Stutsman County. You were just asking about that. Okay. The storms moving out of the Steele area and moving through Kidder County right now have prompted a warning from the National Weather Service. We'll go ahead and switch over to the Bismarck radar. It's looking right into the backside of this storm from the west. Here is the leading edge. There's the outflow boundary of this whole line of thunderstorms. Along this line of thunderstorms, we have this indicates a gusty outflow, a gusty wind. So the gusts of wind will hit you first. They'll come at you from the west. We do have Kidder County and through Steele, and on Steele's doorstep right now is the severe thunderstorm line. There are a bunch of thunderstorms in this line that's covering the majority of the county. It does include some southern portions of Wells County, south of Bowdoin, Goodrich, and you guys in Sheridan County, south of Goodrich have this. Do you see this area here? That's pretty interesting view. We're going to take a look at this SRV. We're looking at the storm relative velocity. Hutch is keeping his eyes on the risk for some spin in the storm. So this is all incoming wind. That's 90-mile-per-hour winds blowing towards Bismarck on this side of the storm. Now, the storm isn't past Goodrich blowing wind the other way, I don't believe. I believe that is a feature of a very large outflow from the storm up to the north. So let's take a look at what's going on with the single site radar data, and there it is. So this boom, hail core here, can be getting an updraft into it, and the updraft can lean back a little bit toward the radar site. That can happen, but this storm here is very stout, and it has 80-mile-per-hour wind signature up at an elevation here above the ground, blowing back towards Bismarck, causing a bowing segment on this side. So there is shear in that storm and a backward C shape. Goodrich, if I was you, I would be seeking shelter in an interior room. That is a strong cluster of this particular storm as well, with some hail potential up to about 1 inch in diameter, possibly in that area. Let me go ahead and turn on the cellular data for these. Now, along this line of multiple thunderstorms, you got one big bad boy up here with a big time core. That's moving right into Goodrich towards Hertzfield. You got this line here moving towards Tuttle. So if you're in Wing, Tuttle, Pettibone, those areas are going to see this storm making its way off in your direction. Robinson, this is a nice indication of an area of the storm that accelerated out this way because of the gust that it burped out. So the hail core not here. The hail core is not necessarily here, but we do have a sample where we do have some very gusty straight line winds accelerating rapidly towards Robinson, then down towards Steele on the I-94 corridor. There is a hail core that will be fixing to make its way and moseying off to the west side of town and heading up on the highway just north of town there as it's going off to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So the individual cells that you see here, 1, 2, 3 thunderstorms, then 4 here. There are thunderstorm cells in here too. You can see there's just a number of them. Here is the outflow from these storms starting to push out. And then this one formed a new thunderstorm that's moving off very quickly off in the central part. This is starting to take shape as a pretty windy line of thunderstorms right there. We'll keep our eyes on that. Again, if we look at the storm relative velocity, we can kind of try to take a peek at the winds associated with the storm. There is motion towards and away right next to each other. This is in that storm that's pushing up in toward the Hertzfield Goodrich area. So because this storm is moving off in this direction, this is a pretty good picture. Notice how we don't have the brightest reds and the brightest greens touching each other. There's a little gap in between. So what this tells us is that there is a rotation in this storm that's pretty broad as it's heading towards Hertzfield. You got a big rotating thunderstorm heading into the general direction of Hertzfield right now. And along the northern side, this could be impacting you folks on the Highway 200 corridor near Bowdoin as well. I hear a couple of clinks coming in on the old things here, so let's see. Thank you very much, Renee, for sharing stars with Hutch. I do appreciate it. Strong tornadoes for Ransom, that is. Okay, so we have a communication going on there. The tornado watch would include Grand Forks and Hillsborough. There must be consideration of a new tornado watch making its way through the vibes that's going on right now. So indeed, that could be very well the case. So let's go ahead and catch up on that. And to do that, we got a severe thunderstorm line here. I think all modes of severe weather, including very gusty wind here north of Steele and heading to Tuttle. If you are here in southern parts of the Wells County area and extreme southeastern parts of Sheridan County near Goodrich, we got ourselves a rotating thunderstorm on the north side of this bad boy. That's spinning. And then we do have this strong thunderstorm that's just kind of ambling slowly out of the Missouri River Valley, crossing into southern Emmons County now, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning for that area. We have had one confirmed tornado tonight in North Dakota, and that's what we're seeing as far as the radar goes right now. I am going to switch over to a look at this other piece of detailed information right over here. And on this radar map, I will start turning on the mesoscale discussions so we can see watch unlikely, tornado watch 294. Okay, let's go ahead and turn them on. Okay, so now let's see if I can get to these. So we do have a circle here, and that means that the National Weather Service office in Grand Forks and Aberdeen are talking, and maybe Bismarck too, likely Bismarck too, are all talking with their friends down at the Storm Prediction Center, and they're looking at this area for the potential for a new severe thunderstorm watch, a new tornado watch tonight. So there is the potential for this in this discussion of a tornado watch likely, 80% chance. So thank you, Scott, for sharing that view. There is an 80% chance that we get a tornado watch that does include western Minnesota and North Dakota on the eastern side rather, and northeast South Dakota. This is for and because of that low-level jet that we saw and the amount of increasing humidity that we have here, there's going to be shear and there is going to be an ample amount of energy in the atmosphere for thunderstorms to really rise quickly as we go through. So we should start seeing that increase in intensity of these storms as we head into the next hour or two. And I say that because these storms are now getting to the edge, and they're jumping off this edge where we saw drier dew points, and they're now jumping into the river where the humidities and the dew points were much, much higher. So as we take a look at this, these storms formed along a dry line, if you will, out in the western part of the Dakotas. The temperatures here in Jamestown, in Fargo, are near 90, and the storms are just getting ready to arrive in this 90-degree area. Yeah, they're going to cool off the area as they move in. But what they don't have out here and didn't have today were dew points that were as high as we have here in the eastern third of the Dakotas. So as we look at dew points, think of this as how much moisture is in the air. And the higher the dew point is, or the closer it is to the temperature, the less amount we have to lift the air for a cloud to form. That makes lower cloud bases. They're already scraping the ground, and when the dew point and temperature are really close together, that means things like hail, things like tornadoes don't have to reach as far down. Even raindrops don't have to reach down as far to make contact with the ground. Wind from hail cores, right there, baby. You're right at the ground. So if we get these clouds that are just a few hundred feet above the ground, that's the problem. Dew point temperatures. Remember these temperatures now. Take a snapshot of your hometown here. Here's the Park Rapids area, Wadena area, 82-ish, 81 in Brainerd, 86, 88 are the temperatures here, all in the eastern third. And here comes the watch, I think, is what's going on there. So now let's go here, Shazam. And as we take a look at these dew points, where you see this kind of, I don't know what color that is, milky blue, I don't know, I miss Minnesota River Valley. We have 72 dew points up. This is oppressive humidity and high dew point air. Fargo 70, was it sticky outside in Fargo? Was it sticky outside in Grand Forks? That's what's going on. You got 70 dew points here, and out in the Dakotas now we got 50s. It's dropping out of the low 60s to 59 in Bismarck, so you did have some moisture in the air. I'm not knocking it, but it's 10 times. And remember, we looked at a forecast of what's called a low-level jet, and the low-level jet is going to increase right here out of Iowa, out of Nebraska, and it's going to blossom and it's going to be strong. When we have a low-level jet above the ground at night that's strong, then it feeds this hot, humid air into the base of the thunderstorm all night long. So that's why these storms could last with a threat of tornadoes into the late night and overnight hours. So that's what we're seeing there. Pardon me while I get some more information here. I think we got a good coverage system going on here. Let me know if you have comments or questions. I'll try to get to them. Let's see here. New comments. Okay, super sticky today. Feels like better now. Jordan, where are you watching from? Too bad. How bad will Fargo get hit tonight? I think we're going to have a tornado watch issued. I can tell you this, and I want to be clear as day, not mud, that no model or no person can tell you exactly what town is going to get hit by a thunderstorm. Meteorologists sometimes get in a pool together and we'll talk amongst each other and we'll all kind of fill in sheets where we think things are going to happen. And you get 10 meteorologists in a room, you're going to get 10 different answers. Just like every other profession, you have different opinions. So will Fargo get hit? I've been saying since yesterday that I thought the tornado risk would last into the overnight. I've been saying since yesterday that I thought Iowa stood a great chance of some overnight tornadoes because of an increase in energy, a low-level jet that was going to be setting up there. And I think that we're going to have a concern there as well as we go through. And in fact, there is a tornado watch there now. So if we take a look at the tornado watch, there's been one issued for Spencer in Iowa, for Sioux City, for Sioux Center, for Worthington, those areas. Yeah, Worthington. So let's go ahead and take a look at that right now. Bear with me, okay. It's going to be a very long night. Pierre, you got another warning for you from a storm that's making its way through. Multiple warnings now. Remember what I told you about this Sheridan County storm on the south side rotating? We got us a severe thunderstorm warning now for Sheridan County and into much of Wells County as we go into the next hour or so. Here's a look at the latest on that. I can't click because I don't have my clicker turned on. Okay, so moving to the northeast, 41 miles per hour. Tornado possible. There's a rotating storm on the south side, especially right there. That's where it is. Now that was near, I think, the Goodridge area, and that's what's going to be moving up in that area. It's moving at 41 miles per hour to the northeast, 60 miles per hour, a rotating thunderstorm in there as it's working its way to the north and east. That rotating thunderstorm is right here. It's moved through Goodrich right now, off on the side of Hertzfield. This is a bowing segment that's moving the other way towards my kneecaps, and then this activity is strong, but the warning goes up this way because this bad boy is moving this way, okay? So this puppy is going to be barking towards Harvey and Wells County. Big time rain, pretty good hail size core with that one as well, and it's starting to tap into some moisture. We've got this bowing segment here with a gusty wind moving into northern parts of Kidder County right now, and I'm not kidding, and that's what's going on there. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Belcourt that continues, but the main brunt of that storm moving north of Belcourt at this time. Watch me, baby. Let's see watches. What's going on? We got to turn on the watches. Okay, let's see. Where are they? Here we go. Let's look at stuff together. It's a thunderstorm watch. So they were talking about a tornado watch, and they have issued a thunderstorm watch. That's what they did. So it's until 4 a.m. A severe thunderstorm watch, max gusts to 80 miles per hour, a 1.5-inch diameter hail. So the risk of 3-inch hail drops off as we get into the Red River Valley into the nighttime hours. And we'll see, there will be a risk for some tornadoes tonight, but whether or not they'll be strong ones, not necessarily likely. And it says, is it a particularly dangerous situation? No, but it is a severe thunderstorm watch in western Minnesota and eastern North Dakota. It is a tornado watch, as we talked about earlier, with the spin and the low-level jet setting up in this area out here. Okay, this could rob, if this develops, forms, and blossoms out, it could cut off the inflow into these storms in North Dakota too. We can hope that happens so we don't get the severest of severe stuff, but we really need the rain. So I'm hoping for rain, I'm hoping for no hail, but we're here to cover it for you and keep you advised. This is a look at what's going on. You're watching Hutch's Weather. If you're just joining, meteorologist Hutch Johnson here. Thanks for watching. I've been a trusted source for weather information for the better part of the last 30 years here in the upper Midwest, serving as a chief meteorologist in broadcast television. And now that I have left that, I am streaming here on my channels, and I've started Hutch's Weather about 2.5 years ago. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thanks for your trust. Drop a comment. Let me know where you're watching from. If you have questions, I'll be reviewing those as we go through. A new severe thunderstorm watch until 4 o'clock in the morning for Grand Forks, Devils Lake, western parts of Minnesota, including Becker and Otter Tail counties and Lakes Country there. That's Detroit Lakes, Fergus Falls, Otter Tail County, Pelican Rapids, all the way up into parts of north central Minnesota as you go in towards Roseau County, as well as you folks in Pennington County, also Red Lake County, as well as Clearwater is not in it at this time, but again, Becker for Detroit Lakes, Fergus Falls, Ada, Monoman is in it, as well as you folks in Kitson County. Cavalier and Pembina counties are in the watch as well, so Walhalla to Cavalier can expect this activity to continue its way off to the east. This is a straight line right now as it marches in for the next, I think in about the next 70, 80 miles as it moves through that. It's going to start entering that really strong south winds as it works its way up. So that's what we have going on as we go through. I hear comments coming in. Let's see. Garfield, Minnesota. Thanks for watching. Matt, thank you very much for watching from Warroad, Minnesota. It's a pleasure to have you here, Patrick, as well from Garfield. Thank you very much. I'll be covering these storms all the way through tonight, so keep our eyes on the sky for you. Tokyo, North Dakota area, what's going on? So we can take a look at your question as well here real quickly. I try to do as many of these as I can, but I will tell you what, sometimes they come in fast and furious as we go through. So as we're looking into your area, so we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued. And I hope I didn't just shut down something here. So let me know if I'm still streaming on your channel here. I think I might have clicked the wrong button. Too many things going on. There's that. I just got to open it back up. I think I just minimized it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so Hutch gets to click into answering questions here. So yes, we do have a lot of information coming in right now, but if you're in Benson County, Ramsey County, and the Devil's Lake Basin, there is a line of thunderstorms that are severe. Not everyone is severe. Not everybody's going to see this. It may split around the Devil's Lake area, Tokyo area, as well as you folks out here to the east in Nelson County, but we have a tornado watch for Stutzman County, and if you're looking down here for you folks in Ashley, Wishick, you folks in Gwinner as well are in a thunderstorm warning, while your neighbors in Ashley and Wishick are in the tornado watch. A watch here, thunderstorm watch, tornado watch. Tornado watch is until midnight. The thunderstorm watch is until 4 a.m. And that means, and we talked about this during our last event, the right edge of this is where we expect the storms to be crossing out of at 4 a.m. So that's the latest on that. So we have severe thunderstorms blasting into Wells County right now. There's one of them that's rotating. Thank you much for your question. Thank you for your stars. I appreciate it, Melissa, very much. Let me answer a couple of my Facebook friend questions. Quinn from Ashby says, hi, Hutch. Brandon, good to have you on board. And Quinn from Ashby, hi to you. Thank you for watching, and I appreciate it. Tappan, you got storms moving through. They're severe. They're exiting Tappan and heading in towards your neighbors off to the east, though. Let's go ahead and take you in just a wee bit closer, because we're not going to be shy as we go in. And now as you take a look, there it is. Tuttle, Tappan. Okay, my mistake. I was thinking Tuttle. The storms are through Tuttle. They're in Steele. They're on their way. They're severe. This is a windy segment of storms here. The hail potential doesn't look as high with this. On this side of the storm, it's a little higher as you go up into your neighbors to the north in Wells County, Hertzfield to Harvey. Harvey, you're going to have this hail core pass very close to you or just south of you. This is moving northeast at this time. So that's what's going on with these particular areas. So again, it all happens in Tappan. And let's take a look at what we got. It's moving east at 37 miles per hour. Let me tell you, when this Boeing segment on the south side gets to you, boom, Laka Shaka, we got Dawson by 920, Tappan 927. Severe line of very gusty thunderstorms will be making its way towards you. 60 mile per hour gusts possible, very heavy rain. And that's the main threats from the storm. It'll be on towards Medina at 9:49 and Cleveland in Ohio. 10:01 on the north side of this warning in northern parts of the county. Let's go ahead and analyze that for you. This does sneak into southern parts of Sheridan County as well, but let's go with that. Let's move it off to the north and to the east, and here we go. Robinson by 9:13, Pettibone by 9:32, Sykeston 9:45, Woodworth 9:47. So before 10 o'clock for all those communities. If you're in Carrington, we'll be watching this part of the line work its way towards you by the time we get to the 10 o'clock hour. And now we sneak a little bit north for timing for our friends in Harvey. Now the storm is near you already. You're seeing those clouds move in, but the big bulge you're seeing here that's sticking out this way, that's from outflow boundary. This is where the gustiest of the winds are, in my humble opinion. And I think that because of that, that's where we're going to have the greatest risk for gusty winds that'll be very, very strong, moving northeast at a clip of about 40 some miles per hour. We're going to put that in Fessenden by the time we get to 9:27, and it's after 10 for Oberon as well as Cheyenne. So if you happen to be in those areas, notice how close that this very strong part of the cell does sneak by Bowdoin. So keep that in mind, just north of the Cathay area, as well as heading in towards near New Rockford. So that gives you some timing for these communities here so that you have an idea of when they come through. Hoping this is helping you make your plans for the night or know what's coming your way. Right now, non-severe thunderstorms moving through Pierce County and heading right into the Benson County area here. So if you're in Maddock, you've got non-severe storms right now. Keep my eyes on it. Some are crossing the border up into parts of southern Canada. And as we take a look at our Canadian warnings really quickly, we do have a number of things going on up there with severe thunderstorm watches. And as well, we do have a tornado watch in effect for Winnipeg. Right now, though, all of these counties that you see here, and areas, I should say, in Manitoba right here, Winnipeg out towards Brandon, we do have some thunderstorm warnings from these cells right now. Big hail and gusts of wind are the main threat from these storms, and we could see them close to 100 kilometers per hour as well. So keep that in mind. If you happen to be in Saskatchewan here, just east of Regina, you got a solid line of severe thunderstorm warnings there for you. And let's see what this says. It's a moderate risk, and this is wow, it's a 2-hour thunderstorm warning okay, for a moderate event out here. And it's looking at tracking a thunderstorm, damaging wind gusts up to quarter-size hail and very heavy rain. So 1-inch diameter hail or 2.54 centimeter diameter hail, to be precise, because precise is what we do here at Hutch's Weather. All right, we're going to leave you with this 4-panel for just a little bit while Hutch gets a glass of water, reloads with energy, reloads with the forecast information you're going to need to keep you ahead of this line of storms. And you're going to see me tinkering with stuff here to set it up on a loop. Up above me, you're going to see what's going on with regards to the latest and greatest on the latest radar. You're going to see the latest forecast model guidance here on this screen, and I've got forecast graphics on the upper right that are rolling through as well as some information for you. That's a look at what's going on, and it's going down now. We'll keep you up to date here. I got to get a little break, a glass of water, and I'll be back here in just a moment. But for now, I got the Hutch Johnson Singers lined up, ready to go. Woo!
Wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. Wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the
Check one, check two, check one. Hello, everybody. It's meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. And we have a tornado warning that's just been issued for Benson County. This is right near Maddox, so let's get right to it. You got this backward C shape on the screen above me. And we'll go ahead and cover this and a couple new warnings as we get through. Here's what's going on. You see this backward C? This is a hook echo here on the front side of the storm. There is a hail core here, which would indicate a very strong updraft. And in that vicinity right here of the hook echo, that's where the tornado is. It's heading towards Maddox, Brinsmead, Minnewacan, and Leeds. If you're in the path of these storms, please seek shelter in an interior room. Get to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. And I do want to point out too, if you are anywhere near the Devil's Lake Basin, this line of storms is going to also have that impact for some gusty straight line winds as well. And we want you thinking now about where you can go to stay out of the path of these winds. You do not want to ride out winds like these in things like mobile homes, manufactured homes, and the like. So please heed these warnings. Let's go ahead and give you the specifics of the warning. We'll get to the details on the timing, but you should start taking your precautions now. Two things. If you have my weather app, or if you have a cellular device, go to hutchesweather.com and go to your safe spot. There, you can go to the top of the page and watch my updates right from the website. So if you were to go to my website right now, and you would see, boom, right here, Hutch is live. Take your mobile device, click on this, and you can watch me from your safe place. I'll keep you guided through the storm. If you have my app, same thing goes. You push on the most recent video, you're going to see the live. It'll take you to this video right now. You can watch it on any mobile device, and that's what's going on. We do have a tornado warning until 10:15. It is basically for the Benson County area, for the Maddox area. 3/4 inch hail or smaller possible from the storm, and we'll keep you on top of that. But I did want to say, if you head over to the app, this is how you can get information as to what's going on with these storms while you're seeking shelter in your sturdy place. If you have a basement, get there. Put as many walls between you and the storm, making the debris have to travel through more walls. Okay, so here is a look at that storm. It's moving northeast, 52 miles per hour. Let's get the timing down for this storm now. Here is this backward C shape right here. That is the hook echo from the storm. Moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. It will be in Maddox in mere moments, 9:45. In Leeds, it will be in your area by 10:02. Brinsmead about 10:05, and out towards places like Church's Ferry by 10:14. It does not say Minnewacan out there, but it's going to be into your area before Church's Ferry and before Leeds. So if you are in Minnewacan, you will be in the path of the curved or the rotating part of the storm as well. It's just because of the angle I let go of the tracer there that it didn't time you out. So keep this in mind. I will monitor this storm all the way through. It could be approaching Candu if it continues on its path by the time we get to 10:20. And now we'll take a look at what's going on with the rotation in the storm. Going to single site radar data here. I'll see make a choice on a radar here. They're both fairly far away, but let's go ahead and go with the Deering radar first and see the velocities from inside. So here is the hook echo from Deering. You can see right in here the notch. Here's Maddox. Here is the thunderstorm that's making its way to the northeast at that 50 mile per hour clip. Here is a look at the storm relative velocities inside the storms as seen from areas near Deering. And so this is motion towards Deering. This is motion away from Deering. So there is some shear down here on the south side of the storm. There's some shear in this little cell moving towards Leeds, by the way, as well. In fact, that might even be a little bit better than some of what we're seeing, or stronger than what we're seeing on the other side of the storm. Let's go in just a little bit here. This is going to be pretty high up in the thunderstorm cloud, by the way. Okay. Sorry for this. I'm just going to get out another tool out of the toolbox here and tell you that this storm is about, from the radar site, it's got a low elevation angle, which is lower than usual, a 0.3 degree elevation tilt, which gets it down lower in the storm. So it's 4,200. Normally, the lowest elevation angle that a radar does a scan at is 5 elevation angle. So we're talking about a range that's about 57 or 60 nautical miles away from the radar site, 4,300 feet above the ground. There is some shear and some rotation in the storm at about that height. That's not too bad out there. So that is an area where we do have some shear. I'm not seeing, let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of other features here. In fact, now I'm going to take a look at the Mayville radar. It looks like it might be a little farther away from this storm, looking higher in the cloud. And let's see, yeah. So we definitely have some green making its way towards Mayville, red away. There is that rotating part of the storm. There is another rotation part on the outside of the tornado warning right here where we have the greens and the reds next to each other. This would be a counterclockwise shear or spin with this cell on the south side. So we got 2 areas of spin, one here and one right here. Moving right in Maddock. If you're in the Maddock area right now or on the highway in between Minnewacan and the Esmond area right now, please seek shelter in that interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. If you happen to be on the lake, please get out of campers and things like that and get into sturdy structure, because you do not want to try to ride out a storm like this with something like that can be toppled quickly. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of other things while I take a look at the markers for maybe debris. I am not seeing that now. It does not mean that it's not lofting up some debris though, so keep that in mind. You can go back a scan or two. Okay, so this is a real interesting structure to the storm here, and what we're seeing is what looked like a really good, clear defined hook echo on this has filled in with an outflow. So there was likely also a rear flank downdraft with a huge gust of wind coming out with this storm. There's an area of rotation that's making its way into the Maddock area right now on this side. It looks like there's another little feature up on the north side getting ready to cross Highway 19. I know that a lot of you have sent me things. I've been doing my very best to keep up with stuff on my own here as we're working our way through, and we're going to do that right now. I have a ton of photos that have been updated by you, and I do appreciate each and every one of you doing so. So I just kind of wanted to see if there were some folks out there with a photo. If you do have a photo and it's safe for you to go ahead and upload it, please do so. And you can do that right here on Hutch's Weather. But if you're in Maddock, if you're in Minnewacan, this storm is making its way in your general direction. Leeds, Churches Ferry, and Brinsmaid, all in the path of this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It looked like to me on the very far south side we have a little rotation. Looks like we might have one up here on this side as well. As we are taking a look at that, we'll get back to our velocity data here and see. And indeed, this is the area where we have the most shear, but there is some right here. So just north of Maddock right now, we're going to go out to a DOT camera and also our friends out there at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network and see what we have available for the sky cams right now. So as we're looking in on the Maddock area and in the region here, this is, oh my gosh, look at this. So here you look at how close. Remember what I was saying about how low these clouds are going to get to the ground when they got into the soupy air? Look at this ridiculousness. I'm on my knees here. There's the ground. There is a cloud going into that thunderstorm. It looks like a beaver tail type of a cloud or an inflow type structure that's associated with the storm. This is looking northwest from Maddock. This was at 9:40. Your current time is 9:45. So this is rolling in. This is how low it is to the ground because of the increase in humidity and energy in this area. That is unbelievable. Now let's go ahead and take a look from another perspective. We're going to go up to Niles. We're looking a long ways away. Here is a updraft part of the thunderstorm that's making, you see how high these cloud bases are? And watch what's happening down here on the left side. Whoop, lowering of the cloud base. So we got dark skies aplenty. You've got the old prairie house out here and the one lonely tree. And now you got all of these high base thunderstorms on this side. And then what direction am I looking at? I'm looking out to the west at sunset, obviously. So there's the lowering of the cloud base that's making its way in. Look how green everything is there. I sure hope we don't get hail on all these crops. What a beautiful thing this rain would be, though, for some in the area. Unbelievable view here. Thanks to the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. You can visit their site anytime you want by searching NDAWN, N-D-A-W-N, and you can have access to these just like Hutcheroo here is doing. going. Now that's a look from Niles. Let's take a look from another storm perspective. This is Bremen. This is 3 miles east and we're looking west. You can't even see the setting sun out there. That's how dark it is. These clouds are fairly low, but they weren't as low as that last image that we saw. And these clouds here are associated with the same cluster of storms that are making their way into the western reaches of Benson County right now. Now let's see if we can view this same storm, and let's take a look from the way outside at Webster. We're not seeing anything because we're looking northeast there. That's okay. That's all right. There's a look we already had. Let's look one more time from this area here and see what we got. Okay, this is a ways away. Yeah, Mammatus clouds. This is the top of the atmosphere here where the updraft and the thunderstorm cloud carry themselves all the way up to the stratosphere. And that's where it hits the stratosphere and it spreads all out into an anvil. And on the bottom side, look at the Mammatus clouds, the lumpy, bumpy clouds up there as we are looking at that view from the storm. I have another view out here. I've got more information coming in as well. I've got some videos and pictures to show you. Again, Audrey sharing a thunderstorm right now from the Mapleton area. We've got the mothership coming in from Audie at the Crow Hill area. Let's go ahead and take a look at those. Thank you all for being a part of Hutch's Weather. It's a two-way street covering weather like this. Here's a big picture of what we got going on right now across parts of North Dakota. Let's go to the radar. Here we go. Shazam. All right, clap your hands, it shall be. Now we got this line of thunderstorms out here. You're looking at greens and reds. That's showing me where spin is. We have a spinning thunderstorm right here with a couple different areas of shear. Lowering cloud base, it looked like it was on the ground. It's approaching the Maddock area right now. Let's take a look at a couple of photos that have been recently updated. And I do want to say a big, huge pat on the back. Thank you to all of you out there. The outflow comes out and it just builds this shelfie McShelferson. Set your coffee cup up there and head to shelter. That's a bad boy right there, heading in the general direction. Again, Crow Hill. So as we're looking in the area of these storms making their way right into the Devil's Lake Basin right now. Here's another sunny North Dakota view as we take a look. Oh my goodness. Look at these Mammatus clouds that have waves in them. Isn't that really cool? So some wave shape to the structure of the atmosphere. Jaden Hasselbrock, thank you so much. In sunny North Dakota, storm cell nearby the Bismarck area. Absolutely stunning view of the volatile skies from your area. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we go to Jeremy Berger up here and take a look at what we got here. Let's see if I get to the right storm. Oh my gosh, west of Cathay. Look at this. It's taken at 9:30. Just look at the Shelfie McShelferson right here. Shelf cloud attached to the parent thunderstorm. Roll cloud rolls out ahead of it, or there's going to be a separation between the base of the thunderstorm. So this is a shelf. This is a shelf. You got all these striations working their way out. This is caused by, see all this dark rain back here? Collapsing of the rain and the hail onto the ground, that pushes a rain-cooled pool of cold air like a cold front out called a gust front, and that gust front blows out and causes the warm, humid air here where we stand to rise up into that storm and make new clouds, and that thing just kind of rolls around. And when those clouds, like these shelf clouds, move over you, it almost looks like you can see them rolling as they're moving up into you. Amazing view here, Jeremy. Thank you so very, very much. You see different rain and hail shafts from the different individual thunderstorm cells that are working their way into the area right there. Fantastic view taken only a bit ago at 9:30. Jasandra Schmidt, thank you much from Medina. That's it. Stutzman County, the western edge, and we'll only sell you the edge at sunset. This is North Dakota. As you enjoy what was a hot and humid day and sticky as sticky can be. And here you got a Shelfie McShelferson cloud on a mothership working its way in. Look at all of these rain shafts coming out of it. We need the rain. We'll take it. Thunder and lightning. Oh my goodness. Then you get into a cell here area that's really, really deep and dark. And that is an area where we got some thunderstorms with very heavy rain making their way through. Each of these little rain shafts is likely its own updraft on this side and downdraft on this side. Back here, updraft on this side, downdraft on that side. Each of them a mature thunderstorm in a cluster that's forming a mothership out there, and that's in Stutzman County as it's tapping into, folks, the moisture that we were talking about. Here's another look at that. Let me see. I've got that. We've got this. I think we've taken care of this. Is Ronnie in Crookston. This is 3 miles to the north of Crookston, looking west from the farm towards East Grand Forks, and they're starting to see the higher level clouds that punch way up high in the atmosphere, and that's what we see going on there. All right, we're getting more information in. I'm trying to keep all avenues open here and seeing what's going on. Let's see what else we got here. Mapleton, gotta like that. Look at this now as you're out in western parts of Cass County. Audrey capturing this. Mapleton facing west. The wind pattern in the pond is kind of weird. So yeah, you're seeing waves forming, maybe some wind shifts going on, but the high clouds starting to move in to the eastern portion of the state as our western neighbors in central North Dakota are battling stout thunderstorms. Ethan, this is north of Rolla. There's a downdraft there. There is the dark thunderstorm clouds aplenty moving its way in, but look at all of that. We'll call it multi-million-dollar rain. I have an update for you on your tornado warning. Let's get to that. Okay. Leeds. If you are in Leeds, if you are in Church's Ferry, there is a rotating part of this thunderstorm right here moving into Leeds. Also down here, there is evidence of some shear or spin on this far south side of the storm as well. We'll keep you posted on that. As you can see, my friend Pedro right here on the weather map, he's taking a little nap down there. That's okay, Pedro. It's all right. We'll let you... Oh, hi. I see you. You want to say hi to everybody? Okay, we got a tornado warning, but Pedro's here watching the weather with Hutch, and he's concerned too. And he really doesn't like loud noises. There's another area. So if you're in Leeds, this is going to be towards you in a couple of moments. There's another area of rotation on the south side. Say goodbye, Pedro. All right, thank you so much for being a part of Hutch's weather, Pedro. Let's talk about this rotation and where it's going to be and when. We're going to look at the north side rotation right here that's moving to the north and east. I'm going to double check because the National Weather Service did put out a update to this particular tornado warning. It's a radar indicated tornado and it's moving to the northeast at 59 miles per hour. That's pretty fast. So I'm going to zoom out here and we're going to clock this northerly rotation part. And I'm going to say if you're in this area here, there's a couple of different areas of spin, even right here, pushing in towards Leeds. Let's just do this. Oh, we got a new scan in just right there. All right, I'm going to have to take a look at that. Now we'll click on this. I think that my computer is arguing with me. Okay, since that ain't going to work, I'll turn on my cells. Okay. All right, so we do have a twisting part of the storm that is right in this area moving towards Leeds. There's a hail core here. We've got tornado vortex structures that are showing up right here. TVSs is what they're called. These are moving in the general direction of the northeast at a very fast clip or whatnot. So now let's see if it will let me mark this. It's just not letting me mark it. Okay. Well, I'm going to close that window and I'll reopen it. Pardon me while I reopen it. There we go. Let's try this. Nope, not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Okay, so this meso cyclone that's now right here has a strength index that's very high of 12. It's moving low-level rotation, and it does have a base of about 12,000 feet. It's so far away from the radar, and it's a pretty deep rotating part of the thunderstorm. That's moving into Leeds right now. You should be in your bunker, in your area, your severe weather planned location right now. It should be in the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the storm, so if junk is flying through there, it has to go through the outside wall, maybe a hallway wall, maybe a closet wall before it gets to you. Here it is now, latest update showing that rotation part of the storm right there, moving into Leeds now. Leeds, you are under the risk of seeing a tornadic storm move right over your community, so please seek shelter. It looks like it's completely falling apart farther south by Jamestown, Dylan says. What about Devil's Lake? Well, we're in the Devil's Lake Basin now. Leeds is needing to be in shelter. I also see the indication of a little bit of shear, not far from Minnewacan, but it's fairly unorganized and pretty shallow. But let's go ahead and we'll keep our eyes on that. So there's also a little bit of shear here that's pretty organized near Brinsmead. It seems odd to have multiple spinning areas in one tornado warning, but that's indeed what we're seeing. There is one here and there's one here that are working their way to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. So I'm just trying to see if there's any reason why my my tracking mechanism isn't going to work. If that's the case, I can go to the other radar too. But for now, if you are in the Devil's Lake Basin in the northern and central parts of the Benson County area, tornado warning remains in effect. Leeds, it's moving right into your area right now. And if you happen to be down on this side of the storm, it's moving in that general direction. There's another bit of Minnewacan rotation just outside of Brinsmead. There's an increasing motion toward the radar next to motion away from the radar here. So we're watching that too. So that's 1, 2, 3 rotating storms in that vicinity as we're taking a look right now. I am going to pull back on the radar here, take a view across otherwise. Are the other storms falling apart? Let's take a look and not laugh. Let's take a look and see what's real. Here's what you got. A Boeing line segment moving in toward the area near Belcourt, out of Belcourt, pushing in towards the Rock Lake area, pushing in towards Candu. This is a very gusty, windy thunderstorm, a stronger one though north of the border. Now this one's moving northeast, but these are moving east. So Carrington and New Rockford, you have a severe thunderstorm line that is pushing its way towards you. These thunderstorms here have the capability of some pretty gusty straight line winds. Here are some measured winds in Harvey and these areas. Let's check them out for you. 65-mile-per-hour gust in and around the Pettibone area, 1 mile east of Pettibone. 65-mile-per-hour gust, that was at 9:34. Over by Harvey, a couple of wind reports there as this storm blew through 61 miles per hour and also a 60-mile-per-hour gust near Harvey, confirmation there. Here we have a gust at 65, I think I just read that, and one out by Steele of 60 miles per hour. So right now we're seeing 60 to 65 mile per hour gusts out of these storms as they push into New Rockford. Hutch's gut says that these storms are going to increase in their potential for buoyancy and everything as they tap into some of these areas with dew points that are very, very high. So once we get into dew points in the mid 60s to around 70 degrees, then I think all of the storm threats are going to, maybe enhance just a little bit. So these are a look at the dew point temperatures that we're seeing across the region. Mid 60s, mid 60s, mid 60s, and it's coming out of area where we have dew points in the 40s and now 50s on the backside of the storm where the drier areas. Your severe weather threat there is all but gone. This is where things are. Now, when the storm starts moving in toward the Red River Valley, for those of you that are going to ask, look at Cooperstown, 70. Look at Valley City, 72. And later tonight, it's not just a forecast, it's showing up on the upper air soundings that we took at 7 o'clock when the weather balloons were launched tonight, Central Daylight Time across the world. And essentially what we're seeing is that there is a strong surge of south winds just off the ground developing at about 1,000 feet above the ground level. And that is going to fuel these storms into the overnight hours. So that is why there was a watch issued for Grand Forks, for Fargo, for Crookston until the overnight hours. Let me be clear, not every community is going to get a whopping thunderstorm. Some of you might even not get much rain like you would need or want. But if you take a look at the radar is showing us where the heavy rain is. It looks like a solid wall of rain. Not true. We just looked at the pictures from there. There's a rain shaft here, there's a rain shaft there, but there isn't a rain shaft everywhere. So this is the radar from a distance seeing a wall of thunderstorms because the beam gets wider and wider the farther it gets away from the radar site. Ping, it bounces off of raindrops in a wider section, so it thinks that it's a real big thunderstorm out there when it may only be a few or a narrow band of big-time hailstones. So keep that in mind, that what looks like a solid wall of thunderstorms here is likely not. In reality, it is individual thunderstorm here, 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 and not in every one of these locations along this is the rain even reaching the ground because the radar is showing us rain at elevation inside the cloud. We can't see what's happening on the ground. The radar cannot scan right above the ground unless it's right next to the storm. And that is why, as it moves towards Mayville, we're going to see more clearly the definition of these storms and where they are and where they are not. I hope that makes sense. If you have a question, if that makes sense, let me know. Sheldon asking, Morgan wants to know what's going on in Sheldon, North Dakota. Well, to tell you the truth, we have a wall of thunderstorms that's pretty much working its way through the region right now as I'm checking with the National Weather Service on a couple of things here. But yes, as we take a look, there is going to be a risk for our southeast North Dakota counties. Here is a look at the North Dakota radar spreading from Manitoba straight down to Eureka, South Dakota. There are more storms into South Dakota that are severe. These are not severe at present time, but as we get into the late night hours here, I am concerned that these storms pick up in intensity, and these ones might taper off, because if these start developing in this 70-degree dew point air here, it's all on. So we do have the humidity here. I have seen times, however, where we have dew points in the 70s and a chance of thunderstorms and nothing evolves. So that's just how weather is. So in Sheldon, the best chance as we go through the 10 o'clock time frame, I had said earlier, 10 o'clock for Devil's Lake to Jamestown. It's looking like they're a little slower than anticipated by the models, but all in all, we're really close here, right? Devil's Lake, it's right near you as we'll be in the 10 o'clock hour. Jamestown, it might take a little longer. These are a little slower moving on their way off to the east, but we'll keep our eyes on that. The expected ETA, time of arrival, for places like Grand Forks and Fargo will be close to the midnight hour, give or take about a half hour. We might see this northern branch speed up and get here first and get here closer to 11, while this slower southern branch arrives a little later and in the 12 to 1 a.m. time frame. So keep that in mind. But yes, that's when I expect it. Wahpeton, Breckenridge, Sheldon, you folks out in Gwinner, and you folks in the area of Windmere, all the way out towards Wheaton, and then it starts pushing into western Minnesota into the overnight hours. Let me show you the watch that's been issued if you have not seen that yet. It's a severe thunderstorm watch here in the eastern part of the state, not a tornado watch, and this is in effect until 4 a.m. This is all that's left of the tornado watch. It has been expired for all of these counties, basically because the dry air has moved in and the humid air has moved out. And now we've got dew points in the 60s. This says 81. I don't know if that's accurate. Let me take a look at that. Just changed to 68. I don't know why it said 81. I'm going to go in and see what Moorhead's is. 70. Okay, so here we got 70-degree dew points in and around the airport in Fargo and North Fargo, and here is east of Moorhead at the airport there. That is where we have dew points in the 70s, and it's air you can wear. It's sticky out there, and this is what will fuel our storms overnight. We have Gettysburg to Highmore seeing some severe thunderstorms working their way basically north of the Interstate 90 in parts of South Dakota tonight. And this line of storms has a bow shape to it as it's working its way through the region. I'm waiting for it to repopulate. There it is. So this is likely a very windy system. And in fact, I guess we do have some wind gusts reports to report 60, 65, 65. So far, our storms tonight have been limited to about 60-mile-per-hour winds or so with them as they've made their way through much of the area. I have not seen a lot of reports higher than that. Let's go to peak gusts from the end-on site and take a peek and see what's been reported. Up here, Botno, 62, 66 to the Valva area. Out here, as we get up in the general area north by Kenmare, 63. And that's where we have the tornado warning out there by Crosby as that made its way out to the border. So that was a very strong storm. Now we got 61 miles per hour moving into Benson County. That most certainly has happened now. Lower wind speed gusts from the southern tier yet. It's not it's decreasing in strength, but that doesn't mean that we won't see an increase with all of the fuel in the atmosphere for us tonight. So that is the latest on what's going on from North Dakota to South Dakota. As we look down into Nebraska, we have severe thunderstorms near O'Neill, and it does look like the Winnipeg area is getting rocked with some big-time hail, particularly on the west side of Winnipeg, between Winnipeg and Brandon, Manitoba on Highway 1. Look at that hail core there. Then you drive through, you get a break, and then this one will come through. So that's going to be a road wearily traveled. This is a backwards C shape with some wind that's going to be heading through. Well, it's heading through Candu now and Rock Lake, but we're not seeing any big time monster gusts from those at this particular time. So tornado warning does continue. Let's go back down. I will not leave you with this system in the threat of a tornado warning and producing 61 mile per hour gusts. This is a composite radar scan. I won't call it useless. It's not useless, but it doesn't show the detail I need to look at to be useful to you. All right, so let me see if I can hit clear. I think my thing is going to start working again. Minnewacan. not only do you have a backward C shape here, you got developing hail core in this thunderstorm cloud all the way down to Oberon as we look down to the south. Maddock, the storm is through your area. The tornado warning is gone. The thunderstorm warning remains. You could have some gusts of wind on the backside of that storm because it's those winds that are pushing this out fast. So it gives us this backward C shape. Along the leading edge of the backward C shape, there's a notch here, there's a notch here, there's a notch here. These are a number of individual supercell storms that created those beautiful pictures you uploaded at hutchesweather.com. So please consider doing that. Now, as we take a look at what's going on with these storms as they're working their way in towards this area, this is the area here where we have these notches where we could have some rotation strong enough to be tornadic. So let me go back to the velocity display. We have a little pocket here, a little pocket here, and a little pocket there. And then we do see something going on out here near Cheyenne, New Rockford, with motion away from the radar and then motion towards it. So that's motion away from the radar. That's wind blowing up into the thunderstorm, and boom. Now we're starting to see a brighter signature on that one. So Cheyenne, I don't know what's going on there, but it does look like I have a little bit of shear between Cheyenne and then just south of New Rockford, we have some more shear in a storm. So these storms tapping into humid air in an environment with some spin. And that's an ingredient that we'll need to watch closely throughout the night. It does look like with this system now almost on the edge, heading towards Church's Ferry, that we're not seeing tight rotation. That's good news. The warning remains. I do have a whole host of new photos that are in right now, and it looks like these are coming from Spirit Lake. Can do. We're going to show these now. This is what makes Hutch's Weather Hutch's Weather. So let's get to these here as well, as we see what you are seeing and you are sharing it with us. You can do that on hutchesweather.com. You can search Hutch's Weather in your app store on your mobile device and download my brand new app. It has exclusive, nobody else here has it, alerts to twisting storms. So if the radar sees a twisting storm, not every little weak twist, it's not going to send you a notification, but if it's pronounced, it will send you a notification, and oftentimes those notifications come before a tornado warning is even issued. Cheyenne, New Rockford, we have some spin there. It looks like the spin in these storms decreasing a little bit north of Church's Ferry right here with the red and the green next to each other. Let me see what the National Weather Service says. This is in effect for the next 7 minutes. This will likely expire. We'll see if we get new tornado warnings. I'm concerned about this area near Cheyenne, and I'm also a little concerned about the outward flow here and inward flow here. This would be a clockwise shear that's going on here, but this could be outward and winds blowing up into the storm at a very excited rate, but there is a pixel to pixel shear rate here, and this is showing wind blowing toward the radar and away. So again, this is showing evidence that we might see a rotation here that's clockwise. Some tornadoes can be clockwise, so we'll keep our eyes on these areas here as you go into Eddy County, as well as Foster County down to the south here. Well, let's look at Carrington. Carrington, we got a little shear in the atmosphere there. It's pretty weak, but there is some along that leading edge, that boundary there. This little signature here is an outflow boundary or a burst, a burp of air that's working its way through. I got another photo from the Lair, North Dakota area. We're going to go to these now. Thank you again for uploading your photos. Okay, let's see if I can find, I think I clicked on the wrong thing. Well, let's look at the satellite. Here are the thunderstorms forming. See the pancakes forming in the sky? There they go up into Manitoba, and now the old pancake is making its way towards us. It's going to flapjack over us, and we'll see what happens with these updrafts as they go through. There is a huge amount of energy in the atmosphere that's developing right here with heat, humidity, and now we're going to get a low-level jet forming down there. This could rob some energy if it does develop into thunderstorms from ours up here as far as the south low-level jet goes. So I'll keep my eyes on that for you. But now, your photos. Thank you so very much once again. As for all of you who have taken the time to upload these, check this nonsense out. We're looking at some boiling skies up over the top of Candu. Ruan sending this in. Awesome view out there. I mean, incredible, lurking, ominous skies over the top of Towner County. Thank you, Ruan. I do appreciate it. And here's another one from Candu of the mothership. Look how dark it got. I mean, yes, it's kind of getting dark here in Moorhead too, but when that puppy moves over, that's some serious darkness. Corkscrew 1, Corkscrew 2, shelf cloud working its way in. This is a supercell monster working its way through. Heavy rain, I hope, is all you got out of that, Ruan. Thank you much. If you do send a report in and let me know in the comments what you see, did you get hail? That would be wonderful as well. Look at this, another mothership, Spirit Lake cloud formation Tuesday. This was taken at 10 o'clock. Yes, it's 10:11. Oh, it doesn't get more newer than this. And lightning lighting up the skies as this supercell thunderstorm is rocking its way towards Spirit Lake. My goodness. Spirit Lake hit almost 1 year ago, minus 10 days by a tornado in that area. Thank you so very much for uploading your photos. Here's another one, Rowan, in the Can-Do area. Oh my goodness, look at more roiling, boiling skies. Makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I see some of these. So thank you for doing this. Do not put yourself at risk to send a photo to Hutch if it's safe to do so. This one was sent in earlier by Audi at Crow Hill. Thank you very much. And that indeed is a mothership supercell thunderstorm. Thank you so very, very much. I'm refreshing because I'm still getting new photos coming in faster than I can say, I don't know, Lollapalooza? Okay, here we go. Let's take another look. All right, we got another photo that just came in. I just approved it. Let's see. Oh, that is not it. I might have to refresh this screen. Let's go to viewer pics and see if it refreshes. Shazam, there it is. Okay. Hello. This is a look at the mothership in Laird. Jeff sending this in. Now, this is a little different. Do you see how there's light coming up over the top of this one and dark on the bottom? This might be a roll cloud here, very likely, not just a shelf cloud. This is caused by a cloud that's not attached to the parent thunderstorm out there, facing straight west towards Wishick out there. Thank you so much, Jeff. Those southern storms have a mean look to them, no question about them. Right now, there's no warning in that area, but by golly, those are some mean-looking clouds. And I'm looking at the radar right now, and I can tell you we're seeing some wild-looking storm activity working its way in with that supercell thunderstorm that we just got the hot picture of. We got motion towards the area in... this is not from the Bismarck radar. Let me switch it over. It'll be a closer, better view and more lower in the cloud to what's going on there. So unidirectional flow towards the radar in your area moving towards the layer. So again, this is that inflow into that supercell that you saw, okay? So when the wind burps out at the base or at the ground level, it causes the wind up here to blow into the storm, and that rising updraft goes in, and we got wind blowing in towards the area of Bismarck. I got a new warning, I bet you. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that and see if it's a tornado warning. The tornado warning up north was set to expire fairly quickly. So we'll take a look at this. It expires in 2 minutes, and it looks like it is being replaced with a very, very large thunderstorm warning for Devil's Lake, Can-Do, Langdon, for this line of storms moving in from the southeast, not from what's already moved through. There's another line from the south and west, working its way through. So that's what we have going on as we look up in the Can-Do area. You've got these drifters moving along the northern tier of the county here. They're moving in a more, northeasterly direction as well. But we do have this new warning coming out for this cluster of storms moving into Can-Do now and heading on towards Starkweather, Munich, and areas north of Devil's Lake there as we cross over into the Ramsey County area as well. So these storms, all very, very stout. We do see an increase in some of the hail potential with a few of these leading edge thunderstorms, probably getting them some good south inflow into them. Again, the tornado risk here is lowering now, and the National Weather Service likely will let that tornado warning expire. I'm not seeing an extension of it out here as that storm that has been rotating makes its way out. You got to watch these carefully. We got a solid line of thunderstorms out here. This is straight velocity. We're looking from the Bismarck radar, so let me switch back over. Sorry for that, but I just want to get the closest radar I can. Looking into these, we got winds blowing inbound towards the Mayville area, which is right behind my elbow here. And these inbound winds are quite strong in and around Carrington. Where we take a look at this, we're talking about some significant 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds here, 50 or 60 mile per hour winds gusting from this storm. And that's what we're seeing for the magnitude of the gusts coming out right now. And then as you go into Devil's Lake, we've got wind moving away from Mayville And then on the backside, there's some wind moving towards. So that's a pretty interesting feature as well into that storm, with a potential for some shear taking place in that area. I see a lot of pictures being sent to me via email as well. I do appreciate that. If you're emailing pictures to my email account, I appreciate it. It'd be very helpful if you upload them on my site via the app or my website, hutchesweather.com. And on the app, on the website, you can get to the app and download the app right there. There's your link to that. So right now, there are no severe thunderstorm, there are no tornado warnings in effect at this particular time. We have a whole host of tornado, gotta get to the radar. We have a whole host of severe thunderstorm warnings in the northern portion or northern half of northeast North Dakota, moving in a general easterly direction. As we go into South Dakota, we have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in central South Dakota as well. It's 10 o'clock. It's the 10 o'clock hour. Coverage continues right here. You are watching Hutch's Weather. If you're just joining the broadcast, and you're joining because you're hearing rumbles of thunder, that's great. If you're watching and you have friends, please tag a friend on the Facebook side so they know that this broadcast is going on. And if you're watching and you're new, welcome. Who is this dude? Why is he covering the weather? Well, for the last 30 years, I've been covering weather in the Northern Plains for most of those years as a chief meteorologist in broadcast television. And now, well, I'm in a new role. I've started a company called Hutch's Weather, and I'm streaming on YouTube, on Facebook, and I do appreciate you. And since we've built a website, hutchesweather.com, and I have a brand new weather app that came out, and it is exclusive, the only one that gives you alert to twisting storms, which can give you a heads up, sometimes even before a tornado warning is issued. If you have the app, let folks in the comments section know what you think of it. Let me go over a couple of comments here. In Grand Forks, sipping on a cold beverage. Will this whack Grand Forks? Can we carry on? This has a chance of whacking Grand Forks. It's moving off to the east. The timing is going to be very close to the midnight hour, say 11:15 to 12:15 for you. It'll be a little later in Fargo before it gets here. And yes, we have a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. But I'm telling you, the timing for your area, in your cold beverages area, looks to be around that 11:22 to 11:42 time frame. That's what it looks like as things are accelerating through. We'll see. I do think that there is a serious risk that we could be getting some very, very strong inflow into these storms at a low level. It's called a low-level jet. Fairdale, North Dakota here. Winds starting to pick up big time here. Thank you for your report there. It looks like Raylan Wolf. I appreciate it. That Type Arama says, as ready as we can be here in Emerado. I hear you. I'll tell you what. These nights can be scary. I'm not here to scare anybody. I'm here to keep you informed on where the strongest storms are, inside these big old warnings that cover up more than one county. I'm trying to pinpoint the areas of the most destructive winds, the greatest concern to me, but anybody in a warning should be taking shelter. And as this approaches Devil's Lake, please hear me now and drop a comment and help me pass this on. If you like the video, hit the like button, throw me a heart, a smiley face, whatever you got, because that helps this video get out to more and more people, and that helps everybody. We have thousands watching, and that's wonderful. So thank you all who have watched tonight. And as storms approach, we'll get more. If you're new, welcome. Please hit the subscribe button. Again, after 30 years of covering the Northern Plains on broadcast TV, I cover everything here in the Northern Plains, Montana, all the way out to western parts of Wisconsin, North and South Dakota, and Minnesota too. So we'll keep you up to date with coverage that sometimes we don't see anymore in other avenues of media. And that's why I'm lucky to be here. So thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting my sponsors as well. We're asking about anything severe. Paul wants to know in Fargo tonight. There is a chance of it. I can't guarantee it's going to hit Fargo, or if it'll be Oxbow, or if it'll be the Hillsboro area, but there's going to be a line of storms that make their way through this area. And yes, there is a chance. We're going to go over that latest because I'm always getting these all evening long. I should probably do the forecast update every few moments, but let's go ahead and do that now. This is a look at the most recent forecast model. Let's see how it's starting out. Yes, we have storms in the central part of the Dakotas and central part of Nebraska. Also Winnipeg, but not as strong are the storms up there as reality. So this model may or may not be the most bestest to use. Let's go try this one. Okay, let's see what this one says. All right, so this one has the storms. Notice there's going to be places that get missed. So I apologize. I'm just not going to lie to you and say I can be accurate. It's going to hit the south side of Fargo at this time, but it's going to miss North Fargo. And if you happen to live in Hillsboro, look out. Nope. But what we can tell you is when the chance will be best. So I hope that makes sense. I'm not filling you full of beans here because I wouldn't like the results. Now check this out. The Boeing line segment here, gusty winds pushing into the central I-29 corridor. This is 5Z, that's midnight. So at midnight, the storms are approaching Grand Forks, but not quite there yet on this model. Well, if I look at reality right now and take a look at that radar, I can tell you that on the radar, we already have storms that are working their way in towards parts of the Devil's Lake Basin right now, but they're a long ways from Grand Forks. So let's see when this pushes it into Grand Forks. Is it a little later now than it was in earlier runs? Here we go. Carrying it through, it looks like the Northern Valley sees them first, and then boom, look at what blows up down to the south. When this happens, if there is a south flow, a low-level jet feeding moisture into these storms, then these storms, if they indeed do form like this, could rob the moisture flow from these storms. And this, I've seen this a bunch of times. They could peter out and really lose their intensity. Let's see what the model does with them. Boom, ba-doom, 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 boom, boom, ba-doom, boom. Okay, so these ones accelerate out towards the I-94 corridor between Minneapolis, St. Cloud, Alexandria, Fergus Falls, and rocking their way through. So we do have a chance. Gusty winds from these looks like the #1 threat. These are going to continue with their gusty wind threat at times, and some hail, but not necessarily something we've seen a lot of lately. And we'll see. I'm going to look at one more model here because the new ones should be coming in about, well, within the next half hour I'm seeing. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one. How is this one starting out? It looks pretty good there, Jack. All right, so let's see. Why does it look good? It looks very much like the radar that we're seeing now as we approach 10 o'clock or 3Z. That's what it looks like. Storms are approaching Devil's Lake right now. There's a batch moving into Winnipeg and Brandon in that region. And we also have some rumblers along the border down into South Dakota. And look at this, developing out of Nebraska is a set of cluster of storms. There's your low-level jet feeding these storms into the night. That very well, if this forms, this very well could rob some energy in Fargo. And you're like, Hutch, I stayed up for nothing. It could happen this way. If these form and accelerate out ahead of these storms here, it robs their inflow of moisture and it could shut some of the activity down. Not all of it though. These are storms that reach up 40, 50,000 feet into the atmosphere. By the time we get to 5 a.m., they're pushing into the I-35 corridor, leaning back towards areas like Hibbing, heading to Ely, moving through International Falls, War Road, as well as you folks out there on the Rainy River. And check it out. We do have some storms that will be pushing in towards you folks down there in Rochester as well as areas south of the Twin Cities. Oh, like Hutchinson and the like. And so that's a look at the timing. Will they all be severe? No. Will some of them be severe? Yes. It looks like the main threat will be hail up to an inch or an inch and a half in diameter. Gusty winds, as the watch says, could be still 70 to 80 miles per hour from these storms. If these storms form here, if they do, then I do think that these could have a lot of energy based on the models. Now let's just take this model here and I'm just going to sneak over and look at that convective atmospheric potential energy. And if you see it, look where it's huge amounts of convective energy. Here, because of our dew points in the 70-degree range. Here, because we have dew points in heat, and also buoyant energy from cooler air aloft. All of that factors into how much rising motion wants to happen in these storms. So keep that in mind. Now, as I push this out farther into the future, as we go into the overnight hours, your energy finally exits as we get past midnight here. And then that really does decrease the energy available to the storms in northern Minnesota. It doesn't mean that we won't see a burp of severe wind gusts, though, as these storms go through the end of their life cycle. But what takes over are these southern ones. And that was kind of a hunch we were talking about last night, as a matter of fact, here on Hutch's Weather. So now, as we go into your Wednesday forecast in the afternoon, the greatest risk for severe weather will be in the central part of Minnesota. We could see some Red River Valley storms, but it does move off into Iowa and parts of Wisconsin. So the eastern portions of the northern plains, central and eastern Minnesota, as well as Wisconsin, as well as Iowa, will have a better chance at seeing severe weather. A break for the western half of the Dakotas. And the only place that there really is a chance of some strong storms is going to be in this Red River Valley area here in the extreme eastern reaches of North Dakota, the way it looks to me. Thank you for all of your support. I hear the bells a-dinging out here. Aaron, thank you very much for your stars. Alan, thank you for your stars. Scott was of Sioux Falls. Okay, I'm sorry. I must be in a conversation. 4-hour live stream so far. Hutch, thanks. Jordan, you're welcome. I appreciate you for watching and for your trust. All of your trust. I do appreciate it. Let's get back to the radar. And then what's going to happen is we'll continue to cover this. Are we seeing a lot of tornado threat now? I'm looking at the velocity. There is some shear on this leading edge of the storm moving in towards the areas just off to the east of the Devil's Lake area. So as you get out in towards Stump Lake, I'm sorry, in that area is where we're having these storms starting to push out to. New Rockford, Carrington, we have some pretty strong wind signatures here blowing inward toward the radar. This is straight velocity of 60 miles per hour. So that appears to be the magnitude we're dealing with tonight. I'm not seeing the 120 mile per hour indications at this particular time. Going down to South Dakota, what am I seeing from my friends in the Aberdeen radar scene? How come I can't see it? There it is. Okay. All right, so we'll switch over to the Aberdeen radar, which will get us a little bit more information. These wind velocities here moving in are about 60 miles per hour. So they are stronger, a lot stronger here, moving in towards Bodle, Leola, as well as the Falkton area, moving off to the east now as we head through. So severe thunderstorm warning, stronger wind potential from these cells out here. As we look out towards Highmore, some of these are not showing as much wind speed here or wind velocity, but this is a long ways from the radar. So where I see 60 mile per hour here blowing towards Aberdeen, the storms are not blowing straight towards Aberdeen. They're moving in a more easterly fashion. So these could be capable of 65, 70 mile per hour winds there based on the angles that they're making with the radar beam. Now let's switch over to the Sioux Falls radar and see what we got clocking over here, because we do have a few storms that will be heading in this general vicinity as we go through the evening hours as well. And in fact, we may see some blossoming. It's when these storms blossom here, if they do take off, and they may not, but if they do, they will probably rob some of the energy and moisture from the storms up north. If they do not form, then I think our storms could be even stronger than some of them that we have now. That's what I'm just going to leave it at that. That is a look at this. We're going to go here. I'm going to click on this. This is a look at your radar view. I'm going to do this. And I'm going to tell you what, Hutch's Weather, severe thunderstorm watch until 4. I'm going to grab myself a burrito and a glass of water. I will not leave. Drop your comments. Keep your photos coming. Everybody who's uploading photos, Shazam, thank you. Oh my gosh, I've got videos now too. Oh my goodness, they're coming in like hotcakes at a flapjack station on the edge of the interstate right now. I can't believe this. Look at all of these video clips and photos. Love y'all. Thank you. This is awesome. This is how we cover it here in North Dakota. Unbelievable views. Wow. Oh, I can't wait. If you don't want to wait to see these, I want you heading over to hutchesweather.com. These are amazing. I have not filtered the audio on these. I'm just looking at them and getting them to you right now. We're going to keep these bad boys up here. We got a new warning coming in, it sounds like. Oh boy, everybody's favorite. Let's see what we got. Oh, well, I'll take that. There was a edge of the watch canceled. Ha! Everybody clapped together. I believe that was a good chunk of the tornado watch that was canceled for some areas. But as we take a look, we do still have tornado watch up here as these storms are exiting. But Bismarck, you're free. As you go down to Sioux County, you're free. We're soon to release Emmons County from the tornado watch scene. And now we have severe thunderstorm watch here across all of eastern North Dakota, including the Devil's Lake Basin to Grand Forks, from Valley City to Fargo. We do have the tornado watch remaining in effect in Jamestown. It looks like some very windy thunderstorms there, but they've been peaking at about 65 miles per hour so far. Boom. Shakalaka, tornado watch, Sioux Falls, Brookings. And if these storms take off here, they could be very stout. If they accelerate out ahead of these storms down here, they'll rob our moisture. That's my analyses. Head to hutchesweather.com, share your photos. Look at the photos and videos I'm looking at right now. Ooh! Wow, I like it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be back.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, we come live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the selling any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we gon' light. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the
hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
All right, everybody, meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. We've got a lot to go over. A new severe thunderstorm warning. A couple of counties dropped off from the tornado watch. Thunderstorm watch remains in effect until we go into the wee hours of the morning. I'm here to keep you up to date with the latest, and I have photos in from the tornado that made contact with the ground, and we'll share you with that right now. That's what's coming up on Hutch's Weather. If you are just joining and you're hearing rumbles of thunder, here covering the storms for you in the Northern Plains, something I've been doing for the better part of the last 30 years as a chief meteorologist on broadcast television. Now we have a line of storms that are bending a little bit eastward into the Devil's Lake Basin, moving through Devil's Lake on its way to Cavalier, where we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We also have the Stutzman County area with a line of storms making their way in. You are in a tornado watch in your area as we go through. Thunder and lightning down towards Wishick continue, and a whole host of severe thunderstorms capable of very strong wind gusts moving through central South Dakota now, exiting Eureka and Wishick, straight down into your areas down there off to the north and east of Chamberlain on the interstate. Now let's get started with a look at what's going going on first with that latest watch. Again, if you do have comments, let me know. I will try to keep up with everything going on here all at once. And I'm also getting a lot of you with big time information for Hutch here with regards to that, including photos of tonight's tornado. So earlier tonight in northwest parts of North Dakota, we had a tornado on the ground, a tornado warning issued there. We had a couple of more, but no confirmation or photos. I have one. Thank you to a former weather intern and UND graduate in meteorology, Kayla Lucky, for sharing this. Let's go ahead and take a look at that right quick, and we'll get you caught up in Langdon, Walhalla, Cavalier, Netchie, Milton, Adams, Park River, as well as you folks in Lankin out there in Walsh County. That's where we have an active severe thunderstorm warning with the storms making their way through. But first, I couldn't do the weather without you. I couldn't do the weather without your input, and it really does help. So thanks to all of you who have emailed pictures. If you've emailed pictures to me, please consider uploading them on hutchesweather.com. Now, that's my website, but you can also download my brand spanking new weather app. If you don't know how to find the weather app, go to hutchesweather.com. There is a download the app button right at the top. Click that puppy, you're good to go. By the way, Hutch's Weather website here has a different looking radar, and this is unique and I love it because it allows you to zoom not only across the United States, but the world radar. Wherever we have radar data available, it will show you what's going on there. So you can keep up to date with the latest. It's also very easy to change this to your current location if you allow the website to follow your location. Not only that, there is a lot of, well, I couldn't do it without you or my sponsors up here, so please keep my sponsors in mind. Slim's Tree Care. Hey, do you have tree work you need done? Slim, he is tree risk assessment qualified and is an expert at tree climbing work. So give him a call if you need that today. Luther Family Ford. Hey, if you're looking for a new vehicle, they have a huge inventory at great prices, and it's a family-friendly business there at Luther Family Ford. They even sponsor Hutch's Weather Kids, and that's where your kids get a chance to help me do the weather. And I got to tell you what, I couldn't do it without my friend JLA Crop Insurance, and thank you so much, Nate, for your contributions and appreciation and support of Hutch's Weather. If you're looking for crop insurance, why not order it from a small farmer who also does insurance? He knows the needs. He has a lot of policies from everything from livestock to your crops. So give JLA and my friend Nate a call and find out more about that. Now on the site, as you go down, you can get all your hour-by-hour forecast information, watches, warnings in effect, and what's going on across the region. Woohoo! Here's your photo upload section, and that's always fun to do. Down at the bottom, I want to say thanks to my friends over at Dunn Blazers Paint. If you have a painting project, they're a tri-state company, and they will get the job done and get it done right. Give them a call and ask them about the Hutch's discount. Count them, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% off. Give them a call today. Tell them Hutch sent you. You can click on the button here for a link to their phone number and their information. And this is where Pedro came from. And if you have it in your heart to help along dogs like Pedro who are being rescued and adopted by people like me or people like you, give them a call. Make an adoption. Make a donation. And you can do that from my website as well. Thanks to all my fine sponsors. Now let's get a look at what's going on with regards to your photo uploads and that tornado, shall we? And then we'll get to some storm coverage again. Thanks again for letting me have a break out there. I did take time and had a little bite to eat and a glass of lemon water, and I refilled my glass. It was empty. Oh, it's good. I've been talking for an awful long time today. I want you to be introduced to a tiny town up in northwest parts of North Dakota called Flaxton. 5 miles north of Flaxton, can't be too far from the international border up there. And this bad boy was on the ground. That's the tornado warning we were covering. Kayla Lucky, former intern, helped me do things like barbecues, helped run the computer, and a wonderful meteorologist who has also studied and works with folks at NASA. A wonderful meteorologist out chasing tonight. And thank you so very much for sharing this. 5 miles north of Flaxton, 8:15 tonight. Thank you very, very much for uploading your photo, Kayla, and I hope you are doing wonderfully well. Thank you so very much. This tornado has all of these low scud clouds that are developing in and around it, likely wrapping in and around the rotation. Dust being picked up out of the fields, and you see a lot of fields out there, and it's a good thing that did not hit a community. Again, thanks to Kayla Lucky for sharing her chase shot today. Look at these ominous skies. I think you're under the mothership right here. You've got these ominous looking, wavy looking clouds. There's the leading edge of the shelf cloud. That's likely moving off in that direction. It says calm before the storm in Carrington. That's before the heavy rain. You have this umbrella of wickedness looking like it's right over the top of you. Thank you so very much. I do not have a name that was entered in this one. I would love to give you credit. There's a spot for your name, but I think you titled it Calm Before the Storm in there. That's okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you for uploading your photo. Another one of that, thank you very much. That looks just amazing, unbelievable. And as we take a look at a couple of more, here is a mothership taken out of the car window. Park, stop, take a look, because that's a mean-looking Shelfie McShelferson right there. Hey, Kaiwan Feather, thank you very much. North of Roulette out there, and the shelf clouds aplenty. Indeed, right there, you can set your beverage and watch that baby go, but you got to keep your eyes open for wicked winds from these storms. Now, here's a look at some lightning. This is Rouen out there in Candu. Look at this amazing view of what was a cloud-to-cloud strike lighting up the dark skies of the night. Thanks, Rouen. Oh, man, look at that. Forked lightning. That forked it. It's got it splitting off in all different directions. Amazing shot. I don't know how you capture a shot like that. I've never get quick enough on the trigger finger to get that. And this looks like a video, but it looks like oh, there we go. Okay. So we got to watch this one a little sideways. But I can flip this around. I'll have to figure out how to do that. Oh my gosh, this is absolutely stunning video of a shelf cloud. All of the lightning and thunder under the base of the thunderstorm here. Hey, I've never really looked at it like this, but that kind of looks like steps leading up into the storm. And there is the tail of another one on the other side. Audie Swiftbird, thank you so very much for your contribution to Hutch's Weather by uploading your videos, your shots as well. All of it. Oh my gosh, look at this. I'm standing right in front of it. You're like, move, Johnson. The best part is coming. Whoa. Oh yeah, you could see some little hanging down clouds on the base of that thunderstorm there. What an amazing view. That's just a wow. That's a wow factor right there. Thanks, Audie Swiftbird, so very much. Tanya Miller capturing this north of Carrington. Check it out. You do have a lot of low hanging clouds. It looks like some unsettled skies right over the top. And again, looks like you're right underneath the belly of the beast in that case, northeast of Carrington as those storms move through. Amazing photos, and they're coming in like hotcakes. On the plates at the overnight restaurant. Dusty, Barlow, North Dakota. Holy cow, there were some grain bins there, and that storm looks like it's going to gobble up the farmstead as we head into the night. The striations of the shape, the curved shape of those supercell thunderstorms, amazing. And I say thunderstorms, we got one, then off in the distance another. Likely the establishment of some mammatus clouds in the near future there. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Audrey and Mapleton capturing this. Oh my gosh, we got another video out here. Let's see. Off in the distance, big time clouds brewing, and the cat in the window saying, what's going on? This weather no longer looks perfect. You see what I did there? Tanya Miller, northeast of Carrington. Again, we got the farm implements out here. We got some ominous looking dark skies working their way across the valley. All right, as we continue, let's take a look at what else we got. Oh my goodness, this is Barlow, North Dakota again. Amazing shots, colorful skies. There's so many. Here's Naomi in Lowry, South Dakota, Tuesday from the storms there. Again, that very familiar shape, those supercell thunderstorms with lumpy bumpies underneath of them. And then, wow, look at the glow of the setting sun somehow being reflected off the clouds in the ground and working their way in. Dusty, thank you for your shot here. Another beautiful look at a shelf cloud and a supercell thunderstorm. Jeff near Lair, oh, beautiful sky there. That one we saw before of that roll cloud rolling out towards you. Some amazing shots out there. Let me see if I showed this video or not here. This is Naomi. Wow. Look. Oh my goodness. Look at the color differential there. That's just amazing contrast in there. Amazing lights. And look at the clouds lit by not only the sunlight, but the lightning flashes. And it looks like you're going deep into the dark side of the storm here, where we're seeing the downdraft behind it. No light in the back of that. And there is the edge of the corkscrew supercell thunderstorm crisscrossing the northern plains in Lowry, South Dakota. Simply amazing. This is incredible, folks. If you want to check out some of these photos or upload your own photos or short video clips, you can do so on hutchesweather.com. In fact, you're welcome. I've got so many, I can't get through them all, but I thank each and every one of you. Now, let's go ahead and tell you what's going on with the latest on the thunderstorm warning. We do have a line of storms working their way into Langdon now, Tacoma, as well as through the Brockett area. Adams, you're on deck. Osnabrück, you're on deck. Walhalla, it'll be there shortly. Fordville, Park River, as well as the Lankin area here in parts of Walsh County, North Dakota. Now, as you look up here, it goes all the way out towards Cavalier, right on Highway 5. And this is one of them ominous looking stretches of weather. Let's go ahead and check now. There is no more tornado watch or no tornado watch in this area. The yellow that you see highlighted in the background is a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. These thunderstorms are going to be moving east as we go through the nighttime hours, but I will still check these storms out, watching for any spin or shear in the atmosphere because there is still some. It looks like the models suggest the shear will wane or weaken in the northern valley, but it increases in parts of the central and southern Red River Valley as we go through. I think I'm on the wrong radar to see this, so let me switch this over to the Mayville radar, and we'll have a better look and not a blank screen, Johnson. All right, here we go. All right, even from our radar here in Mayville, we're looking at a pretty dirty image here with a lot of noise in it here. It's like you're scratching the record player there. So those are bad beams caused by something. And because they're all at the same range gate or distance from the radar as we look at it around, there may have been some kind of noise introduced into the signal right there. Could have been anything. But let's go ahead and take a look at what we do see. You see this red line and green line right here. That's an outflow boundary, and that's one of them roll clouds rolling out ahead of the storm. This is Lakota and Tolna, and those folks are seeing a stout thunderstorm. Now, what I'm looking for is reds immediately next to green. Storm relative velocity takes into consideration the motion of the storm, and it subtracts it or adds it in so that we can get a clearer picture of where there might be some shear or spin. There's a tiny bit near the Tolna area, but it's nothing that looks too concerning, at least at this one elevation angle. If we really want to be nitpickety-pickety, we can take it up to the next elevation angle, and it's still there. So we see a couple of areas of spin inside the storm here, a little higher off of the base of the thunderstorm. Now we go up a little higher still, and boom, the Tolna rotation or shear is evident there with a little bit here as well. So this is how we can step through the different scans done by the radar to see, well, this is a deep layer of spin. And because of that, that might have a better chance at lasting longer or maybe possibly developing a wall cloud or even a funnel cloud or heaven forbid, a tornado. But it does look like on the lowest level scan that we have available, that shear is not very strong at that particular level. We'll keep our eyes on that. I'll keep my eyes on that because we're watching and we've had that risk of tornadoes. So that's what's going on right now. Now I'm going to take a look at the flat out velocity being measured by the storm, but it'll be across the beam, if you will. And because it's across the beam, we don't got our chances of seeing a very straight into the beam radar measurement of winds. So there's going to be a need to add to these radar levels. So this is measuring 50.3 mile per hour incoming straight toward the radar in Mayville, but these winds are gusting this way towards Binford. So it's a little higher than that. So we definitely have that probability for some significant winds in that particular area. Looking at the warned area from Adams through Osnabrück up here, we do have a couple of pockets of shear or spin, but this is straight out velocity. So indeed, there are some bubbles in here where we do have some spin in these supercell storms. Supercell thunderstorms do have a rotation about them from the inflow, the updraft, the downdraft, and the winds they create burping out of them, causing these gust fronts and leading area outflow boundaries. So that's what we have going on. This is motion away from the radar. This is motion towards. It is huge, broad scale spin or shear in that particular area there. Does not mean there is a huge, broad tornado on the ground that is that size. It just means that that storm has some shear in it at that upper level of the atmosphere. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until we get to the hour of 11:45 for nickel-sized hail. That's 0.88 inches in diameter. Go ahead, get your micrometer out there and measure your nickel. Tornado possible. Okay, we're looking for those for you. And it does say that we have a 60-mile-per-hour gust risk with this storm as well. So gust, isolated tornado, and of course we have that risk of the hail that could be upwards of nickel in size. I will take a look with you on some DOT cams that we have up in the area because we have a couple that as we approach Cavalier and out towards Langdon. Let's see what it's showing us with regards to these storms in North Dakota. Let's go right now to the North Dakota DOT page and take a look at this storm right from the window and the windshield out here outside of Langdon. This is what's heading your way, folks. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, what is that? And then right behind me, right over here, what is that? Okay, so a lot of lights. It's not very clear here, but we do have somewhat of a lower distinct tail here. Now, this could be just a heavy swath of rain, and I hope that's what it is. But looking outside of Langdon, there is not only this nice backlight providing us this reflection off likely a rain or hail core here, but something to watch as we get the next snapshot in from the Langdon Highway 5 look on this particular view. That looks very disturbing to me. It looks like this could either be some rain, but it could also be dust getting kicked up by an outflow from the thunderstorm. If there's rotation in that, which there was in pockets, that could be something else. I think the most Grand Forks will get from 2 a.m. about to 3:30 or so with the storm. Thanks, Brett. I appreciate that. In South Dakota, winds. The high wind of the day, Hutch, 74 miles per hour. So we got a 74 out there. We'll get to you in South Dakota here as well. So a warned storm that's making its way into the Langdon area. That's a view of it approaching the area, and we will keep our eyes on that for you. And you keep your eyes on it for us and let us know what's heading your way. A little farther to the west as we go out, this is Highway 5, a lot of hills out here. So we're seeing headlights and not too much until that storm gets a little bit closer along the Highway 5 corridor. And this is a look in the big heavy rain part of the storm near Clyde, a little bit west of the Langdon area. So that's what's going on there. Big time rain, maybe even some small soft hail in that particular imagery right there. Again, this is moving right into mountain right now with the gust front. And this storm is going to be capable of all modes of severe weather. But the main threat is going to be a gusty straight line wind. And I'm seeing this backward C shape. And that tells me that we have ourselves a potential for very strong winds right here. This is a bow echo. It's in the shape of a bow and arrow. As you pull that bowstring back, the bow bends. Now, when that bow bends like that, it's because the wind coming out of the storm hitting the ground is causing the clouds to accelerate here where the gusty winds are, forming new clouds along the gust front. The Edinburgh area, mountain area, that's where we have the gust front. Big time rain, clouds, hail on the backside, Fairdale to Nakoma and Langdon, seeing the heavier rain showers from this. Also, we do have some pockets of shear showing up. It does not look particularly strong or violent. We were looking from the Langdon area. See if I can locate that. Is that and we were looking right into the storm here moments ago. And that puppy was pretty interesting as we looked across the region here. So that's what we're looking from in that camera view. I did not look at the timestamp on that, but if it was before the storm hit, there was some interesting features showing up on that particular storm. Again, if we look at this, we have a bright spot here of red blowing away from the radar and towards. So the Milton area does have some spin and shear in it as well, as we take a look at that. Now let's go right into a look at the normal radar data and show you that this gust front that we have moving through the mountain area, that is amazingly way far out ahead of the storm. And as we look in on the Langdon area, we would be looking off to the west and seeing the sunset out there, which I thought we did. And that's what's coming your way on the backside of that storm. So near Munich and Sarles, a very wide swath of very heavy rain making its way through. In fact, from the Milton area all the way out towards Candu, we're talking about a 55-mile swath of rainfall. Not solid, but of rainfall. And, you know, if that takes an hour to move through or an hour and a half, and it's raining at 2 inches per hour or something like that, then you could have some pretty good rainfall amounts from some of these cells as they work their way through. So keep that in mind. We could have some localized flooding concerns. And as we get into areas like the northern Red River Valley, the Highway 5 corridor. You're going through the Netchi area. You're going through some beautiful terrain there. The water runs a little bit faster. If you happen to be camping outside Highway 2 and you're out places like Turtle Lake State Park and things like that, Turtle River State Park, I should say, these storms here will cause a lot of rain. In fact, let's take a look at the rainfall rates and let's take a look at the rainfall that has fallen from these storms as we've gone through. So here's a look. Okay, it's loading up the colors here. This is the rainfall amount, storm total precipitation estimates. So the heaviest of the rain is not showing up here yet, but we do have some healthy rainfall estimates coming in out near Devil's Lake, Can-Do. Where you see the purples, we're kissing an inch of rain. Let's see what it says near Can-Do here. So as we get down near Crary, solid 3/4 of an inch possible in some areas just north of Crary, north of Highway 2. Get into Devil's Lake, what kind of rain did we get there? We got 0.5 inches estimated by Doppler radar. Now going out towards the Edmore area and Lawton, it's just starting to rain in some of these areas as things are pushing in. It'll continue to add up the reflectivity data and estimate your rainfall amounts. Church's Ferry, 1/2 of an inch. As we go up towards Rock Lake and Can-Do and in between on Highway 281, how about 1 to 2 inches of rain fairly quickly there? And again, it does look like there is some more showers and thunder in that particular area as it's working its way through. So pockets of very heavy rain working its way through. Linton area picking up a good 2 to 3/10 of an inch of rain. Same thing for Wishick. Around an inch or so in and around Carrington. Let's go 1/2 inch to an inch, and then Beulah Hazen. Wow, big time monster storms rocked the Beulah area. Up on Beulah Bay, I should say, of Lake Sakakawea, toppling bunches of campers. Saw pictures of that. Now we get a soaking of rain from Hebron all the way up into Beulah, all the way up to Garrison, maxing out at over 2 inches to near 3 inches of estimated rainfall, and rocking into Garrison with about 3/4 of an inch partial, picking up some much needed rain. But do notice, we have plenty of areas in between. They're like, what rain, Johnson? I didn't see much rain there. That's what we got going on. Okay, if you're in Aberdeen, Clark, DeSmet, Huron, we got severe thunderstorm warnings aplenty as the heavy rain-producing storms have been focused mainly on this batch of cells that have pushed through Pierre, Highmore, and that area. Those rainfall estimates are on the order of 3/4 of an inch to around an inch on the high side and a few tenths of an inch on the low side. Here's a look at what's going on. South Dakota. Gusts across the plains here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar in Sioux Falls on the south side first. So allow me to switch this over here. Okay, so we'll go south to north through South Dakota, and as we look out towards Huron, we got big time heavy thunderstorms working in Platte and on the I-90 corridor. On the east side of Chamberlain is where these are moving. Moving off to the east, many of these storms have had a fairly good clip, and their motion of to the east is at 40 miles per hour right now. 40 miles per hour, radar indicated hail threat of 1 inch in diameter and 60 mile per hour winds. Go down towards Spencer as you get down there, and the wind gusts down there are and showing up to be 73 miles per hour from a personal weather station. So there's your 73 mile per hour winds, Scott, down there, not far from Spencer. Then as we sneak into 73 miles per hour, as we go to Fairfax out here, 3 miles east-northeast, big time gusts down there measured on personal weather stations. Get down to Bonefeel out here, we get 58 to 60 mile per hour gusts, 69 mile per hour gusts in the Fairfax area just to the southwest. And looking up on the north side, 65 mile per hour gusts. A lot of weather stations out here in central North Dakota, central and southern South Dakota, rather, my apologies, picking up some big time gusts from these storms. These are now in the Parkston area, moving towards Ethan and heading off to the east at a speed of these 59 miles per hour. So this cluster of storms here moving more northeasterly now, 59 miles per hour as they're working out of Armor and towards the corn maze in Mitchell, Salem, all the way out to Humboldt, seeing some strong thunderstorms as well, and heading into Mitchell. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at this storm cell right here. I'm kind of just getting a feel for what we got. Lake Andes picking up a wind gust in that particular area of 59 miles per hour. So these storms, again, moving northeast at a clip of 59 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and track these. This line of hail producing, but mainly gusty wind producing storms, some over 70 miles per hour. Here's a look at where they're going. Ethan, about now. As we go into the Mount Vernon area, 1130, Alexandria, 1137. Letcher, it is going to be in your area by 1146, and after midnight, Artesian picking up the best chance. On the outside, Carthage, see, by the time we get to about 1216, that's some timing for our South Dakota neighbors way down south. The main threat, very gusty winds. In fact, these storms have a very good history or long history of those winds. Moving towards parts of the DeSmith area, Huron area, we do have a line of thunderstorms, 1-inch diameter hail, 59 mile per hour gusts, Wessington Springs, and all the way towards Woolsey. That's where we're seeing these storms right now. They're moving off to the east and northeast at about 59 miles per hour. They're rip snorting through the area here. Now look at this as we take a look at the the glide, 59 miles per hour. We'll bunch it up to about 63 to get a good estimate for you. Wessington Springs right about now. As we go into Alpena and Huron, right at the 11:30 time frame for you. Now, if you happen to be down here in the Woonsocket area, 1138, and Iroquois by about 1150, and then Artesian on the order of 1156. So Artesian, you got these guys going to whack you from one direction. You get a little breather, you sip some water, and shazam, this storm comes in a little later from the west. DeSmith, it continues on just after midnight into your particular area, and that's when it looks like it'll be the best chance of moving into you. Now, we do have some warnings out here. Again, we're getting some bad beams with some noisy data in them at a particular weird angle out here. And it doesn't look to be, to me, I don't know if I'm looking at this wrong, but it doesn't look to be, if I put a string and draw it around the Sioux Falls radar, that's not a perfect circle out there. Very weird what's going on there with regard to the radars. I've seen a couple radars now with that signature on them. Let's move up to the Aberdeen radar to get a sniff of what's going on with these storms in the northern part of eastern South Dakota, shall we? Okay, so these are looking right into the teeth of the storm, moving into you folks. Ellendale, Oaks, you got this storm moving towards you. This one does have a pooch on it, so we're seeing this gust right here, that backward C shape right there, accelerating towards Ellendale. So some strong winds in Ellendale will be possible. Here is what we call, okay, this is a spike. You see that spike right there? That is really cool. So what happens when the radar beam is going its way through a, let's see, we're in Aberdeen. So if we're going through, we're getting some noise back from this storm back here being echoed in. So three-body scatter spike comes to mind, but from the radar here, it looks a little bit different than that. But that's what we got there. So when one of these radars hits big time hail, sometimes that energy reflects straight back at the radar. Sometimes that energy reflects back to the ground and then back here. And then we get this weird timing effect with when the signal gets back to the radar. And so that might be looking at what we're seeing there. There might be some pretty good size hail in these cells back here over the Jamestown area. That might be able to do some of that activity, as well as some just flat out noise coming in from that particular beam running through. Let's see some of these wind gusts that we have here. 65 miles per hour at 9:34. That was 1 mile east of Pettibone. A while ago, we did get a report near Fessenden of some 60 mile per hour gusts. Devil's Lake picking up severe 58 mile per hour gusts from a mesonet there at the end on site. And that's what we have going on as we look across the border into North Dakota. So here's what's moving into Britain, South Dakota, and Aberdeen right now. Again, moving east. 53 mile per hour push. Here is the apex of this bow. This bow moving through Redfield right now. Big time wind gust potential from that just because of the acceleration of this storm quickly in this direction. What's this gust? 70 miles per hour. Redfield out there. And then as we look behind it, 69 miles per hour off to the west, 63 miles per hour in Orient. As we look in here at the area near Faulkton, we had a 77 mile per hour gust there. Mr. Scott. So that's picking up even more out there. Thank you very much for your reports, by the way. Questions? Let's see if I can go ahead and time this out for our friends in Ellendale, because I think that's a pretty strong thunderstorm moving into the Ellendale area and Aberdeen. Again, the latest on the measurement is 53 miles per hour, and it's moving in from that easterly direction. So bear with me while I move the radar. I'm going to go ahead and time this out right here through Aberdeen. Wow. That's a big, long line of thunderstorms. I don't like that line. I'm going to do it over. Personally, and I can go ahead and give you opinion, and I will preface this with this is an opinion. It's really hard to have such a huge box of thunderstorm warning area because there's so many different storms in this that are moving at different speeds and doing different things. But I understand why it's done because we have a solid line of potentially severe thunderstorms. Not every one of these thunderstorm cells like this one here, this one here, this one here are all severe. But just keep in mind that such a large area being warned for kind of invites the fact that some of these storms could be moving at different speeds and doing different things. So if you happen to be in Aberdeen, 1127, it's on the doorstep of you. You're probably feeling the blowing and the gust out of it right now. Clark 1143, Groton and Hecla by around 1145 to 1150 for you. There'll be a Hecla of a storm, and I hope the hail stays away. And watch out for the wind gusts with these storms in South Dakota. They are really picking up the business here. Bristol 1154, 1203 out there in Langford. And Watertown on the order of 1215. As I get out of your way, it's going to be a little while before it gets there, so we'll keep you advised at what's going on. But again, stout thunderstorm activity that has some rock and winds with it. Jamestown. Now let's go to this Redfield area here, and let's go ahead and cover central South Dakota. From Aberdeen through Huron, there's another thunderstorm warning right here, but there's a new one that's just been issued because the line is fixing to exit that area. So let's use the data from the new warning to see how fast the line is moving. 70-mile-per-hour gusts is what it says. Got to watch out so I don't step on my dog. Okay, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, and Pedro's out wandering around my feet. Considerable damage is going to be possible. Smaller than 3/4 inch diameter hail. It's moving east at 53 miles per hour. So this is going to be gusty winds on the order of 70, maybe 75 miles per hour. We've seen a few gusts as high as close to 80 miles per hour. We're going to track this very gusty blowhard of a weather system here working its way into this direction. 53 miles per hour. We'll put it at 56 to 55. So it'll be in this bright blue area first. If it moves out, it'll be Groton to Huron and those areas. How about Huron 1131? So you got about 3 minutes to batten down the hatches. Close your garage doors, folks. These winds will come at you from the west. If your garage door is facing west and it's open, it could lift that roof right off of there with 70-mile-per-hour winds. So make sure your garage is closed. It'd be a good idea to batten down the lawn furniture and get that stuff ready as well. If you're in Clark, 1153, Willow Lake, 1156, and Bristol by about midnight. Bryant, 1205 arrival time expected, and Lake Norden, 1219 on towards Watertown by about 1225 again for you. So that confirms it'll be a while before it gets into that Watertown area with regards to those storms, with regards to the wind that they're producing. So that's our South Dakota neighbors. Let's see what's going on up in Stutsman County. So I'm going to switch the radar out just a little bit, but I might leave it. No, let me see. Yeah, let me leave it. Leave it for now because I want to do Ellendale. I do see that we have a fairly stout cluster of storms here that are working their way in towards Ellendale through Forbes, Edgeley, and this area. Menango, Fullerton. This is moving off to the north and east. There could be some up to 1 inch diameter hail moving through. This light green feature that you see right here is an outflow boundary where this storm is collapsing, burping out winds, and getting some gusts. Now, we're building another hail core here, upwards of 1 inch in diameter. Doesn't mean that's what's falling on the ground right now, but the radar is seeing that and estimating that at altitude. Then it falls down into the sky, melts a little bit, and then it hits your head. Now, as it hits your head or the ground or wherever it hits, it's cooling the air on the way down because it's evaporating along with all the raindrops with it. And it's going to cause more rain and more wind because it kind of drags that air down with it as it's falling. Therefore, we're going to see a chance for some gusty winds with this storm as well. I'm going to my handy dandy toolbox here and I'm going to grab my fancy gust estimator. I haven't used my gust estimator for a while. What we do is we look at the height of big hailstones, if they're falling, rising, and all of the information we have based on the speeds of the winds in the environment now. And we say, if that collapses, what kind of winds could we be having here? And we're going to take a look at that. Now, as you take a look at some of these orange colors, we see an estimate here moving in toward the Ellendale area of some 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. That's along the South Dakota border. So now this doesn't mean everybody will see these winds that'll be this strong, but they taper off pretty quickly as we go into the white colors here. But in this core here, We got solid 60s. There's a new scan in, a new estimate in for us, so let's scan it. I see peaking at 60 mile per hour gusts heading right into Ellendale. Forbes, it's over you, and it's also over Menango right now. We're going to take a look at current end-on gusts right now and see what it's showing for that particular area. And right now, we're seeing some 42 mile per hour gusts north of you folks. Go out into Lemoore County here. And then we're going to go down here, and it's not quite there yet. So we'll see what happens with regards to our peak gusts. Look at this, a 51 mile per hour gust on the southwest side of Stutzman County. So looking at these severe wind gusts as we go into that area, oh boy, there's Gackle, there's Cleveland. These gusts a little bit stouter, a little bit stronger, and it's 60 to 65 mile per hour gusts being estimated in and around the Gackle area right now. So let me go ahead and flip back to the radar here so you can see what Hutch is talking about as I'm analyzing this southern and western Stutzman County storm. 60 to 65 mile per hour gusts are showing up in this orange batch here as these storms move to the north and to the east in the general direction of Jamestown now. So let's go ahead and take a look then at the hail tracker. Is there any hail in that core or cell? Where do we have the hailstorms? And here we go. Based on the data that we're seeing from the Aberdeen radar, there is some Ellendale hail just north and east, west of town rather. So there is a little hail core there. That one could be dumping some 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch hail. And in the core of it, the radar is estimating 2-inch diameter hail heading in the direction of Menango. So sometimes these estimates can be a little high, mind you, in 90-degree air. It melts a little bit as it's coming down through the warm layer of the atmosphere. But suffice it to say, there is a north of Forbes, a hail core out there that could be producing significant hail over 1 inch in diameter right now. Let's look at the movement of that hail core and let it load up while Hutch gets a drink of water and I look for your questions. Thanks, everybody. Lamb So Pretty, you're in Mitchell. Thank you for the note. There's some storms heading your way. I hope we provided you with some coverage out there. Thank you so much for your support of Hutch's weather here. Ogama Wayhouse 4105. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your thanks. I do appreciate you watching. Here's a look at the hail core as it's made its way through, and it's kind of evolving and increasing in strength as it's moving up in this general direction. So you can see it's moving like this. Right like this. So it's going to be heading in that general direction of Edgeley and Berlin and the highway corridor here between Ellendale and you folks in the Edgeley area. So this storm moving towards Menango right now with its little hail core right there. So that's one look at one hail core. That could be over 1 inch in diameter. No warning for now, but it does look like it. I'd love to get a report from you if you have one. Again, Gackle showing a hail core blowing through town right now. It looks like it's decreasing in intensity, but while it was over you, it produced some reds on there. What were the reds? Let's see if we can go back a scan. There. What is that red? Let's ask. Hey, computer, what's that? 1 inch diameter hail to 1.5 inch diameter hail in and around Gackle as that made its way into your area. That now looks like it's collapsing, but again, the radar beam is high off the ground, so maybe it's just now hitting the ground in and around Gackle. Keep that in mind. Some hail cores just outside of Kensal as you go up into northeastern Stutzman County and north of the Jamestown Reservoir. We do have Glenfield seeing a hail core up here. What's this estimate of hail size? Most of these are staying under the 1 inch category, and it just has one little pixel that says, hey, here's an inch hail. That's severe. Well, no warning yet. Nothing to get panicked about. This is up at cloud level. Will it last? Is there hail up in a higher level of the cloud? Thank you so very, very much. Rain down on you. Rain down on you sounds like a wonderful name. Maybe I should change my name to that. Rain down on you, Johnson. All right. Thank you so very, very much for your support and for your support of Hutch's weather. From McHenry, Tolna, these areas, max reflectivities up to 1.25 inches on hail size. So we're talking some golf balls out there south and to the west of Tolna and right near Tolna, heading in the general direction of peak. And I'll back out a little bit so you can get some perspective on where this is. No severe thunderstorm warning on this. I am not thumbing my nose at anybody here because this doesn't always reach the ground at this size. It just gives you an idea where the hail cores are, where they're moving. So definitely, I think it's very highly possible we could be seeing some areas getting some some of these hails that are reaching the ground at about a half inch to maybe even nickel size, working their way down here. Isolated places, you might find a couple stones that are 1 inch in diameter, maybe a little more. When we're asking you to measure the hail, we want you to find the biggest stone you can, the one that's the biggest around, and then that's the one we want you to measure the widest diameter of and send us the measurement. That does give us a lot of information about how big of hail these updrafts that are happening tonight can support. Holy buckets, thanks everybody. We got some more huge video uploads and also photo uploads right here on hutchesweather.com. I appreciate it. I love it. Thank you much. We'll go ahead and wander through some of these. A lot of these are very fitting. I can tell they're dark. They're in Eldridge. We're in Devil's Lake. Holy buckets, Catherine. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Rylan Bradford, thank you from Fairdale. I appreciate it very, very much. We're going to take a look at these in just a hot minute. Let's go back up and continue our perusal of hail course. You get up into the Warren storm here. This is pushing through Cavalier. There was rotation on this, and there is not much hail in this particular storm cell right now. Is there some shear left in this storm? We were watching it for some shear a little earlier. This is a long ways. This is a long ways from that radar. Let me switch. There we go. Okay, so it's going to load up the radar data from Mayville. Notice this. I'm not seeing a lot of badges showing any reports of hail or anything. That doesn't mean anything. It's late. Who's going to run out there and in the middle of county and see if there was hail that was golf ball size? Now, if it hits a town, we'll hear about it. But if it doesn't, we're not going to hear about it. Not a lot of chasers out chasing. I see the outflow boundary here moving through Park River. Also near Cavalier, we're seeing that right now. What about the spin in the storm? Let's look at the radial velocity, but storm relative. Couple bad beams showing up. I don't know what's wrong with these radars tonight. They're kind of catching us with some bad beams here and there. You don't see that very often. Now, as we take a look at this south of Cavalier, there's a little bit of shear in the storm right there. Here's the outflow boundary that's blowing out. Wind directions are going to be from the west-northwest as the storm moves into Grafton. And that's the gust front that makes its way in. Big time heavy rain on the backside of it. Mountain, Osnabrück, Adams, and Cavalier here has a bowing line segment with a potential for some strong straight line winds from that particular part of the cell. Because it's bending out in the direction almost due east, and these winds are likely blowing from the west right in towards Netchie, right into Cavalier. So expect west winds here. This curvature down here then bends down to the more towards Grafton. So these winds might be coming in here at a little more northwesterly angle. And that's kind of an interesting feature that I can share with you there on that. Now, that's a look at that. Let's take a look at the single site radar data. We don't see a lot of hail cores here. There is one as we go out here into Nelson County. So if you're in Michigan City, this little cell here, look at this well-defined outflow boundary here as that gusty front is making its way through. We're not seeing a lot of measurements of gusty winds right now from those folks that have stations out there, but there's not a ton of them. And we can't see, there's a weather station in Devil's Lake. There's a weather station in Grand Forks, and there's a lot of miles in between where we don't have a lot of measurements. So it's kind of nice to have the end on site to lean on. And let's take a look. As these storms are approaching, the peak wind gusts so far being measured are out there just off to the near Cavalier area at 42 miles per hour. We got a 52 mile per hour gust down here though, as you approach that Ellendale area between Ellendale and Oaks. And that's not quite severe. And this is why, because we have actual measurements there, why there probably is not a warning for that storm, but there is some hail in a few of these cells. Some of them could still be up to around 1 inch in diameter. So keep that in mind as these storms are moving through. All right, we got a severe thunderstorm warning up in the northern part of North Dakota right now until 11:45. Northeast South Dakota, 12:15 for your thunderstorm warning, moving out of the Aberdeen area and heading its way off to the east. Now would be a great time for a few questions because I've covered all these storms here in the area. I'm going to put up the composite radar, which is not Hutch's favorite. Look up here in Winnipeg, and we definitely have some stout thunder shower and thunderstorm activity where it just cuts off up there. But we'll cover your area too, Winnipeg, because Hutch has you covered over here. And let's go ahead and take a look at that in a moment. But for right now, let's answer a couple questions. Craig says, not talking at all about Fargo Moorhead. Any info to make note of? Craig, thank you. We have been talking all night about it, but these storms are a ways away. So the ETA has changed. We did a forecast step through here moments ago. Still looks like it'll be near the midnight hour for Grand Forks, but it will be later in Fargo before the storms get here. Will they be severe? There is a question about that a little bit, and I do appreciate your question, because if you live here, you want to know what's going to hit you. Notice that these are accelerating faster toward the Red River Valley than these. These are kind of lollygagging back here. These are then picking up intensity because they're running into more humid air. So when that happens, if these rush out ahead of the storms up here, these could rob the south wind inflow into these storms and weaken some of these. Now, we can hope that happens. We'd sure like some rain out of these. I know many, many farmers that would love to have a multi-million-dollar rain hit our fields right now. We could use no hail, but we're not seeing a lot of hail reports tonight late. We're getting the wind ones, though. You don't want your grains laid down by gusts over 80 miles per hour either, but we definitely could use the rain through most of the fields. So it does look like and sound like I've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for Ellendale in southern Stutsman County here. For this storm down here, I do believe is the main culprit, and southwestern parts of the Stutsman County area. We were analyzing both of those storms. I'll go over the details, but you know already that that's moving into Ellendale and moving into the areas of southern Stutsman County. The warning is in effect until 12:45. Let me see if I can move that bad dog over here just a little bit. Okay, so we're looking at the risk for 40, it's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And the storm has a gust of 60 mile per hour potential with less than 1 inch hail, but maybe close to it. So we're talking nickel-sized hail will be possible from those storms in isolated places. Not everybody will get that. So south of Jamestown, as you go into the communities of Montpelier, near Ypsilanti, all the way down towards Edgeley, Berlin, Dickey, Montpelier, those areas will have a decent chance at seeing these storms rush in. Fullerton, Lemoore, and Ellendale. These are kind of moving in a northeasterly direction, so the hail core is going to slide between Edgeley and Ellendale, as we showed you moments ago. We do have some stout activity moving out of South Dakota, though, up towards the Ellendale area. If I turn on once again that single site radar that provides me a little bit more insight, we can see, oh, there's hail core there, hail core here, real big hail core right on the leading edge of this one that might be capable of some sizable hail as well on the north side as we get just south of Interstate 94, moving into Jamestown. So let's analyze that. I want to see how big that hail might be. That's a pretty good sized community in central North Dakota there. So let's take a look for Stutsman County, Jamestown, south of town. As you're looking out at the reservoir there, definitely some areas. The airport will be in the path of this line of storms. This is the marker. We'll see if it populates with the estimate of hail size here in a moment. But for now, it looks like it's moving to the northeast. It's moving at 44 miles per hour, max DBZ 63 on that. And again, as far as a hail marker, I'm not seeing one yet. Let me see if I can switch over to the Mayville radar maybe. I kind of like this Aberdeen one. It's doing a pretty good job, and it is a tiny bit closer to the area. So pardon me while I'm sneaking a peek. Yeah, that does look like it's heading right for Jamestown, that hail core there. So if I was in Jamestown, from the southwest side of town, we have a hail core making its way towards you. Now, it may not hail big inside of Jamestown city limits, and I sure hope not, okay? But if it does collapse before it gets there, gust of wind from the south and from the west, upwards of 60 miles per hour may be indeed possible. Let's go ahead and look at that severe wind gust estimator that Hutch has on his tap here. And let's take a look at what it's estimating for winds pushing towards the Jamestown area. So the estimates are for 65. What are these little yellow pixels right in here? I like to look at yellow pixels. Okay, so we do have some 65 to 70 mile per hour gusts possible. According to Hutch's algorithm on this computer here, as it works its way in toward the Jamestown area. Again, 70 mile per hour wind speeds picked up above the ground here outside of Jamestown. North, as you go towards Buchanan and Pingree, we have another cluster of thunderstorms that's capable, it looks like, of 60 to 65 mile per hour gusts as well. These are moving east-northeast at this particular time. Watch out for some gusty storms there. Kensal, we got some 65 mile per hour ones showing up from these. These are moving off to the east and heading towards Daisy. So yeah, we have some windy thunderstorms out here, and any one of them could be producing some severe winds as we go through the evening hours. So those look to be the strongest winds. Notice some of the wind speeds as we go up here into parts of southern Manitoba. So as we go from Winnipeg, swinging through Brandon and on down south here, these wind speeds are most strong as we get up toward the Winnipeg area here, 63 to 65 miles per hour. So what's that got to be? Scratch, carry the 1, double this, double that, times 0.9, divide by 3. I'm going to go with close to 100 kilometers per hour in a couple of those cells as they work through. So let's take a look at some of the, we're not getting a lot of measurements right now from these storms. They're way back on the backside, so it's been a while since we've had a measurement of anything very strong reaching the surface out here. That's a look at wind gust from the storms right now. And I just had a view from somebody saying, hey, I'm in Mitchell. Let's go down to the corn maze down here. Let's get down to the Sioux Falls radar and let's turn this same puppy on. I got to turn the radar on down there so I could see the data more better out here. Okay. Well, at least let's go to the Aberdeen radar. None of my radars want to show up. All right. I think my software might be getting tired. I'll switch to the composite in a second. Big outflow boundary is punching into northwestern Grand Forks County. It's 11:47. I had earlier estimated that these would reach the northern Red River Valley by midnight. We're off by a little bit here up in the far northern Red River Valley near Pembina. It's going to be a while before the rain and the hail and the gustiest of the winds make their way into Grand Forks, but they are pushing. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect on this northern fringe of the storms out there. Still throwing out a nice outflow boundary. We'll see what the measurements look like from the winds as I turn the radar on up here in the Mayville area. Now, as we go down towards Jamestown, I think we do have some hail potential from these cells working their way through. I'm going to go to a completely different view here right now. We're going to look at dew points again as what's going on with those. Do we still have 70 dew points? Yes. 70 to 73 degrees, Cooperstown to Valley City, a lot of moisture. We still have 70-degree dew points as we go up into Cavalier. Fargo, Grand Forks, 65 to 70-degree dew points. That extends all the way down to Wheaton in parts of Minnesota as we head into the late evening hours. Let me double check here that we do have a look at the radar now and go back and see if it'll let me switch the radar. Sometimes I have to say, let's go over here. Now let's go over there and see if this works and allows me to switch the radar over. Okay. All right. Now we got it. Here's Sioux Falls. Okay, so I just had to show something else for a minute. It got tired of listening to me. Hope that we're still providing you with some beneficial information here. As the line of storms right down the I-90 corridor rather, is moving through Mitchell and moving in this general direction of DeSmet and Brookings. These new developing cells here along and north of I-90, just north of Sioux Falls, south of Brookings, are moving off to the east and northeast as well. So keep that in mind. This is kind of moving as in this northeasterly direction right now. So Sisseton, Watertown, DeSmet, they're all moving in your general direction. And again, a lot of wind reports here. So this tells us that these storms are really the producers right now of the strongest of winds. In Mitchell, 67-mile-per-hour gust measured 1 mile to the northeast of town. And that was reported by a personal weather station out there. As we take a look south of Mitchell, we have a 64-mile-per-hour gust measured in that particular area as the storms blew through there. Salem, we got storms making their way through, but in the Mitchell area, the storm threat is for 37-mile-per-hour movement to the east. Damaging threat is considerable, 1-inch hail, and an observed 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in different areas. So that's where this is moving. Again, it's moving east at 37 miles per hour. Let me go ahead and double check that as we go ahead and populate the kind of a northeasterly movement here as we look at these storms. So what was in Mitchell is kind of drifting out of town. What's south of you is going to give you a nice little break here. Mount Vernon has some. The Plankinton area is moving north towards the Woonsocket area. And then we do have the storms moving out of Wesson Springs, and that's what's going on there. So this is a look at what we have going on. We do have some Omaha storms moving into parts of Iowa right now, and we talked about the development of some storms right in here later tonight. So we'll keep our eyes on that. And I do not know. This is a weird deal. I will have to look at what's going on with this radar data here. That is a very odd feature. So I'm looking at the radar right out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So we're looking at it right here. And we get a lot of flashing information there, like something's going on. Now, when we approach the 9 o'clock hour, sometimes sun moving right into the radar beam provides a flash of energy, and we get some wild reflectivity information from that. But this is different. Something else is causing this, and it's jumping around to different ranges away from the radar, even as far south as Omaha. And I'm seeing it on multiple radars, which I think is weird. I don't see that all the time, so I'm going to call weird on that. Let me see if the radar outside of Lincoln here has anything different for us. Dun, 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 dun. Why did that turn off again? All right, we got a new warning to go over, so we'll get back up to hometown here. All right, we'll look at that in a minute. Right now, we're going to go back to the radar in and around the Grand Forks area, because I do think we have some storms heading out through parts of North Dakota, have become severe, and the National Weather Service in Grand Forks has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Valley City, Lisbon, as well as you folks down here in Gwinner. So this does include south and west parts of Cass County, including, I believe, Enderlin. It's going to be really close to you guys in the Enderlin area. Leonard and Enderlin are included in the warning. Now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning in the area, and it is for observed winds. It says observed winds of 70 miles per hour. Now, we were just measuring the winds with Hutch's gust estimator, and it said there were gusts. So we told you about this before the warning was issued. I hope that's helpful. 75 100ths or 0.75 inch hail possible. So that's 3/4 inch hail possible with the storm as it's working its way. It is moving northeast at 52 miles per hour, northeast at 52 miles per hour. So look at what we have going on here. There's no storms in this particular juncture, but it's way back here. We got a couple of cells right here that are working their way through. And let's go ahead and see. It's going to be a little while. Let's see what we're looking at on the north side of this, because these almost look like they're stretching down in this direction too. I'm going to loop this. I'm confused a little bit, and I don't mind saying it. There's a storm cluster here that's crossing into the warned area, and there it's just forming, and it's moving north like this. So this is most certainly for this. We talked also about Jamestown. We just spoke about Jamestown having a hail chance, and now we're just issued a warning for Jamestown. So we're on top of the storms. I'm trying to give you as early a heads up to when things are going to happen. The confusing part of this is in Gwinner. If you are in Sargent and Ransom counties here, we definitely have some storms sneaking up from the south, but you also have these bad boys that are kind of moving from to the northeast. So you're going to have some Dickey County storms here. Excuse me, some Lemoore County storms in Dickey moving towards Litchfield and Montpelier and Valley City, Catherine and Nome. But you have this set of thunderstorms down here that's also stout as well. Now, when it says that these storms are moving off to the, oh, there's our warning. Let's see, I got to stop this. Now that I know where everything is moving and I've analyzed that, we got 70 mile per hour winds, and it says it's moving northeast at 52 miles per hour. The only storm I see moving northeast is this cluster here, but we do have some storms out here that are moving in an east-northeasterly direction as well. So we have a couple of different areas to study, and this is another example of why I'm not the biggest fan of such a huge warned area. Let's see, in Dickey, we got Ellendale with a measured wind. This might be our 70 mile per hour wind. It's 69 mile per hour wind gust measured in Ellendale. So we talked about the wind gusts there. I have not seen a gust report outside of Jamestown, but there was looking like there was going to be some pretty healthy wind gusts with that storm as well. If you're in Jamestown, let's go over your warning. Your warning is in effect until 12:30. 78 mile per hour wind, movement. I don't know that the storm is moving at 78 miles per hour. And wind gusts to 70. Let me just tell you, if a storm is moving at 78 miles per hour and it burps out any wind at all, it's going to have wind gusts over 78 miles per hour. I'm not sure what's going on with that reading there. So what I'm going to do is just look at it and see if it's changed speed since the last little bit. I don't think so, but let's go ahead and take a look. So needless to say, northern Stutsman County, strong thunderstorm cell right here. Another one moving right into Jamestown right now. if you're in Jamestown, prepare for some big time wind gusts. These are coming through now with this hail core right overhead. We can take you to Jamestown, and we're going to do so first with the DOT cam and take a look at what's going on. This could probably bend trees, break trees, and cause some damage to trees. Could be some power outages if we get 70-mile-per-hour gusts. We've had a few 70-mile-per-hour gusts in South Dakota to near 80-mile-per-hour gusts. So as we take a look at what's going on with the storm as it works its way into Jamestown, we're using the DOT cams. We're going to look on the west side of town first. That's where it's coming from. We got what looks like a white out there. We're getting flashed by a light. And now let's go ahead and take a look at what we see going on with the cell. Okay, nothing that looks like we got blinding rain yet, right? So this was taken. The timestamp is 11:44, so this wasn't that long ago, but there's a little bit of a delay here, so I'm not seeing a torrential downpour yet. So that hail core is moving over town, and it's still in the sky. Is it falling? Let me know, Jamestown. Are you rising, shining? Let's see what you got. Let me know. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at my incoming photos and see what we got there. I think we're solid there too. So, all right, as we take a look, I'm just seeing not much going on in Jamestown proper at this time, meaning the radar display that we're seeing over the top of town is all up in the sky for the most part now. That street looks wet there. Interstate 94 looks a little bit wet in that part of town, so we're starting to see some rain making its way in there, but that's the only evidence I have. Just south of town, let's go out into the Millerton area. My apologies. I'm just gathering information that's coming at me from different sides. Cass County, thunderstorm warning. Hey, Eric, hope you're doing good too. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Kayla, thanks again for sharing your photo with me of the tornado in northwest parts of North Dakota. Congratulations on a successful chase. And it's people that chase storms like that that help us get the alerts out when a storm like that happens. We get first front row seat eyes on it. This is Millerton looking at, it looks like in a northerly direction. There's your low cloud top out there in the distance heading toward the area. I'm not seeing anything here that's surprising to me. Looking from Medina to the west, there is some rain going on there, but I can't see well enough to see what's going on with this particular set of cameras for the Jamestown area. Nothing in northern Stutsman County on this. I'm going to the end on photo group here, and let's see if we can see any kind of help from Stutsman County in the central part. Oh, not taken since 9:49. So likely some of these cameras are just not set up to take nighttime shots, or they turn off the gathering of pictures at a certain time on some of these for some reason. Here's Ypsilanti. That too was not updated since the sunset time frame. Let's take a look at one more before because I don't want to waste time. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was Streeter, and that was at 9:45. So I think our camera network here is shut down. So let's go flying the only way we know how, and that's strapping in and looking at the radar and using the tools we do have available to cover storms in the dark at dark 30. Stutsman County, Jamestown, storms moving through the area. Some of these likely are developing overhead and not all raining and thundering. We do have some hail cores up here. 1-inch diameter hail will be possible from isolated cells, not every one of them. And we're going to have gusty winds upward of 70 miles per hour with this storm moving into Stutsman County. This includes you at the Jamestown Reservoir. And again, it's time to make sure that you're not in things like campers for a storm like this. Big time storm warning now extends through Valley City. You can see there's only one storm, and it's near Foreman. That one is not particularly that severe right now. If I take a look at it, I'll take a look closer. Cogswell, Havana, on to Oaks. We do have an Oaks cell that's starting to light up a little brightly. Hecla, that's a Hecla of a storm down there. In the lower left-hand corner of your screen, that's a hail core. So we have storm lines starting to form right here along the South Dakota border. Remember, there's a lot of moisture to fuel these storms, so we'll watch them. And again, this warning is also for 70-mile-per-hour wind threat. It's moving east at 52 miles per hour. So allow me to use this line of storms here moving east at 52 miles per hour to tell you the best estimate I can of when the storms will move through. I'm just going to do a little section at a time. Let's go with this section moving into southern Barnes County. So let's go 56 miles per hour. Marion, 1202. So in the next minute or two, it'll be right on top of you. Litchville, 1210. And Catherine, the storm will be there at 1221. Nome, how about 1228? Fingal, 1231. Enderlin, this storm is heading in your general direction. I'll be here for you, Enderlin. It's been a long year. I understand, and we're talking about 1238 for this particular line if it moves at the current speed. Notice this little buzzsaw shape to the edge. That's because hail core builds up, pulses down, pushes the wind out, and it develops a storm out leading out that way. So we're going to get that jagged edge shape to these storms as they kind of move through. Let's analyze the next section of the storm that's moving into the Lemoore County area. All right, this particular storm moving towards Marion now, Lemoore, 1207, 1218 to Verona. Fort Ransom, if you're out there camping, please be aware we got a gusty storm capable of isolated pockets of 70 miles per hour. A lot of terrain in the beautiful Fort Ransom area. So keep in mind that we could have some flooding concerns with heavy rain in some spots, but we sure need the rain. I can tell you that much. Elliott, 1233. And then Gwinner, Lisbon, Milner, and Sheldon. You folks out here on the other side as we get in towards Lisbon, as a matter of fact, we'll keep you posted. You do have the warning for your county now, but you can see we're still talking about 35 minutes or so before it starts making entry into your area. The next section of this line, long line of severe thunderstorms looks like this. Boom, shakalaka. Here we go. Talking about Hecla, it'll be a heckle of a storm at 1205. Oaks, 1212. Cogswell, we're talking about 1231 to 1234 for Havana and Gwinner by 1235. So basically, we already have a couple of cells there. Cogswell, you're getting a storm right now, but there's another cell group coming your way. What's over you might just be developing and not raining yet, but you're likely seeing some thunder and lightning. There's Hecla off toward the Britain area in South Dakota. Clare City by 101. I think tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. All right, thanks for joining me. I do appreciate all of you folks for viewing. Mapleton, North Dakota's here. Thank you so much. Kenzie, good to have you on board. Amanda Joe DeWitt, thank you. Rainy, windy, big lightning, rural east of Jamestown. Thank you for the update, and we'll keep you posted. So we do have these storms moving in towards and through Jamestown now, and look at this. It's going to be kind of heavy, rainy, and windy. Some of you, as you get out towards the Spiritwood Lake area, might be seeing some activity as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Now, as we get down into Stutsman County, there's Spiritwood. You got the core right over you, pushing into your area. So again, batten down the hatches as we see the storms working their way into Leal and Daisy and the Wimbledon area. Wind with these storms is the main threat. Big time tornado warnings, 2 of them down here in South Dakota. Let's go. Bradley, South Dakota, Florence, South Dakota. Tornadic storms making their way through. We'll walk you through this and we'll get you through with what you need to know in these overnight hours. Boom, shakalaka. Let's take a look at the National Weather Service speak. Tornado warning east at 53 miles per hour. It's a radar indicated tornado. There could be some hail. It looks like it's over Bradley. There's another cell on the south side here we'll talk about in a second. These warnings are in effect. This one's for 1245. Let's look at the second one, 1245. Moving northeast at 53 miles per hour, a radar indicated tornado. Let's get to the appropriate radar that's going to give us the best view of this storm. The best view of that storm is going to be from our friends in Aberdeen. So let me switch over to that radar here. Pardon me while I get set. Aberdeen, by the way, a 70 mile per hour wind gust for our neighbors in northeast South Dakota, Brown County, getting windy out there, a blowhard storm. Now we got this puppy busting through Bradley. Weird development of new thunderstorm activity on the north side. Let's look at the SRV, the storm relative velocities. Here's what we got right on the leading edge of the storm here. You got wind blowing towards Aberdeen there. You got wind blowing away. This could be a rear flank downdraft on this storm, but there is shear and spin on that side of the storm. And look at this little hot pocket right here. In this hot pocket, you got the same thing. So in this one little skinny warning, Bradley, Florence, you got one area of shear on this side and another area with a notch in it right here that could both be producing a tornado. So along that leading edge near Wallace is where one of them is on the north side of town. and moving into Wallace and points just east on the highway here. That's where we have the other one. If you are in Florence, this is on its way towards you. Again, with the motion of these storms have been fairly fast tonight, we do have that risk of them moving fairly quickly. I'll time them out for you. Heading down to Henry. Oh, Henry, we have ourselves what looks like some shear on the leading edge of this storm. This is though looking from the Aberdeen radar, and as it comes down with its view, we do have wind blowing this way towards Aberdeen, and then in the pink, wind blowing away. So there is the evidence of a tornado right over Henry or near Henry. We got evidence of a circulation or possible tornado near Wallace. We have evidence of north of Wallace, some pretty long and stretched out shear along a boundary right in here. So suffice it to say that anywhere in these counties, in these areas, I should say, these storms are moving east, they're moving with a quick clip, and it's a good idea to get into your safe space. It's time to get out of things like mobile homes, manufactured homes. You do not want to be in anything like that. Vehicles are not a good idea. If you have somebody that's driving in these parts tonight, including the Highway 81 corridor down south of Summit towards Watertown, please let them know they're driving into an area with a tornado warning in effect right now. Some folks that are driving are paying no attention to the weather other than to watching the light show out there, and that is something that you need to be informed about. So these storms having an average movement of about 53 miles per hour. Let me time out the storms and the tornado. Oh, we got a new air scan just in, so they're moving through the Wallace area, moving very quickly, 53 miles per hour. We have an area of shear here with the notch. We still have that Henry one right about here, so we'll take a look at those two. This is a very broad area of shear right here, but shear it is, as we do have some shear and spin along that area of the storm. Taking that into account, I will drag the current location of these tornadoes moving this way at 53 miles per hour. Let me get it out here a little farther. Holy buckets! This one's in a hurry. We don't like that. That does not give you much time, so keep that in mind. This one's moving fast. Here's the leading edge of the shear. Florence, the spin will be near you now, 1212. You need to be in your safe space right now. Put as many walls in your sturdy structure between you and the storm as you can. If you got a window next to you, don't be in that room. Get into an interior room. Hallways oftentimes don't have windows. Be in the hallway or go in a closet, and that is also going to give you another wall that debris has to go through before it gets to you. Get down low, cover your head, and wait for the all clear. Right now, Florence is under the gun. Now, it's going to be a while, but as we get out towards South Shore, we're going to have a chance of the storm at around 12:34. It says Marvin 12:36, Stockholm 12:40, Twin Brooks by 12:43. So that's about 45 minutes away, or 35 to 40 minutes away, on towards Millbank by 12:52. So keep that in mind. That's the north tornado warning, moving east-northeast at about 53 miles per hour. Now we'll analyze the southern tornado warning near Henry, and that's just outside of Henry. This one moving a little bit more northeasterly, and it's also moving at 53 miles per hour. So here we go. If you happen to be in this particular ballpark, we'll go ahead and highlight this bad boy for you. And moving 53 miles per hour, I got to zoom out so I can get the right speed. Hey, let's go with that. All right. Florence, 12:14, it's on your doorstep. You can see it right here. Now, the rotation with this storm is in this Henry area and jumping out towards you. So it's very close to you. You should be in your safe space now. South Shore, 12:37, and on towards Marvin by 12:42. We'll keep you posted, Stockholm and Twin Brooks, if these storms continue, and certainly Millbank on the order of 12:55 before it gets to you. We'll keep you posted. All of you should seek shelter, interior room. Very gusty straight line winds also accompanying the storm in isolated pockets, but we also have the potential for some dangerous tornadoes with the storm as it goes through parts of eastern and central South Dakota right now. Look at all the thunderstorm warnings. These ones moving through Brookings are coming at you from the south, and they're heading into town now. Also, we have the Corn Maze Mitchell storms. Those are rocking down the interstate I-90. They are eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking, and they're heading down to the east out through Mitchell and on their way out towards Salem right now. Big time wind reports with those. As you take a look at these storms here in the Huron area, we'll get in just a little bit closer so I can see the details. And we are looking at storms in that pocket that are all over the place, aren't they? Let me get another look at a different radar view. Here we go. Cavour, 3 miles east, 57-mile-per-hour gust was reported. Iroquois and DeSmet, all these areas, most of the strongest and heaviest thunderstorm activity is just south of the highway there. But as we put this into motion, it's kind of moving to the north towards DeSmet, and it's also going to be heading in the general direction of Bryant. So this warning showing the storms making their way up and north and east. Now these ones were moving east. You see that? They were moving east, and now they're turning north. So the energy from these southerly storms is pushing and interfering with this one, and it's causing it to burp out even more over here. You see that? So now we have this gusty outflow from this storm that I think is collapsing because it interacted with this one. It was moving this way, and it's like pool. Boom, it got hit, and now it's turning the other way. This is a left turner. Okay, so we got to watch for that. Got a lightning show south of Enderlin from my apartment window. Dakota, glad that you're joining. Thank you very much. As you prepare for storms to approach the Enderlin area and parts of southern Cass County, North Dakota, keep in mind, a second story place is not always the best place to be. I am not expecting violent tornadoes this evening here in the Red River Valley. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch, not a tornado watch. But the bottom line is that we do have some spin and shear in a few of these storms. We're starting to see more of these turn up to the northeast. Guess what that means? This is different than any model was showing. It was showing these pushing out of South Dakota farther south and turning north. Now these are moving in more of a northerly fashion, I'm afraid. So what that means is this cluster of thunderstorms and their organization is slipping up to the north and east, which puts you folks in Lisbon and in Windmere and in Hankinson and in the Breckenridge, Wahpeton area, in more path of some direct thunderstorm activity. These will interact with these. What was looking like the Jamestown storms were moving towards us is changing as we see this thing move right now. This is moving towards the Fargo area, Lisbon, and also Catherine, southern Barnes County. So we're going to have a change in direction of the whole thing here. And this is like a whammy in the back of the salami. This is something that we don't see all the time here, but we do have storms interacting with each other out of South Dakota, kind of bending everything up in a more northerly direction now. This storm is moving up in the general direction of Lisbon. Notice it's expanding and increasing in intensity as we do so, likely from an outflow boundary from these bad boys that was sitting here just waiting for a little extra energy. Now, we might be seeing that low-level jet pick up a little bit as well as we go into the atmosphere. What about the energy in the atmosphere in these areas? So Valley City, Jamestown, and if you happen to be right on the border here, we have those storms crossing over you. So my point in Enderlin is, if these storms appear to be capable, just know now where you can go to be on a lower floor. That's my advice to you. It's real hard, but what I would like to do is, if I lived in an apartment that was on an upper floor, I would have talked to my neighbors on a day like this and say, if we get a tornado warning, can I come downstairs? I will bring chips and dip. And then you can be safer downstairs than opposed to being upstairs in an apartment. Now, if that apartment's made of brick and you have an interior hallway, by all means, you probably will be a lot safer than many homes that are two-story homes. Keep that in mind. But we do tell you to please seek shelter in the lowest floor for a reason, and that's my advice to you. Hope, Laverne, Daisy, oh Daisy, and Wimbledon. Wimbledon, we do got a severe thunderstorm warning for you as this cluster of storms is bowing. A little backward C shape here, gusty winds, some hail, moving off to the north and east in the direction of Daisy and Laverne, south of Coop in the Griggs County area. Here you go, folks. 43-mile-per-hour movement northeast. 1-inch diameter hail is estimated to be possible. We have a wind threat that has been observed at 70 miles per hour. I'm sure glad that we have that wind measuring estimator as well as some other technology here and also experience here to keep our eyes on the skies. So we definitely do have some stout thunderstorms rocking and rolling through the region. Weird effects going on with the radar right now. Maybe I think they changed modes on the radar there, so that's okay. And now let's go into Cooperstown and let's get on to the Mayville radar now that we're in North Dakota looking at these storms. Who's with me? If you're with me and you're watching the storms come, or you're just waking up to storms in places like Niagara, Larimore, Findlay, Hearing rumbles in Hannaford and Daisy, Rogers. Let me know. Grab a comment, hit a heart, hit a thumbs up. Let me know where you're watching from. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate all of you for joining. Cole Wolf, thanks, says Poker Joker. And Joey Hansen, it barely got windy just north of Jamestown and only got a little rain. I'm sorry. I hope you get a little bit more out of this storm, or a lot of bit more. It does look like you got another swath of some shower activity. So that goes to tell you that what looks like a monster deluge, you got only a little bit of rain from. Why? You were under the updraft part of the storm, and the radar was seeing what was going on in the mid-levels of the atmosphere as that storm is building up in the atmosphere. I hope that explains it. This, well, we'll see. If that brings a nice gully washer of rain to the area, you might get a chance yet at picking up a few tenths of an inch of rain from that. Okay, thank you for your comments, everybody. Catherine, we are worried. On vacation in Washington, we live in Hankinson. Okay, so if you're in if you live in Hankinson and you are on vacation in Washington, we do have some windy storms heading your way. It'll be a while before we see what transpires as we get to the Hankinson area there. We do have a lot of storms. There have not been a lot of tornadoes tonight. Well, the one tornado we did get, Hutch has a picture of from a wonderful former intern of mine, Kayla Lucky, who was out storm chasing tonight. These storms have not been producing a lot of tornadoes tonight. There has been a risk of tornadoes, and we have 2 active tornado warnings in parts of South Dakota right now. And that is something that we'll be watching for. I'm here to watch. Oh, we got a tornado report here. So that's likely why we had a tornado warning. Boom. Emergency manager, city, Henry. We were just talking about you, Henry. Emergency manager says type tornado observation 1206. This is a confirmed tornado now heading into the Watertown area. So we do have a Watertown tornado making its way into the area just south of Roberts County, making its way through and toward Watertown. There's another tornado warning on the north side that's been sawed off a little bit, shortened outside of Bradley because the warned storm has moved out of the area. This one's been confirmed. I can switch the radar now to give you the latest details on that. Let's go to the Aberdeen radar. It is, I think, the closest with regards to this storm. Pardon me. Here we go. Okay, so we'll switch over to the reflectivity data here. And let's take a look at the velocity data and see what we got coming out of Aberdeen. So Florence right now, this storm that was near Henry has made its way up here. So you see how these 2 boxes cross? This is the storm was by Henry, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and double check with looping the radar. So what moved through Henry, when we see the green and the red next to each other here as it loads up, it's moving its way in the general direction of Florence. So if you're in Florence, basement now, get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes. It is over you right now and we'll be moving through. One of them looks like it's winding back the other way now. There's one embedded back here. It could be wrapped in rain, maybe not able to see it. That's on the highway between Wallace and Florence right now. So we have a couple of areas of shear. Remember, there were 2 tornado warnings. This one coming out of the Henry area. There it is. Now you see it. It's moving right up towards Florence, which is where it was supposed to, and it's moving on to the north. There's an area of shear here, here, and here. 3 of them from 2 or 3 thunderstorms that are kind of converging into one geographical area right now. So that's what we have going on. The warning for Wallace is over. You can come out of your tornado shelter area. The threat for a tornado is done. We have heavy rain, hail, lightning, and all of that still in the region or area for you. It looks like the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for Wallace. That yellow box you see now extends all the way out to Millbank, all the way out to Wilmot, all the way out to Sisseton, Veblen. This line of thunderstorms capable of producing isolated tornadoes, very strong gusty winds that have been measured to 70 miles per hour, as well as some pockets of hail to around 1 inch in diameter, are racing to the east at a speed of, I think, about 53 miles per hour at last measurement. This says 58 mile per hour now. Okay, so let me stop this. Holy buckets, there's a lot of information on here. Okay, thanks a lot. If you're with me, hit a like button. Let me know where you're watching from. Grand Forks, good to have you on board. Victor, thank you very much. doing Barbie makeup in Fargo and waiting for the storms. All right, you know what? You got to keep yourself occupied, and staying informed is good. It's a work night. This one's moving northeast, 58 miles per hour. 3/4 inch diameter hail and 70 mile per hour gusts is what Hutch is expecting from these bad boys as we head into the evening hour. That's a big, huge area of warning. It includes Hecla, Langford, Britain. It's a huge area, folks. So we do have storms here. And then it looks like there's another band on the backside. Let me go to the regular radar data. This is good old-fashioned rain. This is not severe. This could be windy, though, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Here is this Boeing line segment of storms. Tornado just moved out of Harvey. In a Boeing line segment of storms, when they're organized, we can get these, it's a quasi-linear system, and then we'll get a gust out of one storm, and that causes that long shear that we saw near Henry, produced a tornado. And now that tornado's near Florence, and it's moving northeast at 53 to 55 miles per hour. This is for a Boeing line segment. Your peak winds are right in this area where the tornadoes are right now, but the gusty winds, straight line winds, will also be possible for some. So while a tornado might impact a small neighborhood, there will be areas of straight line winds with this storm of 70 miles per hour. If you're in Rosslyn, you got a building up of the intensity of the radar reflectivity here, meaning the storm could be building up a little bit, and when that collapses, we could have a pretty good gust coming out of your neck of the woods as well. So I think some gusts in this area, obviously in this area because we have the backward C shape and the 2 tornado warnings, and then down towards Bryant and Harvey, we do have a line of storms that's going to continue that rain threat for you. Seek shelter in South Shore. If we go ahead and take a look one more time at this area of storm relative velocity, we can see that the greatest risk for shear, there's 2 pockets, both near Florence right now, and then there's another little pocket starting to show up, and now we've got this other area because of this outflow so fast and away from the radar in the Aberdeen area. Boom, that's going out, this is going in. There's a big area of shear and spin near Wabae and also near Ortley. So please keep in mind that even though you're outside the box, if you're near it, we could see a pretty quick developing situation with not only gusty winds, but shear along that boundary, and it could spin up a tornado too. So right up in here, Ortley, let's see if it says tornado possible in this. Tornado possible. If you are in this entire area, it's a big area. I dislike that, but it's just the way it goes. So many storm warnings would have to be out here for these. This is an area I'd be worried about near Ortley. There is shear in this environment as well. Moving into Watertown is our main event. There is some shear starting to show up on the leading edge of that. It's not in the direction I would like to see it for a tornado, but it's very close to Watertown. And there were a couple of pockets showing up inside here as we were around that Florence area. Let's see if those are still there. No, those are now moving out. Okay, so Florence, it looks like all the wind now looks to be unidirectional, and here is a look at where that tornado is right now. It's moving to the I-29 corridor. Here is a look at Florence. It's moved out and it's lurched here, and with that kind of movement, it's going to be over the interstate in about 2 to 4 minutes here as it's just jumping. So then here is the Ortley-Wabae area, and we do have shear showing up right here that is counterclockwise. We do have shear that extends all the way along this total boundary, but the best chance for a possible tornado might be right here south of Ortley, just because of the speed, the higher, brighter speed of the wind in that vicinity. So if I were in the Ortley to Summit area, I would be seeking shelter now. You might have 2 to 4 minutes to get into your tornado safety space in Summit. If you're in I-29 between Summit and let's say down south here towards the 81, the Highway 81 exit, anywhere in between here, that is where I would expect that this storm is not only going to have very gusty west winds. So if you're in a high profile vehicle and boom, you get a 70 to 80 mile per hour gust, that's not a happy thing to have to drive through. Another area of spin right here, that's the one we're watching. Let's see where it goes. See that little arrowhead right there? That is the tornado and the storm, and it's expected to be making its way off to the east. It's moving at about 55, maybe even faster than that now. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that. Let's go ahead and time this bad boy right here. I'm going to try. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay, now let's see if it lets me. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go with about a 55 mile per hour. So South Shore, it'll be there 12:39. It's coming very, very, very soon. Stockholm, 12:45. Twin Brooks, 12:47. And before 1 o'clock, Millbank, Big Stone could be moving in towards your area just after 1. Same thing for Ortonville. I'll watch if it gets out that far. Notice you're not in the tornado warning for a reason, because it's a rapidly changing situation for those little boxed areas. Here's a look at the latest scan, and we can still see that that tornado is creeping in right now toward the interstate. Here's the arrowhead that says where it should be, but it's lollygagging right here. There is a spin right here. Let me see if there's any debris signature with this bad boy as we take a look at the radar. Yes, there is blue exactly where we have the shear. Blue indicates a similarity that is not good or not high between a horizontally oriented beam and a vertically oriented beam. Two beams with different polarizations are hitting the same targets out there, and they're coming back with not very similar reflectivity data here. So that is a look at the target similarity, and it's very low here. If we have a perfectly round hailstone, that's going to be high similarity in both the horizontal axis reflectivity and the vertical axis reflectivity. This is low. So if we have something that's not perfectly round, that's when we get those. I also see a signature up there on the northern storm out there that's heading towards Summit, and let's see what's going on with regards to the difference in reflectivity. We would see a red right in that area, and there is some red there. It's not really bright, and there is some red there in the same areas. So these two areas are kicking up the dust at the very least. There's a lot of targets out there that are not similar, not like hailstones or even raindrops have a much lower difference than that. So that's what we're seeing there. There could very well be an area of a tornado right here, and possibly something as we go up into this area heading into the Summit region right now. So this whole area from Summit straight down to the Highway 81 exit, please seek shelter, get off the road, and do not be in the path of this gusty, windy storm front, to say the least. So that's what's going on there. Let's go up to the north. We got Cooperstown area. Let's see if there's anything more. We talked about this. There we go. Let's get back up to Mayville's radar. Cooperstown, those storms are moving up on the Highway 200 corridor, leaning into Grafton, leaning into Pembina right now. Lightning, gusty winds, outflow boundary. No severe thunderstorm warnings there yet. Let's go ahead and take a look at the big picture. Big picture shows the entire area from Watertown up north to the international border, not Brookings, not south towards DeSmet and Huron yet. We'll analyze you in a bit. We do have this area of thunderstorms up north that's kind of leaning this way and leaning back this way. These are racing out towards Lisbon right now and Gwinner, and those storms likely have the capability of some stout winds, and there is some hail. Cogswell, Milnor, as well as Enderlin just to the south of you. Now let's go ahead and analyze these for all of us to see what's going on with regards to, is there spin in these storms, or where is there hail? Let's do the hail tracking, because there is some bright flashiness to the reflectivity data, and they're just isolated pockets of hail. So hail's not going to hit a lot of places, but isolated places between Foreman now and Gwinner now, showing that the latest scan, just showing it moving right over your area, as well as Rutland. Which way are they moving? Let's go ahead and loop the last couple scans. We'll let it do it. It's moving north. So just like the radar data is, it's moving north. This arrow's coming out of a storm that's old and moving east. And that's not happening. I think this south flow and the south storms are taking over the event here for now in southeast North Dakota. So this is moving in from south to north, moving through Foreman soon and moving through Gwinner soon are a couple of hail pockets. It may or may not reach the ground in your area. What size are we looking at here with regards to the hailstones? We're talking about a 1/2 inch to maybe an inch in diameter. This is peaking a little higher than that, but we'll just be on the safe side and say probably around an inch possible in a couple of areas from that storm. South of Valley City, we have a little hail core that's moving there. That's about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. Hannaford, as we go up towards your area, we do have these storms that look like these arrows say they should be moving east. I want to double check that, because that storms and the energy from the south seem to be taking over from the south as well. These are moving northeast. So if you are in Hannaford, this cell here is moving towards you. Cooperstown, this is moving towards you. A couple of hail cores. Those hail cores have hail that are on the order of about 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch in diameter. Inkster, we have a pretty good size hail core showing up out there. It's heading in your general direction. We'll put the motion up so you can see. That's going to drift very close to Inkster as we look at the highway 18 corridor rather, that's moving up to the east-northeast. So that's going to skirt right close to you all. Don't know if it'll maintain that intensity as it gets there. You can see these are very, very tiny pimples or areas getting impacted by hail. What's not tiny is the wind gust. So let's go ahead and take a look at the wind gust estimator. This is a calculation done by models to show us what the winds might be in some of these storms. Now, we were looking at this one moving into Jamestown, saying just south of Jamestown, we're estimating some 68 to 70 mile per hour winds with this tool. And then the warning was issued, and boy, golly, we did have a measurement. So let's see what the hail report is. Hail report in Jamestown, 1-inch diameter. Falling at the time of the report. Power outage also reported. This is Jamestown, North Dakota. This happened at 11:53. So it's 12:13. I hope the power's back on, but sometimes it takes a while in a storm. And if it was a wind-caused power outages, there may be some downed power lines. Do not walk anywhere near them. Here's a 70 mile per hour gust on the airport side. That's from the Jamestown airport. 70 mile per hour winds gust through the airport. Hopefully there was no damage there at the airport. If you do know of damage, if you do know of anything like please pass that along to your local authorities or upload photos when it's safe to do so, videos as well, to Hutch's Weather at hutchesweather.com, or you can upload it right from my app. Search Hutch's Weather in your app store today. We got sideways lightning being reported by Annie in Michigan, just uploaded just now. And this was something that we'll share together. Should I go fly my kite? Probably not the best deal with Ace Jack. If you're under a thunderstorm to fly a kite, ask my friend Ben. He'll tell you all about that. Let's go into Cooperstown here, and we see the outflow boundaries. What are these estimates of wind speed? So we're seeing some wind estimates of 55 to 60 miles per hour approaching Grafton. That's close to severe criteria. Cooperstown estimates of 48 to 50, 62 as we go into northern Barnes County up here. As we get out of Jamestown, we know we have a measurement of 70 there. And now that wind gust potential there waning a little bit. To the east of Jamestown, it's about a 55 mile per hour gust. So that gives you some gust potential showing up on Hutch's Gusty tool here. That's a handy tool to have. I won't bet the house on this, that this is exactly what we're seeing, but it does show us where the gustiest winds, and I am happy with the performance of it tonight because it picked out the gusts in a couple different places here that we've been seeing. 60 plus mile per hour is near 65 miles per hour out here. This is pushing into the Oaks area. Through Oaks. Oaks, is it getting noisy? I do believe we have a wind measuring device in Oaks. 61 Cogswell, Foreman 61, Rutland 60 miles per hour. These storms are moving north and heading towards Gwinner. So if you're in this Highway 13 corridor here, get ready for 60 to 65 mile per hour gusts according to this. Could be a little higher in isolated pockets. I'll keep you apprised of that, but gusty wind will be the main threat. Again, this cluster storm's moving north. These clusters say they're moving this way, but they're changing direction. This line from the south is starting to take over, and boom, we're starting to see some of these shift up to a northerly direction. These windy storms are heading in the general direction of Milner, Lisbon, and Nome, and let's see how fast they're moving. They're moving northeast at 50, or east, it says at 52. I don't believe that. That's not true. These storms are not moving east. They're moving northeast. I'll go ahead and reanalyze that. And now let's do it. Okay, so we're going to go back to single site radar data. And we're going to go pull up our cells and see what the individual cells are moving at. Remember, these lines are made up of a number of thunderstorm cells, dozens of them, okay? So that's why some houses get hit with heavy rain and the other side of town says, what rain, Hutch? I didn't get no rain. Where's the rain? Another tornado reported right here, folks. That's the one we were talking about probably. Yeah, or is that a different one? Yeah, that was the same one. That was the Henry tornado reported by the emergency manager. If you are in the area of Wallace, Florence especially, we do have one tornado warning remaining. Oh, it looks like the other one's kind of faintly glowing down there. I didn't see it. So we do have both. Storms were crossing, and the threat, in my opinion, is heading very close to the interstate right now, as we see. So that's what's going on there. All right, here we go. A little bit of a hail core out here outside of Roslyn. It's making its way to the north and to the east as well, towards Lake City and Eden. That's what we have going on with that. A couple of hail cores out here. And what I wanted to look at is what direction are these storms moving? I knew they weren't moving east at 55. These are moving north with hail potential, and they're moving north at what speed? About 53 miles per hour. This is moving north. It's moving at 38. I believe that. I believe 38 to 40 miles per hour, not 53. Sometimes when a storm is developing, it makes it look like it's moving faster. I'll just leave it at that. So 48. So we're going to average the difference, 50, 38, 48, and 53. So let's go with the 45 mile per hour movement of this line of storms here. And this is moving north. These are moving northeast now. And we can actually see the change going in these cells. Okay, there we go. So now that's where, this is the latest from them. These are all moving north. These are all moving north now. This one's still moving into Valley City. Now, if you're in Valley City, the storm is on your boot heels, and we do have a little bit of a hail core, not a huge one, on the north side and west side of town near Sanborn. That's moving up north toward the reservoir. If you happen to be on the west side of Lake Ashtabula, Rogers, and Daisy, please make sure that you're seeking shelter outside of your campers. We could have some gusts that are very strong from some of these storms. We did measure just a few of those moments ago. Leal, we do have a photo from your area tonight, thanks to our Hutch's weather viewers. This cell is making its way north Hannaford to Cooperstown. We have a little bit more of a hail core developing there. That could be a developmental stage type storm. And again, these storms up here appear to be moving off to the north now. And now as we take a look at the view of what the direction all the storms are moving, we'll let it scan just the last few minutes here, or few minutes. This is moving northeast. This is all moving northeast. These are spreading east still. So this line moving towards Grand Forks, the whole line is moving east. The individual storms are moving north. These are no business. They're not paying any attention to the models or what things were going on. These are now turning up and moving north around this developing area. What looks like we could be getting a meso low forming here with this cluster of storms. We have a warm front and then an associated trailing cold front behind it. And this can really accentuate the fact of how long this storm could last. This big long line of storms is associated with a low that's up in towards Winnipeg right now. We're on the cool front side of that with cooler, drier air coming in. It looks like the rain is ending in Devil's Lake. Your watches should be ending there as well. We can take a look at those watches right now and see. I think we may be done with some areas with our tornado watch. So if you look, the tornado watch was in effect for Stutsman County and Jamestown. That's dropped. You are not in the severe thunderstorm watch, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you right now. These storms are exiting. The strongest of them are exiting into Barnes County, heading into Valley City. So some of us are just about done with the activity. Wishick, if you're up here in the Harvey area, Fessenden, those areas should be wrapping up fairly soon, the way things are looking on the radar. Here's our tornadic storms racing toward the interstate. They're likely over the interstate right now, pushing off into parts of east central South Dakota and northeast South Dakota. These will be making their way off into parts of western and southern Minnesota as we go through. I'll keep my eyes on those. We do have a bunch of little hail pockets here, or hail cells. All of these are not dropping big hail, but there is the development of hail in the updrafts in these storms, and the wind gusts potential remain, although we have no warnings up there, which indicates that we're not getting any measurements or ground truth, we might call it, to some of the wind estimates that Hutch was seeing up north. So if my concern now is this cluster that's developing in and around Gwinner, Lisbon, all the way down in towards the Lidgerwood area, here it is. These storms are continuing to move north. They're moving at about 38 to 45 miles per hour. Let me pause this on the most recent. All right, here we go. Most recent, Shazam. North-northeast, not 83 miles per hour. Let's put it at a much more cognizant, 45 miles per hour, moving north-northeast. Got a new warning. I'll get to that in just a moment here. We got Enderlin. This is going to be in your ballpark by 12:52. These will be windy storms. They'll be capable of some pretty significant wind gusts. I want to get this where you can read it. Wyndmere, 12:54, and before 1 o'clock, Fingal. Leonard, just after 1 o'clock, it'll be pushing into your area. Tower City by 1:15. So you got this line moving towards Tower City from Valley City. You got this line moving north toward Tower City from Foreman. We got some interaction that's going to go on between storms. This is the powerhouse down here. I think some of these will get overtaken and join the fray and start getting intermingled in these, and we'll see how this all plays out here. That's what makes studying these storms so interesting. Kindred, 11:20 for you. Rock on in Davenport with 1:22 arrival time, and in Castleton. So the main risk from this line of storms that's moving in from the south is essentially that we're going to have some pockets of very gusty wind with them that could exceed 65 miles per hour. Straight line winds can be damaging. So now we got a new warning that goes all the way out to Wahpeton, Breckenridge. So if you're in Wahpeton, Breckenridge, if you're in Hankinson, if you're in Wyndmere, if you are up in Milner, these areas here are all going to have a chance at seeing the storms. Morton to Kindred, all in a severe thunderstorm warning. Now we got 2 thunderstorm warnings in effect for Enderlin. And you know what? We're not playing games. I don't even want to try to unscramble this Rubik's Cube. I'll get a real Rubik's Cube and do that before I try to figure this out. All I know is we got this cluster of storms that's going to be moving into this area. We got this cluster of storms that's going to be moving into this area. And all of it's starting to move east-northeast like this. Kindred, Wyndmere, Hankinson, Wahpeton, Breckenridge are all in the path of the storm. So is Castleton. So is Fargo, Moorhead eventually. This line of storms here capable of some very gusty straight line winds. I'm going to take a look now at our risk for anything that might have some shear in it. And it does look like I have some updating to do on the new tornado warning here for the area down near the I-29 corridor, south of Summit and north of Watertown. Let's do that first. While that data loads up, I got to thank everybody for watching. I do see that we are busy here. I do have questions. I appreciate you very much. Tina, thank you very much. Brooke says, is Bemidji going to get anything? It's a major from last June's storm. I understand. Think of Enderlin too. We got some stout thunderstorms moving towards us tonight. What we can say is the history is much different. That windbag of a storm moved from Bismarck to Bemidji and everywhere in between. And there were some places that saw 120 mile per hour winds for hours on end, and we had tornadoes. So it was a terrible night. This night has not shaped up to be the same. It's a lot different. It's not worse. It's not, I want to say that it's not better, but you know what? There are some good things to this. We're getting much needed rain. And we have some isolated pockets of 70 mile per hour winds. I have yet to see anything near the 120 mile per hour winds that tore apart Bemidji. I haven't seen that yet. I don't anticipate it. So let's go on that for now, and I'll be here to watch the storms for you. So thank you for watching. I appreciate your concern, and that's why I appreciate and stay up and make sure I'm doing this. So I do appreciate that. Let's see. Now it's silent near Oaks. I hear thunder in Lisbon. Serious question. What happens when the 2 outflow boundaries meet each other? Okay, yeah, a serious question. If you have an outflow burp from Storm A coming into line, and let's say we have a stalled outflow boundary from another one, they can meet and they can start a new line of storms. It doesn't happen every time, but when outflow boundaries merge, it can cause development of new storms. Sometimes outflow boundaries push, and when the gust of wind loses its energy, it just sits there. It just sits there, and it might sit overnight. And it might sit into tomorrow afternoon, and it might make a great place for some unexpected non-forecast thunderstorms to form. Outflow boundaries are boundaries. They act like a cold front, and they can stall and become a stationary front. And those are a great boundary for a new weather event to take place as we go into the day for tomorrow. Unbelievable, but it's true. Now, let's go ahead and analyze these storms down here. We're going to go to the storm relative velocity. I want to analyze where the tornado and tornado threat is. You're looking from a radar scan coming from the Aberdeen radar. If you're in South Shore, we got wind blowing toward the radar and a long stem of it right there. along an edge of outflow away from the radar. So this area here looks like a huge area. So one area of spin crossing out over the I-29 corridor to the east and is heading towards South Shore now. I do see a very tiny pocket of shear showing up right here, but we have wind blowing away from the radar here and wind blowing toward the radar there and then away here. So likely if there's going to be a little spinner, it would be here. So anywhere along this, because it's a big gust front of a big belching storm system, sometimes we get a pocket of air rush out because it's a 70, 80, 90, 100 mile per hour gust, boom, like that. And if that happens, the lower speed winds next to it can swirl, and that kicks up a brief tornado sometimes. So that is possible anywhere from the South Shore area to Summit. So those are the areas I'm seeing the shear in this storm right here. And the tornado warning has disappeared just as I was speaking of it. So we'll take that as a win. As we are looking at Sisseton, I-29 corridor all the way down to Watertown, a severe line of thunderstorms with very gusty winds. You see this backward C shape right here. This is where we have a very strong gust of wind that's moving north of Watertown right towards Ortonville, and those winds could be some of the strongest. Hutch is going to get out his wind gust tool again, and let's talk about it. I like getting my tools out and seeing what's going on here, and these storms sometimes can give us a little bit of a curveball, but if we keep our eyes on the different threats and risks, then we'll have an ability to keep you ahead of the storms. So I hope I'm doing a good job for you here. Okay, check it out. Wow. See all these strong winds that they take this comma shape like this? We have a mesoscale convective complex going, and if we get a center of this that has no reflectivity in it and no data, let's see if it lasts after it gets over the radar here and out of the radar area. But this would be then a mesoscale convective vortex. All right, so if that happens, this puppy could continue into the overnight hours and cause problems with wind throughout, but we'll keep our dollars in our pocket for now. We got a recent wind gust here measured 70 miles per hour. This was measured 12:35 moments ago, 12:36, 70 miles per hour emergency manager. This was in Stone Bridge, 2 miles to the southwest. So that's what we got going on south of Watertown. Brookings, we got a big gust of 54. We have a gust of 68 miles per hour, 4 miles south of the Arlington area. DeSmet, out near you, near Badger, not Minnesota Badger. This is South Dakota Badger, 2 miles south of Badger, 68 mile per hour gusts, personal weather station measurement. And we can't go out and see if there's damage, but when you get 68 and 70 mile per hour winds gusts measured, then we have some big time problems going on. Now let's take a look at some of these estimates of wind speed. Boom. I didn't think I saw 60 plus there. I'm looking for some yellows in here. Sometimes those yellows are hot to trot. Let's go with 63. Okay, so we do have some 60 plus in these pockets here. That's severe. It's not 100 mile per hour gusts, and so if you want to take that as a win from you folks in Bemidji, then that's good. We do have some 50 mile per hour gust estimates in and around 55 miles per hour for Florence. Ortley out towards Waubay, south of Waubay heading into the Summit area. We're looking like 57 to 60 miles per hour. Just on the threshold of severe here right now. We'll keep our eyes on it as we go through. And now as we look up near Rutland and Milner, I'm seeing some 65 mile per hour, 67 just popped in, and a new scan just popped in. Okay, so on the leading edge of this, we're pushing 70 miles per hour, 65 plus miles per hour. This is again moving in a more northeast division or direction towards Leonard and Enderlin. The stronger core of air is off to the east of Enderlin and not Lisbon. It's east of Lisbon as well, but it is blowing through the Milner area and points north of Milner. You're going to get clipped by some gusty winds on the Wyndmere area, or potentially so. Those are areas of concern, and the area of concern in this little cluster of storms for the wind. Now let's go ahead and look up towards Valley City. Valley City, the warning has been shaved and is north of you. Wind gusts in and around Valley City estimated to be somewhere around 50 miles per hour based on cloud top heights. Not everybody is going to get these wind speeds, but in isolated places, we could see wind speed gusts as high as 60 miles per hour. You're looking right over Lake Ashtabula here, 60 mile per hour gusts. And again, the movement of the storms is going to be pretty critical to this. I do want to take a look at what the National Weather Service says. They say these storms are moving northeast right now. Now we'll get out our radar bucket here and take a look at this. All right. So I want you to watch this as it loops just a little bit. Let's see. Oh boy. Yeah, so this one is moving in an east-northeasterly direction in the general direction of Hope. Gusty winds moving into Laverne right now, and Hope it will be there shortly. The speed of movement on this storm here is going to be 37 miles per hour to the northeast. Here's the most recent scan. Here is the leading edge of the gusty blow bag. Boom, right there, and it's heading off to the 37 mile per hour clip. We'll put it at 40, and this puts it in Sibley. I can't read those numbers, so let's make it readable. Move this over here. Sibley by 11:52, 11:55 for Laverne, and on towards Pillsbury and Hope by the time we get between 1 and 1:10 for you. A gusty windstorm that could be capable of some 60 mile per hour gusts. It moves outside of the warned area. By the time it gets to 128, we're talking about Clifford and Galesburg areas or whatnot. We'll see if it makes it that far with the gusts, because this is a ever-changing scene, and that's why this is a very short warned box, and that is I like this. I prefer this much better because we're tracking this one little burp out of the storm here, and this helps us track that with you. Now we do have a little bit of activity going up on near Findlay and Sharon. The pink doesn't mean it's going to be monster hail, but we do have a little bit of a hail core south of in that area, also out towards Cooperstown and north and east of you. And this is also going to be moving in that same direction. So keep in mind, we do have that potential in that area of seeing some of these activities with wind gusts kind of kissing the 55 to 60 mile per hour mark, which is threshold severe. All right, here is a look at what's going on with regards to our spin in the storm. I need to switch radars though to get a little bit closer here. We got Mayville right in the kitchen. Now, because Mayville's right in the kitchen here, it's going to be able to look into the winds because this storm is moving exactly towards Mayville, meaning the radar beam will look exactly into the wind so it can measure how fast it's blowing. First of all, are we seeing any shear? It's not organized. It's not strong. There is some spotty areas of shear in this storm. Near the Laverne area, we just have uniform flow toward the radar, brighter as we go down into Page and Tower City. What does a brighter mean? Stronger wind blowing towards Mayville. Remember, these storms are moving in this direction. These are moving in this direction. They are going to converge and kind of zip up the scene here as they move towards Galesburg and Mayville. As storms clash, sometimes the stronger ones take over as they bump into each other with their circulations, their rain, and their outflows. So that's good to keep in mind. Here, one of you was asking about outflow boundaries as a serious question. We have one here. We have one here moving into Mayville. There are two separate clusters of storms producing those, and there's going to be areas where they converge and meet. Now, what'll be interesting is if we have an outflow boundary from this bad boy linking in with one from this one up here, and then that can cause some more storms. But we'll keep our eyes on that. Right now, if we're looking into the Mayville radar, I do want to look at what the radar says these wind speeds are, eh? So let's do that. Velocity, boom. It's going to be looking right into the beam here, so that's a good thing. The winds should be blowing from Laverne. The radar is estimating or seeing wind speeds directly measured at about 40 miles per hour near Laverne right now. Some higher wind speeds though, where we see these pink colors here. So up above the ground, 55, 60 mile per hour gusts, and in pockets near Daisy and pockets near Hope. So there are some gusts out there that are showing some excessive wind speeds over 50 miles per hour. So 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts will be possible with said storm as we look at the area there in and around Laverne and the areas north of Valley City. That does include you folks out there on the Lake Ashtabula out there south of Cooperstown as well, as these are heading in the general direction of Grand Forks. Again, if we look at storm relative velocity, I'm going to look at the big picture for many storms moving in. We have wind blowing towards Mayville next to wind blowing away from Mayville. That's not necessarily what we're looking for a severe tornado threat there. We're looking for greens and reds next to each other from what we call gate to gate. So I'm not seeing too many areas of concern. There's a little bit of spin or shear in this pocket outside of Lisbon out here. Let's go ahead and look at that. Okay, so in this pocket, you got wind blowing towards the radar in Mayville, and this wind is blowing away. Notice how that everything is a little bit weak, weaker greens, weaker reds, bright reds, bright greens would be a classic textbook type of a tornado signature there. But we're not seeing that, but we are seeing spin, and that's south of Sheldon, making its way up to the north and east right now. Does it mean it could be a tornado? No. It doesn't, but it means it'd be a good idea to seek shelter in that lowest floor, get out of the mobile homes, manufactured homes, and get out of the campers if you happen to be camping out there, and get yourself into a sturdy structure for these gusty winds. This warning does go all the way out to Leonard, Kindred. It does include areas just south of Castleton. Davenport is included, and then that's what we're seeing. So this would be that area of concern right here, that there might be a little bit of spin or shear in the storm. Let's go ahead and put some storm markers on there from the old favorite radar program. This is where the actual Doppler radar is measuring the same thing at different levels, and we can look at all these scans manually ourselves. But we'll let this populate. So where we got a little hail core marker there showing some potential for some 1-inch diameter hail. Another little hail marker there for some small hail as it's populating all of these. There is our little spinny area right there with the greens and the reds next to each other. And I'm mainly talking about this side of the shear. We have south wind coming into the storm, also pushing it along. Along the outflow side of the storm up here, that thing's blowing that way. And so this would be into the air that's feeding the storm from the south too. So that is an area of a little bit of concern that we'll go ahead and watch closely. This is estimating the probability of hail is 100%, but the maximum size is 1.25 inches. However, the probability of severe hail, it has lower at about 50%. So not a great chance of severe hail, but some areas might see some severe hail up to around 1 inch in diameter. That is severe. So that's a hail core in that storm. We do have a new scan just in with the velocity showing that we still have this little pocket right here. It's approaching the Sheldon area right now. Not necessarily a tornado on the ground, but there is shear in this storm. So if you're in Sheldon and Enderlin, it behoove you to just seek shelter in that interior room. Stay away from the windows. If you do have a basement, that's good. Gusty winds to 60 miles per hour can cause trees to fall on things like campers and mobile homes. So make sure you're in something very sturdy, attached to the foundation is best. So you have a little time in places like Leonard and Kindred to take that shelter. I am not seeing any tornado vortex signatures. I go up one level in elevation scan and we still see some shear in that storm. As we go up one more elevation angle in scan, I'm seeing that shear is pretty severely tilted. So it's probably a situation where the updraft is doing this at an angle up into the cloud or something. So that can happen too. And then as we go up a little bit higher, we still have some wind. Well, now we don't have it as clear. So it's starting to lose some of its showing of shear. There is a little bit, but it's not very organized. So not as deep as it could be, not as clear as it could be, but there is some spin or shear in that storm making its way up. Okay, so we got line of storms now causing warnings for you folks in Wheaton and Canby, Montevideo, seeing some storm warnings as the storms roll their way through. This cluster of storms, these markers are showing that they're moving to the north. There is some hail markers here with those. We had a recent tornado report out in parts just off to the west of Watertown. That was a actual report of a tornado making contact with the ground. Valley City area, Lake Ashtabula area, north of town. Looking at the wind speeds with these cells again now are starting to take more of that northerly tilt and northerly direction to them. There is some spin on this storm south of Laverne and maybe a little bit on this other cell up here south of Hope as it's moving its way across and into the warned area. This whole line though is moving east. So you see this arrowhead, it says, oh, the warning was issued for a storm moving east. Here's where the storm should be. So the original warning was for a thunderstorm moving this way. I do think it's getting impacted by some of these south movers from the south. And the best way to look at that is to take a look at the single site data here. Make sure we're in the Mayville radar, which we are. and let it loop a couple of scans in. So it still looks like it's the whole thing is moving east, but look at these cells down here are starting to push in from the south. So not too impressive with their features or their structure on this on the south side here with regards to rotation, but there was a little bit in the pocket in between. You can see the outflow boundary heading towards Mayville now out of the storm. That's that little, what looks like a bunch of mosquitoes flying away from the storm. And from time to time, we're seeing some hail cores pop up as well. So up in the Northland, we are seeing some strong thunderstorms pushing into Howlock and Kennedy and out towards Grafton and Walsh County here. These, again, have that view where we got the individual cells kind of drifting to the north, but the whole line slowly advancing east. Now, as we head towards 1 o'clock, it is making its way into the Howlock area, still a ways out of Grand Forks. And we do have that, what looks like could be a fun cloud making its way into Grand Forks County now. So go ahead and reload the pictures. Oh, we got more. How does Roseau County look? You've got a line of storms coming in. They have not been severe up north for some time. No severe thunderstorm warnings for some time. But what we do have is, some gusty winds coming out of these storms and some very heavy rain. I know that that's a good thing. And as far as our hail threat goes, at times, some of these little cells are pulsing up and creating some nickel-sized hail. I do have some pictures to share with everybody. We'll do that now as the storms are approaching southern parts of Cass County, southwestern Cass County, near the Enderlin area. It's moving into Enderlin now. And because Enderlin has been the victim of a terrible year last year, we'll go ahead and stay with you. The strongest cells right now are off to the south and west of you, pressing in towards Sheldon and Leonard. There is a hail core that's developing here. It's showing some higher intensities briefly, and then as these collapse, they're causing some gusts of wind. We're seeing an outflow boundary that just went through Alice, and down to the south of you, Enderlin is probably getting pretty lightning-ish. And as we go into town, everything will be coming at you from the south, southwest, and that's the way the gusty winds will come in. So stay away from those windows. Let the storm ride. Make sure you're in the interior room and staying away from those windows. Winemere, you got a heavier core moving its way towards you and into areas just north and east of Milner now. And this area here, capable of some hail and some very gusty winds as a result of that elevated hail core there. So let's go ahead and take a look at the hail tool, the gust tool one more time here. All right, here we go. So in and around Winemere, we're seeing some of these yellows starting to show back up. So we're pushing 70-mile-per-hour gusts here. So that would be about as strong as we've seen tonight in North Dakota. We did get about a 70-mile-per-hour gust reported just moments ago. 60, 67, 67, 66. So along this edge, moving into Winemere, Barney, Mantador area. And then as we go north and across the Richland County line here into Sargent and now Ransom counties, we're seeing some 60 plus, near 65 plus mile per hour estimates of wind speed here on the leading edge of those storms. By the way, in Enderlin, we do have some trampoline topplers out here at 52 miles per hour, tree branch snappers too, possibly. And we did get a report that there were some power outages in Valley City as the storms made their way through there. Now still showing that there's some potential from the rain showers moving through there of some burps of rain. All right, Steve, good to have you on board. ND Native Plant Nut, great advice. All right, well, I don't know what the advice is, but I'll bet that's a good piece of advice. Blankets and pillows. Okay, yeah. Preparing for storms any way you can. Here we got some 60 plus mile per hour gusts north of Laverne. This is in that area of Valley City, Rogers, Daisy. These storms here are going to be pushing their way in towards Findlay and Hope here shortly, and gusty winds right on the leading edge of this are heading in that general direction of Hope and points north towards Findlay, and we have a burp of wind moving into your neck of the woods already of 63 to 65 miles per hour. Now, when we get up north, the wind speed estimator here has been showing small pockets of pretty gusty winds out here. And as we take a look at the calculations here, 63, 65 miles per hour in and around Minto, that would be a severe level, but we haven't gotten the confirmation from the ground yet. Now, this is getting a lot closer to places like the air base and Emirado as this gust front makes its way into town. So we may get confirmation as it crosses over some instruments in those areas. But so far, we're not seeing many reports of anything this high up north, and that's why we have not had any warnings for the area. Gusty winds for Drayton, estimates of around 55 miles per hour, 58 miles per hour near Hallock and Kennedy. As we look into a 60 mile per hour, 59 mile per hour there at the county line. Pembina seeing about 45 mile per hour gusts. So the gusts up here are showing on my gust estimator like they could be strong. The difference is this: it's farther from the radar site, so the radar depicted wind gusts here may be higher because it's measuring wind speeds that are higher in the atmosphere, and those are typically stronger. So we'll keep that in mind, and until we see some ground truth, we call it, there has not been a Northern Valley thunderstorm warning. The closest to it is this one that's in and south of Cooperstown, making its way towards Hope there with some gusty straight line winds. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Canada. I promised that a moment ago. Let me put the radar on over here. Shazam. Are you watching in Canada? What's going on for you folks out there? Now, this radar does kind of cut off the Mayville radar, but I do have my other radar tool over here, and I'm going to venture over to show you some fancy pictures that we got. Looking at my radar here, oh gosh, we've got the storms that have exited Winkler and exited Winnipeg and are now rocking their way off to the east and heading into Dryden and points east into Ontario. So let's go ahead and check it out, eh? All right, so boom, shakalaka. All right, here we go. So now, this is what we're looking at in Canada as far as storms go. The line goes, and this is from the Winnipeg radar, just north of town. Selkirk, they've passed through. This line is moving off to the east. So it is moving in that general direction here of the White Shield Provincial Park. Moving through Steinbach right now and heading into areas, as we saw, Grafton, Hallock in the States, and then up to the north. I will turn on the watches and warnings for the Canadian provinces here from Environment Canada so we can take a look at these. Shazam. There we go. Sorry about the delay. Okay. So our tornado watch that was in effect in Manitoba has been allowed to expire. Things are quieting down in Brandon. You're done for severe weather for tonight. Winnipeg, the strongest leading edge of the storms is through. You have another round of showers and thunderstorms to push through. Same thing for Winkler. We have some thunder showers continuing, the severity of which are not as bad, but we could still have some gusty winds in and around your parts out there. Thanks for watching in Morris. Thanks for watching in the areas of Winnipeg and out to the east here as we take a look at Steinbach. This is where the heavier lines are. Again, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings showing up on this, but this pink area that you see out here over my noggin right now, that's a severe thunderstorm watch, and that's a high risk, and that's in effect here for, it says for the next 10 hours, which I don't know if I believe that, but that might be the case. So let's see if it has an expiration time. Effective expires 6/10 at 16:42. That's an odd time to have it expire. Not an even hour time, but 16:46. All right, we'll go with that. So at any rate, we do know that we have a severe thunderstorm watch in these areas here as we go into parts of Quebec, and that is in effect as we go through the next few hours as these storms race off to the east. So there'll be some pockets or isolated areas of gusty straight line winds. We could see some hail. Right now, based on what we're seeing here in the States, and I don't have any of the tools that I have for hail markers and such on this one, but there is a hail core that's possible right here in the whites that you're seeing, and this is out to the east of the Oak Bank area and north of Risher. So that's where that one is. So there could be some hail in a few of these cells, but not all of them. Heavy rain, gusty winds, and those will be the two main threats in the overnight hours for our Canadian Prairie provincial neighbors. So thanks so much. Let's take a look at a couple of questions. Thankfully, my apartment faces north, so probably won't get in the full blast of the wind. Good enough. My patio will be thankful. So are flowers. We were talking about whether we need to move ours off of the hangars, and they're moving. The storms are moving to Fargo now. So good to keep our eyes on that for everybody as well. Will the storm break up before it gets to Fargo? No, not looking likely. There is a good chance that parts of the FM area will see the storm. Whether it hits North Fargo, South Fargo, Moorhead, you never really know. Oxbow, or does it hit all of them? It's not often that all of our communities get hit by these storms, but just taking a look at what you're seeing here on the radar, the big red is making its way right to the northeast right now, and it's on its way. So this is on its way. We only have one real nasty wind gust report here. That was 78 miles per hour. That was just moments ago, 1242. That's the biggest one I've seen, and that was from a Mesonet station in Sargent County there. So let's go up and take a look at that. Now that means that some of our tools that we were using were showing us the truth with some of these wind gusts. 80 mile per hour wind gust or so from a Weather Underground station report. So big time gusts out there 5 miles northwest of Hamlin. That's why having ground and surface stations that are not just at the National Weather Service sites here in Fargo, in Valley City, and Moorhead, we do have one as well, but they're spaced pretty far apart. And this really does help fill the gaps in there in between some areas. So looks like we have a new addition of a nice dense fog advisory in the areas of Duluth, Superior. Pardon me. All right, now let's see. What's this say? Will Fargo get hit hard? I'm going to put it this way. In the last couple of hours, in the last hour, we've had a couple of 70 mile per hour gusts or better showing up here in the southeast part of North Dakota. And it only happened when this stuff of South Dakota started moving northward. We talked about an intensification of some of the storms as they moved into eastern North Dakota because it's so sticky out here. And that sticky can lead to more energy for these storms to work with. Also, it isn't until about now that we're expecting that low-level jet in the levels just above the ground to come at us from the south. And when that starts beefing up, these storms to the south will likely start taking over and having more energy, these racing towards the Twin Cities and the I-94 corridor. Notice they're pretty few and far between out here, but we'll keep our eyes on that development because these storms can rob energy from that inflow for these storms moving towards Fargo. So the point is, of this long diatribe is the fact that this line of storms heading to Fargo may remain severe, or it may very quickly dissipate in certain segments of it, including what's heading towards Fargo, if these take the energy from south winds. Does that make sense? So that these storms will all interact and play together to kind of steer each other around through the overnight hours. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the latest forecast model. And I'm going to shoot this back to the composite color book type look at the radar here. So let's let that load up for a second. Take a look at this picture. Winnipeg, west of Grand Forks to Jamestown, Valley City, then down into Watertown and all the way back down towards Fort Dodge. So this is our cluster of storms. These are firing up. There was watches for tornadoes down in South Dakota. Let me turn the watches back on, por favor. Here we go. Hearing rumbles, but I think it's a train here in Moorhead, Minnesota. All right, so there we go. There is a tornado watch for one county. Oh no, maybe it's just a few counties right down here in parts of South Dakota and southwest Minnesota. And it does have the Spencer, Iowa area in the tornado watch. That's it. That's all that's left of the tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. The Sioux Falls area looks like it may have been cleared, Sioux City, and a lot of our South Dakota counties with the exception of this little area right here. So that's good news. And now, as we take a look at this picture, and we're going to look at your forecast so you know when the storms will get there and what the models are thinking. I'm going to go to one model, and it's the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to look at that because it updates every hour, and we're going to see if it looks anything like this. If it does, we'll believe a little bit of what it has to say. If it does not look like what we're seeing right now, we'll take it out, and we're going to throw it in the trash can for tonight. But here it is. This is the most recent run of the model. That doesn't look too far, but here's the thing. this model re-ups itself every hour. And a lot of times it starts out great, but then it merges with what its original forecast was sometimes. So let's take a look at where these are going in just the next few hours. There is an impact in Fargo Moorhead. The band down south looks like it falls apart. I don't know that I believe that. I bet you this stuff continues right on into I-94. It shows the stuff that was heading towards Fargo, going through Fargo towards Detroit Lakes. This is by 08Z. Subtract 5, that's 3 a.m. That's 2 hours from now. So these pick up some steam. And then they move right up into the Park Rapids, Bemidji area with their chance of wind and stormy weather. And then they move up into the Baudette, Red Lakes area and off in towards Walker, maybe out towards Virginia, Hibbing, and Duluth. So that is a look. Now, when these move through Duluth, maybe they'll help clear out some of the fog that's going on there by expending that fog and low-level moisture on rain and thunderstorms. We'll see. But that's the way the progression is on this particular model. Now I want to go back to one that I've liked the performance of on the last few storms. There's a couple good ones to check, but let's start with this one. This one was run after they did the update to the weather balloon data. So here we go. The storm's moving through midnight hour. We're beyond that now, I think. I forgot what time it is. 1:15. Okay, so here we go. 1:15. Storms here, big time cluster moving across the I-29 corridor. Solid, good job. But we do have more storms making their way kind of back this way, off into Barnes County. And then these storms are in pretty good shape. So these are a little bit farther ahead of where they should be. Now, this has Iowa firing up, and we have this batch heading to the I-94 corridor between, say, Rothsay and Alexandria, Fergus Falls, and on down in towards St. Cloud, Hutchinson and Wilmer, and then it's off into the cities and the I-35 corridor here. Meanwhile, up north, none of this has been severe for some time, and it just kind of slows down. And also, these storms can take the energy from them, and they start losing their punch a little bit. So this is all done by the time we get to 7 a.m. They race through. That's only 5 hours away, and I may have to reset my stream here. So you may see me end the stream on Facebook and restart on Facebook. Is that okay, Facebook users? How many of you are still here? Kindred Wid picked up right now. Lightning show as of now. Nikki, thank you. Getting really windy here also, says Misty. Dakota Madwell. I can't read this. It's Madewell. Very windy, rain coming down hard, massive thunder and lightning, wicked thunder rumble. Let me know where you're watching from there, Dakota. That's helpful. What are we expected to get in Fergus Falls and about what time? Okay, I just went through that, but I will highlight this for Fergus Falls. This model, I think, is doing a little bit better job. Not much, but a little bit. Now we got a new warning to talk about. It's for Fargo. Let's talk about Fargo. Storms are moving in the area. This line moves into the Fergus Falls area as we go to 07, subtracted, that's 2 a.m. That's not too long. So this model has them accelerating pretty quickly. It might be a little too fast, but let's say in the 2 o'clock hour, your chances of storms increase. Fergus Falls, Dalton, Pelican Rapids, and western Otter Tail County. Grant, the Morris-Benson area, down towards Montevideo and the Minnesota River Valley. These were tornadic storms, by the way. These ones right here, those may maintain the main portion of energy with these cells as they work their way through. So this is a look at what this model has to say. I think it seems to be doing real good. And if you don't mind, go ahead and tell me if you mind. Go ahead and give me hearts if you like it. But I'm going to look at one more model. Why? Because there's been another model here that I do like the performance of. That one, by the way, was the WRF. It was the ARW. This is a solid line of storms. We don't necessarily have that. I see hearts coming. Thank you for the hearts. I do appreciate that. So you like the fact we're going over another model. See, when you look at a model and the radar right now says, this isn't what's going on, but let's go ahead and let it advance. Okay, that's got nothing down here. As we approached midnight, we had tornadoes down here. So it didn't really have that. But otherwise, the movement of the line has the storms moving into Grand Forks and Hallock by midnight, but it also has it in Fargo by midnight. Not so much, but it isn't too far off. So the better model was the ARW model. I want to look at the Canadian model because I like this high resolution Canadian model. It's a little lower resolution and it kind of has this fading effect of the rain as it makes its way through. But what we can do is look at 5Z. What's going on here? Why is it only starting right now? Okay. I guess I guess they started their model a little late, and it only starts at 6Z. So that's this is at 1 a.m. Okay, so this is now shows storms kind of in the right area, but it really has a big old blob of rain everywhere. But that's an effect of the model. Here's the leading edge of stuff leaning into Roseau County as we go in towards 3 a.m. Now, it's through Fargo and it's out here and it's making its way into the other areas of central Minnesota here, mainly Monoman, and as we go out towards your neighbors off to the east in Walker. And this has nothing down here. I don't like it, not at all. So this is the model that wins. As we have taken a look at several, now there's a couple of other fun ones to look at, but I don't want. This one usually overblows everything, so let's see if it does. Shazam, real thin line moving through the Northern Valley first. Here comes our heaters, but it was a little too far south with these, the tornado ones. Moved them through this way. That's not too bad for 1 a.m. Then it has this solid line leaning north, moving through Fargo, 07Z, that's 2 a.m. That's about right. So this isn't too bad of a model either. This one, by the way, is the North American model. Okay, we've looked at enough models. You get the picture. The storms will be in the Fargo area soon. Let's go over the latest warning for the Fargo Moorhead area. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're going to move this over. Fly into Fargo. Okay, we're coming in for landing. And we got the Fargo area. And here's the warning. So as we take a look at this, let's go bird's eye view. There it is. I was like, where'd the warning go? It didn't come in. Okay, here it is. So we have a warning for Kindred, Fargo. I do want to talk about Enderlin. This is the composite radar. These are moving northeast. They're moving towards Fargo. This Wahpeton area storm is moving through the area right now and heading through Breckenridge, crossing the river, and it'll be impacting our Wilkin County neighbors soon. Then as we go down towards Traverse County, we have some cluster of storms down there. Just garden variety wind and rain down on the backside. This leading edge is where we're going to see the sharp weather from, and that's what you're experiencing if you are in Enderlin. Will Detroit Lake storms be severe? If we take a look, you got Detroit Lakes here. This batch is moving in the northeasterly direction. I think more White Earth, I think more Yulin, I think more Hitterdal, I think more Ada, I think more Nadawash and Borup. So this likely is going to be moving in this general direction. It's going to clip you, but we'll have to see. These could be moving a little bit more in your direction, but it'll take them a little longer to get there if they transpire and continue. This is the sharp edge that we're working with right now that's producing severe. So let's go ahead and analyze that for our Fargo viewers in Grand Forks. At the same time, oddly enough, you got the storms rolling in on you. As we cross into 1:21 a.m., Hutch needs a Snickers bar. Let's go take a look at Oslo. Let's go take a look at Larimore. Let's take a look at Northwood. Also, Hallock getting strong storms, but there are a couple of hail cells in the midst of that. We still have not seen any wind gusts with those storms out there on the north side of this batch of thunderstorms that have been severe for some time. Here's a look at the peak wind gusts, and this is why. We have not seen any ground truth to some wind gusts up there. They're all at 25, 30 miles per hour. What about the peak wind gusts? Did we see any of them peaking out? Yeah, 58. We've got many, or let's say about 3 or 4 over 70 mile per hour gusts reported in southeast North Dakota here from these storms. That's what's heading to Fargo. Will it hit Fargo? I'm saying there's a chance, but there's a chance as well that it misses South Fargo and only hits North Fargo. It misses Moorhead and it hits West Fargo. Where's it going to go? Let's use my toolbox and let's give you the best answer that's possible. All right, so we're going to the single site radar. We're looking in, and we want to look at the Mayville radar. So here we go. We're on the Mayville radar. You got a gust front making its way right into the Grand Forks area right now, and the heavy rain and hail is on its way right after that. So let's see. Here we go. Okay, gust front right here. Moving into Grand Forks. This is that roll cloud we're talking about. You're probably going to take pictures, please, and upload pictures, please, of this awesome looking roll cloud moving into town even at night. And in fact, we can take a look at that. Now, as you look up north and toward the Oslo to Drayton area here, as you go into western Marshall County, a big heater there. Now, that looks like a pretty stout thunderstorm. We just haven't seen big winds from these storms moving out of the northern county of cluster of storms. Gilby, Larimore, Northwood, not necessarily severe, but not fun. I'll tell you what, we'll sure as heck take the rain. So good chance of beneficial rain moving through our very own areas of Kitson County, Western Marshall, and moving into Oslo right now, and just into northern Grand Forks County, down through and toward Emerado, where we will get a wind measurement from it as it goes into Emerado and the air base here shortly. Again, these are moving in this east-southeasterly direction as we take a look. Here is a look at the wind gusts. Let me see if I can just turn those on right on this map so I don't have to go to a different scene. We'll keep the radar on, and here it is. So here's our gusts that are being reported right now across the region. If they come on, and there we go. Okay, so 29 in Grand Forks. So the little burp coming out making this made a 30-mile-per-hour gust. Grafton 35, 45-mile-per-hour gusts recently in Cavalier now as these storms have moved through. So maybe some of the stronger winds could be for some of us on the backside, not the leading edge. 45 is not severe, but 58 is severe. So that's what we'd be looking for there. Larimore and down toward these areas, not many measurements yet. 35-mile-per-hour winds from the Crookston area. Your winds are likely from the south now, as is and has been the case throughout the day. Argyle Dragon, it's getting ready to kick off any minute here in Argyle. Oh my goodness. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe we should take a look at what's going on from our friends in Argyle. Let me take a look and see if I can load this up easily. I usually can do things easily, but I've been doing this a long time today. Okay, so we're going to look. I don't know if your camera's on. Is your camera on, Argyle Dragon? Thank you much. Channel settings, 14. Airbase is reporting wind gusts of 36 knots. What do you think will happen the time it hits Thief River Falls? Richard wants to know. Thief River Falls, this has been non-severe for a long time, so I'm not expecting it to beef up and become severe by the time it gets there, but it does look like a solid line of rain, heavy rain, and some gusty winds heading your way. Could be 30 to 50 mile per hour winds, depending on where you are as the storm moves through, and we'll know a lot more about it once it gets through some of these measurement sites here, as we see Hallock not reporting terrible winds, 45 up there in the Cavalier area, but let's see what happens in Grand Forks and Argyle. So let's see. Watching the storm from my balcony in Grand Forks. Okay, thanks so much, channel settings. Be safe out there. We don't want anybody getting stricked by lightning. Okay, let's see here. What am I doing? Okay. So I was served a little reminder here that there is a live camera going on and the storm is moving into Argyle. If you'd like to see it, we'll go take a look at it right now. Thanks to my friends at the Argyle Dragon. Please consider liking their Facebook page. Excuse me. And they have a YouTube channel with a live stream right now. Search the Argyle Dragon. Argyle, Minnesota is where they're located. Let's go to theirs page now. It'll take me a minute to set this up so it looks right, but let's go ahead and load it. Okay, one moment. That's kind of neat. Wow, it's really late. Okay, we've had some fun. There it is. Finally found it. Let's take off this fancy banner. And now all I need to do, this is the page from my friends at the Argyle Dragon, and the storm is moving into the area there. As it does so, well, obviously it's creating all kinds of lightning, flashing, and we can see the clouds in the sky as a result of the lightning lighting up the sky. And again, if you want to go ahead and follow this page, I know that they would appreciate it, and so would I, because they allow me to use their content here when the northern lights are out. There is the Argyle Dragon. They could use your subscriptions. Give them a subscription. Check it out with me right now and see what this video is looking like as we play it here on Hutch's Weather. So that's what's moving into Argyle right now. We can see some structure to the clouds as they're drifting over into the western reaches of Minnesota right now. So thank you very much, Argyle Dragon. I appreciate all of you very, very much. Now back to the radar. We're going to time out some storms into the Fargo, Moorhead area and Grand Forks, and we'll look at some other things coming in. 35-mile-per-hour gust in Grafton as we look in toward the Oslo area. The storm is reaching there. And now as you look at Stephen, Argyle, these areas, there's the storm that's reaching down towards the Argyle camera network. Okay, now we got Oslo with storms moving in. We have Emerado with a 41-mile-per-hour gust. So right now, that's the peak gust that we're seeing out of these cells right now, 29 as you go out toward the airport out there. And thank you, Hyder. Thank you very much. Look at Fargo. Okay, we're looking at Fargo and boom, severe thunderstorm warning, 39-mile-per-hour winds, crossing into Abercrombie right now, moving into Wheaton and Wilkin County here is a batch of thunderstorms, severe, and we do have that greatest risk for some wind. Here is a look at Fargo. Fergus Falls has just been placed in a severe thunderstorm warning for all of this activity as well, by the way. Moving east, 44 miles per hour. We have an observed threat of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch diameter hail. The hail core is going to be in and around the Abercrombie area. That is where we have a hail core building up right now. We could have isolated hail elsewhere that is collapsing and below the radar beam that we can't see. But all in all, we have a couple of pockets of hail heading into the Fargo area. How fast is it moving? As you take a look at this, it's moving again north, east. It says east. It's moving northeast at 44 miles per hour. So we'll keep our eyes on that as it's working its way up to the north and to the east right now. So we'll let it loop a couple of frames here. Yeah, so it's moving northeast. So let's go ahead and time this puppy out. Okay, so we'll clear that. We're going to open this up. We're going to stop it from looping, and we're going to go ahead and get a measurement. So as you can see, Castleton, you are on the edge of the warning. You got some thunderstorm activity right now. So Castleton to Kindred, and we'll move this northeast. We'll move it at 45 miles per hour, 46 miles per hour. It's going to be in Mapleton at 139, 140 in Horace, West Fargo, 150, Fargo, 152. That gives you an idea. Now, that's not the entire city of Fargo, but that's what this little segment was going to be moving through. So if you take a look at it, it's moving through Kindred now, heading into Fargo by the time we get to 152. It looks like a solid line of storms. We've said this before, but there is one thunderstorm cell here, one thunderstorm cell here. The radar could be showing us a developing storm that's growing, that's not raining underneath the cloud. We're not looking underneath the cloud with the radar. The radar beam shoots up in the sky, so it's hitting the cloud inside the cloud. These are raindrops in the cloud. It doesn't mean they're hitting the ground. That is why it can look red over the radar and it looks like it splits around us. It doesn't happen. That's what's going on. We're going to have pockets that don't get it, and we do have some pockets that will. This looks like the most intense little leg of the storm. So again, Fargo 152 before 2 a.m. for Dilworth, Glendon, and Harwood. Hendrum after 2 in the morning, but we'll keep our eyes on your area as it makes its way there. The next leg of the storm, boom, let's go down outside of Kindred here and toward this leg. Moving northeast, 42 miles per hour. Let's put it here. Okay, boom. This area of the storm, Horace is in the path of the storm. Frontier, 143 for Frontier. Horace by 137. You have 5 minutes to get the cat inside. You don't want a wet cat. You got to take care of that cat. Sabin, 146, Moorhead, 151 for Moorhead and for Fargo, Dilworth by 154. This line of storms here, the main risk is going to be wind. Tiny pockets could get some hail, and the hail could be upwards of 1 inch in diameter or to 3/4 of an inch in diameter in these cells. But we haven't gotten a lot of hail reports tonight that have been severe. That's a good thing. That's great for our crops. We don't need any of that. So let's keep that in mind. Now let's do this next leg of the storms out here. Yulin 224. We'll keep you apprised on to when and if it is still severe when it moves out of that particular area. So now let's go down to this leg of the storm. Moving in a little different direction, I'm going to say. These are different thunderstorm cells. We'll continue with the 45 to 50 mile per hour speed though, and this puts these storms towards Rothsay and heading toward Detroit Lakes. Lakes country, this is what's going on. No warning yet for Detroit Lakes, as we can see here. But what we are looking at is this area here making its way to the north and to the east. So we're looking at it making its way into Foxholm, 135, 144 for Rothsay. From Elizabeth, Earhart, and Pelican Rapids, the storm will be around 158. And then as we get a little farther into time, we do have that risk of the storms making their way all the way down towards Lake Park, or up towards Fergus and Lake Park by about 2:15 or so. So the northern and western reaches of Otter Tail County will be impacted by this leg of stronger activity. This looks a lot more sloppy down here, and it's moving more easterly. So let's time that out differently. I like to take it in chunks here. So let's talk about chunking this thing out and chunking this chunk of the storm down here and see where it's going. Boom, shakalaka. Now this may be moving a little bit slower because I see what are accelerating here, and these are kind of lagging. So I'm not going to go 45 miles per hour. I'll just go 40 with these. Now, this will give us a good estimate of Fergus Falls area. You can see southern Otter Tail County as you go through. So as we go to Campbell and the Tinta area, 135 to 140, we're also looking at a arrival time of somewhere around 144 for Foxholm. Wendell to Fergus Falls in between 155 and 2 a.m. What? 2 a.m.? 2 a.m. And then as we go in towards 2:15 to 2:17 for Underwood, Ashby, Battle Lake, 2:26. Clitheroe, if it continues in this direction, we'll keep you apprised. Again, we're concerned about some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail. The wind threat, it says, has been observed. So that's what's going on that segment of the storms. That gets you caught up with that in Otter Tail County as well. Now we're sneaking down to the Wheaton area. This cluster of cells here, fairly stout. I'm going to go ahead and get over to the radar data from our friends over here in Aberdeen to take a look at this one. Why? Aberdeen's radar is subtly closer, and it's looking right into the speed of the wind, and it's not letting me switch again. Okay, so let's clear that. Let's see if it'll work now. If it won't work, I don't want to waste any more time on that. So we'll just go back over and measure. Okay, so here we go. The Wheaton area is seeing severe thunderstorms. These are moving off to the east at 46 miles per hour. It does say tornado possible. So if you are in this area, I will observe and look at the rotation in the storm for you. Right now, there's no tornado warning, but there's a lot of jagged leading edges of this moving off to the east. The inflow into the storm is from the south, and out ahead of it's from the south. There's some more shear in this area, tornado possible. Now, let's go back over here and let's take a look at the movement. Again, I think that said east at 46, east-northeast at 46. So going back, moving into Wheaton, Graceville, heading towards Morris. All right. So if you're in Clinton, 138, that's now. Graceville, 141, that's not too awful far away. That's essentially now. You should be seeking shelter, interior room, and I would, wake everybody up, get them to the basement. Not everybody's getting severe, but this is better to be safe than sorry. There has been one confirmed tornado here, back down here in the lower left-hand corner west of Watertown from this cluster of storms. So keep that in mind. It hasn't been a wild monster storm producing them all the way. That's good, but there is some shear showing up in the storm. Herman, 2 a.m., 206, Elbow Lake, Morris by 2:15. On towards Hoffman on the other side of Grant County as we head into the 221 area, and that's what's going on there. Now, you do have a cluster of storms moving towards Morris and Hoffman from the south side, too, so keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek at those while we're analyzing the timing of these cells. Now, there is no warning for Morris for this storm, but there is a warning down here towards the Odessa area, and the storm is now exiting and it's pushing up towards Alberta and towards the Morris area as well. There is a little hail core in that cell. I zoomed in too far there. Let's not get that close and personal with the storm. All right, so let's see. Let's go ahead. I need to switch this over, and I need to come back to it. Thank you. Thanks for letting me do that. Look at these temperatures still. 81 degrees down here at night at 1:38 a.m. Okay, let's go back up here. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the timing for the Morris storms. Again, I can go ahead and take a look at when these are moving by looking at the cellular data for the individual thunderstorm cells. So there we go. I believe that. Okay, so this storm is moving right towards Morris right now. It doesn't look terribly heavy duty. I mean, we're not looking at big time hail here. Max DBZ is 53. So there definitely have been worse storms than this. And the track is moving northeast and it's moving at 53 miles per hour. Now I have some numbers to work with. 53 miles per hour through the center of the hail core. Okay. All right, so we're looking at the Chokio area about 145, Hancock about 156, and Morris by 156. On towards Bennett and Elbow Lake as we get into Grant County by 215. So again, Elbow Lake, you got storms moving in this direction towards you from the Wheaton area, and then you got these storms from the south moving in your direction from Morris. So there's going to be a crisscross effect, and these storms will be interacting with each other a little bit. It could cause some of them to weaken and others to strengthen, by the way, just to let you know, but severe nonetheless. And there is no warning right now in Morris, but I would prepare for the possibility for some stout thunderstorm activity in your area. Appleton, Wilmer, we have thunderstorms heading in your general area as well. I will refresh the radar and look at that. I do want to get up to Grand Forks and take a look at what's going on. Here we go. Grand Forks, storms are on the doorstep. If you're in Oslo, if you're in Alvarado, we got Argyle right here where we have the camera view looking into the storms. Those are getting a little bit closer. The Stevens storm does have some small hail heading up to Donaldson. This storm says it's moving that way, but everything else is moving northeast. Don't buy this for a second. The whole line is moving slowly off to the east. This hail core is moving up towards Donaldson. So let's go ahead and take a look at a tracker there. Also, we got a Lake Brunson storm heading up into northern parts of Kitson County right now. Not severe. None of these have been. Good rain, a little bit of hail here and there, and that's what's heading into Grand Forks. If I turn on the gusts here so we can see what you folks in Grand Forks might be up against gust-wise. See here, I'll turn this off. And I'll turn it back on. Okay, so we do have some gusts. Again, Emerado, 41 miles per hour. And then as we go into Grand Forks, the airport getting 29 miles per hour. But this is pretty consistent with what happened on the backside of the storm up here in and around you folks. I think it was up in Cavalier and up towards Grafton at 41 miles per hour. So as the storm is moving through, you can expect 40, maybe up to 50 mile per hour winds, possibly pushing their way through the Grafton area, heading into the 145 time frame. With the movement of these cells, by the way, mainly from southwest to northeast, it's these Thompson ones that'll be moving into Grand Forks. So the movement of these storms averaging northeast 38, northeast 39, getting the picture. This one says due east at 28. I don't necessarily buy it. This one says east, northeast at 43. So I'm going to stick with the northeast at about 35. So let's do that. Let's go here and let's talk about the storms that are down here near Thompson, generally drifting in this direction at about 35 miles per hour. Okay. All right, here we go. So if you're in Reynolds, the storms will be right near you about now. Thompson, same thing, 150. Then as we go towards Manville and Grand Forks, 2 to 205 is a time frame for this to reach you. So what looks like it's right outside your window is kind of coming at you from the south. Argyle, same thing. This is kind of reaching out. The whole line is slowly moving this way, but the individual cells that will be affecting you will be coming in from the southwest in all likelihood. So hopefully that helps out. As you take a look at the scan of the last couple of radar scans, you can kind of see these individual cells creeping from southwest to northeast. See them? So that's the direction of movement of the individual cells while this whole line is kind of burping out to the east rather slowly. Same thing is going on in Fargo, Stephen, Argyle, all the way up to Kitson County. These cells are doing similar business, although there's a little bit more of a drifting to the east of these cells right now. They're either drifting east or growing and developing off to the east. You can see these hail cores are still moving in a northeasterly direction as these arrows are showing. So that's what's going on. Individual cells moving this way, whole line moving off to the east. That means it's taken a while to get to Roseau before they get to you. All right, Fargo, we're in a severe thunderstorm warning. We can expect some isolated areas to get some gusts up to around 60 miles per hour. That's been observed. The strongest cluster of storms heading into Barnesville right now. That's where we still have some of these pinks showing up with a higher cloud tops out there. 39 mile per hour winds from the Fargo airport up on the north side of town being reported. Here's some wind gusts that were south of Kindred that showed up on the meter lately at 58 miles per hour at 110. Not all that long ago. We do have a Milner area report. How about 78 miles per hour there? We have a Foreman report for you to share, and that looks like we had a 62 mile per hour gust there in Foreman. So that's what we have going on. I'm going to try to answer a couple of questions out there. Fergus Falls added to a warning. Morris Benson added to a warning. Now we're starting to get some radar data kind of popping in and out in different places here. All right, everybody, I'm just trying to reset a couple of things on the radar. I think this program has been running for an awful long time. Let me see here. How long has this recording and stream been going on? Anybody know? Help me out here. Help a fella out. That doesn't have a time on here. I got to watch it. I think I started just after 3, maybe close to 4. What time is that? Is that 12 hours? Yeah, it's going to be 10 hours here. I don't know for sure. Do you still have me on Facebook? Yes, you do. Okay. Oh, 7 hours and 28 minutes. At 8 hours, Facebook shuts me off. So here shortly, I'm going to shut Facebook off, but I'm not going to do it in the middle of Fargo getting hit by a thunderstorm or Grand Forks. So let's do this. Oh yeah, Fargo, we got some storms pushing in on the west side of town. Horace, we got a little bit of time. So I do believe what I am going to do is reset my Fargo page here. I'm going to make another one. See if I can do this live in real time. Maybe I should go away and do this, but I'm doing my best. Frazee area, thanks for watching. 7.5, not sure. Amazing job, says Steve. Thank you much. Bro, I'm scared. Olivia, I hope you're not too scared here. I just want to keep you informed about where the worst part of the storms are and what to expect. 60 mile per hour winds. If you're in a sturdy structure, you're going to be fine. If you're in a tent, you may want to get away from trees and get into a sturdy structure. So I too would be very nervous if I was in a camper or a tent with 60 mile per hour winds. I want to point out that a huge box. There is no way that everybody inside this box is getting the 60 mile per hour winds. It's going to be an isolated event. We're going to have some areas get 60 mile per hour winds, some areas get 25 mile per hour winds, and the best chance at the stronger winds to me looks like it's here. We're going to track those winds right now. I do not want to lose my Facebook friends. I got 61.6 Hutch in South Fargo, 1 exit north of Oxbow. 61.6 mile per hour winds in that Oxbow area down here. So that's as the leading edge comes through. Thank you for your report. You're the most goodest. I don't care what they say about you, Scott. This is the way to do business. We're sharing together information. Let's see, probably have a bunch more files coming in. Yeah, I got videos here. So thank you, everybody. I see several videos coming in. Cayuga, Fargo. Thank you very much, all of you. You all are the best. We'll get to these in a second. Right now, I'm going to do a little bit of work, and I'm going to leave this on for Fargo, Grand Forks, and it's moving through Harwood right now. Arthur seeing a pretty good thunderstorm. There's no warning in Arthur. Notice the reflectivities aren't showing all of the yellow, or excuse me, the oranges or the, what do you call that color? Pinks. That's moving up through Arthur. Nope, those are down here. And that's where we have the greatest chance for the stout stuff. Thunderstorm warning has been canceled down to the west. That's good news. 39 miles per hour. But I do think, Scott, we should probably pass that 61.6 off to the National Weather Service. I don't know if you have a connection to do that, but I certainly do. But what I want to do is make sure I don't lose my Facebook group here. So I'm going to get a Facebook stream set up to replace the one that I have now. So let me do that really quickly here. And what I'm going to do is disappear for just 2 seconds. I will leave the radar up full screen here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I'm letting you know that I'm here. I'm just doing a task I need to focus on real quickly, and then we'll get right back to business here. I'm going to leave this on. I'll just do it right here. So let's go. We got thunderstorms aplenty moving through. Thanks for all the hearts. I see them coming in. I do appreciate it if you like the videos to go ahead and hit the like button out there. That really does help me out. So thank you very much for that. And my computer's doing a lot of work right now, so it's a little bit on the busy side. I got windows open on everywhere around me. I've got a lot of stuff around here. And we're going to go with a go live. If you like my page, if you like my content, please give my Facebook page a follow, by the way. I would appreciate that very much. It does help me out. It helps more people see my videos, and I do like that. I think everybody likes that. Working around in the Northern Plains for as long as I have, it's just an honor to keep doing what I love doing. That's just the honesty of it all. So, okay. All right. If you are in my Facebook feed, I am going to wave goodbye and set up a new stream. I'll be back in just seconds, okay? So thanks so very much. I will be back, I promise. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I am going to stop the Facebook feed and I'll be right back so I can set up a new one. This one is reaching the 8-hour limit right now. Okie dokie. And let's see if this worked. Shazam. Oh, lots of lightning. Yeah, lots of lightning in Fargo. Okay, so the lightning's getting here. We're going live. And for those of you on my Facebook page, thank you for joining. I had to reset up another stream so that we could visit together. My first stream, I appreciate everybody who joined that. I had to stop that one and start a new one to make sure we could all enjoy each other's company and I wouldn't get cut off in the middle of severe weather that's working its way through the valley. So if you're watching on Facebook, I'm on a new stream right now, and I think I'll hit this with at. There we go. Okay, everybody, thank you very much for watching. Again, this is meteorologist Hutch Johnson. We'll try to keep up with what's going on. All right, I hope you have the best day, Ashley. Yeah, as long as there isn't a tornado, I should be fine. Olivia, I think you're right. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Grand Forks, storms moving through your area. The wind gusts are still 29 miles per hour. A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning working its way through. Here's the leading edge of what we have is called an outflow boundary. Some of the heavier activity is up in Kitson County, where it looks like a deluge of rain. But please remember, as the radar is looking, the farther away it gets, it makes it look bigger and more widespread because the beam expands that way. So that's probably what's going on. Hi, Pedro. I hope you're having a good night too. It's about to get pretty noisy out there. What do you think about all this? Pedro, the weather dog's down here making sure that I'm keeping good and hydrated out here. So I'll go get some more water here after we get the storms through Fargo and see what's going on. I believe that Fargo sees, see how it's becoming a narrow band here? We got this batch of thunder and lightning. Here comes the band. We did get a 61 mile per hour oxbow measurement of wind out here. Thank you very much for that. And now we're looking at some of the heavier stuff crossing into southern Clay County. So if you're in Moorhead, you have a better chance at a longer swath of heavier rain moving over Moorhead than you do in West Fargo. Horace, you just had a pretty good narrow band of rain moving through. Don't know for sure if any of this is reaching the ground because the radar is looking at raindrops up in the sky. Thanks so much. Hey, please sow Hillsboro. Franco, thank you very much. Let's go to Hillsboro. You're looking up north. We do need some rain up there. As you look in Fargo and up towards Argusville, we do have some showers and thunderstorms going through. Now in Hillsboro, none of this is severe. Grandin getting some rain. Individual cells moving north-northeast. So Grandin, you got a wide swath of rain moving towards you. And if it makes its way down to the ground, you're going to have a good bet for some, well, at least a few tenths of an inch of rain. Hillsboro, look at this. You're kind of in between cells right here. They're splitting the gap right there, as that often does happen. The radar is right here in Mayville, so it can catch all these individual cells. We got 1 thunderstorm, 2 thunderstorms, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dozens of thunderstorms between Fargo and Grand Forks, so it's easy to get missed. When the storms get close to the radar site, they don't split around you. The radar just can't see the individual cells that are farther away. So when we look at the radar that's farther away, these thunderstorms are also just individual cells, but because the beam expands and gets wider, it makes it look like it's covering a huge area and everybody's getting rain. Not the case. These storms are splitting around parts in Kitson County, just like they are here. Let's take a look at our Argyle friends and see if I can find that stream right here. We got more information coming in. Okay. Oh, wow, Argyle. Let's go to the Argyle look here. Here's a window capture. This is from Argyle, Minnesota live. Look, thanks to my friends at the Argyle Dragon. That's the Argyle Dragon, one word. Search it on your YouTube page and give them a follow here. You can watch this too on another window on your screen. Open it up on your laptop while you're watching Hutch Cover Storms. This is in Argyle, Minnesota, and this is what's happening now as that lightning and lighting up of the sky is taking place. And what does it look like on the radar? Here you go, Argyle. As we go into the region, we definitely do have some smooth sailing out to the east, but right now Argyle and our highway corridor moving right through the Warren area. Stephen getting more rain right now, but boy, what a lightning show there in Argyle taking place right now. So these are a look at the gusts. We got a 41 mile per hour gust on the backside of the Grand Forks area in Emerado. Grand Forks now, the rain is probably starting to hit town as we go into your area. We're also seeing some showers of rain pushing into the south side of Fargo, Argusville. West Fargo at the fairgrounds might be seeing a little bit of rain shower activity move through. Fairly narrow band. There's a skinny band out there. Probably not going to do as much on the rain estimate side there. As we look into West Fargo, Riley's Acres, North Fargo, it's kind of splitting up. Frontier, just a little bit of rain showing up on the radar there, but not the heavy variety. And now as we take a look to the east here, even Moorhead, we got this kind of just the edge of the storm kind of moving north. It's showing to be much better, much thicker, and much more widespread as we get out towards Sabin, moving into Glendon in particular, Dilworth. I hope we get some rain here. My lawn was just begging for rain. So was Hutch Johnson. I'm begging for rain too, but it looks like we're in between one of these in this wave of the storm. Here we have more activity down to the south of us as we look up here, but this isn't very heavy or thick either. And by the time that moves by us, this system's out of here. This wind gust was 58 miles per hour southwest of Barrie. That happened there. This wind gust here in Milner was 78 miles per hour. That's the big winner, I think, in our area. Hey, no picnic in Foreman with a 62 mile per hour gust. That's a trampoline slapper right there. 66 mile per hour gust will send your trash can down the street and into the neighbor's couple yard houses down into their yard. And we have 72 right here at the border as we go south of the Veblen area. This was in Hillhead, 4 miles to the southwest. And another 73 mile per hour is just off to the east of Britain as those storms move through. Now those heaters, those heavy thunderstorms that produce a 70 miles per hour wind are moving off here into the area near Wheaton. There was a tornado possible tag on those storms as they make their way through. I don't see Wheaton gusts that have hit any spectacular marks as those storms move through. I'm seeing a Chokio gust here, 72 miles per hour. So yeah, it's still rocking and rolling as it crosses the border out of the areas of Traverse County and pushes off to the east. So the Morris area now in that thunderstorm warning does continue. We had a 72 mile per hour gust show up just now, and that's showing up there. Now looking out towards Wilmer, we got a couple of cells in that ballpark working its way through as well. Crazy wind here and nonstop lightning in Dilworth. Thank you. Kara says super windy in Cragness. Okay, so that's really where we got 60 mile per hour gust in Fargo. So we have severe gusts in Fargo at the airport on the north side hitting the ground, 57, 58, 60 gusts. So we do have confirmation of gusts that are severe level. These wind gusts are coming from the southwest and blowing to the northeast. So this is live data that's happening and coming in now. So this storm on this side looked like it was weaker, but it's rocking the gusts. This side has much more heavier looking rain and possible hail cores with it, and that's also going to be capable. Let's go to the wind gust detector and see if this is worth 2 cents or if we should throw it out with a pack of old used bubble gum, because you never want to use bubble gum more than once. You heard it here first. Okay, so let's take a look at my fancy tracker for gusts estimating. This is just an estimator. Notice how the gusts were shorter, smaller, not so significant. The orange levels are what we would see for the severe type stuff. There is one severe gust that's now exiting Fargo towards Glendon at 60 miles per hour that this is estimating right now. It's got nothing here. How about Harwood for gusts? We're looking at gusts that could be in isolated places upwards of 55 miles per hour. Remember, this is an estimator and it's using calculations based on how high the clouds are, how big the hail is, and what the winds were doing on the velocity side. You go down towards where the thunderstorms were stronger and it's showing an estimate of higher amounts. This does not mean, as we've learned tonight, that everybody's going to get a higher amount wind gust, but in pockets we could be seeing 60 plus mile per hour gusts blowing into the Barnesville area now. Rothsay, you're in the same ballpark there as we zoom in. We got some north of town in the 61 to 62 ballpark as we go through the area right now. Let's check in on Grand Forks. So there's gusty winds that are severe working their way into and around and through the Fargo Moorhead area. No warning for these storms now up north. The estimates for this can be skewed because they're so daggone far away from the radar, and that's looking at stronger reflectivities very high up in the storm. But let's see what it's got. And then we'll see if we get any wind reports from weather stations up there. 55 at the border, northwest, Roseau County. We do have the Carlstead area fixing to get what looks like could be 60 mile per hour gusts. Remember, these cells are kind of moving this way. So your gusts here will be moving north of the Carlstead area. Stephen Argyle, and as we look in on the Argyle Dragons video there, right now the wind gusts ain't showing up to be as bad with the main storm holding off. Remember I said these storms, individual cells are moving from southwest to northeast out of Alvarado, so it might still be just a little bit of time and you get to enjoy the light show for a little longer. Some of the stronger gusts rather in Grand Forks County are coming near Thompson here, and we're getting 55 to 50 mile per hour gusts there. Emerado 32, and then as we look out on the backside, it's estimating in those rain showers 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts. North and west of Fargo, we're seeing some 55, 56 mile per hour gust potential as you get into Argusville. Is this helpful? Is this working for you? Do you understand that not everybody's going to get the wind? Boy, we lost a little bit of looks like rain potential from the cell here, as it did do what looked like a split, but it was just the fact that the cells were picked up better by the radar as it approached Fargo, and we're able to see what was going on there. Pam says, all my deck furniture on one end now, but my tub of dirt didn't move. That's good. A tub of dirt. It takes a lot of wind to move a tub of dirt, depending on the size of the tub, that is. Glad to know. 60 mile per hour gusts measured in Fargo. Maybe I'll have a snack and go to the porch and check it out. I hear and don't see anything. Thunder heavy, no hail, and strong winds in Grand Forks. Thank you very much. Thunder, heavy rains, no hail, strong winds. Good to know that. Let's take a look at some of those wind estimates now as I clear off some of these. And let's get back to the radar display. Oh no, I've never seen this happen before. I think my computer is getting tired, but that's okay. Let's go to something else. Let's go here and let's go back here. There we go. That's gooder. Now, this definitely has a bowing structure. Would you agree with me? This is that bow and arrow thing. Look at that thing bowing. Gusty winds are going to be strongest at the apex of the bow. So if you're in Pelican Rapids here, and if you're in the southwestern part of Becker County, I'd start paying attention to this. Fergus Falls, you're going to have some winds coming at you a little bit more from the west here as these storms make their beeline in. We still have another round of rain making its way into the FM area here now. Oh, this looks like an older scan. How'd that happen? Okay, here we go. All right, so now we got the scan making its way through. We have two gust reports here. Let's get on down to it. 62 miles per hour, south-southeast of Dilworth, 62 miles per hour, south-southeast of Dilworth, and 62 miles per hour. So we got at least a little magnitude on it. These little bubbles that have moved out of the Fargo area were producing some gusts up to 60 miles per hour measured at the airport. That's heading to Halstead right now. So here we got Monoman County, Nadawash, you folks in Borup, Ada, all getting ready to see the potential for some severe weather and winds to 60 miles per hour, a couple of pockets or a mile or two per hour, more than that. Some small hail in a few places. By small, I mean under an inch. That's not severe, but I'll tell you what, you won't want that hitting your wheat field with 60 mile per hour winds driving it. So the good news is this. Not everybody's getting the 60-mile-per-hour winds in this big box. Not everybody in this big Fargo to Barnesville box got 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we did get those gusts in a few areas that were pretty steady and pretty strong. So that's what we're seeing right now. Let's go into the warning and take a little bit more of a close look at what this says. So thunderstorm warning until 3 o'clock for the next hour. Moving northeast at 74 miles per hour. We'll check that. And 60-mile-per-hour gust potential. 74 mile per hour is pretty high. I do want to take a look at that and just verify it from a couple of storms. Once again, we'll turn the cells on and see what these individual cells are moving at. Remember, this whole line of thunderstorms is a cluster of numerous cells. We've got a little marker here that I'm going to investigate here. This is a level 5 tornado signature. So let's see what's going on out here outside of Hendrum right now with our storm relative velocity and see what it's showing. If you're in the Hendrum area, we do have winds blowing straight into Halstead. We got winds blowing straight in towards the Mayville radar and straight out fairly strong on this other side near Hendrum. So there is the potential for an isolated area to have some pretty stout shear in this area. That shear can cause an isolated tornado along this very gusty wind front that's making its way in. So keep that in mind. This is very difficult to pick out sometimes. We do have another area that looks like this not far from Felton. So again, we do have some shear showing up on a couple of these cells, working its way just outside of Halstead and Hendrum, working its way off to the east-northeast right now. So this area, bright green, bright red, Halstead, I don't know, but we'll take a look at some other markers on this and see what we got. If you're in the Halstead area, please seek shelter, interior room, stay away from the daggone windows, please. And again, if you're wakened by the winds, gusty winds will come at you from one direction, but there is some shear in this particular storm. Don't look out the window. It's not going to help. I want you staying away from the windows and at the very least, get to the lowest floor and wait this one out in a hallway. As we take a look at a couple of other features here, I know these colors don't mean much to you. We are seeing some reds not far from the shear. The shear was right in this area here, right? So that would correlate a little bit. Let's look on the Highway 200 corridor with what's going on here with that. We do have some blues on the north side of that. That blue indicates that those similar targets are not very similar. And that can happen when we have a lot of debris kicked up in the air. So that's what I was looking for, to see if there was some sort of indication that this velocity couplet was producing something. And there is a bunch of dirt or something in the air that correlates exactly with where this green and red is kicking up dirt. So could be some outflow from our storm here that's causing some very, very serious winds. Nonetheless, I'm concerned about the Halstead, the Hendrum area getting some ripping winds right now. And the possibility does exist for some shear in that storm. The National Weather Service warning here is for a thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. I'm just watching the spin on this and keeping my eyes on it for you because that is a threat in our area tonight. So Halstead area, Hendrum area, a little bit of spin. It's mainly up near Halstead, heading into that Shelley area right now. There's another area in the northeastern portion of Clay County right now as it's heading towards Ada with what looks like some shear next to each other. It's not really strong. The strongest wind toward is here and the strongest wind away is here. So if they come together like that, then that's not good. But we'll keep our eyes on that for you as we're looking and watching for that shear in the storm and the wind threat from the storm. Again, I am not trying to scare anybody. I am just trying to use the experience that I have to show what the radar says and try to articulate what it means. And storms are moving out of the Fargo area. The main line is we still have some gusty wind potential. We've had 60-mile-per-hour winds in the area. I know I didn't get 60-mile-per-hour winds here in South Moorhead. I didn't hear the windows rattle. I didn't hear the earth shake, but we do have some wildness. I have no power at KVLY, it says. Well, that's a bummer. Clayton, I'm glad that you're joining. And if the power shuts off, I do have a UPS here on everything. So I hope to keep going for a little while. But I know I don't have enough energy to keep the whole show going if the power outage lasted long. So some power outages in town. Started to rain in North Moorhead. Does anyone have power? Sandra says. Take your cell phone, watch me on your cell phone, and keep up to date with the very latest here as the storm goes through. I'll see if I've got some Fargo Moorhead videos coming in. I got a Grand Forks one coming in. So we do have your guys' content is top notch. So thanks to everybody. Pelican Rapids, you guys have been getting rain all summer long. This every wave goes through. It looks like you're getting some more here for all of our friends out in northwestern parts of the Otter Tail County area. Severe thunderstorm warning though, and this could be a stout part of it because of all the flashing you see here. Higher reflectivities means more intensity to the storm, which can burp out some more intense winds. So I am concerned about that particular area of the storm. Now let's go ahead and take a look around at what we got. Does somebody even exist anymore? Does Valley News exist? Never mind. I shouldn't be talking about that. Our bed is next to the window. Don't forget this. So if you are in a warning area and your bed is next to the window, don't look out the window. I know it's tempting with all the flashing going on out there. If you're going to look at a window, your wind is going to come at you. If you're in this area, I don't know where you're from, but if you're in this area here, the wind is going to come from the southwest. Your wind is going to come from the southwest here as these storms are moving in this direction. So a southwest wind. If your wind is facing south, don't look out that daggone window. Look out the other one if you're going to look out any window, and I'd recommend that you not do that because if a tree falls, you could easily come through a window. I don't want you getting glass cuts and then being all angry with Hutch Johnson saying, I ain't never watching that guy again. He told me to look out the window. No, I don't want you looking out no daggone window. Elizabeth, Earhart, and Pelican. And also, if you folks are out at the Maple Lake State Park area here, just off east of town, you got some very stout thunderstorms, a thunderstorm warning. It's not a good idea to ride out a gusty storm that's capable of 60 or 70 mile per hour winds in your tent, in your camper. It's best to seek shelter. So if the campground has some shelter sites, I know that they do. They have the shower houses and such. Not a bad idea to get yourself to that. You have a little bit of time, but not a lot of time as that storm is blowing its way towards you. Now, that's what's going on. Morris, Benson, we do have storm warnings for both of your counties out here on the edge of the radar view. Let me see if my radar will allow me to have the fun awesomeness of picking a new radar site. Let's go to Chanhassen in the Twin Cities and see if that lights the lamp a little better for the storm in Wilmer. Severe thunderstorm warning. Again, you have this long line of storms. Gusty wind will be the main threat the way things are looking. These storms did have a history of producing some Watertown area tornado activity a little bit earlier. So if we take a look in at these, this is what the threat says from the storm forecasters out there at the National Weather Service in Chanhassen. 46 mile per hour movement to the northeast. Less than 1 inch hail, but 60 mile per hour winds. It does not say anything about a tornado possible. That's good news. So as that storm is moving off, again, that movement is to the northeast, and it's moving at a clip of about 46 miles per hour. So for you folks watching from Sunberg through Spicer, through Atwater, through Litchfield, this is the area. Ooh, I just heard thunder. I just heard lightning. I heard thunder. I see lightning. Litchfield, 220, Paynesville, 232, Melrose, 246, Albany, 258, St. Joe, 3 o'clock. So these storms are moving up into the Paynesville area and out to the extent of this box. And again, gusty wind will be the main threat from this storm as we go into the wee hours of the morning here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. If you're new to my channel, welcome. I'm covering the weather here in the upper Midwest. For the better part of the last 30 years, I did this job as a chief meteorologist and broadcasting at several different stations here in the upper Midwest and the Central Plains states out here. So I've been doing it for an awful long time. If you do like the content, please hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. I'd love to have you. Don't forget to click the notification bell as well to be notified of when I'm going live. I cover the Northern Plains. I've been working up here for an awful long time, so welcome. My home base is Moorhead, Minnesota, Fargo, North Dakota, and that's where I'm broadcasting from tonight as thunderstorms blow through the area. 60 mile per hour wind gusts to 70 mile per hour wind gusts have been reported in our area. Now down here, I'm not seeing a lot of wind reports down here. There is one in Olivia. Let's take a look at what that was. This wind gust, 44 miles per hour. That's non-severe. Benson just got a report here and it's 69. That is severe. So this was the AWA station in Benson, 69 mile per hour winds. That happened as it went through the 1:45 time frame. Morris picked up a 60 mile per hour gust. And your neighbors down there towards Chokale got themselves a 72 mile per hour gust. The storms continue and they're moving to the north and east, so keep that in mind. There's now been a discussion, a statement about these storms moving into Paynesville, St. Cloud. The risk of severe is a little lower because we did not get ground truth to these wind gusts here. So We're expecting gusty winds on the order of 50 to maybe 55 miles per hour. We'll see, and they can intensify, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Alexandria, severe thunderstorm warning. Lake Carlos, if you're in the Lake Carlos area, please be advised some of these storms have had a history of 70 mile per hour winds, 60 mile per hour winds. As we look into your area here, 72 miles per hour. These storms are racing in your general direction. We can't measure the wind speeds. I'll get out my wind gust estimator though. If you're in Alexandria or areas south, you're seeing the leading edge of the storm making its way towards you. But if you are at Lake Carlos or on the north side of town by Lakes Country here, you do definitely want to seek shelter, get out of your campers, and get into something more sturdy. Here's the concern about this storm. 70 mile per hour movement to the northeast. Less than 1 inch hail, but 70 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible from the storm as it makes its way through. I have the funky colors on here because the funky colors tell me if there's any areas of spin. I want you to look at Elbow Lake right here. There is spin in Grant County right now that's strong. There is spin east of Fergus Falls towards Battle Lake. Is this over the big lake out there? I think it is. So these areas right here, the Barrett area, if you are in Elbow Lake, this is really loud spin in this particular storm. And in fact, this could be the possibility of a tornado or at least a tightly rotating storm. Barrett to Elbow Lake, that's where I'm seeing it. See, this is as strong as I've seen with the bright reds blowing away from Minneapolis and the bright greens moving toward Minneapolis, right south and east of Elbow Lake. Let me tell you how far away from Elbow Lake that is. It's from Barrett, though, it is only 2 miles away. If you're in Elbow Lake, it is only 4.5 miles away to the southeast of you. So there is some rotation right here. Let's look at some more radar data and see if there's debris that confirms it in the same area. Too chunky is the data here to really depict that. I should and was looking for a blue spot in this, but we've got an extended area blue, some noisy signals there coming in from possibly a lot of thunderstorms that are in the path of the beam right there. So not getting a clear signal as to what we're seeing there. This would indicate that there is a target difference that's fairly low, so it's unified. I'm not seeing necessarily a debris signature. There is a little bit of noise on this side, but I'm not seeing it where I circled it. So there is rotation in the storm. I'm not seeing evidence that there's debris at this elevation. How high is this above the ground? As you are in Elbow Lake, this is 16,000 feet above the ground. We're seeing that couplet. And this could explain why we're seeing spin in the storm that high. Is that reaching the ground? We don't know. So if you are in the Elbow Lake to Barrett area, this is moving to the north and east, and it's moving in the general direction of Ashby. Please seek shelter. I would recommend getting in the lowest floor possible of a sturdy structure. And again, you want to make sure that you're getting out of things like mobile homes, manufactured homes. This is again Grant County. So Grant County and western parts of Otter Tail County is where this is moving. I'll go back to a regular radar display here, and we'll take also a look at the gust estimator. Pardon me, real quick. So here's the wind gust estimator with this particular area of storms. Elbow Lake, look at that, 70 mile per hour gusts estimated for this storm possible. So you look up in toward the areas of Pelican Rapids and the storms moving up there, 65. Moving in toward Fergus Falls and the south and west side of town, 55 to 65 mile per hour gusts there. So this storm in western Otter Tail and in Grant County has packed in some wind, but we also got some spin and shear on the front side of it between Elbow Lake and Hoffman. And I highly recommend seeking shelter in an interior room away from windows. From the National Weather Service, the statement says that we do have that risk with this storm of a threat of considerable damage from 70 mile per hour winds. That's the main threat. I am sensing that there is some shear in the storm as well, and we just talked about that. I will point that out one more time because I think it's important. Boom. From Elbow Lake, near Hoffman, here's where we have some shear. This is where it is right now. It's moving in the general direction of Ashby. It was a little stronger. The shear or the spin was a little stronger. These colors were a little brighter and closer together before. But this is a broad area of counterclockwise rotation in the cloud right over the area between Barrett and Elbow Lake. and it's moving to the north and east towards the Ashby area of the interstate. So keep that in mind. That's something I'm watching for you. That's why I am here. We do have a Boeing segment of storms moving into the Osakis area. This Boeing segment of storms bows because the wind gusts are stronger in that area. So keep that in mind. That is what we're watching there. I will keep my eyes going. We got a tornado warning now. Let's move back up here. We are in Ada and Beltrami. If you are in Beltrami, please seek shelter in an interior room, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. This is right in town in Beltrami now. So it would be a good idea to take care of that. I am going to go silent for 1 second while I let somebody in my family know that we got a tornado warning over the town. Let's go ahead and do the indications of a radar indicated tornado. Beltrami this warning is in effect until 3 a.m. It's over Beltrami right now is the rotation that I'm seeing. So let's go back up here and let's get into the Mayville radar. It's right across the river, and here we go. This storm is showing tight rotation. This is the core punching out this way. Let's see where the velocity is showing us where that spin is, and let it come in for just a second. Here it is. Big time shear and spin moving into Beltrami now. Give me 1 second. I got to mute my mic. I'll be right back. That works. Check 1, check 2. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, so we have some folks in Beltrami. I wanted to make sure they were aware. In the middle of the night, it's 2:19 a.m. Here is a tornado signature right over Beltrami. We have a tornado warning in effect. It's moving off to the northeast. It's off to the west of Fertile. You are not in the warning, but Beltrami and points north between Crookston and the Highway 102 corridor are in it, and it is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So it's likely over Beltrami now, because at 55 miles per hour, it's going to move in chunks. So this is where this rotation is. It's very tight. We were talking about this Halstead to Hendrum. We were talking about it moments ago, and now it's evolved and blossomed even more. So I do think that this is something that has been brewing down in this particular area as well. So again, a tornado warning. I'll see if we have any debris signature. We do. So right where the shear is, blue all over here, these targets are likely some debris in the atmosphere being kicked up by what could be a tornado right here in Polk County. Polk County is one in the top 2 counties in the state of Minnesota, for tornadoes and frequency. In the same area, we have a kicking up of some red on the target differences. This shows that there is a high level of difference between a horizontally oriented pulse sent out by the radar. It hits the objects out there, and a vertical oriented pulse. And when there's a big difference in the reflectivities between those two pulse varieties, it tells us we've got odd shaped targets right out here. So they're in slightly different areas, but we do have some shear and some spin, and we also have signatures for what we would call debris out there. So we're seeing everything here. Here is the curve. That is what's going on. It's the green showing motion towards Mayville and away on the reds. So that is a pretty tight and defined couplet in the middle of the night here. I know it's scary, but it's time to get up and get into an interior room. Let's time this out. It's still showing up here, and it's in Beltrami right now and moving to the north and east. It says it's moving at 55 miles per hour. We still have the signature here. There's still a tornado warning in place, and likely we are still seeing some shear. This is stronger winds over here. These, if they were right next to each other, it would be a little bit stronger yet, but at that point, it's time to get into your tornado shelter. So let's go ahead and time this out for you folks there. Here we got Beltrami. That's where the tornado is right now, moving northeast at a clip of, it said 55 miles per hour. I'm going to do it here. This tornadic storm, Red Lake Falls 253 and rural portions of northern and western Polk County. It does not look like it will hit Crookston at this time. You are in the warning area in Crookston, though. It looks like it's moving this way. I will watch this with you and walk you through it. But again, if you are in areas from Crookston to Beltrami and areas in northern portions of rural northern Polk County and all the way up in towards areas up here not far from Red Lake Falls, please seek shelter in that interior room. That does cross over the Highway 2 corridor out here at that level and makes its way up to the north there. So not too far from Mentor, the victim of a tornado back in the, well, I think that was June 17th, 2010. Bad tornado. But at any rate, Beltrami's had a couple in the last couple of years, haven't you? Okay, so please keep in mind, it's dark out there. Don't go looking out your windows. This is not the time to do it. That is a dangerous storm. It has now lurched right over the Beltrami area. The wind showing a large area shear. The tornado is not likely that big. The tornado diameters, as you know, can be maybe a few tens of yards to 100 yards. Some big, huge tornadoes can be a mile wide. That's not what we've seen tonight, but this is nothing to mess around with. Beltrami, Polk County, you folks from Mentor down towards Crookston and up in toward the Red Lake Falls area, I'll keep my eyes on this storm for you. We do have a tornado warning in Beltrami now, and it's moving through Beltrami now. That's where the rotation is. Please heed the warnings. Thank you so much. Thanks for the coverage. It says, thank you very much. I think it might be time for me to go to bed. I understand. I have the feeling myself. Again, I think there should be a couple of things we talk about when it comes to stuff like this, but we have not seen severe weather warnings anywhere in the Northern Valley for the longest of times, nor have we seen any severe weather updates. But this activity moving north now has caused a spin up at dark 30 here, and we just want everybody to be safe. So now keep that in mind. We have had some 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts reported here in just the last few moments. Some of those gusts were reported in Fargo, Moorhead, where we have abundant amount of observation stations. These gusts are moving into Ada now. These gusts are moving into the Borup area soon. They're on their way into the Mahnomen County area. On the leading edge of Mahnomen here, we see this greens next to the reds. So in the white earth area, we do have that area that's showing a little bit of shear or spin in the storm. This is what I'm watching for. This is why I'm here. Motion away, motion towards. So just outside of Twin Valley, this is a very big area, but again, it could be a spin up going on in and around just off areas west of Waban and in towards Twin Valley on Highway 9 outside of Ulen. So again, this area might be a good idea for you folks to seek shelter in the interior room, getting in and away from those windows. This says those storms are moving northeast and moving at 74 miles per hour. I do want to double check that. But again, this is a look at the storm progression and the towns and when it will be there. I'm going to do my own analysis now. I do want to double check a couple things here before I believe what that says. We're going to take a look at some cells and what the average speed of movement of these cells is. Look at these in and around the warned area for Ulen, White Earth, as well as you folks up here in Mahnomen. These cells are moving toward Mahnomen, right toward Mahnomen to the northeast. Are they moving at 74? No, 47. I didn't think so. I do not think we're moving at 74 miles per hour. I haven't seen anything moving quite that fast. The fastest storm movement I got right now is 60. We're going to use 55 miles per hour for this storm for my analysis here to give you the best, most educated guess on what I believe is the movement of the average speed of these storms. So let's do that. 55 miles per hour to the northeast. Here is the leading edge of the wind through the warned area. Now, some of these areas have spin and some don't. So this cluster north of Ulen, moving at 55 miles per hour. Fertile, that's going to be heading into the fertile area out of Ada and Beltrami. It's going to be, not Beltrami, Ada and Borup, my apologies. 235. Bijou on to about 241. It should be near you. This line of storms will be in Winger and Mentor as we get closer to 250 in the morning, and McIntosh, Foston, and Brooks closer to 3. So that's on its way into central and eastern parts of Polk County as we go through the next, let's see, that looks like for the next half hour or so. Let's clear that. Let's do the next chunk of the storm. And this is the one I purposefully left off because this is the one that has the shear in it. So we're going from here to here now. And this is the one with the shear moving northeast 55. Let's do that. Shazam. We got White Earth in the path. We got Monoman in the path. We got Foston. Callaway, it will be there now. Ogama, 230. Waban, 232. White Earth, 234. This line of storms here has gusty winds, but there is some shear markers evident here. It doesn't mean a tornado's on the ground. It means that this storm has some spin on the leading edge of the gust front blowing towards you. So please, if you are in Monoman, if you are in out towards Nadawash, notice Nadawash 250, it should be towards your area. So Monoman, Nadawash within 10 minutes of each other, arrival times 240 to 250. We want you safe. It's not a bad idea. You do have some time to do that between now and 250 to see about getting out of things like mobile homes and manufactured homes into a sturdy structure if you can. Don't be wandering the streets and driving around town in a storm with 70-mile-per-hour winds dropping trees on your hat. I don't want that. But what I do want you to do is get out of manufactured homes and mobile homes, get into an interior room and keep yourselves as safe as you can. White Earth, it's on its way towards you by 234. We'll see if it lasts all the way up to Foston and southeast Polk County. We're going to check in on our tornado warning once again. Here is a look at the tornado warned storm for Beltrami. We are looking at the storm relative velocity. I'm going to loop it. The storm now is well away from Beltrami with the rotation. So it was very tight in evidence here. And now look where it went. So you can actually follow it right here. So here's where it is. It is now just north and west of Fertile on the highway here. So if you go just north of the highway that goes between Beltrami and Fertile, I think that's County 1, that's going to go its way right up into this area here and make its way into Highway 102, it looks like, as it works its way to the east and northeast. Still some shear there, not quite as strong as it was. That's the good news. Seeking shelter, though, if you're in these rural areas, is a must as we go through. Taking a look at the gust markers now for a wider area of our storms. Let's go ahead and do that. This is going to be gust estimators for the storm. I think it needs to reload here and make sure it's on the most recent scan. Here we go. So now as we take a look at some of the gust potential with our thunderstorms working their way through places like Beltrami, 50 mile per hour, 55 mile per hour possible. Fisher, 51, 54. Nelsville, about 47 as those storms are blowing north. Ada and Borup, we got 70 mile per hour wind potential, 65 to 70 moving to the northeast. So that's what's moving through your area. Remember, there was a little shear on that one when we first looked at it, as well as a storm near Ulen. Gusts near Ulen, not as strong. We got some 50 mile per hour potential there, but look at this mess moving in over Cormorant Lakes. So if you're down here, you're south of Lake Park, you're heading to Big Cormorant, Middle Cormorant, the list goes on, all the lakes down here, south of Lake Park, north of Lake Park. This is where some of the gusts are exceeding 50 miles per hour and into the 60 plus mile per hour range. And if you go down, you're looking right at the lakes here. So you got Big Cormorant, you got Little Cormorant, this whole area, Melissa, Sally, all of these lakes here could be getting some isolated places with some gusts. So check on those boats and the docks first thing in the morning. These winds will be coming from the southwest across those lakes, and it's really going to hit hard for those North Shore folks out there. If your boat's on that, it has the whole lake area to blow across unimpeded by trees and really pick up intensity. This is heading in the general direction of Long Lake and the Detroit Lakes area as well, and we'll keep you posted. But Audubon and the stretch into Detroit Lakes right now, we'll be seeing these winds fairly shortly. And looking up into the Vergas area here as you go through, 60 to 65 mile per hour plus gusts may be possible here. I want to caution you, because Hutch's wind estimator is saying this, doesn't mean it's going to make it down to the ground in this whole area. Isolated places might see this gust energy make it way down to the ground, and some of you might be like, what's Hutch talking about? It didn't even ruffle my hairdo. So that happens too, and I'd be happy with that if you end up with that. Let's check in on Ashby, Evansville, Elbow Lake. Now there was a spin showing up in the storm down here near Elbow Lake and Barrett heading up towards Ashby moments ago. We still have peak gusts here that look to be very lively on this storm. Ashby, 67 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour. I don't know where you've looked before, but I don't know if you get analysis like this anywhere else. Thank you for watching Hutch's Weather. Thank you for being part of the story tonight and helping me with your responses, your questions. Wendy says rain and lightning and thunder, but absolutely no wind in South Grand Forks. Thank you for that report. That's pretty you know what, that's pretty much similar to what we were seeing throughout the Northern Valley throughout the night. It looked like the gust marker here was saying big wind, big wind. We just didn't get many measurements of it. So that's helpful. Thank you very much. But I do have some concern here on the I-94 corridor south of Dalton into Ashby. What's this little yellow spot up here? I don't know, but yellow can't be good, can it? No. Okay, so that's estimating 67 miles per hour just north of the Ashby area. Pardon me, for a gust potential on that particular storm. If you are in the path of this storm moving to the northeast out of Elbow Lake, heading towards Battle Lake, if you are on the big lake here, Otter Tail Lake, that's a place right there. It is. There's Otter Tail Lake right here. It is underneath the gray map, and that's it. Now, the wind is going to be approaching this from the southwest in the Underwood area, and we'll see if it maintains its magnitude. But as you know, as a wind gust approaches the lake, if it's going across the long swath of the lake, then these northern properties here might have the potential for some pretty significant damage along the way. Watching storms blowing through the area towards the Alexandria area. It does look like there is a little bit of a lull as you go through Alexandria now. That's not a bad thing. Garfield, though, we're seeing some healthy estimates of winds showing up in spots. How about close to 70 miles per hour there? I'm not seeing any kind of a designation here other than down by Glenwood. We do have a measurement and a report of a wind gust. Alexandria, 64 mile per hour gusts. This was south of Alexandria, probably not far from the shooting range out there. I got to tell you what, 64 miles per hour blow the hat right off your head. So keep a hold of that puppy if you're out walking the tarantula tonight. We do have 74 mile per hour gusts that were measured here not long ago. 215 just 10 minutes ago. That was from Pope County in the Glenwood area. Big time winds working their way through the valley. Again, thank you very, very much for watching. A couple of things I'm going to go over, but we do continue with our tornado warning. So I want to get back on that as we go up into the Beltrami area. We're going to switch this over to the shear and see where there's spin and where there's not spin. So give this just a hot minute to load up and think of its color table here. I don't know what it's doing. This is the weirdest color table this side of the Mississippi. Let's go back to this one. I don't know what that's trying to tell me. That's just a bunch of nonsense. Let's go here. There, that's more gooder. Okay, so now we've got wind that's blowing away from the Mayville radar. Remember, that's right across the river here. So the wind here is going strong away from the radar, and this is moving into the radar. Here's our rotation where it originally started near Beltrami. It's now moving up, and I believe that's a 102 corridor that goes between Fertile and up in the general direction of you folks in Crookston, Minnesota. Check it out. So this is where the rotation is. It's not going near Crookston. You are in the tornado warning there, but now we're seeing a little bit of a little green blip right here by you guys here too on the outside of that storm. That's a completely separate storm. This area has multiple thunderstorms in it. The rotating part is right here, and it's moving right over the 102 corridor. We do have some shear pushing into Fertile at this time as well. It's not nearly as strong or organized as what we're seeing. And let me talk about this for a second. Here we have this greens, right? Motion towards Mayville. Yeah, I get it, Hutch. Motion away from Mayville. Yeah, but they're separated. The bright greens are pretty separated from what we got going on here. If these bright colors were closer together, I would be more concerned. There is some good news here, maybe, that this is becoming a more broad circulation, but the warning does continue, and it should, because we still have some very tight shear or spin associated in the storm. The warning is in effect for the next 35 minutes as it's moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. I'll keep my eyes on it. I will look at these markers for any what we call debris markers. A whole lot of blue going on the leading edge of these storms that could be kicked up by things like dust and debris, or debris, some people call it. Now that's working its way through. There's a blue marker here, though, outside of Fertile and up here that we're seeing, and that blue marker could indicate that there is some debris getting kicked up by the storm. The blues on this would mean that there is a lot of there is a low amount of similarity. A low amount of similarity in our targets out there. So if debris gets lofted in the air, we have different types of targets oriented different ways, and that makes for a problem there. All right, St. Paul here. Carla, good to have you on board. Nervous I've made my first ever go to the basement bag. Wow, very good. You know what? I'm glad to hear people plan, because if you have nervousness about weather and you have a plan of where to go, it can really help you. You can have your basement bag, or maybe you have your basement room that you go to. And in that room, you have a candle, a radio, a flashlight, and everything that you're going to need, maybe even a can of nuts in case you're stuck in there for a little while. And that will get you through the storms, and you know it's there, and you know you're ready, and you don't need to worry as much. And it's easy to even go down there and be down there for a little while as a storm passes. That's what I'd like people to do as a meteorologist, because it just tugs at my heartstrings to hear that people lose their lives in storms. But some of them, folks that are of the magnitude of storms that hit the Enderlin area last year, the Spiritwood area, or some other tornadoes that we see in the deep south a little more frequently, but we can get up here. I'll tell you what, it's just an important thing to know where you can go to be safe. Underground is the best, below the level of all the flying junk. And if you don't have that, if you live in an apartment, or if you live in a mobile home, a manufactured home, or if you're out RVing or camping for the weekend, take a moment and give it some thought, and think about where you can go to be safe as you're pulling into the campground. Where is there sturdy structure? Do I have to leave and go somewhere? And then you get to decide if you need to leave and go somewhere. Big time increase in the strength of the storm out here, not far from Dalton, it looks like. Seeing some pink flashy on that storm, which indicates a hail core starting up near the Ashby area. Remember, there was wind and shear not far from and south and to the east of Elbow Lake that was moving towards Ashby, and now that storm has what looks like a pretty good updraft going with it. Sirens in Ada, thank you for the report. I appreciate that. Addison, we will get to that big tornado in Fargo. Was 1957. Jan, thank you very much. And the anniversary date of that big tornado in 1957, we had a tornado in Enderlin, not far from the Fargo area, on the very same date last year. All right, so Ashby area, what do we got going on here? We got a very strong intensifying hail core right here. If we take a look at Hutch's hail size estimator, the hail tracker 2025, or 6 now, I guess. We're getting all kinds of new warnings. 14 pictures. Lots going on. Are we canceling, adding warnings? What's going on? New warning. Okay, we're seeing some thunderstorm watch cancellations. So there's good news in the midst of some of us that are seeing storms now out to the west. The watches are getting canceled. Let me take a look at that hail tracker. I don't know why it didn't load up here, because I'm not seeing what I should be seeing for that. Again, I think my computer's getting a little goofy, so I'm going to go back to the temperatures here and show you that as we head into the late night hours, thunderstorms move through Fargo. We were in the 80s still, and it's 66 now, 64 Grand Forks. Big time temperature in the Crookston area, 75, but you got this tornado warned storm making its way towards your area. And that should stay south of the Crookston area, but we definitely do have some cooling rain making its way towards you. Alexandria, 69 for temperatures, 70s though in areas where we have dew points in the 70s. Look at this ridiculousness, 81 degrees as we look down here into southern and western Minnesota. I mean, are you kidding me, Appleton? That's a hot banana right there, hot apple. Now, as we take a look at dew points, remember, 77? What? Okay, this is, I don't know if this is an error, but sometimes when the air is still and you have plants evaporating and maybe you just had rain move through the area here, 77 dew point is oppressive humidity. They don't even have it that high sometimes in the Gulf Coast states. That's ridiculousness. We have a record high, I think it was in Moorhead, Minnesota for the state of Minnesota. Was that 80? Was that 88 degree dew point temperature some years ago? It wasn't that long ago. So as we look into Benson, there's a ridiculously high humidity value there because of the dew point being 77, the temperature 79. As we head into the evening hours, I hope you cool off, and I hope it ain't as muggy, but it is fitting because we have 81 for a dew point or a temperature and 79 in Benson. Let's go back to the dew points now. Yeah, 68. And 77. Wow, that's a high dew point. Okay, just wanted to make sure my computer wasn't sleepy. It is getting well, used quite hard today. Now, as we take a look at this, we do still have dew points in the 60s. They're staying near 60 in Bismarck, so there's still some moisture in the atmosphere out there. Still some rain exiting some of our western counties, but it is starting to dry up out in far western North Dakota. South Dakota, we'll check in on you, but a lot of your thunderstorm activity is crossing over the I-29 border right now. And let's go ahead and take a look at some of these new updates on the big picture here for our whole region. A lot of wind reports from Brookings and points north for these storms that are rocking their way through, but no warnings right now on these. Now, the models did a real good job of showing this knifing thing coming up from Iowa, making its way in. It does look like this cluster of storms now is working its way through a heavy amount of rain as the scan is just catching up with me now here. A lot of heavy rain out here on the backside, but these wind reports are all older ones and now are basically seeing some also what looks like wind damage reports. Yeah, damage. So a train spotter, 60 to 80 mile per hour gusts reported, some thunderstorm wind gusts there. Now let's go ahead and go up and take a look at a couple more of these tags here. Storm chaser, significant tree damage reported on 465th Avenue out there as we look into Hamlin County in South Dakota. Poinsett Colony, 3 miles to the north. So there was damaging winds south of Watertown that made its way through. There was tornado warning to the west of Watertown. These were big time wind gusts out there. Kingsbury County reported multiple trees uprooted, branches down. Now these moved into the Montevideo area and we had 78 mile per hour gusts 2 miles south of Madison from the thunderstorms as those storms moved through. That happened at 1:15, so only an hour ago. And now as we look over here, 90 mile per hour gust in Toonerville. Hutch said 90. That's the first 90 I think I've seen as a risk for our wind gusts tonight. That's an affirmative. They're measured at the Mesonet station in Altamont out there. So again, City, Toonerville, that is something else. 83 mile per hour gusts not too far in Marietta out there. Morris seeing a gust of 72 mile per hour. So this big old wind burp makes its way right into parts of southwest Minnesota. Now it's moving into Alexandria area, and we do have a 64 mile per hour gust there. So that is a nice little gust, but a downtick, a 74 mile per hour gust in Glenwood. That's terrible, and that's damaging. And we got a 44 mile per hour gust here that was measured at a station out there. This was in the, where was that? Olivia area. So those are the gusty winds out there. Hankinson, North Dakota, 66 miles per hour, 58 miles per hour. In Barrie, we had a 78 mile per hour gust now out there near the Hamlin area. As we look up toward Fargo, we did get 60, 62 mile per hour gusts as it worked its way through. Tornado warning does continue now as we head into, let's get the latest scan here. I don't know why it slowed down. Now we have a new warning for Red Lake Falls, Oakley Trail, as well as you folks in Boston, Clearbrook, Bagley, Winger, and Fertile for this storm moving out of the Gary area as we head into the nighttime hours. Heavy rain looking like it's taking place over the area in Crookston. Let's check on the tornado warning is gone. That's good news for our viewers out there in that Beltrami area. That tornado warning storm has been allowed to expire. Let's take a look at the spin in the atmosphere and see if there's anything worth noting. Remember when we did our last update here, it looked like we have these elongated areas of shear, but we don't have bright greens next to bright reds like we did over Beltrami when the tornado warning was issued. Now, that also is fairly close to the radar site, so we have a good view of that part of Polk County out there. Nope, we've seen a little bit of shear as we go into Red Lake County. That's the leftover remnants of the Beltrami storm. That's making its way through the Red Lake Falls area now. This is all unidirectional movement here, and then way away from it, we have motion towards. So that's not the kind of spin we're looking for a tornado. That's just some different and shifting winds in and around these storms that are rolling through the region. So Red Lake Falls, we do not have a tornado warning. We do have some strong thunderstorms. The single site radar data showing that it's making its way to the north and east, and it will be making its way into Red Lake Falls towards St. Hilaire and likely Thief River Falls as we go through. Heavy rain likely in and around Crookston as we go through. Thief River Falls off to the west as you go out towards the Viking area and Warren on Highway 1. I believe that that's just going to continue to see a large swath of rain. Now, some of these are moving east, and some of this stuff down south is moving north. So there'll be some interaction along that boundary as well as these storms continue through. So severe thunderstorm warnings for the, wow, how about that? I got some questions a lot earlier about will they impact the the Clearwater County area, and you are included in the warnings for these storms in Bagley and the Clearbrook area as well. This warning's in effect until 3:45 for an hour, 54-mile-per-hour motion to the east, it says, for these storms. So 54 mile per hour to the east means they'll be out that way pretty quick. We know, though, we've been studying these storms, that many of these down south are moving to the north and to the east. And thank you very, very much. Thank you. Time for a glass of water. I'm lucky. Okay, it is now 3 o'clock, and it's been 12 hours of coverage here almost on Hutch's weather. And we have a storm making its way through Fertile now. This moved out of the Gary area. It's heading in towards Erskine. It is severe. This one has been drifting, I think, more in a northeasterly direction than it says east on the warning. So I'm going to let this loop for a second. You can see it's moving north. So these are moving northeast. Okay. These are moving east into Thief River Falls. There's a little bit of expansion to the east, but the individual cells are moving north. So we're going to track these storms as they're moving, not as though a watch says that the storms are moving east at 54. Let me just take a moment for those of you who are here with me now. If you're with me, give me a heart, give me a thumbs up, anything at all. Drop a comment, tell me where you're watching from. Downpouring in Fergus, thunder, still lots of lightning. Thank you so much. We'll look at some rainfall estimates here momentarily. But again, when the tornado warning was issued, that's definitely not moving east. That's moving north-northeast. There's a wind bag moving out to the east here, but most of these storms are not moving east. You can see even these guys are moving northeast. So we're going to make a correction to this storm motion. I don't know where that's coming from, but I'm going to do a little analysis here, as I've been doing all night, and just make sure we have an average movement of the storms as they look right now. So let's go here. And let's see, as this populates, it'll take just a half a minute here as it works its way through. Again, northeast movement, northeast movement, northeast movement. What's the average speed? Let's do a little quick math. Northeast at 60. I don't believe it. Fertile, northeast is the storm moving at 43. And we got several other storms down here in the area moving at 51, 43, 41. We're going to go with between 40 and 53. It's going to be about 46 miles per hour. That's what Hutch is using. That's why I'm using it, because that's what the average movement of all these cells are. Remember, this is a huge warning, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 8 to a dozen thunderstorms in this area. So they are moving northeast. They are moving at an average speed of about 46 miles per hour, and that's what we're going to use. And the reason we're doing it is because we cannot say they're moving east. It'll give us the wrong idea of when they're going to get to Oakley. The whole line is not moving east at 54 miles per hour. I don't think I see that whatsoever. So we'll go here. Storm moving into Red Lake Falls now. Northeast, we're going to go 46 miles per hour. Thief River, St. Hilaire, Red Lake Falls in the path of the storm now. Red Lake Falls, seek shelter, stay in the interior room of your floor, of your sturdy structure, and you're going to get some areas, not every area, but some areas could see some winds gusting to around 60 miles per hour. That's what the warning is for, 60 mile per hour winds. And 3:45 is when the warning expires. It'll be moving in toward the Plummer area. And if you happen to be in Plummer, you can expect that by about 3:03. This line of storms making its way out of the Red Lake Falls area, moving through Plummer out over here. Now, if we go out towards St. Hilaire, it should be there about 3:04, and Thief River by around 3:14. You do have these guys sneaking up, but remember, they're going to kind of move, and I think these will shave to the west side of town here and move over the highway corridor here as we go through the next little bit. So this will shave just east of town. This main line will likely be the one with the best chance at impacting you. Again, 60 mile per hour gusts in isolated cases and places from this cell that's moving to the northeast at an average speed of 46 miles per hour. Now we're going to take a look at the next cluster of storms that's down by Fertile, and it's moving up to the northeast also. Now we just looked at those cells. They are also moving in about that same fashion. This is an interesting feature here because we could get some areas that are going to get 2 storms out of this deal. So if it's moving northeast, and it's moving at about 46 miles per hour. We're going to talk about Red Lake Falls getting another whack-a-mole. So you got one coming through about now. Then you got this south storm moving into McIntosh, Erskine, and Mentor between now and 3 a.m. So Erskine, pardon me, McIntosh, Mentor, it's going to be in your area shortly. And then Brooks, Oakley, and Red Lake Falls will see this as we go just after the 3:05 time frame to 3:15. So 3:05 to 3:15, you're going to get another storm potential whack in and around the Red Lake Falls area. Brooks and Oakley and Plummer as well. We'll throw that in there. St. Hilaire and Thief River Falls, it'll take just a little longer to get up to you, but that next wave, after the Red Lake Falls cell makes its way through, you'll have a chance at some more thunder showers and some more good beneficial rain. We'll look at the positive side of it at around 3:25 to 3:35. And then as we approach the 3:39 time frame, we could see it making its way up into the Goodrich area. So that's a look at Pennington, Red Lake Falls County, moving out of Polk County. Two lines of storms, one wave, two waves, moving northeast. Yes, this whole line is going to drift off to the east, but the bottom line is that the east individual storms are moving more northeasterly now. I think that'll give us a better look at the timing for your cells and your storms in your location as we go through. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at this. We do have the Foston area, White Earth, Mahnomen. You folks in Nadawash are on the leading edge. It looks like some of this activity has exited the Mahnomen area, is now moving up into the central parts of southern Polk County. But we do have another batch of cells. See the little bright yellow area, and excuse me, that's blue. The bright blue area here, that is an area where we do have some extended hail developing back up in the storm. It's pulsing up in intensity. And the Becker County storms, the Mahnomen County storms, as we go out toward this area here, near Mahnomen, Nadawash, White Earth, Detroit Lakes, and points north as you go out toward Park Rapids. So we're talking about at the big park there on the Old River, Tubin areas just north of the DL area. This storm is for northeast movement at 74 miles per hour. We got to double check that. And it's a 60 mile per hour maximum wind gust is the main threat. Some hail could be possible from those fancy cells. So that's what we have going on. Now let's see what these storms are moving at down in this area. So let's go ahead and turn on our cells again. I just don't like the estimates I'm getting from these. Okay, so we're seeing these storms moving more north and northeasterly. So northeasterly, we'll call it that. Northeasterly or east northeasterly. This is east northeasterly, 41 miles per hour. The storm moving towards Mahnomen and Nadawash is moving at storm speed of 60. That might be the fastest cell I've seen. And this one's also moving at 48. So we're moving between 40 and 60. We're going to use 50 miles per hour as an average for all of these cells. Remember, we got one thunderstorm cell here. We got another thunderstorm cell here, another thunderstorm cell here, and here. The average speed will go with 50 miles per hour on these cells. So we'll take a look at that. That's going to be in a northeasterly direction, is what I'll use for that to give us our overall view of when storms I'm going to have to redraw that. I have to do a loop-de-loop here. Okay, we'll start with this cluster of storms moving northeast, and we'll use 50 miles per hour or so. We'll put it in Mahnomen by 307 for Nadawash, Lengby 322, 324 for Foston, Bagley and Clearbrook. The storm will be in your area by between 330 and 340. Trail, Gonvick at 340, Gully at 340. Lots of towns on that line, I tell you. Okay, so that's where we have it going. This is going to be moving out of Mahnomen County through Nadawash and Mahnomen, and then it will make its way up to Foston. Mahnomen, it looks like it's on its way to you from the White Earth area right now. Now we'll do this next batch of storms. This is moving a little bit more east of north here too, so we'll do that at the same 50 mile per hour clip and give you an idea of when it's coming into your ballpark. So this area of storms moving a little bit more this way, still at about 50 miles per hour. Here it goes, and you can kind of see it moving into the southern part of the Beltrami County area, Clearwater County, as well as clipping the northwestern reaches of you in Hubbard County. So these severe storms are making their way off in this direction. Gusty wind will be the main threat with these storms, as you see here. It's a radar indicated threat of about 3/4 inch diameter hail, but I'll bet the only chance we have of that right now is going to be in this little guy. The rest of the hail cores in here are probably pretty much minimal as far as the hail sizes go. That's good for our crops. We need the rain, right? We don't need the hail. So let's go ahead. It looks like Shevlin will be near you by 340, 344 for Solway, and out towards Wilton as we get into 350 is the timing of the storm. So as you take a look at these areas being impacted here, I got to make sure that we let our folks know here. If you happen to have anybody out by Camp Wilderness up here north of the Park Rapids area, so you're looking at this particular area of the storm, it's not going to be too far from that as we move into the future here. So we'll see gusty winds again, like I said, with this storm, 60 mile per hour in a couple pockets will be a possibility, but not everywhere. Perham and eastern parts of Otter Tail County are now also in a severe thunderstorm warning, as is my folks' old stomping ground in Staples in northern Todd County here as we go into the area for this little cluster of storms moving to the northeast. Again, I'll go through and imagine they're moving northeasterly right now at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Let's see what the Weather Service says here. 49 mile per hour movement to the northeast. That's a good estimate right there. So we'll use that for these storms out here in and around you folks in Staples. I know they look like kind of clustered, but they're a long ways from the radar site that I'm using right now. And Wadena, I see that we got a pretty healthy cell making its way in this general direction. So as you're going 71 south, you're going to look at the Hewitt area here with some pretty good hail potential, Bertha area with some pretty good hail potential right here, crossing over that and moving into Wadena, and it's moving through Deer Creek right now. So there is a flashing hail core there that could be fairly stout and could help influence the wind gusts to the 60 mile per hour level. So we're going to take all of these storms on this line from near Wadena all the way through Staples and out towards Little Falls, move them to the northeast at about 51 miles per hour or so. And that's the direction of movement on average of these storms. Now, these communities can expect the activity. Now, Wadena, I do believe you'll have the best chance to see some hail, maybe ½ inch to nickel size. If this is true, if this is up in the air and it doesn't fall down to the ground, that's a possibility too. It might be just building up. Wadena 305 and Staples by 309. This storm cluster will be near you. This doesn't look strong, but I will switch the radar over here in a second to the Chanhassen radar in the Twin Cities. Monaga Baxter out there in the Brainerd Lakes area, seeing that. Nisswa as well on the north side here, as there's a lot of lake cabins out there, campers, you name it. If you guys are out taking advantage of the lakes here now, anywhere in Wadena County, as you go north of the highway there, Highway 10, please keep in mind that you want to get out of campers, RVs, and things like that and into something more structurally sound. This line of storms has a history of very, very strong winds. Now, the warning is for 60 mile per hour gusts. Here's a 64 mile per hour gust in the Alexandria area. Sauk Center with the 47, so that's not too bad. Maybe we're seeing a decrease in the average intensity, but this, I don't know if you can read it or not, that says 74 in Glenwood. So there was a 74 mile per hour gust burping out of that storm there. Morris with a healthy gust as well of 60 miles per hour and 72 out there 1 mile to the northwest of Chokio. So that's what's going on. So Staples, East Gull Lake, Brainerd, Nisswa, Pequot Lakes, as well as Pine River and Cross Lake area, all in the path of this line of storms. It's moving into Staples now on the south side on 210, just outside of Staples right here, which is where the Johnson Appaloosa farm used to be. And I know that you don't miss that, folks, but I got to tell you what, they've moved south. And I'll tell you what, Little Falls, chance for some storms. We do have some storms moving in and out of the Albany area over the interstate corridor as well. So that's what we have going on right now. Let's go ahead and see. I do got a new warning. I just heard beep and flop into my phone. All right. I got something to say. And it looks like we're going to see some Detroit Lake storms move into Park Rapids. So I just talked a little bit about the Wilderness, Camp Wilderness area here. There is now a severe thunderstorm warning for this area as we go into the wee hours of the morning. It's 3:01. Here is a look at the warning. It's till 4 o'clock. says the storm's moving east at 64. We'll talk about that here, but we do have gusts to 60 miles per hour expected from the storms. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of this. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Good to see you on board. Thanks for being a part of the broadcast tonight, everybody. I do appreciate it. I'll continue covering these storms in our area as we go through. And as we take a look at the big picture, notice South Dakota, Iowa, we're not seeing anything down there as far as warnings go. So the risk and threat is done there. It's done in South Dakota for now. We have the northern part of the valley that has not seen a severe thunderstorm warning for an awful long time in the Red River Valley. So that's good. We do have thunderstorms and some good old beneficial rain moving into northeast North Dakota and through into northwest parts of Minnesota right now. Stout thunderstorms look to be strong up here, but again, we're looking at the cloud tops up this far away from the radar, at least mid-levels of the thunderstorm clouds or the cumulonimbus clouds. So we're seeing that there's some big-time raindrops developing in those, but we don't know for sure what's reaching the ground in your area. The most abundant active lightning is going on here. The most abundant area of wind and gustiness is right here. This is all drifting off to the north and to the east as we head into the overnight hours. I'm just taking a look now at what's going on with our friends up in Canada. So from Kenora and points north, thunderstorm activity is ongoing, and there's a very huge thunderstorm warning for a line of storms up north of the border all the way up into Kenora area as we go through the next couple of hours. So they issue warnings a little differently for a huge chunk of area for the next 2.5 hours or so. A thunderstorm warning is in effect for hail and wind gusts for those. All right, let's see what we got here from you. Raining good, thundering, lightning in Perham. Thank you for your report, and that was from Lindsay. Julie says, he said Perham has a severe thunderstorm warning now. Yeah, so if we look out towards the Perham area in Otter Tail County, we can get right back into it. I don't want to confuse anybody. These flashing yellow boxes that you see here are thunderstorm warnings. Brainerd, Emily, and Walker on Leech Lake here have it. So whether you're looking at the Brainerd Lakes, Nisswa, Pequot Lakes area, Motley, Staples, Wadena, there's Perham. Yes, there's a warning. The storm is exiting your area now. It's moving right over the Highway 10 corridor between Perham. So if you are in the Perham area, if you happen to be also out there with the world's very, very much large, how about the boat manufacturing folks out there in New York Mills, you know what I'm saying, Bluffton, this whole area here on Highway 10, seeing the strong thunderstorm activity. Perham is starting to see the end of the heaviest of the gusty winds and the storms exiting the area now. Otter Tail, including the lake itself, starting to see that exit right now. I am not seeing any reports. I don't know how many wind measurement devices that we have there, but the gusty wind threat is for 60 mile per hour winds, and that threat is most likely to be moving along through New York Mills now, north of Deer Creek towards Bluffton and Wadena. Wadena had a hail core flashing moving into it, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that, and that's what we're watching for your area. This little hail core could also be our next area of producing some significant wind gusts as it moves through Wadena, across the 71 corridor, and in towards 71 towards Sabika. So that's what we have on the radar there. So you're right, that's the latest warning for that area. Yeah, these are just severe thunderstorms, although we have had a recent tornado warning in and around the Beltrami area. No confirmation of a tornado or a tornado on the ground in that area, just a tornado warning that was in effect here in the middle of the overnight hours. That storm is now making its way off to the north and east. I do want to point out these storms have been slowly drifting like this. Slow. Individual cells, though, on this line are moving like this. So they're moving over and over and over. So I mentioned we'd talk about chances of rainfall amounts. We'll do that here momentarily, but we do have these storms that are kind of training through the area, slowly working their way off to the east, and because of that, rainfall amounts may be enhanced greatly along the northern tier. As we look down here, we see that the severe thunderstorm warning for the Thief River area has been trimmed. It looks like gone, but St. Hilaire, Plummer, Red Lake Falls, that's where the storm is. And there is activity moving into Thief River Falls, not severe at this time as deemed by the National Weather Service Forecast Office. And now we do see that Oakley and on into Boston, Red Lake Falls, Fertile, it's kind of clearing out of the Fertile area, kind of clearing out of Gary area. You do have some more beneficial rain making its way in. We hope the wind threat is gone. This is where the wind threat is. These storms are moving northeast at a clip of about 50 miles per hour, so it will not be long for these cells to make their way into the Oakley area. As we take a look at the radar loop, you'll see that these storm cells are moving to the north and east in towards Oakley. The whole line here kind of moving off to the east in a general direction here, but the individual cells are moving north. So trying to estimate when a line reaches you is it's a good idea to make sure you're looking at the actual data of the individual thunderstorm cells that make up these huge lines. And moving out of Waban and Monoman, some of the thunderstorm activity seems to be focusing more on Waban to Nadawash now. Lightning intensifying with the cell that's moving up by Hutch's kneecaps down here. So let's go down to that now and take a look at what's coming into the eastern reaches of Monoman County and pushing into southwest Clearwater County. This activity here pushing through and out of Detroit Lakes and is making its way right up in this general direction right now. So this will be a pretty stout thunderstorm, a thunderstorm capable of some pretty serious gusts. You see this hail core kind of build up here, and now it looks like it's collapsing onto the ground. When that hail reaches the ground, it causes a burp of wind that could be heading into Nadawash. Let's take a look at Hutch's wind gust estimator here now as we look at the latest scan. So bear with me. Let's see if it wants to load up for me. And let's see if this concurs with my assessment of the radar data showing a pulsing up of some hail and maybe a pulsing down of that hail. I think my computer is very tired. It's acting up just a wee little bit here. So why don't we clear this, clear this. Now let's ask it to put on shear markers. Oh, shear markers are ready. What about hail tracker? There was some Nadawash hail possible, but it does look like there's not much showing up for hail trackers in these areas. And what about wind gust estimator? Maybe I just need to be a little bit more patient. Last time I was able to load up something completely different other than radar. Here is your temperatures right now. As we take a look at the region, what's going on with our watch? That was expected to expire, I believe, at 4 a.m. So we've got temperatures in the 70s and mid 70s from St. Cloud, Minneapolis, Brainerd 73. These are areas that still have some energy in the atmosphere as the storms move from south to north. We're getting rain cooled air of only the 60s right now. We've dropped into the 50s in the western Dakotas. We do have a 68-degree reading as we go off to the east of the areas of Bemidji and out towards Hibbing, Deer River, and also into the area here by, let's see it, Big Fork. So Big Fork has 68 degrees, Orr has 66. And look at this, very comfortably cool along the shores of the Lake Superior area with some of that cold air spilling inland here now towards Moose Lake and 55 gorgeous degrees there on a nice and cool night in that area. So that's what's going on there. Now I want to ask my computer to say please. Okay, I'll say please. Now let's ask it for wind gust estimations. Let's see if it loads up. Okay, here's a couple of other good pieces of information though as we're taking a look at this. I am not seeing as many reports of wind reports from measurement stations as these storms are making their way in and through parts of northwest Minnesota, Wadena. There are still some stout storms and they will still be capable of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Anywhere in these yellow areas, the severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for you. Now, the main thought with these thunderstorms is they pulse up with a little energy, create some hail, and then boom, down comes the hail and out comes the gust of wind. So Little Falls, St. Cloud, these storms are moving in. We have statements from the National Weather Service in blue. That's not a warning, that's a statement. Those are flirting with severe criteria. They're strong storms, but not severe storms. And look what's going into Minneapolis right now. If you're in the Twin Cities, the southern metro moving into St. Paul soon, and Minneapolis now is a line of strong thunderstorms now that are making their way through. There's a statement for these storms in the Twin Cities. Moving to the northeast at 46 miles per hour, wind gusts to 40 miles per hour from these will be possible. some good cooling rain showers out of these after a very hot and windy day for the Twin Cities as well. And that's a look at what's going on there. So thunderstorm, these are just statements for what we'll call strong but not severe thunderstorms moving through St. Cloud, Princeton, making their way up towards Gilman and the Buckman area. Annandale, Walker, the Buffalo area, and then also down towards Montrose. We have those showers exiting out of Jordan and then making its way through Apple Valley. There's Bloomington, and it's working its way in the general direction of the airport then here right now as we head into the wee hours of the morning. So some thunder showers rocking through the Twin Cities right now. Non-severe, but a good cooling splash of rain. But once we get up towards Motley, Pillager, Brainerd Lakes area, these storms have a history of dangerous winds that exceeded 90 miles per hour out in parts of western Minnesota and parts of eastern South Dakota tonight. And they continue to show signatures of fairly strong winds. So from Bertha through Staples, along the Highway 10 corridor as you go in towards Motley and Pillager here, these storms will be moving to the northeast at a fairly fast clip right now. So keep that in mind. Wadena, 75 over 29. Whoa, that's a good one. I don't know if you're talking about the low temperature, because that would be a mighty low temperature in the morning, or if you're talking about 75, 29. Tricia, thank you very much. Okay, some hail just started. South of Wadena, small hail. Good to know. Thank you much. How's Bemidji? Bemidji's pretty good. We do have Park Rapids storms making their way up north, and you'd be next on board. So as these move their way through northern parts of Hubbard County, there is a warning, but not in Bemidji right now. You're in southern Beltrami County in Bemidji. These storms are moving in your general direction. They're moving at a northeasterly clip of about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Each one of these is a little bitty thunderstorm. Not all of them are producing heavy rain in every location. There are spots that are getting missed. But because you're so far away from the radar sites, the radar tends to make it look like a solid line of rain from Natiwash all the way down to Wadena. That's simply not true. Some of these cells are causing rain and developing and not making rain fall to the ground at all. It's all up in the cloud. And then some of them are raining out as they go through their life cycle. So what looks like rain isn't always rain hitting the ground. So I want to make sure that you're aware of that. Boston, we do have some heavy rain, thunderstorm activity that's severe working its way towards you. Little lightning activity working into Pennington County, St. Hilaire to Thief River Falls. Red Lake Falls, it's moving out in the general direction of Oakley right now. Let's take a look and see if we can see if there's any data that'll show up with my hail tracking and see. I'm not expecting a ton of hail with it, but there is a possibility of some. These little pimples you see here are little tiny spots of hail. So the good news is I'm not expecting widespread hail damage to numerous area crops out there. We do have some hail that's less than 1 inch in diameter, the way it looks, making its way through eastern parts of Red Lake County, not far from Plummer. As you go out towards Fosston, north of town, there's a little bit. You get in towards areas east of White Earth in Becker County. We do have a couple of cells there that are capable of some hail. And these ones that have hail are the ones that, as they collapse, have the chance at creating some pretty good gusts out there. So Wolf Lake and points north on the Highway 34 corridor, as you're heading out toward the Park Rapids area from DL, we do have some hail potential from that one. If we look at the estimated size of the hail here, it's showing that we could have some 1 inch diameter hail in that cell. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a possibility for isolated 1 inch hail. Now, as you go out toward the Hubbard County area, not a lot of hail out there, but the storms are now just pushing into your area. Exiting out of places like Wadena, we do have some storms heading up towards Bluffton and Sabika soon, but this Wadena one was a pretty good hail marker earlier, and it's now 3/4 of an inch to an inch on the west side of Wadena as it's moving off to the north and east and generally entering into the area of Sabika. So that's what we're seeing. If we take a look at the big picture, even though we don't have a warning out here, there is the possibility for some hail making its way into that Royalton area out here south of Little Falls. This is moving off to the north and to the east right now. And these hail core cells that do develop have the potential to creating some pretty gusty winds in those cells as the hail cells collapse. Look in the Twin Cities, we do have a little bit of hail potential there as we're just dancing around checking it out. and that's moving right there in the southern area of the Minneapolis, so South Minneapolis area here. And then as we go down 35 and 55, as you're going through the areas here in Minneapolis, a few of these are moving in the general direction of Roseville. So as you go down here towards St. Paul, chance for some thunderstorm activity, but the hail looks to be pretty few and far between, and it's not very large with that. So let's take a look now at what's going on with, now that we've looked at hail and we've looked at these, let's see if I can get my wind gust estimator to come along with and join the party, because it's been a really helpful tool tonight. The colors that you see here, by the way, are estimated wind speed gusts that could happen from these thunderstorms that are in the area. One thing to note is we're not going to see widespread 50 or 60 mile per hour gusts. That's not going to happen. But in isolated places where we see these orange colors, that's where it's estimating stronger winds. So as we look in towards St. Cloud and the Little Falls area, this is estimating some pretty stout winds with the storms, just updated, and moving into the Royalton area. So if we take a look at this, this is popping some 55 to 65 mile per hour gusts in a couple of these pixels here. So keep in mind, we could have some areas like Buckman here and Point South that get gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour and 55 miles per hour. There's no warning here. I'm not saying that anybody is making a mistake by not issuing a warning, but this is just what this estimator says. Now, the farther we get away from the radar site, I've found that the less accurate some of these can be. They were showing estimates of high winds in northern parts of North Dakota tonight, and we didn't see any surface stations measure anything near this. So that's why I like to say isolated places might see some gusts, let's say over 55 miles per hour in that Royalton to Piers area as it's going up towards Brainerd there and heading up north. And north and east towards Mille Lacs and the Vineland area and Garrison. So those are heading out towards that. Let's see what's going on in Wadena. Wind gust estimates here are about 60 miles per hour on Hutch's tool. This is just an estimate tool, but there was a hail core there, and that's why it's showing. So as this storm moves up towards Sabika, we could get some pockets of 60 mile per hour winds, maybe a little greater. We'll see if we get any measurement reports. Parker's Prairie, I see a measurement report here. Let's see what it shows. 62 miles per hour. When the storms move through there, yes, 62 miles per hour is severe, and 64 through the Alexandria area. So 64, 62, Wadena still estimating some 60s. Now in southern parts of the Hubbard County area, as some storms are pushing into this region, I'm seeing estimates where we could be getting some 60 or 60 plus mile per hour gusts in a few pockets there as well. So because of that, not a bad idea as these storms approach in these warning areas to just stay away from the windows, interior rooms. If you're in a camper, mobile home, an RV, it's best to get out of those type of structures. These winds will be coming at you from the southwest, moving to the northeast. And so let's say your camper happens to be parked and the long side is facing from west to east, and these winds come up from the south. That gets to be a tipping incident. And we did have some campers tipped over in parts of Lake Sakakawea over the last couple of storms. So it's a good idea to make sure that, you know, you get out of objects like that, find sturdy structure if you're at a campground. If you can do so, I highly advise it. Now, taking a look up north, this is where I was seeing estimates of very, very gusty winds that have never been measured and never really did pan out on the wind gust measurement. And I'll take a look at the peak gusts that we've had so far today. This would be since midnight now. Let's keep that straight because I'm mixing 2 days together since we've been talking about this since yesterday. Peak wind, or current wind gusts, 15 to 20 miles per hour across North Dakota. The storm is wrapping up. It's quiet. We do have Staples with the wind gusts of 39 miles per hour at the airport. Notice up north, we're not getting any measurements from these storms up there currently of gusts. Peak gusts, though, look at this. Rocking out of South Dakota were these storms. And we did get some reports of 90 mile per hour gusts pushing their way through up towards Parker's Prairie, 62. So this is what's heading in toward that area of Parker's Prairie, Otter Tail County, and now it's heading up into the, you folks up here in Hubbard County as well as Todd County. So keep that in mind. Now, as we go out here out of the valley, we did get healthy winds working their way through. We had a tornado warning up here in southwestern parts of Polk County, but no peak gusts were measured by this network of instruments in that particular area. So this is a great tool to help us see those highlight spots of where the peak gusts have happened since midnight. And again, as we go down towards the areas of Morris and Benson and Parker's Prairie up there in southern Otter Tail County, Grant and Douglas counties, seeing some healthy wind gusts as we showed you just a moment ago. So we continue with severe thunderstorm coverage. We have no tornado warnings right now. We're going to keep with you. Let's see. Mason says, Hutch, I want to be a weather kid, man. What can I do? I'm 21. Oh, the age group is 8 to 18, but I do appreciate you. Let me know a little bit more. You can email me. You know how to find my email address. You can email me from my website and see that. But I'd love to hear more from you. Give me a link or a note and we'll talk a little bit about weather. Tell me more about your interests and what it is that you like. So I'd appreciate that. And I love talking weather and shop. Let's go back to the radar behind me, by the way, to keep everything hunky and adory. Okay, there we go. So there we go. The main line of windy thunderstorms slowly moving off to the east into the Red Lake area here in Beltrami County. It's going to take a while because these storms are moving north towards Beltrami. These are also moving in a northeasterly fashion, so these are probably going to have a better chance at impacting the Beltrami County on the north side there as you go into the Red Lakes area as we go through the next couple of hours. These storms have not had much severity to them up near the international border. A lot of reports of severe weather have timed off my computer here now, but you can see they've crossed over the I-94 corridor, including in and around St. Cloud. Let's see what this magnitude was. 51 mile per hour gust as the storms blew through there. Measurement, solid, heavy winds. 58 is the threshold for severe. So that's why these are just non-severe thunderstorms, but strong thunderstorms there. All right, I want to thank everybody who's taken the time tonight to upload videos of the weather that's in your area. And I see we've got a couple more from in and around Thief River Falls and from Cragness. Let's go ahead and take a look at those together right now. I will put the radar data back up here briefly, and we'll take a look at some photos that have been shared. And I do see some videos as well. Thank you so very much. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we have on uploads about what's going on now across the screen, because you're part of Hutch's Weather. By sharing your content, we can all keep up to date with what's going on with these storms. Now, as you take a look at these, you can peruse these by heading to hutchesweather.com. Look at all these images that have come in as we've gone through the last 24 hours tonight. Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-ding-ding. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, lots of stuff going on. Now, we did have one tornado in North Dakota in the northwestern corner of the state. And that puppy, we had a picture of that thanks to my former intern and now meteorologist who works in the area, Kayla. Kayla, thank you so very, very much. I do appreciate it. Let's take a little bit of, oh my gosh, look at some of these clouds tonight in the sun. Naomi, thanks so very much. Lowry, South Dakota. Oh my gosh, look at that supercell thunderstorm there. That was obviously before the sun set. Then as things got a little wild and crazy, we had some lightning displays taking place. How about northeast of Carrington? That's lighting up the skies with the lightning out there. Thank you very much, Tanya. And then we got some lightning dancing through the skies. This is Ruan in Candu, North Dakota, near the international border. Forked lightning there, but this person's so good at taking the pictures. We have another one out there, cloud to cloud lightning strike, Ruan. Thank you very much for that, lighting up the sky in northern parts of North Dakota tonight. Now, as we go up, let's take a look at this. This was a tornado that was up near the international border in northwesternmost North Dakota near a community called Flaxton. It was 5 miles north of town. Very picturesque, has wrapping around little bands of clouds, kicking up debris, so we know that that funnel cloud is in contact with the ground. And it's a pretty good sized tube-shaped tornado there, but again, good, thank goodness it was over prairie land and not doing a lot of damage to buildings, as I've heard so far. No reports of that. So that was our tornado in North Dakota. I don't think we'll get any pictures of the tornado warning that went through the Beltrami area, but we'll see if there was damage from that tornado warned storm in Polk County, Minnesota tonight. Devil's Lake, North Dakota, Catherine capturing this monster super duper supercell thunderstorm working its way through the Devil's Lake Basin. As those storms moved through, they were wicked skies indeed. And again, that's what's going on there. We did have some very heavy rain. Look at this, downtown Jamestown. Whoops, might have clicked too many times. North of Michigan, big time lightning. Look at this. Southeast of Animus. This is up in that area not too far from Minot, North Dakota. Supercell thunderstorm, a nice big rain out there. Your nice Shelfie McShelferson cloud reaching its way out ahead of the storm. And that's a beauty out there with some modest clouds also in tow with this storm. Getting a little bit of everything with that shot. Thanks, Ryan Larson, for uploading your photo. Here we have Newburgh, North Dakota. These are some newer ones that have come in. We haven't seen these yet. This is Christy Miller. Newburgh, possibly F0 tornado, 3 miles west and 2 miles south of Newburgh, North Dakota. Rotation is noted at the end. Video moving right to left. Thanks for the precursor out there. Let's see what we got. So you definitely have birds flying here through the scene. Sometimes those birds like to ride. You can actually see just by taking the sheer look at the rotation in the clouds that there is some rotation present in that cell as it works its way through. Look at what's going on the ground. Sometimes you have to look and see if there's contact with the ground, and indeed there was some dust kicked up in the middle of a field from what looks like a funnel shape here, right coming out of the clouds. But again, it looks like there is some dust or debris getting kicked up by that. Now let's take a look at what else we're seeing here. Some grain bins out there. I hope nothing was hit. A lot of lightning from the cell. But yeah, you're watching this, Christy Miller, and you're taking a look at this. I will pass this along to the National Weather Service forecast office when I do get some time to debrief here. Since Hutch is a one-man show here, we take care of the warnings that are in. Look at the birds. They're just like, yeah, this looks like fun. And look at all that dust and debris behind the tree field there as the rotation, well, might be making its way through. Look at that. Yeah, there it is. Kicking up a lot of dust. And you can see what appears to be a vortex in contact with the ground here. So yeah, it is possibly a tornado. There is a thunderstorm cloud in present sight there, and it's moving its way through. So awesome video, Christy. Thank you very, very much for your sharing of that Newburgh, North Dakota spin up out there as well. A lot of you have shared a lot of content with me, and for that I'm grateful. Jamestown, North Dakota, look at the lightning racing across the base of that cloud. Avery Wright, lightning is a scary thing. That's probably the thing that makes me the most nervous when it comes to these thunderstorms, because you don't have time to react. Here is a look at what looks like a supercell thunderstorm making its way into Cayuga. Few minutes after the heaviest of the storm passed, as you see the dark skies and what looks like some low clouds out there as well, all lit up by the low lights in the sky there from the either town lights or something of that nature. Now we got another Fargo area as the storm moved through. This is from Froda. Again, lightning making its way through the town. Thanks, Froda, for taking care of it. And you can join Froda and Hutch going to Norway, August 16th through the 26th. There's details on my website, and contact my friends at Brecky Tour and Travel for details on that. There are a few seats left available. Give them a call to see if they're still available. There's limited time left to see that. Thanks, Froda, for sharing the lightning picture with me there. You can see the structure of some of the clouds as it lights up the sky, which is one reason why it gets a little bit tough when you're trying to chase storms at this hour of the night. Caleb, Wolverton, Minnesota, look at this. As those storms were crossing the border out of South Dakota, we're looking across the skies. It's just constant flashing lightning going on here. Beautiful video here. Hopefully you all stayed safe out there. I hope there was no damage from the storms in Wolverton. Good news is I haven't heard of widespread damage here, but in South Dakota, big time wind gusts over 90 miles per hour in a few places certainly could have done some damage. Grand Forks as storms move through. Thanks, Tyler Lee. I really appreciate this. I'll look at the storm here as we went through the overnight hours. There we go. And we do have some dark skies and clouds as they work their way through. Craigness, Minnesota. My friend Kara, holy buckets, look at this thing. It looks like it was coming into your kitchen, and then it says, nope, I'm going back up into the sky. Look at that forked lightning just going in all different directions, and wicked, something wicked this way comes. And yeah, you can ride the lightning too there, Kara. Thank you so much for sharing. Thief River Falls. Thanks so very much, Richard. Here was just a little light show going on out in the Thief River area up there in Pennington County. think I'm going to try to play the video. There it is. Okay, so we'll see what we see here. But again, thanks to all of you who have taken the time to share your photos with Hutch here about the weather that's making its way through and made its way through the entirety of the overnight hours. I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time. On hutchesweather.com, if you go to my page right here and click on the Norway flag, that is where you can find some information about my trip to Norway. I am inviting you on that now. I'd love to have you come along. Myself, Frode, who is a native Norwegian, will be giving us the guided tour of 3 major cities, Oslo, Bergen, and Trondheim, which is where my relatives long ago emigrated to the United States from. And I'm really looking forward to the trip. And as is our tour director, you can watch this video here. That's an informative clip, but I encourage you to call the number on here to find out about more details on availability. Let's go ahead and update you on storms. Roseau County, seeing them making their way in, non-severe. Non-severe storms as you go through all of Marshall County on the Grigla side of Marshall County. Newfoundland seeing some showers and thunderstorms rocking their way through. Another batch of rain and heavy rain at that, with lightning and thunder pushing into the Red Lake Falls area. Foston, probably the strongest cell in this cluster of storms right now, and you are in a thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning for that cluster of storms is in effect until 3:45 here, so for the next 15 minutes. That storm is capable of some 60-mile-per-hour gusts as it moves through eastern Polk County and now is leaping into parts of let's see, Clearbrook area. So Clearwater County is where we're going, Gully, Clearbrook, and all the way out towards Red Lakes area pretty soon. So keep in mind, this is the main storm that's strong. We do have a Goodrich storm here that's pretty stout as well. Could be a hail core. These both could have a area isolated spots where we could see some gusts of wind upwards of 60 miles per hour. White Earth, the main threat for you is gone. Monoman, the main threat for you is gone. It's moving out of Natiwash now too and pushing into the area here in southern parts of Clearwater County, south of Bagley. So we do have the stout thunderstorm activity out of Natiwash, heading out of Natiwash, and it's making its way right here and in towards the highway 92 bend down there south of Bagley. Now, as you go out here, we have this backward C shape, probably a real big burp of wind going out north of Park Rapids. And if you know this area, this is where Camp Wilderness is. That's where our Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts do camp. And if they're out camping this summer, since there's a thunderstorm warning, our camp directors and everybody are very good with those kids, and they have good places to go. And they're probably practicing that right now at 3:33 in the morning. Threes are wild, folks, and this is a wild storm. Wind is going to be the main threat from that particular storm as it makes its way through. Hutch will take a look at the storm relative velocity, showing you what I can see. We do have some areas of shear on the south side of Park Rapids and the south side of the county. That shows up on the radar. This radar view is coming at us live from, I believe it's Chanhassen. So let's see. That might not be the closest radar site. No, let's look at Duluth too. So we can multi-Doppler lift this one, see if we still have South Hubbard County shear. And it looks like it's a little farther south on this particular view, so that's a good sign. These radars are so far away, we're actually looking pretty high up in the cloud, by the way, by the time it gets to these areas. Here's the Mayville radar in North Dakota, and we'll see where it's showing the shear. Yeah, it's right in this area. So this is from Mayville, North Dakota. There is a little bit of shear way up high in the cloud showing up south central parts of Hubbard County. A little bit of shear in the storm out here in west central parts of Hubbard County. As we go through. So it's going to be a good idea with this storm here kicking up some winds and causing some different movement of the winds as it's moving through the area to seek shelter in that interior room. There's Nevis, and that storm is working its way up to the north and east at a clip of about 50 miles per hour. That is the movement of the individual thunderstorm cells on average. So these individual cells, whoop, moving this way, moving this way, and there is a little bit of shear here, a little bit of shear here. We're going to see a little bit of that here and there on a night like tonight. We have not had an abundance of tornadoes. That is not the main threat now as we go into the morning hours. We do have a watch in effect for the next 15 minutes, I do believe. Let me go ahead and take a look at the latest with regards to that watch too. Okay, so for our viewers that are on the North Dakota side of the river, there is no more severe thunderstorm watch. It's been dropped for now. It's all of Minnesota, and it now includes all the way out to Duluth, Ely, Hibbing, you folks in Virginia out here towards Rice Lake, Pine City, all in a severe thunderstorm watch. How long does that watch last? 8 a.m. So until 8 in the morning, we have 70-mile-per-hour gusts possible from these storms rocking out of central and north central parts of Minnesota. Again, they're moving northeast. I think that the main brunt of these will be drifting up in that direction of International Falls as we go through. And now as you look at Pine City, we do have a thunderstorm warning in the Twin Cities. What? Yeah, let's go see what's going on. We have a thunderstorm watch for you. That's in effect until the 7 a.m. time frame, pardon me. So a different watch, gusts to 70. And we do have the possibility for some 1.5-inch diameter hail as we go into the morning hours. So cities area, seeing the severe thunderstorm, likely because we have more measurement stations there to catch storms. Let's go to the Twin Cities radar here. We'll turn that on and let's analyze this bad boy right here. So we've got the velocity turned on, storm relative velocity, looking right from the radar site in Chanhassen. We do have some shear associated with the storm motion toward the radar and away from the radar in reds. We're looking for bright reds and greens together, so I don't see anything too concerning as far as that aspect of this storm goes. Now, as we take a look at what else is going on with particular to this storm, let's go ahead and look at the single site radar data. And you see this whole line is moving toward the Lindstrom area, out through White Bear Lake, and it's almost out through your area now. And it's moving up north on 35 there as we go up towards north of the metro area now, as a matter of fact. So we're getting up in toward the area up here, out by Forest Lake, Wyoming, Osceola. Those areas will be seeing the chance for some very gusty winds along the leading edge of the storm. Where this outflow is going to move in, and we still have winds from a southerly direction on this side of the storm, but we're going to get some areas of outflow that interact, and we do get this very jagged look to the leading edge of the storm, because some areas get gusty, and we'll get a gust next to some inflow, and there can be some shear along these puppies. So seek shelter. The main risk is going to be those 60-mile-per-hour winds. The warning is in effect until we go to the hour of 4 a.m. So keep that in mind. We have a very stout storm here also making its way towards Roberts out of River Falls on the I-94 corridor here. So this area getting some stout thunderstorm activity. It's not severe, but there is a discussion on it. It's going to be close to severe, though, with regards to some areas of the wind potential with this cell as we look into that area there near River Falls, Baldwin, Ellsworth, moving all the way down towards Red Wing, actually, seeing a big, huge box drawn for this whole bowing line segment. What do I mean by that? See the bow shape like a bow and arrow? You pull the bow back, there you go. This shape is caused by the outflow from the thunderstorms, accelerating the storm's growth out ahead of the line. So we get, instead of a straight line, you get this bowing length. And this indicates that we're getting some gusty winds in parts of the storm there. So there will be pockets of the storm that get some gusty winds. How gusty are we looking at there? We're looking at 52-mile-per-hour motion to the east, it says. And the gusts are expected to be 50 miles per hour. And max hail size is 1/2 inch. So I got something for you here. And this is just a little bit of waxing meteorology. But if a storm is moving at 50 miles per hour, 52 it says, and it burps out a gust of wind at the surface. If it's moving at 50 and it burps something out ahead of it, isn't it going to be moving faster than 50? Yes. So I think that these individual cells are moving more northeasterly, like this thunderstorm here moving northeast, this thunderstorm here moving northeast, but the whole line kind of moving off to the east a little bit. Let's take a look at this once again as we look at the individual cells. I've been doing this tonight because it's necessary to look at the individual cells motion to give you a better idea of when it might be moving into your community. So here we go. Let's take a look at these bad boys as they populate. See the individual cells here moving northeast, not east at 52. This individual cell is moving northeast. There's a hail core there. There will be a hail core here. There's a hail core near Red Wing. That's moving in a northeasterly direction. We can take the average speed of these, but you can see the motion this way, okay? So that's the average motion of these storms. Speed 41 miles per hour. Speed 48. Speed, not calculating, 48. 54. So we're going to use an average speed of 50 miles per hour to the north and east. So that's about what we're seeing with these individual cells. Now we got to look at a hail marker here. I told you we'd see one. Hail marker, probability of severe hail is not very high, but the probability of hail is 100%. So we could get some 3/4 inch diameter hail here and there from that cell that's moving in the general direction of Woodville, Baldwin, and it's again moving in a northeasterly fashion about 50 miles per hour or so. So we'll go ahead and track this for you. Let me turn these cells off. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. And now we'll look at this northern section of the storm here and in towards Baldwin. This area where there's the hail core might even have a chance at seeing some hail accelerate the winds a little bit. So you may have a greater chance at some wind gusts moving into Baldwin and Boyceville as we go through. But New Richmond, 342, Woodville, 347, Amory about 4 a.m., and Cameron by 4:31. And that is a look at these particular storms, their motion, and where they're heading. That gives you an idea. Now let's go to the next cluster of storms, Baldwin and south. And here's our hail core right here. We'll go down towards this area and we'll go moving this way now at about 50 miles per hour. Each area of the storm moving subtly different as we just analyzed. Hammond by 342, that cell will be in that particular vicinity. Now let's move this over so I can point to it here. Spring Valley by 347 and Woodville by the time about 348. 10 minutes later, Glenwood City at 358, Boyceville 404, and then we're talking about Cameron by about 4:33 as we go into that part of the morning hours. So let's see, making sure my mic is still working. I better check my battery, and I just heard some heavier rain hitting the area there. So let's see, check. Okay, I'm going to do a mic check here, but I'm going to switch mics. So I'm going to go silent for a moment. Please bear with me while I switch out. So you may hear some weird noises here. Okay, don't want to run out of batteries. Let's see, check 1, check 2. Can you hear me now? Okay, I think we're good. I can hear me. All right, everybody, let's see what we got for comments here. Thank you much. It's all CGI, cloud to ground. It's just now hitting Mora. Thank you very much. Now to wait a month or a year for another storm. One moment. Thought I was hearing some rain bustling outside and some wind, so I wanted to double check on that. So this part of the cell here is heading in that general direction of Boyceville. We're looking at Rice Lake. We are in Wisconsin. Ellsworth and Red Wing on the Minnesota side of the river here. We'll analyze that cluster of the storms. Now, that is moving a little bit more easterly in its path. So let's go there. Let's get onto this cluster right down here. And now we're going to move this a little bit northeasterly, about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So these are the communities: Lake City by 345, Durand by 404, Medovie by 418, and Colfax by 422. Eau Claire by 430. The storm is rocking its way in your general direction. Again, the wind gusts here are not as strong, but we could see a few burp out some pretty gusty winds with those storms as well. So that's what's going on the east side and the south side of the Twin Cities right now as these storms are exiting there. Pretty interesting. More, I just heard somebody talk. Look at this big, huge area as we look at the winds and rain making their way right into the western sides of Malacca, right down here, and Mille Lacs. Boy, it's making its way toward the I-35 corridor pretty swiftly right now as it's moving up to the north and to the east. So not severe, but we do have a couple of cells, thunderstorm cells, that are popping some higher reflectivities, and that will increase the chances in these areas as they move towards Mora, north of Mora, to see some gusty winds that are enhanced. So let's just say that. Brainerd Lakes area, I'm going to switch radars out. Let's go Duluth. All right, here we go, Duluth. We're looking at the radar from Pequot Lakes and Brainerd north to Park Rapids. We can see these cells pretty good. kissing into the northern reaches of Hubbard County, exiting parts of Clearwater County and heading into Beltrami County. So Bemidji, you were asking questions earlier. If the storms are approaching your area, Hutch is here, keeping his eyes on the skies for you. Thanks for watching. Let's see if we have any more comments here. Oh, staking down the trampoline, Jake said. Good idea. Not a bad idea as those winds are really rocking. The lightning is starting to pick up southwest of Bemidji. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much, Jake. Here we go. So yeah, southwest side of Bemidji, there it is. Warned for all of Hubbard County. We do have the wilderness, Camp Wilderness right here. Cub Scouts, strong thunderstorms working their way in. The main threat is going to be gusty winds, but I'll take a look at everything for you and Bemidji as you guys, as we were about a year ago, had one heck of a storm come through, right? And we don't need the winds, but that's what this is going to be the main threat for. There's the newest scan. We're going to go with a northeast movement of about 55 miles per hour. I will double check this, but Akeley 353, Wilton 356, and 4 a.m. into Bemidji. Walker 404, there's Leech Lake, and it's moving right in. Now, there are a couple of cells that are pooching out this way so that you might get thunderstorm activity first, but this hail core will be moving over your area a little bit sooner than that, so keep that in mind. 404 for Walker, Cass Lake 414 for you as we go into the overnight hours. Black Duck, that's right, and 10 strike between about 4:15 and 4:25 for those communities. Bena 429, Kelleher and Squaw Lake out there about a 440. Whew, it's been a long day. 440 for these areas. So that's moving up in these general directions as we go through the next hour or so. Again, I'll keep you apprised of the situation and whether the severe thunderstorm warning does continue for you folks in Bemidji. And we'll look at Hutch's estimated wind gust calculator here. Again, we're a long ways from where the radar site is, which can decrease my my confidence in the values it's reading for me here. So I'm going to move this out. I'm going to redo that. I tried to catch this little Humpty Dumpty up here, but Humpty Dumpty had a big fall. Let's try this one more time. Okay, I want to look at the wind speeds, the speed of motion of these cells individually, and then we'll make an estimate and we'll get you your timings for your communities here. So this is definitely more of a north than northeast. So northeast, a rotating cell right here showing up. That doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground. It means we have the possibility for a rotating supercell thunderstorm there, and there is rotation detected. We will look at that a lot and good because that's heading into our area of Camp Wilderness where our Cub Scout kids could be camping this weekend because it is summer break. Some hail cores in here as big as 1 inch estimated with this cell here with the rotation on it. Moving in towards LaPorte, Split and Nevis, and then we do have a strong cell that's moving towards Walker, Hackensack, and Bacchus here. So let's go. We got another hail core out here south of Pine River. These hail cores look a little stronger than they were earlier. This one looks pretty bad up near the Bemidji area where it's got a lot of aerial coverage of the bright blue. First things first, I want to take care of our Cub Scouts and our folks in northern parts of Hubbard County. And as you look at this from the Mayville radar, or is this, I just got to double check now because I forgot what the last radar loaded. I think it might be Duluth. It is. So Duluth, this is motion away from Duluth. This is motion toward. It's important to know what radar you're using. This is a counterclockwise circulation getting ready to cross over the area there of Highway 71. So in central and northern Hubbard County, there is some shear and there's some spin. The National Weather Service warning does not say that there's a tornado possible on this, but I do think that there is some rotation in this storm cell right here that is over the Highway 200 corridor on the east side of LaPorte. And as you're going through the rural parts of the county, they're north of Park Rapids, way north of Park Rapids. So let me tell you how far north so you have some sort of range on this. Pardon me. There it is. Okay, so the sheared area is about 17, 18 miles north of Park Rapids. We do have a hail report right now that just popped up on Hutch's old screen here. So let's take a look at that and see what size that hail was. 1 inch severe hail, 3 miles northeast of 2 inlets in Hubbard County. A train spotter reported 1-inch diameter hail. Now that 1-inch diameter hail was from a pretty strong updraft to support hail that large. That hail is coming from a storm that is also showing a little bit of a rotation in the updraft as it shoots up through the atmosphere. I am not saying there's a tornado on the ground. I'm saying if I was in this area, I would be seeking shelter in a sturdy structure. Get out of campers, get out of RVs, and get into a sturdy structure. Not only could we have that potential for 60 or more mile per hour wind gusts, but there is some indication of some rotation. Now we're going to double Doppler this bad boy and look at it from the other side. We're going to load up the Mayville radar. It's about halfway in between sites. Do we still see the same rotation from this radar? Here's motion. Here's Park Rapids. Here's showing some motion that's pretty bright in southern Beltrami County here, but it's not necessarily bright red going the other way. This is the area I wanted to see if we're seeing the same thing from the radar in Mayville. And as a matter of fact, I'm not really seeing. I am seeing some motion toward the radar. It's fairly weak. Some motion away. There is a little bit more spin or turning in the atmosphere right here, north of maybe Nevis. So let's take a look into there and see. So we're getting, yeah, north of Nevis. So we're getting a few areas here of shear in this storm. One north of Nevis, and then a little bit of that up here. These gusty storms, they can create little areas of shear by the outflow on that windy side of the thunderstorm out there as that hail makes its way to the north and east as well. So 1-inch hail reported Hubbard County line with Becker County there north of Park Rapids. That will be generally heading into the northeast direction as well. Normal radar data here is showing me that we do have that cell working its way right up into let's see, Highway 71 and just south. So it's going to go, I forget how to pronunciate this. Cabacona Corner. I think that's it. Right up there as you're curving your way right up and to go up north to Bemidji. So that area there is going to see the strong gusty winds pushing up from southwest to northeast in the next few moments. So I'll time this out one more time now that we have a hail marker with this heading to Bemidji. This hail core has produced a 1-inch diameter hail. It's still pulsing pretty good, a heavy duty storm. And now we got that making its way into central and northern parts of Hubbard County. Camp Wilderness right under the rain right now. It's moving in. As you go in towards Bemidji, it will be in your area shortly. These cells, let me double check that. Just going to check the motion of those puppies. Pay no attention to this one saying it's going that way. That's out to lunch. But we're going to see northern movement 30, northern movement 45, north-northeast at 55. Every storm moving a little bit differently with a different speed. So the average 35, 55, we're going 45 miles per hour. Okay, so now let's go ahead and clear this. And this little cell of ours is moving off on the east side of Bemidji right over the Highway 2 corridor. That's too skinny. There, Johnson, let's go with this. All right, so here we go. So let's go 45 miles per hour to the north, northeast. Solway, 358. Wilton, 4 o'clock in the morning. 432 to Red Lake and Redby by 434. Ponema up there about 446 as you're getting into the Red Lakes area. So this one stays just east with the hail core of the Bemidji area. Not necessarily going to be the case with the gusty winds though. Those could be coming out from these storms right out here too. So this is going to be moving more northeast and it's going to be still at that about, well, let's go with 45 to 50 miles per hour as the average was saying. LaPorte 358 for that. Bemidji 409. That's an easy one to remember. That's not too awful long. So this one's going to skirt on the west side of town there as you're going on the beautiful drive on Highway 2 out towards Bagley. And then we do have this area right here that's moving its way northward with gusty straight line winds. Will be near Bemidji at 409, Turtle River near 421, 10 strike, 428 if it continues on its current path. So that's what we have going on with that particular cluster of the cells. Now it's over the Camp Wilderness area right now. We did get the report of the 1-inch hail marker, and the severe thunderstorm warning is for gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour with 1-inch diameter hail now measured and reported as the storms are moving through. All right, so that's what's going on there. We're going to stop that. We'll clear out this, and we'll take a look at what's going on towards Cross Lake, Pequot Lakes, moving out of the Brainerd Lakes area. We do have stronger reflectivity showing up here heading into Walker and Leech Lake. So this line of storms here kind of moving in this easterly direction at this time. Motion northeasterly 51. The warnings in effect for the next 4 minutes is all. Notice it hasn't gotten to the top of the warned area yet. Part of this is because these cells here are moving more northeasterly like this as opposed to easterly. So keep that in mind. I'll go ahead and reanalyze this here. Now, as we take a look, at the average movement of these individual thunderstorm cells, this solid line of storms is not one thunderstorm, it's many thunderstorms. There is some shear showing up in these. That's why we got the little spinny markers. We'll take a look at that. A couple of 1-inch hail markers on here, and heading into Walker is another hail marker that looks like it's increasing in intensity. So if you're on Leech Lake here, again, if you're camping, it's a good idea to get out of things like mobile homes, RVs, campers, and the like, and seek shelter in a much more sturdy structure. These gusty winds, by the way, if you're getting these gusty winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, will be coming at you from the southwest and blowing to the northeast. Okay, so storms are approaching Bemidji, storms are approaching Walker. We're going to analyze now that we got some shear markers starting to show up on these. The movement of these storms moving into Walker about 54 mile per hour northeast. So that's the average movement of those. We'll go ahead and turn that off, and now we'll take a peek at the timing for Walker. So these cells right here, Hackensack, northeast, moving towards Leech Lake and Walker, 55 miles per hour, puts these up towards LaPorte and Hackensack now. So in the next couple of minutes, your communities will be impacted by this very gusty wind potential storm. Not everywhere, pardon me, not everywhere in this box is going to see the gusty winds to 60 miles per hour. There are pockets where we get a hail core collapsing and boom, the gust comes there. It might be over the S and Hackensack, might be over the W and Walker. So not everybody's going to get it, but a few of us could see those gusts reach those magnitudes. So again, Hackensack, LaPorte now, Walker 405. So you got about 3-4 minutes before that moves right into the western shores of Leech Lake, Cass Lake by 418, 10 Strike, and Black Duck. You're going to get this storm as well. Now this one's moving northeast in your general direction as well. So this whole line of storms will be pushing up into northern Beltrami County here in the near future. So good news is that we do have a dropping of the watch area out of North Dakota. We do have just garden variety thunder showers out here making its way through Roseau County. We talked about looking at rainfall amounts. I do want to take a look at shear in this storm that's moving towards Bemidji. I know there's a lot of folks up here that have been on edge, and rightfully so, about the risk for very nasty winds. You've had them the last few summers. It seems like you're getting picked on by those. And all them trees that were felled, I can't remember how many that was said that were felled out there. But in this area, we do have easterly winds there that are blowing from the east out towards Mayville, and then westerly winds here. So there definitely is some Solway to Wilton spin in this storm. And then right here, yeah. So there is shear in this storm that's heading in the general direction of Wilton to on the west side of Bemidji as we are speaking right now. It does not mean a tornado's on the ground. It just means there is shear evident on the radar screen right now. So that's why we're seeing that. That's moving right over the Highway 2 corridor now on the west side of Bemidji. What are you seeing? Let me know. Hey, thanks, Terrell. I appreciate it. Is it Terry Leslie, thank you very much for sharing and supporting Hutch, and I appreciate you for supporting me. Thank you so very much. Radar hole, Park Rapids, Bemidji. Yeah, you're in the radar no man's land. You are exactly in the middle of the radar band reach of the Duluth radar, the Mayville radar, the Chanhassen radar. So there's a big hole here. These clouds that we're looking at, this rotation that you're looking at, just to give you a clue, we're looking at right now data that's from the Mayville radar. And this is how far up in the sky. So this shear that we're looking at on the west side of Bemidji is almost 12,000 feet in the sky. So it's over 2 miles up there. That's way off the ground. The chances of knowing if that's reaching the ground are very low for us meteorologists here, making it more difficult to say, yes, we have a radar. We could definitely use more radars in this state of Minnesota to cover things better. Let's just say that. And that would help us determine what's going on. There is another shear marker here that I'm seeing. Boom, near LaPorte. You got motion towards Mayville, motion away from Mayville. And these storms also were the ones that did produce some hail as they worked their way through the county line there with Hubbard as it worked its way out of Becker County in Lakes Country. So this is moving in the general direction of Walker to the north and to the east in Cass Lake. So keep that in mind. We got another bright spot near Hackensack here where we've got some bright reds next to bright reds out there. Maybe a little shear along the leading edge of that as it's working its way up to the north and to the east right now. And this will be heading up into the Leech Lake area here as well, as you're looking at the Hackensack area. So that's what we have going on. Taking a look at the big picture, most of our warnings right now, this is now just a alert, basically a weather statement from the National Weather Service Forecast Office for 45-mile-per-hour gusts in Bemidji with half-inch diameter hail. So the Weather Service has that special weather statement. Nevis and Hubbard County now also has a special weather statement. Let me go over that for you. I am seeing some shear markers with this storm, though, that are pretty bright right in here, too. So I'll keep my eyes on this for you. Moving off to the east, 56 miles per hour. It's a gust or a max gust of 50 miles per hour. And again, that is a look at those storms that are moving into parts of central Minnesota right now from the view of the Mayville radar. Severe thunderstorm warnings moving right up the 35 corridor towards Duluth right now, moving right out into the areas east of the Brainerd Lakes area right now. And this is including Mille Lacs, Garrison area in Minnesota right here. We'll have to switch to another radar to get some more ID on this, but this particular thunderstorm warning is in effect until 4:45, moving northeast at 53 miles per hour. 1-inch diameter hail is expected from the storms moving through this area. Let me get you locked into a radar. And then this also ties into a warning that kind of goes into this oddball shape near Sandstone. We also have this area here, Grantsburg, in this thunderstorm warning as we see it right in the area heading up I-35 towards Moose Lake and towards Duluth. So that's a big warned area out there. Let's go ahead and turn on a closer radar to that. Let's go to the Duluth radar for now, if I can. Shazam. There it is, okay. All right, so what we are looking at right now is a look at the storm relative velocity. And this is pretty interesting, but let's go ahead and look at the normal single site data. So here we go. We've got a long line of multiple cells of thunderstorms. There is a hail core moving into the Grantsburg area. Whenever we see these, we think of the possibility for more of a pulsing up of energy to build those hailstones to such size. And when it decides to collapse, we could certainly have some gusts there that are similar to what we would expect from the larger updraft and the stronger updraft. Then the downdraft ends up being fairly strong as well. These extend all the way down to just north of the Osceola area, heading out south of Luck. These are moving to the north into the east New Richmond and heading in the general direction of you folks in Spooner. So this whole area has the risk of some gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour as it's moving off to the, according to this, northeast at 53 miles per hour. I like that direction. That seems accurate. Let's go ahead and time these storms out for different communities. We'll take this big chunk near the Etkin area. We go out towards Sandstone. Boom. moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, puts it in Sandstone by 412. Askov by about 419. McGregor as we go into the 428 time frame. Looking at Moose Lake, though, crossing out, you're not in the warning there. You're really close to it by about 436. So it will be on towards Cloquet and up into the Duluth area as we get closer to the 5 a.m. time frame with these storms as the overnight ridiculousness continues. Now we'll analyze this next batch of the storm over here on my shoulder side from the I-35 corridor off to the east on the eastern side of the warned area. So here we go. Boom. Moving in the northeasterly direction at about 55 miles per hour. Grantsburg 407, Hinckley, same thing. Frederick 409, and then a little bit of a wait before it arrives in Sandstone at 417. Siren 420, Webster 425, 502 Cloquet to Scanton and Carlton. So that's a little idea for you folks out there in the path of this line of severe storms as it works its way through. Again, along this leading edge, we're going to see pockets where we get real gusty winds pooching out. You're going to see a little bump in the storm where the winds are really getting stronger because the storm is accelerating out in those areas. So behind it, we got garden variety thunderstorms that are strong. There are gusts in those as well as the rain is collapsing on the backside of this storm out here. And we also have some locally heavy rain. So speaking thereof, let's talk about the rainfall estimates that the radar has shown for the night tonight. We'll start here in the far east, Red Wing, Minneapolis, and take a look at these. Rain is just pushing into these areas, so we see lower amounts where you see the hot amounts here in pink and white. Those are higher. Rainfall estimates with the storms moving into and around Moose Lake and Duluth are providing rainfall amounts estimated by Doppler radar to be 1/4 of an inch so far. Still raining pretty good there. As we go down in the general vicinity here of you folks in Cambridge to St. Cloud, 1/2 inch. A big dry pocket in here. Again, places get missed by these storms indeed. And even though it's showing a pretty good wide swath here, because this is a radar estimate, the farther we get away from the radar being expands and it makes it look like a huge area got rained on when really it may have only been a tiny area. So keep that in mind. But being that the radar in the Twin Cities is right there in the Twin Cities, we have estimates about 1/2 inch to about 3/4 of an inch of rain. Get out to Olivia Hutchinson. That's no relation to me, but we'll go ahead and look at Hutchinson because it's fun. About 3/4 of an inch in Hutch. Go out to Olivia. We got 2 to 3 inches out there estimated by Doppler radar. Estimates can be thrown off by a number of things, like I said, being far, far away from the radar site, but also hail can sometimes skew these estimates as well. 1.1 inches as we look out here off to the east of Benson. Painesville, 1/3 of an inch. Albany picking up a good area, about 1 inch possible in some spots here between Royalton and the Albany area. This would be up near the Avon to Albany area. In Albany, it looks like closer to about 4/10 of an inch. In Avon, a little bit more. Now, as we go up here, I was looking in the Brainerd area. Look at this. I'm not certain that it really got missed completely with the 1/10 of an inch, but it looks like some of the storms that are now moving up to the north and east formed out just north of town, so that's certainly possible. These moved off to the east, burped out some wind, boom, fired a new line, and off it goes. And we get a hole that gets missed there, but the radar is not depicting much in the way of estimated rainfall for you. A little hot pocket out here of Bacchus, Hackensack, and Akeley, seeing some areas with about 1/3 of an inch to about 3/4 of an inch in spots. Heading on up into Natiwash and the areas out here, how about the I-94 corridor? As we go up, we got the Bruton area, about 3/4 of an inch. As we go to Morris, 3/4 of an inch. Elbow Lake, 3/4 of an inch. As we go up to the I-94 corridor up here, not far from the folks in the Ashby area, it looks like about 3/4 of an inch, 6 to 10ths of an inch. Fergus Falls, about 1/4 of an inch. Rothsay, about 4/10. Pelican Rapids, another 1/2 inch for you folks out there. 3/4 of an inch or so as we look into Lakes Country, south of Lake Park. So you're looking at many of the Cormorant Lakes area and Lake Sally, Lake Melissa. These areas picking up about 5 to 7/10ths of an inch. In Detroit Lakes, 1/2 inch, about that for Audubon, Lake Park, Callaway, Hawley, 3/10ths of an inch. As you go out towards Barnesville, couple of bucket drenchers here. We had some worm stranglers out here as let's see about 1 inch, and Winemere 1 inch, and Milner 1 inch, so you can kind of see where the thunderstorm cells. Now, It looked like on the model we were going to get a healthy dose in Fargo. Look at this. We got the big old miss again here. Look at this. 1/10 of an inch in parts of the FM area. It did not rain heavy where I was. I didn't hear it coming down too heavy here in South Moorhead. So I'll go check my rain gauge a little bit later and verify. Gackle, Jamestown, Wimbledon, Northern Stutsman County, 1 to 1.5 inches. Cooperstown picking up a healthy dose according to estimates on Doppler radar. Western Nelson County in North Dakota, 1.1 inches. Grafton, Park River. So Park River about 1.2 inches. Grafton, big time wind just north of Grafton with 1 to 2 inches. This area up here could be skewed because it's a long ways from any radar site as well. But we're seeing estimates of here of upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain in some spots. So that's a possibility up there. Get up into Winnipeg in Canada and we're off the charts here. It's been a gully washer, frog strangler, lake filler type of an event there. If we can believe those totals, it'll be interesting to hear what we see in Winnipeg. 5 to 6 or 9 inches. That's ridiculousness there. I'm not certain I believe it, but boy, it was a very, very humid air mass over the region today. So that's a look at rain estimates by Doppler radar. Big time storms through South Dakota working their way northeast. Those are now pushing in towards Bemidji. We had a tornado warning out in the Watertown area with the report. We had a tornado strike down in northwest parts of North Dakota. We had reports of some other tornadic activity in a video that came in that I'll pass along to the National Weather Service as well. Strong storms working into Bemidji, severe storms working into parts of northern and eastern Minnesota. As we head into the morning hours, these are heading right into Duluth. We're going to walk these through Bemidji. We'll keep our eyes on things for you. Look at Lake of the Woods, strong thunder and lightning going on there. If you happen to be in the Lake of the Woods area, this is what you're seeing making its way in. It looks like from the radar that I have chosen here in Duluth, we got some little pimples working their way through on the radar site, but those pimples causing some serious lightning. Let's go to the Fargo radar and take a look at that out of Mayville, North Dakota. Might be a little bit better, a little closer to see what we got going on. And here we have a more widespread thunderstorm event going on from the northwest angle all the way out to Badette and War Road over here on the west side of Lake of the Woods. Roseau County just picking up some more rain. This is a radar feature here that I don't believe is a little circle bite out of the storms out. Hail report of 1 inch here not that long ago in parts of Hubbard County as the storms are moving through. But we're seeing fewer reports of severe weather up north than we are down here. There's a strong line moving into Bemidji right now. Let's go back into Bemidji and see what we got. And if you are watching from Bemidji, welcome. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Lightning is bad. Thank you very much. What's up with Park Rapids? Can you check Park Rapids? Absolutely. So as we see Park Rapids, we got heavy rain moving through. Now the strong or severe thunderstorms have now moved up to the north and to the east. Now these storms, we'll just call them strong. They're no warning for severe thunderstorm at this particular time. And again, let's take a look at what we got. We got a little hail core pulsing up and moving into Bemidji and points south. Park Rapids, the stronger stuff is moving out towards Walker. We do have the Red Lake area, and up here and just between the Red Lakes, a pretty stout little thunderstorm cell trying to form out there. Again, these thunderstorm cells that form out here are in kind of radar no man's land. They are a long ways. We're looking way up high at the storm. How high, you say, is that little purple flashy thing that we see here, or blue flashy thing? Look at this. It says 11,000 plus feet in the atmosphere. So over 2 miles up, we're looking on the western edges. We can't see no rotation on the low side of the cloud from this. So really the radar data gets a little bit rough and tumble to try to analyze what's going on in the lowest part of the atmosphere. For that, we rely on storm spotters, but this on time of the night, that's not usually going to happen. So in and around the Red Lakes area, we do have some stout thunderstorms. They will be gusty. Get down to Bemidji, we have some stronger thunderstorms, a little bit brighter on the hail core potential with these cells. But again, this is looking very high up in the clouds. So did we get some wind gusts with these storms? We can take a look at the velocities, but again, these are going to be way up off the ground as well. This is storm relative velocity showing some areas of shear up in the mid levels of the cloud up above the ground as we go towards 4:15 this morning. So that's where the shear part of it is, but the gusty winds are probably in and around the Bemidji area right now. Bemidji is bad with wind and rain. Christina, thank you. It says also, Cassie says, heavy rain just started 5 miles north of Bemidji. Thank you very much for your report as well. I do appreciate it. Hibbing, looking, Morgan, thank you very much. We'll look into the Hibbing area for you since you are watching. Thank you for watching and trusting Hutch's Weather with your weather as we take a look at what's going on. Okay, out in Hibbing, now way out here, you got thunder and lightning in the skies to the south of you. You got severe thunderstorms working their way out of the Twin Cities. I'll turn on the Duluth radar so we can get a better view of the storms that are going on in your area. Here's a look at the radar. So if you are in Hibbing right now in Grand Rapids, you got a line of some severe, some strong thunderstorms working over Leech Lake right now, strong thunderstorm cells that may indeed be producing pockets of very gusty winds. So Leech Lake could be getting hit pretty hard with some gusty winds. Remember, open water, the wind can be pretty strong over that open water when there's no trees to stop it as it's going over the open water. So that can exacerbate some of the gusts we get from these thunderstorms if they collapse over the lake. Then when they head to the northeast side of the lake, they can cause some pretty serious damage. Same thing goes for Lake Bemidji, and this storm pooching out that way tells me there is a gust of wind heading in towards Black Duck right here. I do believe that wind could be fairly stout because it's pooching out so much faster than the other storms are. So those are the kind of clues I look at as a meteorologist, trying to say, yep, that's, if I was looking at this, that's the one I would look for, the biggest wind gust. So if you happen to be in Hibbing, as you said, let's take a look at how far the storms are from you. In Hibbing, these are moving off to the northeast. So the storms near McGregor have the best chance at being into your neighborhood as we go through, and you're 61 miles away. They're moving at about 55 miles per hour. So we're looking at about 524 or so for these storms to make their way into your area. Hill City, you're a little bit closer, and closer still is Grand Rapids. So as I take a look at a measurement from Grand Rapids to the leading edge of these storms, it's 27 miles away. You are 30 minutes away from thunderstorms making their way up into Grand Rapids as you take a look at the severe storms that are now near Aitkin as well as the McGregor areas right now. And that is what we have going on at this time. So Hutch has been on for an awful long time here. I am going to definitely, can you check Hibbing? We just did a little check for you. Thank you very much, Morgan. I appreciate you watching and thanks for asking. Hutch will see the sunrise and sunset with this stream. I guess so. I wasn't paying attention to it, but that's the way it's worked out tonight. With these storms working their way through Bemidji all the way down to Frederick. Woo-wee! That is a big one. And Scott, you've been up for an awful long time then too, my friend. Let's see. Morgan says, thank you. I have PTSD from severe storms. Morgan, I do understand that, and I appreciate that. It's going to be a little while yet. We'll see if they're severe. I do want to point you to a couple of different directions, though. Staying informed is the best way to keep your eyes up on what's going on and make your mind up on what you need to do to stay safe. So just have a plan if you're in Hibbing. If you happen to be in a mobile home, a manufactured home, if you're in some sort of a RV camping or doing something like that, those are not going to be great places to stand up to 60, 70 mile per hour winds. If you're around a lot of trees, those can be felled by the wind and fall on your trailer. So it's best to have sturdy structure. That's the bottom line. So knowing that, try to have a plan. It's real early in the morning. As the storms are approaching your area, you're not going to be able to seize what's coming your way. So I understand the nervousness. That's why I'm here. So informing yourself as to whether a warning is issued for the storm, that's a good idea. Notice this. You're really close to the Duluth radar in Hibbing, meaning you have great radar coverage. So we get an idea of seeing where there's spin, where there's storms, and the Duluth National Weather Service has a great bead on storms near you, all the way out in toward the Grand Rapids area, a lot better than some of our places and neighbors out towards Bemidji. So keep in mind, you get out into Bemidji, you're a long ways, and we're looking at the middle of the clouds. Here we have a much better chance at seeing what's going on approaching you. So watching what's going on can be helpful. I do have a website. If you're new to my channel, I'd love to have you hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. If you're watching on Facebook, I'd love to have you hit follow. I have a website called Hutch's Weather, and hutchesweather.com is the name of that. And I have a brand new weather app called Hutch's Weather. Search Hutch's Weather in your app store or head to my website at hutchesweather.com. There is a button here that says download the app. You download the app right there on your phone. It has early alerts to lightning approaching your area. It tells you if there's hail or rain approaching your area. And if there's a twisting storm detected by the radar, it's going to send you an alert. And it's an exclusive thing. No app here has it that's in the area. So grab the app. It will stay and keep you informed as long as you allow the app to access your location. Even when your app isn't open, it'll tell you when you're walking through the supermarket, oh, hey, you got a twisting storm heading your way. That's the kind of commitment that we have for you here at Hutch's Weather, and we want to have you stay informed. On the website, you can also have access to my latest streams, videos, and updates and forecasts. And if you ever have a question, drop it, and I do my very best to try to get to all of them. As you know, I've been streaming here for the better part of, well, over 12 hours now. And over 12-hour stream means that Hutch is a little bit tired, and I'm doing my best to think straight, drinking a lot of water. Is what I'm seeing. So this is what we have going on right now. This is what we have going on right now as we go through the wee hours of the morning. Thank you so very, very much for being a part of Hutch's Weather. I am going to continue to stream, but I have this neat little thing where I need to get a drink of water. So we'll keep you up to date. Bemidji, I'd love to hear what's going on. I'm not seeing a lot of storm reports. That's partially because of two reasons. Number one, people are sleeping and they don't want to go outside and report that, hey, Hutch, I got 1.5 inch diameter hail. We're not going to get the reports. Number two, we got ourselves a system that's moving through that has shown as it's gone through the overnights that it's weakening just a bit. So we're not seeing as high a cloud tops. We're not as seeing as high a potential for big time hail. Big time hail being well over 1 inch in diameter. But we do have a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock in the morning. So for those of you who are in the Arrowhead of Minnesota, that watch is in effect till 8 o'clock in the morning. It's in effect until 7 o'clock in the morning down here. Notice, Mankato, I think your severe thunderstorm chances are all but shot in the kneecap there. We're not expecting too much more moving out of Iowa right now, I don't believe, but I will turn on the composite radar site for that. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. But bottom line is that we've got a severe thunderstorm watch in this area to the south. Let the radar catch up while I turn the watches back on. Okay, there we go. And this does extend into Duluth. It does extend into extreme western parts of northwestern Wisconsin as we begin the day there. Here is this shape. This has a really wicked looking curve to it here, very sharp. These storms all trekking to the north and east. Let's go ahead and do this. It's 422. We have storms from Bemidji straight through the areas heading into Duluth, right into Rice Lake, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and bending back in the general vicinity of Rochester. There is a solid line of severe storms heading up the I-35 corridor. We've had a few measurements and few reports of severe weather, including a 51-mile-per-hour gust in and around Brainerd, St. Cloud 51, 47 in Sauk Center. So I see that most of these wind reports, minus the 62-mile-per-hour Parker's Prairie gust, that was at 250. So we're talking, you know, considerable amount of time, over an hour and about an hour and a half ago, since the storms were in that area. Those are now pushing up to this area. So we do have the potential for those 60-mile-per-hour gusts. That's going to be the main threat in our severe thunderstorm watch area. It does not include Bemidji, but it does include you folks up here in, well, Koochiching County and out towards St. Louis County and into the Duluth area, so keep that in mind. So if you're in Hibbing, you do have the watch in effect. And we'll go over a look at the forecast information. Let me load that up here while I'm talking and waxing poetic. I got to keep myself, there we go. We're going to take a look at the forecast model together here, and we'll do that with a look at what it's showing on the latest run. Pardon me. All right, so now we can get a feel for the rest of our night. Or this isn't night anymore, it's morning. Okay, here we go. So now you're looking at where the storms are. The storms are bending all the way from areas up here near Lake of the Woods in Minnesota through Bemidji, and then they're knifing out into Wisconsin over here before back down towards Rochester. Big time rain across Minnesota. Things are quieter, minus a few passing showers in central North Dakota, and that's where things are now. These are moving to the north and east, so just radar analysis says, Hutch says these are going to move northeast toward the arrowhead of Minnesota, and these are going to move off to the east-northeast out towards Ironwood and maybe the Apostle Islands, and these are going to be possibly moving a little bit more due easterly. This whole line is kind of going to swing up to the north and east as the models have been showing, but why don't we look together at a look at the forecast model. Here we go, model guidance. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. At the big picture showing watches and warnings right now, but keep in mind this is the future radar as we go through the next day and a half. This is not fully in yet, so let me go ahead and okay. So as we start from now, this is not doing too bad. It's showing these storms bending back. This is at 4 a.m. What time is it now? I forget. 4:25. So it's not quite exactly right here. The storms are actually in the Lake of the Woods area as we cross through 425. That's not too far off though. We see this line here near Duluth and approaching Duluth, exiting Brainerd and exiting Bemidji, and watch which way it goes as we advance this through the frames. So as we go towards 7 a.m., the storms are completely out, heading toward the Apostle Islands, Wausau and points north, International Falls and points towards Ely, and then up the North Shore as we go through. And look at the intensity of the forecast thunderstorms. Falls apart as it gets into the arrowhead, but stays pretty stout up in parts of Canada, and we're done. So it does look like these storms will be continuing up to the north and east, but the risk of severe does appear to wane as these storms move up to the north and east tonight on this model. Do all models say that? Let's look at one more model and take a peek at that real quick together here. So I'll load up a different model. Bum-ba-dum. All right, let's let this one load up for just a second. It'll take a second. And these are called convective allowing models, so they allow convection. Talking's hard after 12 hours of talking straight. 5 a.m. Lake of the Woods, excellent position. Bemidji, yeah, they're moving through their Park Rapids and they're bending back this way toward the Twin Cities. Not bad for a model that ran at about 7 o'clock tonight. Now, as we keep this into motion here, these storms do move into western Wisconsin through the cities, move through Duluth, and they're gone before 8 a.m. So by 8 a.m., it shows most of the cells that are going to be stout and strong pushing into Wisconsin, falling apart, collapsing completely in parts of the arrowhead of Minnesota. There's a couple little drifters on the backside. The risk of those being severe on that side of the storm are not great at all. And then as we head towards 10 o'clock, they're out. Will there be a watch issued in parts of Wisconsin? I have not checked the Storm Prediction Center's thoughts on this. I've been broadcasting live the entire time. It looks like there's a backward C shape to this cluster of thunderstorms. And yes, indeed, we could see an addition to some isolated severe as those storms work their way in towards Marquette, the UP, as well as parts near Green Bay and heading into the Great Lakes. So that's a look at it. It's out of here. Now, as we go into our day today, on the 10th of June, we'll have more development. We have a risk of severe storms as we go through. That risk starts in the Red River Valley of North Dakota, moves into northern Minnesota quickly, and is gone by 5 p.m. And then it works its way off into Duluth area here and out. So as we go through the day later today, Minnesota has a better risk of severe thunderstorms than North Dakota does and South Dakota does. And that's how things are shaping up with the forecast. So that is a look at what's going on right now. Hutch has got to get a glass of water. So here's what's going to happen. I've got my panel screen here. I'll be right back momentarily. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thank you for being a part. Goyon Vic, out on a car lake ride. There's no wind. Thank you. I appreciate that. Turtle River, huge wind. Lights are flickering. Good to know. Thank you very much for your report, Guyovnik. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm having a hard time even reading things right here, right now. Let's see. Huge winds, Bemidji. Hard to believe, no warning. Okay, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the wind gust reports right now. I can show those on here by just turning them on. So let me go to the surface wind gust and see if it turns them on. Okay, so we do have some 40+ mile per hour gusts that have shown up there. Let me show you what I'm seeing over here. There it is. Okay, so Bemidji, 43 mile per hour gusts as these storms are working their way to the north and east. We have some 32 mile per hour gusts. So yeah, that's big wind, and the biggest wind was probably at the at this little bend called the apex in the bow. That's heading towards Black Duck. So I was concerned about the gusty winds in and around Bemidji, but I don't know what your peak gust was. So let me see if I can look that up. Doing my best here. Okay, sorry for the silence. I'm just doing a little bit of research for y'all there in Bemidji and seeing if I can look at the site that is there. So let's go to this. Yeah, I have some gusts to 43, and it looks like the peak gust that I'm seeing on these is that gust to 43 that was presently done. It's possible we could have had a peak gust a little higher than that showing up at the airport where it's measuring those wind gusts on the west side of town. That was on the west side of town too, where some of the stronger thunderstorm cells were moving their way through on the single site radar data. So that's moving into 10 strike, heading towards Black Duck right now. And yes, that is a windy cluster of thunderstorms. I certainly hope you didn't get hit like last year with the damage that was seen around there last year. So thank you very much. I'm sorry. Let's see. In 10 strike, heavy rain and wind just started. Okay. Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate that very much. And I'm too scared to look outside to see if it's hailing. Well, that's good. I don't want you running outside and risking life and limb or getting yourself hit by lightning or anything like that. But if you do have an observation, once it's safe to do so, that's fine. Those hailstones will last for a little while out there. Line of thunderstorms moving in the general direction of Duluth right now. There's a solid line of severe thunderstorms. Gusty wind is the main threat right now. Gusty wind is the main threat as we go into the wee hours of the morning. We'll take a break here real quickly, but I'll leave my 4-panel up. I'll leave the stream up. On this 4-panel, we'll turn on a sneaky, sleeky little look at what's going on across the region. So we'll just turn this loop on here for you. The model guidance will continue to roll through so you can kind of get a feel for the timing of showers and storms that could evolve through the region as we go through the day. Timestamps up at the top, I'll remind you. Today's severe weather in the upper right-hand corner is about to wrap up. These were the severe storm risks as we go through. And together, when I return, we'll take a look at the storm risks as we go through the region as we go into the day here on our Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? It's Wednesday. All right. So from the Hutch Johnson Singers here with Hutch's weather, I'm going to turn them up and I'm going to turn me down. Let's go here. Let's go here.
You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your
update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. We rise on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch, it's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com.
We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side.
update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's cold, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, I'm Hutch'sWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side.
update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, I'll Hutch'sWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side.
update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, our Hutch'sWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. We rise on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch, it's weather, we're here for it all.
All right, everybody, meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. We're going to take a quick look at the goings on right now around on the radar. And I do want to point out we still have some strong thunderstorms, but as we pause this loop from going on behind me, you can see the thunderstorm watch remains in effect until as late as 8 a.m. in the morning for the next 3 hours for parts of north and east Minnesota and north and west Wisconsin. Things are quieting down now. Fargo, Moorhead, Lakes Country, Bemidji, very gusty winds reported in these areas. The Brainerd area picking up some wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. I did not see any reports showing up on the feed here of the severe storms that were rumbling through the I-35 corridor towards Duluth. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But the bottom line is we have a couple of cells that are strong, not necessarily severe, as we head into the early morning hours. Again, gusty winds in and along Lake of the Woods, moving out toward the Rainy River right now, and the big Rainy Lake area, as well as the International Falls region. I expected to see that. Duluth, it will not take long for these storms to reach your area. And Hibbing, I know I've had a couple of people ask about that, but as a general rule, we're starting to see some of these storms slow down and really lose a little bit of their punch heading into the morning hours. Let me give you guys a look at the Hibbing cells that are working their way up in this general direction here as we go to the let's single site radar data here real quick. Now, if you happen to be in Grand Rapids, the storm's moving through your area heading up in towards Hibbing. Generally, these have been moving to the north and east at a clip of a quick 50 miles per hour. Noshwak at about 510. Keewatin out there at 515. Hibbing by 524. The storm line will be near you. Gusty winds upwards of 50 miles per hour in isolated areas will be possible. Chisholm to Buell on about 530 to 535, Eveleth by around 542, Mountain Iron as well as the Virginia area as we get to about the 545 time frame. So that's that particular area. If you happen to be in and around Duluth, we do have these showers and storms heading out of Moose Lake now, moving off to the north and to the east about 55 miles per hour as well. We have Carlton up 506. That includes Renshaw as well as Cloquet and the Scanlon area. Proctor 519, Hermantown 521, Superior 524, Duluth 528. Showers and thunderstorms pushing in. Isolated ones could be on the gusty side. Take a note at just how flat most of these are. We're not seeing those real fast accelerations or curve shape to the radar data too much. There is a little bit of that though up near Big Fork. That as cell heading towards you could have a little bit more in the way of wind. Behind it, a big shield of rain that's quite heavy as it works its way through, but it's much needed in many of these areas. We'll take it. Now, we do have stout thunderstorms. There is a curved shape moving through the Eau Claire area, but our National Weather Service forecast office says that we are expecting gusts that could be in essence upwards of about, well, let's say 40 miles per hour and a 39 mile per hour motion to the east. So storms generally moving off to the east towards Stanley, Ladysmith, and will continue their direction into central parts of Wisconsin now as we head into the daybreak hours. So let's take a look at what we have going on, and we're going to go over a couple of different things here. But first, I do want to preface this by saying, I appreciate you joining me. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and thank you so much for all of your support over a very long night of weather. Now, this is looking at single site radar as storms are approaching the 5 o'clock hour. The Duluth area heading in out of the Twin Cities now into western and central parts of Wisconsin. There is a watch in effect till 8 in the morning for parts of northeast Minnesota. This will continue its trek to the north and east. They're moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. A look at the entirety of the region. We do have some passing showers in Montana working their way across the area. No thunder and lightning of abundance out there. Some good soakers though in much needed area. A couple passing showers through the central Dakotas. Iowa seeing some showers and storms dwell on the backside of the storm system. Northwest winds filling in. And as we take a look at the weather pattern in your forecast here in this update, we'll get to the latest. And again, thanks for joining me. My name is meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and for the better part of the last 30 years, I've been covering storms here in the Northern Plains for you. And thanks so very much for dropping in the comments where you're watching from. And I'd really appreciate it if you give the video a like, if you get some information out of it. This is going to be focusing on your forecast then as we head into your Thursday at this very early morning hour. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of things of importance. Number one, we do have a look at some low pressure centers taking place. Moving in toward Brandon, Manitoba, the main low pressure center. Down to the south, we have this area of severe and strong thunderstorms that is starting to continue its way out of Minnesota as it works its way through. A little bit of low pressure on this south and east side of the storm system as well. We have south winds that will relace the atmosphere with quite a bit of moisture as we go into the day, and humidity and heat in southern Minnesota. But here we have a northwest wind spilling out across parts of the northern plains. Here is a look at temperatures across our northern plains and region today. As we get started on your Wednesday morning, we have mid to low 50s from Havre, Montana through Glasgow, 64 at the border there. As you look into Sydney, Montana, we're looking at Rapid City 57, Gillette 50, 64 Bismarck, 66 in Fargo, Moorhead 72 as you go down into that Yankton area and out towards Minneapolis, St. Paul, 70 degrees to start your day. Again, south winds are going to reload the atmosphere with humidity and moisture. What am I talking about? I'm talking about dew points that have been high, those fueled storms. Still dew points in the 70s, but we're seeing that dry air cut into central North Dakota, releasing that area from the risk of severe weather, although we do have some showers of rain that could be dancing through the area as we go through on your forecast. So that's a look at your temperatures now. As you head out the door, we won't see them change too much on your way to the office. It does look like a pretty brisk day for some, but a warm day for others. Here's the forecast facts that you need to know heading into your day today. First thing to keep in mind is we're going to have the north wind that keeps things on the cool side off to the west, with temperatures for your morning that will be on the mild side for this Wednesday. We're talking 50 to 55 degrees right into central North Dakota. In the Red River Valley side of North Dakota and the eastern Dakotas, we'll see temperatures closer to 60, 68 in Richland County. You'll be apprised with some south winds for the early part of the day as well. And the 70s will rock the screens of your thermometers on your car on the way to work across much of southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, as well as parts of central and southern Wisconsin. The Arrowhead seeing slightly cooler temperatures with these exiting showers and storms. For your afternoon, let's focus on the Twin Cities and areas north right now. Look at the heat building. Near 90 from Iowa straight into places like Red Wing, right down into you folks out there in the areas near Mason City, and right up into Rochester and the Twin Cities, though a little bit cooler with the rain cooled degrees. Look at this, 67 for Duluth for the afternoon out there, 76 for Bemidji. So we will be much cooler in the northern half of Minnesota with 70s there, 78 Fargo, Grand Forks at 75 degrees. Out to the west, the cool pool will dive in. Gusty winds to 35 miles per hour from the west-northwest. Keeping that pool of cool here, we will have passing showers, and where those pass will be in the 50s. Elsewhere, we'll be hitting those near 70-degree readings. And we're talking mid-70s for parts of South Dakota that were sweltering, just like we were in the Red River Valley, with temperatures in the 90s for much of the day. Now, here's a look at your Wednesday. We do have a chance of some severe storms on the Minnesota side of the Red River. We could see a couple of strong ones. They'll be out of here fairly quickly and moving into central Minnesota and eastern Minnesota throughout the day, 78 degrees. Then after that, things really quiet down. We're talking 71 for Fargo and 75 as we close out the work week with that breezy northwest wind, keeping us cool and just below average for this time of the year. For your Saturday, I expect those temperatures to be in the 60s for Fargo and even cooler in northern parts and northwestern parts of the state of North Dakota. Warming it up up just a pinch as we go through the close of the weekend into early next week with spotty showers and storms, but unfortunately not a lot of rain falling in and around the Fargo Moorhead area with these storms that went through during the overnight hours. So as we take a look at the precipitation as we've started out the new day today, most of the showers were 2/10 of an inch, 1/2 of an inch in parts of eastern North Dakota. The Grand Forks area picking up nearly 1/3 to 6/10 of an inch. We did have some healthy rainfall amounts here in southeast parts of North Dakota, as well as westernmost Minnesota, but not nearly as much as we could have. Now, if we look at the 2-day total here, that can be helpful in helping us look at how much has fallen out to the west, because those storms started out in the western Dakotas, where we did get a report of a tornado as we went through the day in northwestern parts of North Dakota. But again, the two-day rainfall totals look like this. So you see we got definitely a lot more in the way of rain through much of western North Dakota, 1/3 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch in the areas of the Jamestown area, but northern Stutsman County picking up even more than that. Over an inch as we sneaked up into parts near Kitson County, a lot more rain making its way through Roseau County. So some good soggy soakers up there that were long lasting, and those thunderstorms that raced through did deliver some healthy rainfall amounts in parts of western North Dakota. Not everywhere, but we did get some beneficial rain is the bottom line from that activity. And for those of you that did so, I really appreciate you uploading your photos. I will take a highlight reel tour of what we saw going on as we went through our day. Big time lightning filling the skies. Kara Susag catching this in and around the Cragness area. We did have a tornado report and a photo shared with us here on Hutch's Weather. You can scroll through these on my website at hutchesweather.com. as we had numerous reports of severe weather. And as we started getting dark, I started getting information in from you as these storms worked their way in. But you can kind of see there was a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, a lot of supercell thunderstorms with wild shapes in the skies over the valley. Look at this, southeast of Anamoose as that mothership worked its way in. Thanks, Ryan Larson, for sharing this as well. And we did definitely have wild weather across the northern plains. Look at this view in the Devil's Lake area. Oh my goodness, Catherine, thank you so very much for uploading your photo to hutchesweather.com as these wild and menacing storms work their way through. A lot of little video clips as well of lightning and thunder in the area. Those were sure helpful in helping us keep our neighbors ahead in the path of these storms, updated on what was heading their way. So a lot of you sharing your videos, sharing your photos of the activity that we saw through the region today. And by golly, I'm having a hard time pinpointing the tornado that was reported and uploaded by, here we go. This was way in the northwest portion of the state of North Dakota near Flaxton, as the storm was very close to the international border. 5 miles north of Flaxton. Kayla Lucky, thank you so very much. A meteorologist and a former intern of Hutch Johnson. Look at this. Big old dust being kicked up by this tube-shaped tornado making contact with the ground. Very picturesque, and thank you for that. That was 8:15 in the Flaxton area. I also have a video clip that I'll be sharing with the National Weather Service of what looks like a little brief touchdown in a field as well. So all in all, thanks again for your updates. Now your hour-by-hour forecast as we go through the day, tracking these storms in the afternoon, and we'll end with a look at the severe weather threats. So let's get started with that severe thunderstorm track as we go through the day and where the strongest ones will be. And for that, we'll highlight a look at a forecast model here. So going through the forecast models, I'll take a look at the one that I think has done a pretty fair job of keeping up with the storms as we went through the day. Now, these storms will be exiting through northern parts of Minnesota and the Arrowhead and losing some of their punch as they work their way into parts of western and northern Wisconsin through the day. Then we start the day quiet, but there's a trough of low pressure here and the low pressure center forming right here as we go into the afternoon. Very warm south winds here, kind of a lull in the winds where the low pressure is right here in the central part of the state. Hit and miss showers develop, and as we head into the 1 o'clock in the afternoon time frame, we could see a couple of thunderstorms form as this cooler, drier air interacts with some of the, well, more moisture-rich air. So from the Red River Valley counties and into parts of western Minnesota, a brief bout with some thunderstorms as we go through the 4 to 6 p.m. time frame. And then these kind of race out of here with just hit and miss pimples on the radar screen. Westerly winds taking over, drier air punching in. Gone will be the high humidities of the last couple of days and those temperatures in the 90s. And we will see, as we go into the overnight tonight, a chance for some rain into your Thursday, slicing through the region. These are showers of good variety of rain here, not the thunderstorm type of rain showers that'll be making their way through. So cooler weather on that extended forecast, your hour-by-hour forecast showing up there. And now we're going to take a look back at our conditions for today. The Storm Prediction Center did a pretty good job. We had a tornado watch for what we had going on Tuesday. There were not widespread tornadoes. That's good. Plenty of energy in the atmosphere with dew points in the 70s with a low pressure system screaming through. We had all of the ingredients in place for a little bit more activity than what actually turned out. So that's a good thing, and we definitely needed the moisture. Now let's look at what the Storm Prediction Center has in mind for our day today. So as we head through our day, the best risk, or greatest risk, I should say, of severe weather is this enhanced risk in orange from Kansas City through Cedar Rapids, so the eastern parts of Iowa, to go into northern parts of Illinois and most of Wisconsin. We will see the Twin Cities for that enhanced risk as well. And we cannot rule out an isolated severe thunderstorm here in northwestern parts of Minnesota. The Red River Valley in green, that basically means that we have an area here that is in a marginal, maybe there might be one or two severe thunderstorms in these areas as we go through. But that is a look at your forecast trend for the severe weather threat. Kansas City up through eastern Iowa into eastern Minnesota and most of Wisconsin and northern parts of the state of Illinois, including Chicago, all the way back through Rockford as well. And again, one or two storms in the early onset could be strong to severe in the Red River Valley counties of North Dakota and Minnesota. South Dakota looks to be a little quieter today, although we can't rule out this flashing green, meaning garden variety, quiet style thunderstorms. Thanks so much to all of you who participated in my coverage of the severe weather during the overnight hours. I appreciate that very much. And for now, that is a look at your weather. I am going to end with this and let you know that if there is any severe weather tonight as we go in, or excuse me, this morning as we go into the early morning hours, the best chance at anything becoming severe will be in the severe thunderstorm watch area as we pop that back up on the screen for you. So let's put the radar back up. Here we go. Now that's going on. Now we'll put the watches back up for you. And what you will notice is that the greatest risk for anything strong will be out ahead of this line that's making its way through the region right now. And here we go. Here's our watches. Not a lot to see here, but a little bit of an area in the northeastern quadrant of Minnesota, all the way down into northwestern parts of Wisconsin as this line is approaching Duluth, pushing into northern and central Wisconsin, and heading to the north and east out into the Arrowhead here as we go through the remainder of our early morning hours to mid-morning hours. And by 10 to noon, most of this moving at 50 miles per hour should be on its way out of here with its chances of anything strong or severe. We have not had a severe thunderstorm warning in some time now as we head into the 5:30 time frame this morning. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Thanks for being a part of the weather. Hey, I'd love to have you folks hit the subscribe button right here on my YouTube channel. And if you're watching on Facebook, thanks so very much. I'd love to have you follow me there. You can follow me on TikTok, watch for my updates wherever you are, and let me know how you're liking that brand new weather app we just put out so much. So thank you very much. And that is a look at your weather.
This has been a Hutch's Weather Update with Chief Meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Follow us on Facebook and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thanks for watching Hutch's Weather.